Female, give me a child. In a dark, damp cave, a thick, black snake coiled tightly around a young girl's small body. Sand-Eye felt like she was about to die. She dreamed of a giant snake creature squeezing her, its cold, hard body tightening, stealing her breath. Her face was flushed. Suddenly, the beast transformed into a tall man, his strong muscles pressing down on her, making it hard to breathe. Sand-Eye panicked. Why was she having such a dream? She bit hard into the man's waist and turned over to escape. In the next moment, she fell heavily into the man's arms. No, don't. Sand-Eye tried to scream for help, but her voice was hoarse, accompanied by the man's deep, primal growl. The fierce attack swept over her like a big wave, making her feel like she was drowning. Suddenly, she woke up with a start. Before she could scream, a large mouthful of cold water was poured into her. Her eyes saw towering, ancient trees all around. Sand-Eye was in a rushing river, a thick, dried branch lying on the riverbank, caught on her clothes, preventing her from being swept away or drowned. What is happening? Is she still dreaming? As she was lost in thought, she saw 3 nearly children in grass skirts glaring at her fiercely from the shore. Big brother, throw a stone quickly. The evil female will beat us to death if she comes up, one of them urged, looking scared. Sand-Eye then noticed the biggest child holding a stone bigger than a basketball. If that stone hit her, she might not be killed but could drown. Next to him, a fair-skinned girl with a round face and big eyes was holding several snakes and dropping them into the river. Sand-Eye's pupils shrank suddenly. The snakes, a banded kite, a viper, a king cobra, were all highly venomous. How could such young children want to hurt her? Sand-Eye felt her dream was completely crazy. Luckily, the last child seemed normal. When she turned her head, she saw the 3rd little boy pushing aside his grass skirt too. Sand-Eye. The oldest child was about to throw the stone at her, but suddenly, the person on the river disappeared in an instant.
Sink.
Sank. The oldest child froze. The evil female is finally dead. The 3rd child was stunned for a moment, then clapped excitedly. But his happiness lasted less than 2 seconds.
Splash.
A slender hand suddenly reached out from the river, grabbing his ankle.
Ah!
The evil female isn't dead yet. Someone's about to harm the young ones. Brothers and sisters, run quickly. The 3rd child screamed like a pig, tears welling up from fear, but he first shouted for the other 2 to run. Sand-Eye climbed ashore, feeling her ears hurt from the noise. Little friends, don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person and won't hurt you. Can you tell me what this place is? Sand-Eye gently held the 3rd child's small hand and asked softly. She immediately chose to swim ashore because she had just realized that being cut by the rocks hurt, and this was definitely not a dream. Luckily, she was a good swimmer, and after the poisonous snakes entered the water, they didn't bite her or chase after her. Little friends? Hearing the harsh words, the 3 were stunned. Could this be another way of calling a wild child? And she even called herself an older sister with a surprisingly gentle voice. Was she out of her mind? Or did she hit her head on a rock in the river and get confused? Seeing the 3 little ones staring at her with wary, blank expressions, Sand-Eye felt both anxious and amused. Just moments ago, they were chattering away. Now, had the batteries run out? Stop, you wicked female. Before the 3 children could answer, a group of men and women dressed in animal skins surrounded them. The speaker was a tall, young man with strong muscles, bronze skin, wearing only a grass skirt and a few leaves. Sand-Eye frowned. Was this some kind of role-playing event? Cosplaying as wild people? That was a bit extreme, almost revealing too much. Although the man looked somewhat handsome, Sand-Eye still felt uncomfortable and looked away. Hule, however, thought she was feeling guilty and scolded. Sand-Eye, besides hitting the young ones, what else can you do? Sand-Eye widened her almond-shaped eyes. Was this man blind? Which I saw her hitting the children. Hule, she's your sister. Don't be so harsh.
But
everyone is on the move, and Sand-Eye brought her 3 young ones to the river. What is she trying to do? A woman wearing deerskin-patterned animal pelts gently held Hulei's hand and comforted him softly, but her words hinted at something more. Luo Yuer, only someone as gentle and kind as you would treat her so well. Hulei looked at the woman beside him, his expression suddenly softening. Hearing this, Sandai's mind clicked.
Hulei?
Luo Yuer? Aren't those the names of the main characters in a Beastman novel she read? She must have traveled into a book. And she had become the male protagonist's sister, a villainous female character hated by everyone. No wonder the three young ones wanted to harm her. For years ago, the original owner, playful and curious, got lost. She was found by her tribe and gave birth to 3 snake tribe cubs. She disliked her cubs very much and treated them badly, even cruelly. If not for the fact that the second cub was a rare female, the 3 cubs might not have survived until today. Under her abuse, the cubs' minds became twisted, and when they grew up, they became cruel villains in the story. Their first act of revenge was to torture her, stripping her skin, digging out her eyes, and even throwing her into a den of poisonous snakes, making her watch as countless venomous creatures bit her. Her bones were ground into powder and scattered. Thinking of this, Sandai shivered all over. She was just a new college student. Why was she so unlucky to face such terrible things? No, she couldn't wait to die. The 3 cubs were still young, and she might still have a chance to change her fate. Sandai has never liked these 3 snake cubs. Could she be planning to push them into the river to drown them? But, Sandai, why are you wet? A nearby beastman asked curiously. Sandai, what's really going on? The leading white-haired female elder asked sternly. The 3 cubs' hearts jumped, and their palms sweat with nervousness. Oh no! That wicked female hadn't died. She would definitely complain to the tribe leader's grandmother. She had just seen them attack her. If the tribe leader's grandmother found out they murdered a female member of the tribe, she would surely banish them. Luo Yuer looked at Sandai with a gleeful expression. This female always tried to stir trouble between her and Hulei, and she had taken many chances to cause problems. Today, she finally caught an opportunity. The eldest cub bit his lip and tightly pressed his shoulders of the second and third cubs, ready to step forward and take responsibility. Suddenly, a soft, warm hand rested on his head, stopping him. Grandmother, I was just thirsty and wanted to drink water. I accidentally fell into the water. The cubs came to rescue me. Sorry, I slowed everyone down, Sandai explained softly. Hearing this, the 3 cubs' pupils shrank. The eldest cub looked up in disbelief, staring at Sandai with a gentle expression. Did this wicked female really lose her mind? She didn't complain or blame them but lied to cover for them. Was she truly their mother? The tribe leader's grandmother, hearing this, softened her stern expression with kindness. Oh, I see. Go change into a dry beast hide, so you don't get sick. The other beast men were surprised too. Sandai actually apologized to them. They quickly comforted her and handed her a clean beast hide. Though Sandai had a bad temper, she was a female. In the beastman tribe, even if females did nothing, the males would still take good care of them because females were too precious to lose. The female status is usually the highest in the group. There's a water source here, and the Black Abyss tribe is just ahead. Let's rest for a while before moving on, the tribe elder lady shouted. Their tribe was attacked by fierce beasts, forcing them to migrate to the stronger Black Abyss tribe. Seeing Sandai easily soothe the elder lady with just a few words, Luo Yuer felt unhappy. She watched Sandai hold hands with Manhwa, who was standing by the riverbank. A dark glint flashed in Luo Yuer's eyes. When the others weren't paying attention, she pushed Sandai. Sandai didn't expect anyone to push her. She didn't fall but tilted her body, causing Manhwa to fall into the water. Manhwa hadn't reacted yet and was drinking from the river. Gurgle, gurgle. Oh no! He knew the mean female wasn't kind, and now she had finally targeted him. Manhwa, brother! Dawa and Arya exclaimed, rushing to the riverbank and reaching out to save him, but their short arms couldn't reach Manhwa. Vicious female, if something happens to Manhwa, I won't forgive you. Dawa glared angrily at Sandai, suspecting she had bad intentions. They had all been blocked from seeing by Luo Yuer, and to them, it looked like Sandai pushed Manhwa into the water. Plus, she was holding his hand just now. The other beasts didn't doubt her. You? Sandai turned around, stunned to see Luo Yuer beside her. This woman, she had thought the heroine in novels was not a good person, but she didn't expect her to be even more sinister than her family's villain, Arya. Seeing everyone looking at her with disgust, and Arya's eyes full of hatred, wishing she could cut her into pieces immediately, Sandai felt both angry and wronged. Luo Yuer, that treacherous girl. Better not let her catch her. Sandai, you really made me lose. Huli looked disgusted. Before he could finish, Sandai didn't even look at him and dove into the water. Huli was stunned. Why was Sandai different today? She used to care a lot about his opinion. Luo Yuer didn't expect Sandai to suddenly jump into the river either. But then she thought, if Sandai died, no one would know she pushed her, and in the future, no one would cause trouble for her and Huli. She felt secretly happy. Uncle Huli, please save Manhwa. Arya pleaded anxiously. She had just released a venomous snake into the river. She could train snakes, but Manhwa couldn't. If bitten, he would definitely die. Huli, the river is so fast. Won't my sister and Manhwa be swept away? Luo Yuer immediately grabbed Huli's arm, pretending to be worried but actually holding him back from jumping in to save Manhwa. Huli quickly hugged Luo Yuer and said, "Don't be afraid, I am here." However, he didn't make any move to help save anyone. Arya's eyes turned red with worry, and a strange feeling grew in her heart. Uncle Huli and Aunt Rain had always taken good care of them. Today, when Manhwa fell into the water, why did they seem so indifferent? Maybe it was just her mistake. Quick, go down and save Sandai, the clan elder lady ordered. The males immediately prepared to jump into the river to help. Before they could enter the water, a wet head appeared. It's Manhwa. Sandai is holding Manhwa up from the water. Help quickly. Dawa and Arya were stunned when they saw the water creature struggling to lift Manhwa. She was actually going to save Manhwa?
How could that be?
Wasn't she always hoping they would die soon? With the help of the males, Sandai and Manhwa quickly reached the shore. Don't be afraid, now it's safe. Are you hurt? Let me check. Sandai panted but carefully examined Manhwa's body first. Luckily, she had jumped in just in time. The little one only drank some water and was not injured. Manhwa looked stunned, staring blankly at Sandai's side face. Was his mind the one that got soaked this time? Why was the malicious female so gentle and caring for him? Manhwa. Dawa and Arya ran over and pulled Manhwa from Sandai's arms. Even though she had just saved Manhwa, they still looked at her with suspicion and hostility. Luo Yuer watched this scene in disbelief. This malicious female, Sandai, actually jumped into the river herself and saved Manhwa. Seeing everyone's attention on Sandai, she nervously stepped back. Sandai kept her eyes on Luo Yuer. When she saw her trying to slip away, she immediately called out, "Luo Yuer, why did you push me just now?" Everyone looked at Luo Yuer when she spoke. I didn't. Luo Yuer panicked and quickly denied it. Manhwa was a young male, the most useless among the 3 cubs. The water was rushing fast, and the clan elder lady wouldn't waste time sending males to save Manhwa. If Manhwa died, Dawa and Arya would blame Sandai, and the others would think Sandai was cruel. She never expected Sandai to personally save him. This completely disrupted her plans. Sandai, what are you talking about? Luo Yuer is kind and gentle, unlike your malicious nature. How could she push you? Huli glared at Sandai and scolded her immediately. He looked disgusted. This female was always causing trouble. Being born from the same mother as her, it was truly embarrassing. Sandai, are you mistaken? Yes, maybe it was just a misunderstanding. The tribe members all helped to speak for Luo Yuer. In everyone's eyes, Sandai was seen as a spoiled, willful, and malicious female. As long as they weren't fools, everyone believed Luo Yuer rather than Sandai. Sandai cursed inwardly. The original host's reputation was terrible. Even when she told the truth, no one in the tribe believed her. She took a deep breath and turned to Manhwa, softly asking, Manhwa, tell everyone, did Luo Yuer push me just now, causing you to fall into the river? Manhwa was standing with his back to the river, so he could definitely see. Moreover, after reaching the shore, he kept sneaking glances at Luo Yuer. Sandai knew he must have seen something. Manhwa shrank his neck and hid behind Dawa.
He didn't want to speak.
Luo Yuer sighed in relief. Manhwa was still somewhat sensible. Huli looked impatient. Enough. Sandai, how long are you going to keep causing trouble? Everyone is tired and doesn't have time to listen to your stories. Sandai felt a chill in her heart. It seemed she was definitely taking the blame. Arya's gaze swept over Luo Yuer's face, a hint of suspicion flashing in her eyes. Suddenly, she said to Manhwa, Manhwa, what did you see? Just say it, sister is here. Manhwa always listened to Arya, so he gathered his courage, raised his pale finger, and pointed at Luo Yuer.
Just now.
I saw her reach out and push the malicious female, which caused me to fall into the water.
Impossible.
Manhwa, why are you also learning from Sandai and starting to lie? Huli loudly retorted, looking at Manhwa with blame. Manhwa hurriedly shook his head and explained, I'm not lying. I really saw it. Uncle Huli. Dawa and Arya looked at Huli in shock. How could he confuse Manhwa with a malicious female? He had clearly said he believed they wouldn't be like that malicious female, that they were smart and obedient cubs. Why did he react so strongly when Manhwa told the truth? Could it be that everything he said was false, just to deceive them? That's not what I meant. Huli froze, realizing he had spoken out of turn. Everyone, be quiet. The tribe elder's grandmother struck the ground with her wooden cane, looking sternly at Luo Yuer. You tell us what really happened. Luo Yuer felt everyone's questioning gaze. She tightly clenched her palms, sweating profusely. Sandai sneered. This woman is really good at pretending. No wonder she is the heroine from the story who traveled through time. With her acting skills as a green tea girl, she once became the favorite of many orcs. However, she is not a simple, honest character like in the book. She won't be easily fooled by her. Slipped? Why didn't you say so just now? Letting everyone misunderstand me. You're so kind. Why didn't you help me explain? Sandai asked back.
Or.
Are you lying? Luo Yuer's expression froze, and she fell silent. She cursed Sandai 1,000 times in her heart. Plotting against her own kind, even a young cub, would be severely punished by the clan elder. Yet this female still refused to give up. Does she want to kill her?
How could I?
I was just scared earlier and didn't react. It's my fault, Luo Yuer apologized softly. Huli quickly said, Yuer is usually timid. She was also frightened just now, so it's normal to be a little careless. Besides, Yuer has always been kind to Manhwa. She would never push him into the water on purpose. Manhwa, do you agree? Huli looked at Manhwa. Naturally, he trusted Luo Yuer. In his heart, Luo Yuer was perfect, better than Sandai in every way. Manhwa glanced at Huli, turned his head, and said nothing. The usually close older brother and second sister also looked distant. Huli felt a bit embarrassed and inwardly scolded the 3 cubs for being so unruly, not respecting him. He thought they must have been influenced by Sandai. Clan elder. The sky looks strange. It might rain heavily tonight. A beast man responsible for leading the way whispered to the clan elder. The female was weak. If they didn't reach the Black Abyss tribe before dark, they might get sick. During their escape, many beast men got lost. Now only a few males and 3 females remained. They couldn't afford to lose more females. The clan elder looked serious. She glanced at Luo Yuer and said in a deep voice, Let's put this aside for now. Everyone hurry up and drink water and eat something. We won't have time to rest later. The beast men quickly drank at the river and rested. Sandai knew she was now like a rat crossing the street. Luo Yuer was like a fairy in the sky. She couldn't shake her position. But if she could make Luo Yuer stumble, she felt happy. Sandai went behind a tree to change into dry beast skin. When she returned, the 3 cubs were curled up together under the tree. Their pitiful appearance made Sandai soften her heart. Although they were villains in the story and wanted to kill her, they had also been tormented by the original owner. In fact, they weren't bad at heart. Otherwise, why would second sister let Manhwa help clarify things for her? With her presence, she can surely straighten out the 3 little villains and change their fate in the story. Don't be fooled by how Tiger Lai and Luo Yuer treat the main characters now. They are kind to them, but in the future, they will threaten the protagonist's interests. The first thing they will do is eliminate the 3 villains. Sandai won't let that day come. The 3rd child's hair was still wet. Sandai walked over, squatted down, and used a clean animal hide she had just washed to wipe his hair. As soon as she touched him, he jumped up like a firecracker. "Vicious female. What are you going to do?" he exclaimed. She wondered if he was upset that he didn't speak up for her earlier and was about to scold him. "I'm just helping you dry your hair," Sandai explained. Seeing his big reaction, she handed him the animal hide. "You can wipe it yourself. It's uncomfortable to be wet." "Oh, I just made a grass skirt. Your skirt is torn, so you should wear this instead," she said, giving him the new grass skirt she had just woven. Their tribe was fleeing, resources were scarce, and animal hides were mainly used by females. Both orcs and young children made do with grass and leaves. Sandai didn't have extra hides, and she didn't want to wear a torn skirt with a gap at the back, so she could only give it to the 3rd child. Luckily, she enjoyed making crafts, so weaving a grass skirt was easy for her. Sandai knew the young children couldn't accept her yet. If she forced herself on them, it might backfire. Still, her actions left the 3rd child stunned. Is this vicious female actually caring about him? And that grass skirt, it looks sturdy and beautiful. She actually made it herself? Had he already died when he fell into the water? Is this really the afterlife? The 3rd child was dazed. He pinched his thigh. "It doesn't hurt? Am I really dead?" He suddenly felt sad. He also wanted a gentle, loving mother like the other children. The eldest child, with a serious expression, grabbed his hand. "Of course it doesn't hurt. You're pinching my leg." The 3rd child awkwardly smiled, and his earlier sadness disappeared. At that moment, he caught sight of a bright red spot. "You're hurt." Sandai looked down and saw a scrape on his fair calf, bleeding from hitting a rock in the river. He hadn't noticed it before, but now seeing the wound, she felt a little pain herself. "It's okay, it doesn't hurt. You should change your grass skirt so we can travel faster later," she said softly, smiling gently to comfort him. Seeing that Sandai wasn't angry but instead smiled at him, the 3rd child felt a strange, indescribable feeling. The eldest and 2nd girl also looked at Sandai with surprised eyes. Has this female really lost her mind today? Otherwise, why would she suddenly become so kind? The young children didn't need to hide their shame. Right in front of Sandai, the 3rd child changed into his new grass skirt. Just after changing, a male creature came to deliver food, a piece of dark, dried meat. Sandai estimated it weighed less than 200 grams. "Wait, is this dried meat for the 4 of us?" Sandai called out to the orc male who was delivering the meat. It wasn't enough to fill her teeth, let alone her 3 cubs. How could they possibly eat their fill? "Yes, this is all," he replied. Sandai looked toward Luo Yuer, who had about 1 or 2 jean of dried meat in front of her, and Tigerli had more than half a jean. That was just enough for 1 person. She knew the original owner was disliked by others, but she didn't expect the treatment to be so poor. "Sandai, whether you like it or not, don't try to take Luo Yuer's meat. The traps and smoking methods she taught the tribe are her contributions, and she deserves them. You can't compare yourself to her," Tigerli said, noticing Sandai's expression and criticizing her. Sandai rolled her eyes, silently. She didn't say anything, but this male was getting as impatient as a scolding duck. No wonder he was the top licker in the story. Luo Yuer looked proudly at Sandai, deliberately taking a big bite of dried meat. She had traveled here. How could this native female compare to her? Seeing Sandai turn away in anger, she finally spat out the dried meat and covered her mouth. This dried meat was really hard. Her teeth almost fell out. Come on, everyone, have a little to fill your stomach. Sand-Eye divided the remaining dried meat into 3 parts and gave them to the 3 cubs. She wasn't hungry, but the meat was so tough that it didn't stimulate her appetite and didn't fill her stomach either. Better to give it to the cubs to gain some favor. But as soon as she handed it out, her stomach started growling loudly. She was so hungry. Sand-Eye felt dizzy from hunger, and suddenly, her vision blurred, and she found herself in a familiar place. Shelves neatly arranged, a variety of goods. This scene suddenly appeared, making Sand-Eye pause. Wasn't this her family's supermarket? Sand-Eye's family ran a supermarket. Her parents died in a car accident early on, and her uncle managed the store. Before she traveled, her uncle received news that a city might be sealed off in the future. He stocked up the supermarket supplies, planning to make a big profit. Unexpectedly, her supermarket and she traveled to this world together. Sand-Eye was delighted. With the supermarket, she and her little snake cubs wouldn't have to worry about food in this wild, desolate beast world. As she thought this, the scene in front of her changed back to the primitive forest. The 3 snake cubs and the distant orcs hadn't noticed her strange presence. Could it be that she could only enter the supermarket with her mind? Sand-Eye stood up and walked toward the dense trees. Sand-Eye, where are you going? We're about to set out soon. Don't let us lose you again. Luo Yuer kept watching Sand-Eye. When she saw her about to leave, she immediately spoke up. I'm going to. Do you also need to watch? Sand-Eye replied impatiently. The original owner had a bad temper, and the villagers were used to it. Naturally, she didn't give Luo Yuer a friendly look either. Feeling rebuffed, Luo Yuer pouted and held Hulai's hand. Hulai, I care about my sister too. What if she runs off and gets taken by a wild animal? Hulai glared at Sand-Eye and scolded. How can you be so thoughtless? Apologize to Luo Yuer right now. 2 divine gold coins. Sand-Eye rolled her eyes and ignored them, turning to leave. She walked to a quiet corner, making sure the bushes behind her could hide her from the villagers' view. Sand-Eye took out a few large, ugly oranges and peaches from the supermarket and wrapped them in a banana leaf. These fruits were common in the beast world, good for quenching thirst and filling the stomach, and wouldn't raise suspicion. But she couldn't help feeling that these ugly oranges and peaches looked much bigger than the ones she saw in the supermarket before crossing over. Sand-Eye returned to the riverbank. Mother just saw some fruit and picked them. Big brother, second sister, third brother, have some to fill your stomach, she said, sharing the fruits with the snake cubs. Third brother's eyes lit up, but before he could reach out, Big brother blocked him. He suddenly remembered, these poisonous-looking things shouldn't be eaten carelessly. The 3 black, shiny eyes of the snake cubs looked at her with suspicion, showing they weren't interested in eating. Seeing their cautious and fearful expressions, Sand-Eye froze for a moment and suddenly remembered the story from the book. The original owner disliked the 3 snake cubs and enjoyed tormenting them. Sometimes she pretended to be kind, giving them poisonous food. Third brother was especially greedy. If the veterinarian hadn't treated him in time, he might have become mute. The future ruthless villain was only 4 years old now. They had once longed for maternal love too. Sadly, the original owner gradually erased those hopes. Thinking of this, Sand-Eye picked up a peach and, in front of the snake cubs, took a big bite. The peach was juicy, sweet, and fragrant, filling her taste buds with delight. She couldn't help squinting her eyes and looking very pleased. This peach was so delicious. Was it really from her family's supermarket? She had eaten many peaches before, but none had tasted this good. The 3 snake cubs, seeing her enjoy the fruit so much and smelling the sweet aroma, couldn't help swallowing their saliva. They also wanted to eat. Don't worry, it's not poisonous. If you don't believe me, I can take a bite of each fruit, Sand-Eye said with a smile. The snake cubs were growing and still needed to fill their bellies. Third brother's stomach was growling from hunger, and he looked longingly at Big brother. I'll eat first. Big brother clenched his teeth, looking fearless as he picked up a peach. He only wanted to taste it to see if it was poisonous, but after taking a bite, the sweet flavor made him unable to stop, and he took 2 more bites. Big brother, don't eat so much. Third brother held his hand, saliva almost dripping down. Isn't it just a test to see if it's poisonous? Why are you still eating? Okay, it seems fine. I can eat it, Big brother said, his cheeks slightly red, trying to hide his embarrassment with a serious face. Third brother couldn't hold back and picked up a peach, also giving one to second sister, saying, Sister, you should try it too. The 3 of them ate while watching Sandy carefully, which made Sandy laugh and cry at the same time. Luo Yuer was so jealous her eyes nearly popped out. How come this girl is so lucky? She can pick such a big fruit just by going to the bathroom? Hard, dry meat that hurts your teeth doesn't smell like fruit at all. Hyuli also caught the scent of the fruit. He stared at Sandy for a long time, but she didn't move at all. Hyuli's face darkened. What's wrong with Sandy? In the past, when she had food, she would share it with him immediately and never keep it all for herself. But in the Beastman tribe, males share their resources openly, while females don't have to hand over what they find. He didn't dare to ask for any. The meat in his hand suddenly lost its appeal. He stood up and said to Luo Yuer, I'll go to the woods and pick some fruit for you. Sandy can find fruit, so he's sure he can pick even more. Sorry, these are the only fruits I managed to pick, Sandy said on purpose. Seeing Hyuli's face turn pale, she felt very happy. In the past, the original owner often gave Hyuli food from the snake cubs. As a female, before the tribe was attacked by fierce beasts, her life was quite comfortable, loved by her parents and brothers. But the 3 snake cubs were often very thin and weak. That was because the original owner always helped Hyuli. As for why, her mother was cold and strict with her young, and the original owner was rebellious and admired strength, which led to a crush on her brother. The original owner didn't want to mate but unexpectedly gave birth to snake cubs, and she could only vent her anger on them. After Hyuli fell in love with Luo Yuer, he started to oppose her everywhere. She refused to be a scapegoat. Who else should be? She also despised Hyuli, the hero of the story, who both disliked her and accepted the resources she gave him. Disgusting. Now that she's here, she definitely won't let him get any benefit. Hyuli, Sandy is probably joking with you. In such a big forest, there can't be only a few fruits, Luo Yuer said softly. Hyuli's face softened, and he continued to search the forest. Unfortunately, just before the group set out, he didn't even see the roots of the peach tree, which delayed their departure. He was scolded by the tribal elder grandmother. Tigerly didn't rest and had to carry Luo Yuer on the way, feeling exhausted and nearly causing Luo Yuer to fall. Sandai and Snake Cub walked behind the team. After eating some fruit, the mother and son felt stronger and kept going. Sandai had never been to the primitive forest. Only upon arriving here did she realize how hard it was to travel through the forest. Plus, with her leg injury, she could only grit her teeth and persevere. Samuel looked at the fresh blood seeping from Sandai's leg and hesitated to speak. He rarely walked behind Sandai and slowed down his pace. Usually, he kept his distance from her. Just when Sandai was about to give up, they finally reached the Black Abyss tribe. The view was no longer filled with dense plants. The area was open, with traces of beastmen walking everywhere. 2 beastmen guarded the entrance of the tribe. The tribal elder grandmother stepped forward to negotiate. Our tribe was attacked by wild beasts. We fled here and want to join the Black Abyss tribe. Is that possible? Yes, replied the beastmen happily. But then a beastman from the Black Abyss tribe added, however, our king has ordered that anyone wishing to join must offer a female to serve the king's young. Which female do you plan to offer? Let a female serve a young beast? The beast men in the group looked incredulous. Females are so precious. How could they serve the young? Their tribe's beast men had scattered, and now only about 20 of them remained, with only 3 females, including a 4-year-old girl named Arya. But if they didn't offer a female, they would all die in the forest during the heavy rain. The beastmen looked at Sandai and Luo Yuer. Luo Yuer didn't want to serve anyone. Although she had only recently traveled here, She inherited her body's memories and had heard that the Snake King of the Black Abyss tribe was temperamental, cruel, and cold-blooded. In the beast world, males are often monogamous, loving only one female in their lifetime. If the Snake King had no young, she might try to become the queen.
But now she refused.
She hated snakes the most. Grandmother, Sandai has had young before and has experience raising them. I think she would be more suitable, Luo Yuer deliberately said with a clever look. Yuer is right. Tiger Li immediately nodded in agreement. In his eyes, Luo Yuer was the smartest and kindest female in the world, and everything she said was correct. Sandai, gasping behind the team, suddenly heard someone call her name. Her face darkened. This silver coin. She was just distracted for a moment, and they set a trap for her. Clan Elder Grandma, I am raising 3 young ones, have no mate, and can't even feed myself. I really don't have the strength to care for the Snake King's babies. Sandai wanted to refuse. These 2 little villains who always want to harm their own mother are enough to give her a headache. She just wants to clear her name quickly and help the little villains change for the better. The clan elder frowned, thinking that made sense. Luo Yuer saw the clan elder being convinced by Sandai's words. Her eyes darkened, and she added more fuel to the fire. Sandai, are you saying everyone is useless and not feeding you enough? Clan Elder Grandma, I want to help the tribe, but I've never raised young ones before. If I do it poorly and offend the Snake King, we might be kicked out, Sandai said. If Sister Luo Yuer thinks there's not enough food, I can give her my share. As long as the tribe joins the Black Abyss tribe, I don't mind starving to death. Luo Yuer looked like she was risking everything for the tribe. Huli frowned and glared at Sandai. How can you be so inconsiderate? You want to take Yuer's things too? It's just caring for one young one. You already have 3. Caring for one more isn't hard. Sandai rolled her eyes. These 2 are really a perfect match, one with a silver coin, the other with a shark coin. You said it's just caring for one young one. Why is Luo Yuer willing to starve herself rather than go? Which female doesn't raise young ones? Can't she? Isn't it natural for females to raise their young? Sandai deliberately said. Nonsense. She can do it too. The beastmen originally felt sympathetic toward Luo Yuer, but after hearing Sandai, they started to get sidetracked. Sandai made a good point. Aren't all females supposed to raise young? Sandai herself was raising her first young. The 2 beastmen guarding the Black Abyss tribe looked at Huli with disdain. Is this male brainless? Female beastmen giving birth and raising young are the greatest contribution to the tribe. How dare he criticize the female who raised 3 young? Luo Yuer's face turned pale and then white from being scolded. This female was her nemesis. All right, Sandai, you can go. I'll arrange for someone to take care of your 3 young ones, the clan elder grandma said, tapping her cane sternly. Hearing this, Luo Yuer felt a bit proud again. No matter how eloquent she was, everyone still sided with her. Okay. Sandai agreed cheerfully, her face showing little resentment or anger. She knew the Snake King of the Black Abyss tribe. The Snake King is the biggest villain in this story, the strongest beast man on the continent. Other tribes call their leaders clan chiefs, but only the Black Abyss tribe's leader calls himself king. He's quite impressive. But he has the strength to do so. At least in the middle and later parts of this book, the Orc tribe has been led by the Snake King to resist the fierce beasts. Although the Snake King is an unpredictable villain, Sandai knows that this is because, during the fight against the fierce beasts, he was corrupted by their evil energy, which caused him to lose his mind and turn into a ruthless monster. Luo Yuer just arrived recently, and the current Snake King has not yet fully turned evil. At most, he is a bit temperamental. But he is still a generous person. Thinking of this, Sandai walks directly to the orcs of the Black Abyss tribe and asks, "Excuse me, if I take good care of the king's young, what benefits can I get?" Finally, a female is willing to care for the king's young. The orcs of the Black Abyss tribe look happy and treat Sandai very well. Yes, the king said that females who are willing to care for the young can live in the best caves of the tribe, with priority for food and animal skins. Of course, your young will also be taken care of. He even glances disdainfully at Hulai, showing dislike. A male who can't even take care of the tribe's females and young is truly useless. Hulai can hear the mockery from the orc and looks a bit upset. Luo Yuer, however, is secretly pleased. She doesn't have to work and can enjoy the best treatment. She's clever. She and Sandai are from the same tribe, so if Sandai has it, she definitely does too. That's great. I am willing to take care of the king's young, Sandai says with a slight smile. This treatment makes it worth raising another young. She might as well do it as a part-time babysitter for the big villain. It's also a good cover. She can take things from the supermarket without attracting attention. Seeing Sandai smile, the orcs of the Black Abyss tribe feel more favorably towards her. Sandai is naturally beautiful, but her previous spoiled personality made people dislike her, so the males mostly overlooked her appearance. She has big, lively almond-shaped eyes, willow leaf eyebrows, an oval face, and a well-proportioned figure, neither fat nor thin. To those who don't know her original identity, she seems very friendly. Seeing how easily Sandai agreed, the tribe members also feel a bit more fond of her. The orcs smoothly enter the tribe. The Black Abyss tribe was originally the territory of the Tung snake orcs, numbering several hundred, with some others who joined later, including various races. When Sandai arrives, she sees all kinds of creatures. Bird people with tiger heads and human bodies, lion-headed humans, winged beings, and more. The orcs are used to this. For Sandai, seeing the scene for the first time is more exciting than a 3D movie. She keeps her eyes wide open, looking around everywhere. Without saying much else, the male orcs here are quite handsome, especially their physiques. Abs, long legs, all standard features. Truly a paradise for women. Here it is, your cave. Food will be delivered daily. If you need anything, just call us. The orc from the Black Abyss tribe stopped at the entrance. The entrance was as big as 2 doors, and inside was spacious. Sandy looked around and saw several small caves, like rooms, with plenty of space but empty and dirty. Is this the best cave the tribe has? Can people live here? Sandy frowned, realizing that life in the orc world is really tough. It seems she can only improve it gradually. The 3 snake cubs looked at the scene in disbelief. Could they really live in such a big cave? In their old tribe, the venomous female's cave was tiny. They had to squeeze into a small dog hole, and the venomous female never let them sleep in the cave. Now it's so big. Maybe they could lie at the entrance? A glimmer of hope appeared in the 3 cubs' eyes. Luo Yuer was excited. This was much better than their previous environment. With such a large cave, she had to find a good spot inside. She pushed past the 3 kids blocking the way and eagerly entered the cave. One of the kids staggered and hit the wall, immediately swelling a red bump on his head, and a cut on his face bled from a small sharp stone. The kid's head was throbbing, and tears welled up from the pain.
Why
does he always get hurt? Seeing the injured kid, Sandy's face darkened. She quickly stepped forward and grabbed his arm to stop him from touching his wound. His face was bleeding. If the wound got infected and left a scar, it wouldn't be good. Luo Yuer had already crossed Sandy and happily headed into the cave. Stop. This cave isn't yours. You can't go in. The orc from the Black Abyss tribe blocked Luo Yuer. They already disliked Luo Yuer and Hulai, so they wouldn't let her take advantage.
Why?
Didn't you say she could serve the cubs and get the best cave to live in? Are you changing your mind? Luo Yuer looked annoyed, her voice sharp. The orc from the Black Abyss tribe glared at her and scoffed. It's not you. It's her and her cubs. Only she has the right to assign this cave. Then he turned to Sandy and said gently, if you disagree, no one can enter your cave today. Luo Yuer's face turned green at his words. So, she wasn't included in this treatment? Tiger Lee hugged Luo Yuer's waist and scolded, Sandy, Yuer is your sister-in-law. Let her live with you. We can stay somewhere else. She's just one female, and she doesn't take up much space. No, Sandy refused immediately without thinking.
Why?
Tiger Lee was about to get angry. Sandy sneered and interrupted. How could you be so unreasonable? Is Luo Yuer the only sensible one? She almost pushed Manhwa into the river, nearly drowning him, and now she's pushing Manhwa again, injuring his face with blood. The other beast men finally saw that Manhwa's face was covered in blood. Luo Yuer's face went stiff, and she hurriedly explained, "I didn't do it on purpose." He just couldn't stand steadily himself. Manhwa almost died. "And you say it wasn't on purpose? That's enough?" Sandy persisted. "Clan Elder Granny, murdering a young one is punishable by whipping, right?" Hearing this, the first and second children looked at Luo Yuer with suspicion. The clan elder also frowned. "That's right, Luo Yuer, you should be punished." Luo Yuer's face turned pale. Whipping with that thorny vine on her body would cause her skin to split and flesh to tear. The medical conditions here are poor. What if she got tetanus and died? She clenched her teeth, suddenly clutching her stomach, and collapsed into Tiger Li's arms. Yuer has fainted. Quickly, find the beast doctor." The male beastmen hurriedly went to find the veterinarian. Seeing Luo Yuer's poor acting, Sandy's mouth twitched. Only these simple beastmen couldn't see through her. "Older sister-in-law, what's wrong?" "I'll save you." Sandy took advantage of the chaos and stepped forward, swinging her fists at Luo Yuer's face from both sides. Trying to pretend to faint and escape? No way.
Papa.
She used all her strength. Female beastmen are quite strong. Luo Yuer's face burned with pain. She couldn't help but open her eyes and push Sandy away. "You're hitting me. Older sister-in-law, I'm trying to save you. Look, you're awake now, right?"
Females are weak.
"If you don't wake up, what if you die?" Sandy said with innocent big eyes. Luo Yuer. This wicked girl even cursed her to die. She was so angry her face turned red, but she couldn't argue back. "Tiger Li, my stomach hurts so much." Luo Yuer couldn't hold it anymore and turned her head, tearful, grabbing Tiger Li's hand. "The veterinarian will be here soon." "Yuer, don't be afraid," Tiger Li said with concern. Soon, the beastmen from the Black Abyss tribe hurried over. Female beastmen are precious wherever they go, and even the Black Abyss tribe wouldn't ignore a sick female. "Vet, what happened to Yuer?" Tiger Li asked anxiously. The veterinarian was a goat beast man. He stroked his long goat beard, approached Luo Yuer's belly, sniffed, and was surprised. "She's pregnant with a cub." Tiger Li's face lit up with surprise. "Yuer, you have my cubs." Veterinarian. "Are Yuer's cubs okay? Why does she have a stomach ache?" "The pregnancy is still new, less than 2 weeks. She needs to rest well, or the cubs might not survive." The veterinarian could naturally sense the size of the fetus in her belly by smell. Sandy's eyes twitched. Less than 2 weeks? They had been fleeing for about 20 days. Were these two still doing that kind of thing on the run? Sandy felt disdain in her heart, but the tribe elder and the other beast men looked happy. Pregnant with cubs meant their tribe could grow stronger again. After giving birth to a litter, Luo Yuer could choose a mate again, and they would have a chance. "Tiger Li, take good care of your mate. Don't let her or the cubs get into trouble," the tribe elder ordered. Since she was pregnant, she naturally couldn't be punished. A hint of pride flickered in Luo Yuer's eyes. The male cubs of the tiger tribe have a short pregnancy, and her morning sickness these days told her she was pregnant. Now she could see how Sandy would handle her. "Big brother, hurry and take sister-in-law back. I don't want the cubs to be lost here, and then blame me for being irresponsible," Sandy urged sarcastically. Pregnancy was like a free pass to avoid punishment. Sandy was too lazy to waste time arguing with her. Tiger Li and Luo Yuer wanted to say more, but the beast men from the Black Abyss tribe had already started to chase them away. They had no choice but to leave and go to their mountain cave. Of course, the other tribe members didn't have Sandy's good treatment. They lived in a communal mountain cave. Many beast men lived inside. Males crowded into a small cave, while females could have their own space with their mates. But because it was small and crowded, the sounds and smells from neighboring caves were overwhelming. Beastmen's senses were very sharp, and even making babies felt like a live broadcast. Luo Yuer almost wanted to. The smell of male beastmen was unpleasant, and these guys were not clean, No washing hair, no washing feet, and no wiping after going to the bathroom. Compared to Sandy's side, Luo Yuer felt the mountain cave was simply unbearable. So stingy. So many caves, and you won't let me stay in any. Luo Yuer kicked over the meat sent by the tribe beastmen and cursed. She had made dried meat and shared it with all the beastmen. The natives were just natives, completely lacking her big picture view. She was more generous and broad-minded. Meanwhile, Sandy asked the beastmen of the Black Abyss tribe for some clean water and then entered her cave. The three little snake cubs didn't dare go inside and just crouched at the entrance. Big brother, second sister, the evil female didn't chase us away. Do we not need to sleep in the dog den or mouse hole anymore? The three kids wiped their tears, forgetting the pain. She wouldn't be that kind, the eldest said coldly. Little Yao frowned and said, but my aunt just hurt Manhwa. She even helped him get revenge, and today she gave us dried meat and fruit. She was satisfied with the loud slap she saw. The fruit was sweet, and she had never tasted such delicious fruit before. Maybe the mean female will really go bad and turn good? Little Yao looked hopeful. Sandy entered the cave, took out saline solution and golden wound ointment from the supermarket, poured out the clear water from the stone bowl, and replaced it with saline solution. She then came out. Seeing Sandy, the three snake cubs immediately closed their mouths. Sandy knelt in front of Manhwa, ready to clean his wound, but Manhwa instinctively backed away. Vicious female, what are you going to do to Manhwa? Big Yao immediately spread his arms to protect Manhwa. I just want to help him treat his wound. It's hot, and if it gets infected, it will leave scars and make him sick, Sandy explained. She knew the three snake cubs had deep shadows from the original owner, so it was normal for them not to trust her at first. Sandy sat down and poured saline solution on her own calf wound. The blood was washed away, the wound cleaned, and she endured the pain as she applied yellow golden wound powder. What's this? Little Yao's suspicion eased a little as she pointed at the powder and asked, It's medicine for wounds. I got it from the veterinarian. Applying this helps the wound heal faster, Sandy said, using the vet as a shield. Little Yao didn't doubt her anymore. Seeing the snake cubs no longer resist, Sandy quickly and gently treated Manhwa's wound. Hold on, it will hurt a bit. It will be over soon. Don't be afraid, she said softly. Manhwa was most afraid of pain, but hearing the gentle, kind voice of the vicious female, it felt like magic. He looked up with eyes at her beautiful face, as if he forgot the pain. Is this what a mother feels like? Manhwa's eyes sparkled, and suddenly he had an idea. If the vicious female turned bad again, he would push her into the river and hit her head again. Then he could have a gentle mother. Seeing Manhwa's eyes moist and shining, Big Yao and Little Yao thought Sandy had hurt him. They stared fiercely at her hands, as if daring her to make a move, ready to fight her. Little did they know, Manhwa was thinking, should I now? If the vicious female gets better, maybe her is still in there? Oh, and sister's venomous snake. No, everything must be included, none can be missing. Sandy was focused on treating the wound and didn't notice the different thoughts in the three snake cubs. All right, recently try not to touch your face. Once the wound scabs over and falls off, you'll be fine, Sandy softly advised. As soon as she finished speaking, the three little snake creatures started to groan and complain about their stomachs. The young ones are at the growth stage, and since snake people are meat eaters, they had been traveling all afternoon and finished the fruits they had earlier. Almost simultaneously, the three little snakes covered their stomachs and looked at Sandy cautiously. In the past, when they were hungry, the mean female would either hit or scold them, calling them wasteful wildlings. Hungry? You can play outside for a while. The tribe just sent some meat. I'll prepare something tasty for you, Sandy said with a gentle smile. When the Black Abyss tribe's orcs came to deliver fresh water, they also brought plenty of meat, fresh, bloody wild animal meat. Most orcs eat raw meat and drink raw blood. Although orcs are strong, they can still have parasites, which Sandy couldn't accept. After speaking, she turned and entered the cave, pulling out supplies from the supermarket, pretending they were left here by the orcs of the Black Abyss tribe in advance. There was a barbecue grill, a box of smokeless charcoal, and some barbecue seasonings. Anyway, the little snakes are only 4 years old. Perfect for trickery. After they finish using it, she can take back the supplies. As long as no other orcs see it, no one will suspect her. Having extra supplies from the supermarket was a waste. She washed the meat pieces with clean water, placed them on a wooden-colored chopping board, sliced them thinly, and put them directly on the iron grill to cook. Sandy loved good food in her past life. Although she was still a student after her parents passed away, she lived independently and developed good cooking skills and knife techniques. The meat slices, with some fat and lean parts, spread out on the grill, brushed with oil and seasonings, and the delicious aroma quickly filled the air. The cave was quiet nearby, with few orcs, and since she used smokeless charcoal, she hadn't attracted others yet. Glug glug. The 3 little snakes watched the sizzling meat and smelled the fragrant aroma, unable to help but swallow their saliva. It smelled so good. Even better than the meat their aunt used to cook over fire. The 3 little snakes looked eagerly, almost drooling. It was so tempting, they couldn't bear it anymore. In the past, watching the mean female eat, it wasn't as hard. It's a bit hot. Wait until it cools down before eating. Sandy divided the cooked meat into 3 small bowls and deliberately took a bite herself. Since snakes are cold-blooded animals, snake people naturally dislike hot things. Seeing Sandy's actions, the 3 little snakes looked at her with disbelief. The mean female actually gave them fresh meat to eat? Are they dreaming? We're not hungry, the eldest declared with a stubborn face. This meat has been tampered with by a malicious female for so long. Who knows what trick she has played? Maybe only the one she ate is safe. Big brother didn't move, and second sister and third brother also held back. The 3 of them are usually very united, otherwise they wouldn't have survived until now. Seeing this, Sandy smiled but didn't rush them. She continued grilling the meat. Just eating grilled meat isn't enough. The garlic oysters, grilled sausages, chives, and mantis shrimp from the supermarket, everything was arranged. The orcs don't share food, but Sandy isn't worried about the little snake telling others. Even if he did, the outside orcs wouldn't believe what a young cub says. Once the meat was ready, she divided it into 4 parts, but didn't call them to eat. Sandy started eating herself. She had only been hungry for a day, but her body hadn't eaten well for many days. When she ate, she didn't care about the little snake. Sandy squinted happily, eating with satisfaction. Maybe because her body hadn't tasted barbecue before, or because the supermarket stock was good quality this time, she felt it was the best barbecue she'd ever had. Third brother drooled all over himself. He couldn't hold back. Big brother, last time you tested poison, this time I'll try. He picked up a bowl, grabbed a piece of grilled meat, and stuffed it into his mouth. The tender meat and rich barbecue sauce exploded like a flavor bomb in his mouth. His pupils widened as if opening the door to a new world. Delicious, boo-hoo. Just kill me with poison now. Third brother buried his head in the bowl. He couldn't stop. Simply couldn't stop. Big brother and second sister. This greedy cub. Seeing third brother eat so much, the other 2, with the idea of die together if we must, couldn't hold back either. They sat in a row, holding bowls and eating with their hands. Big brother, aren't you not hungry? Why are you grabbing from my bowl? This one is tough, broken tooth. I'll help you eat. Watching the 3 little snakes stuff mantis shrimp with shells and even try biting oyster shells, Sandy couldn't help but smile. The kids were so enchanted by the food. Once all the food was gone, the 3 little snakes' bellies were round and full before they finally came back to themselves. They had eaten so much. The malicious female didn't say a single word of scolding. Big brother made a funny face. Is the malicious female trying to trick us? Lure us in when we're full so she can kill us at midnight? Second sister frowned. That's possible. Third brother, lying sprawled out. Let me die. As long as I get to eat delicious food, I don't mind dying every day. Big brother and second sister looked grim. Such unworthy gluttons. Seeing that the 3 little snakes still didn't forgive her, Big brother and second sister stayed alert at all times. Sandy wasn't in a hurry. She believed that their acceptance was not expected, as long as they did not turn hostile. She was confident. Meanwhile, in another cave of the Dark Abyss tribe, a pair of crimson beast eyes suddenly opened, radiating a cold, fierce aura. In the next moment, the voice of an orc came from outside the cave. "King, Little White refuses to eat again. The meat we sent has not been touched for 2 days." The fierce glare in Tung Tsong's eyes gradually softened. Shadows flickered and a massive, sturdy snake body almost filling the cave transformed into a human shape, revealing a tall, slender figure. "Where is the female?" "Go find a new female to take care of Little White," Tung Tsong ordered in a deep voice. "King, all the females in the tribe have already been to see Little White. He doesn't like them and even drove them away. Now, no one dares to take care of Little White," the orc replied cautiously. Little White was the king's cub. Everyone in the tribe knew that the king's cub had a strange temper, was stubborn, and refused to eat or drink, demanding his mother. But the king's mate was long gone. The king could only look for females to care for Little White, but he was still dissatisfied. He even scared away those females, making the situation worse. The tribe simply couldn't find any female willing to care for Little White. Sensing the displeasure in the king's gaze, the orc's heart trembled. In recent years, the king had killed more and more fierce beasts, and his temper had become increasingly unpredictable, sometimes even attacking his own tribe members. Just then, another Tung snake orc hurried over.
"King,
"We found a female willing to take care of Little White. The new group has a female." This was one of the Tung snake orcs who had settled sand. Tung Tsong rubbed his brow, his stern face softening slightly. He ordered, "Bring that female to Little White's cave. As long as she can get Little White to eat, I will satisfy any of her demands." Sand had just taken the barbecue grill back to the supermarket when several Tung snake orcs arrived outside the cave. Tung snake orcs are easy to distinguish from other orc tribes. They mostly have pale white skin and a snake-like appearance. Their tall, slender bodies often reach nearly 1.8 meters in height. "Female, our king requests you to go take care of the cub now."
now?"
Sand looked at the sky. It was already darkening, probably around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, but a heavy rain was coming, making it seem almost nighttime. "Yes," the Tung snake orc replied eagerly. "Can I prepare something?" "Just for a little while," Sand asked, raising her finger. She couldn't go empty-handed. Although there was a supermarket, conjuring things out of nowhere would attract too much attention. The Tung snake orc nodded, and Sandy immediately ran into the cave. She found a mini sewing machine on a supermarket shelf and also pulled out 2 tiger beast skins sent by the Tung snake orc today. With a few cuts and stitches, she quickly made a long strapped shoulder bag. She stuffed the scraps of beast skin into the tiger leather bag, making it look full, as if it was filled with something. Satisfied, Sandy patted the bag and ran back to the Tung snake orc. "All done. Can I ask you for another favor?" Sandy said, pointing at the 3 snake cubs bundled together. "My people don't really accept me, and I'm worried about the young ones. Can you watch over them for me?" The snake cubs were only 4 years old, new to this place, and there were no other beasts living near the cave. They would definitely be scared. Who knows if Luo Yuer might come back crazily to steal the home. It's safer to be cautious. The Tung snake orc was very agreeable, not showing any impatience. He pointed to one of the males. "You stay here and watch them." Sandy felt relieved and turned to the 3 snake cubs, giving them instructions. "Be good at home. Mom will come back once she's done." Then she followed the Tung snake orc away. The 3 snake cubs looked at each other. Home? Do they have a home now? And was her words just now really about caring for them? Seeing the unfamiliar Tung snake orc standing nearby, the 3 cubs for the first time felt a desire for the mean female to return soon. Without the mean female around, they still felt uncomfortable. Sandy thought they'd have to go far, but it only took a few minutes before the Tung snake orc stopped. "This is the cave of the king and the young ones. I'll take you inside," he said, pointing to an entrance that was several times larger than a normal cave. Sandy quickly pretended to take something from her shoulder bag, but in her mind, she secretly took out a few big, bright red apples from the supermarket and handed them to the Tung snake orc. Big brother, I just arrived at the tribe and don't know much about the king's young ones. Are there any taboos I should know about? Sandy asked with a sweet smile. Sharing food with an orc was a sign of great trust and respect. The Tung snake orc also smiled. You asked the right person. Our king's young one is called Little White. He was burned on his face by fire. Anything hot is forbidden in the cave. Even in the tribe, fire can't be used openly. Little White has been refusing to eat lately. Your task is to make him eat obediently. The king said, as long as you can get Little White to eat, he will fulfill any of your requests. Sandy took note of everything. No hot food? That meant missing out on many delicious dishes. Her eyes sparkled, and she smiled. This wouldn't be a problem for her. Following the Tung snake into the cave, not long after, the Tung snake beast man stopped at a damp, dark entrance. This is the place. Little White lives here. He doesn't like outsiders coming in, so you can go inside by yourself. Seeing the beastman's fearful expression, Sandai wondered silently, is the prince's cub really that terrifying? She was eager to see for herself. Carefully, Sandai stepped into the cave.
Dee-da, dee-da.
The sound of dripping water echoed throughout the cave. Apart from that, everything was silent and still, with a cold, damp air filling the space. She felt along the wall, her fingertips touching slippery moss. Sandai paused, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. Suddenly, a few large red eyes appeared directly ahead, glowing like light bulbs. Several dark shadows made squeaking noises and rushed toward her.
Ah!
Sandai was startled, tripped over the shadows, and fell on her. The shadows approached, turning out to be giant rats, bigger than cats, with long fangs stained with dark red blood. Sandai's heart sank. Was she here to be a nanny or to take risks? A sound came from nearby. Sandai looked over and saw a small figure standing about 2 meters away. The giant rats didn't attack her, but headed toward the small figure.
She was surprised.
Could that be the prince's cub? Without hesitation, she instinctively lunged forward to protect the cub. Hiss. The Little White intended to mock her for being cowardly and useless, but the next moment, she was knocked to the ground, her face scrunched in pain. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Your father sent me to take care of you. It's just a few rats. It's nothing to worry about. Sandai hugged the cub tightly to comfort him. Little White. I know it's nothing, but you shouldn't be trembling. Sandai's teeth chattered as she trembled with fear. She was scared, but since she had been treated kindly and was responsible for caring for the prince's cub, she couldn't let anything happen to him. Suddenly, a small snake, about the size of a hand, slipped out of Sandai's embrace. She froze for a moment, then looked up. The small snake transformed into a clean, white baby with a snake tail wrapped around her belly. The baby looked about the same size as the cub, with big, round black eyes that were very cute.
But
around its eyes, scars covered the skin, deep burns left behind, almost spreading across its face. Seeing that the baby was unafraid, Sandai immediately understood that the rats were deliberately released to scare her. Their eyes met. The Little White suddenly covered its face and shouted sharply, "Get out.
Leave now."
He hates it when others see his face. Don't be nervous. It's very dark here, and you're far away from me, so I can't see anything clearly. Sandy quickly stood up, reached out her hands, and gently reassured him. The little baby in front of her looked like a startled kitten, with its fur puffed up. She couldn't panic, nor could she provoke him. Did you really not see? The little white creature stared intently at Sandy's face. Seeing that her eyes showed no fear or disgust like other females when they saw him, he started to believe her a little. Really, I am female. Female eyesight isn't as good as male eyesight. If you don't come closer, I can't see anything, Sandy softly comforted him. I'm not going over there. You don't have to be afraid. I am sent by your father to bring you food. I have tasty things here. Would you like to try some? I won't eat. Go away.
Go away.
The little white creature's voice was full of resistance. Sandy ignored him and took a bottle of cola from her bag, twisting off the cap.
Pop.
The bubbles made a fizzing sound. She waved her hand a couple of times, and the aroma immediately drifted to the little creature. His voice suddenly stopped, and his eyes fixed on the cola in Sandy's hand, his nose twitching. Sandy smiled slightly. No child could resist a refreshing drink. Seeing that the little creature no longer resisted, Sandy slowly placed the cola on the ground and stepped back a few meters. The distance gave him enough sense of safety. She approached barefoot, picked up the cola, and took a sip. The drink was freshly taken from the freezer, cold and refreshing, just the way the beastmen of the snake tribe liked it. Bubbles burst in his mouth, and he squinted happily. Delicious. He gulped down the entire 300 milliliters bottle of cola. Is there more? The little creature looked at Sandy. Of course. Besides this, I have lots of tasty food and drinks. But you have to eat first so I can give you some. Otherwise, your father won't let me come, Sandy said with a smile. First, she aimed to spark the young one's desire. Second, she planned to take control. Don't worry, the food I make is guaranteed to be something you've never had before, better than any meat you've eaten. She continued to tempt him when he hesitated. Give me some first. His eyes sparkled slightly. Sandy smiled gently. I'll leave it here. As long as you eat it, I'll give it to you. She didn't back down and took out another bottle of cola, placing it beside her foot. Seeing that Sandy was hard to fool and that he didn't want to get close, he could only nod. Then give me the food. If it's not good, I won't eat it, he said, very picky about food. His father had sent him the best meat from the Black Abyss tribe, but he didn't eat it. He didn't believe this female could have anything better. Is there something tastier than this dark water? Okay, Sandy replied, her mind entering the supermarket. She first grabbed utensils from the kitchenware section, then browsed the spice aisle, and finally reached the seafood area. Since she was afraid of hot food, she decided on raw marinated seafood. Squid, oysters, Australian lobsters, prawns, green shrimp. She gathered all the seafood, washed it, and marinated it with spices, making a big bowl of raw seafood. She learned this recipe from a seafood shop owner. Even people who don't usually like raw seafood praise it, especially since orcs naturally eat raw food. In the cave, there was food brought by a tongue snake orc and stone bowls. Sandy went to a corner, turned her back to Little White, pretending to take something from her bag, and poured the marinated seafood into a stone bowl. She placed the bowl on the ground and stepped back. Little White cautiously approached, wary of Sandy's actions, and grabbed a squid, stuffing it into his mouth. The squid was smooth and chewy, with delicious marinade, instantly delighting his taste buds. His pupils turned vertical, and he eagerly grabbed another. One after another, he finished the bowl of raw seafood in no time. After eating 5 bowls, his belly was round, and Sandy stopped giving him more. It would be a shame if he overate and got sick. Today, I only brought these. Next time, I'll make you more delicious food, Sandy said, remembering to take the empty cola bottle back to the supermarket. Little White looked still unsatisfied. All right, it's a promise. You'll come again tomorrow. After saying that, he called over the tongue snake orc. Go tell Dad that this female should come every day from now on. Little White pointed at Sandy. The tongue snake orc, already prepared for scolding, looked surprised at Sandy when he heard this. She hadn't scared her away, and now he's specifically asking her to take care of her? Does this female have some kind of magic? The tongue snake orc's gaze at Sandy was like looking at a savior. They no longer needed to search for a female. Yes, I will report this to the king, the tongue snake orc replied and hurried off. Sandy raised her hand slightly toward the tongue snake orc's back, thinking she could leave now that she had finished eating. Her peripheral vision caught Little White's lonely figure blending into the darkness. He was about the same age as the snake cub, always staying in such a dark place, not talking to anyone. No wonder he seemed strange. Seeing the terrifying scars on his face, Sandy softened her heart. Forget it, she thought. She'd stay a little longer. Sandy sat cross-legged and took out a Rubik's Cube from the supermarket. Is this also something tasty? Little White's eyes lit up as he asked. This is not food. It's a toy. Like this, by matching the same colors on the same sides, it's considered finished. Sand-Eye explained while demonstrating. She is very skilled at both hands-on work and learning. As long as she remembers the method, she can easily solve the cube. Seeing Sand-Eye quickly solve all 6 sides of the cube, Xiaobai looked surprised. He rubbed his hands, wanting to play but feeling shy to ask. He is the prince's cub, having never seen good things before, and doesn't want to embarrass his father. If you can solve this cube, I will reward you with 2 bottles of soda, those tasty drinks we just had, and give you some other delicious food. How about that? Sand-Eye tossed the cube to Xiaobai, tempting him. Okay. Hearing about the 2 bottles of soda and other treats, Xiaobai nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at rice. He didn't care about face, it wasn't his.
Better not to have it.
You must solve it. If you can't, there will be no reward, Sand-Eye added. Drinks shouldn't be overdone. If the child drinks too much, he might lose his appetite for main food, which isn't good. Okay, Xiaobai replied softly, holding the cube and nodding obediently. Before long, he was completely immersed in the world of the cube. Sand-Eye smiled with relief. Sending him out of the cave immediately isn't possible, but she could distract him with other things. As long as he's willing to try new things, there is hope for improvement. Otherwise, if he stays so closed off, she fears he might turn into a big villain like the Snake King. The book doesn't mention the Snake King's cubs, so there's only one possibility. This little guy probably didn't survive to the later stages. Thinking about the lively little baby before her, who could die at any moment, Sand-Eye's brow furrowed slightly. King, Xiaobai is eating. The food brought by that female, Xiaobai's belly is full, the Tung snake orc reported excitedly to Tung Song. Inside the cave, Tung Song opened his cold eyes, a hint of surprise flashing in them. Xiaobai ate? Xiaobai is not only picky about food but also resistant to eating. Recently, he only eats a little when Tung Song takes time to visit him. Most of the time, he is forced to go hungry. Tung Song knew his cub was not normal, but he had no way to fix it. After killing the fierce beasts, he was contaminated with their evil energy. If he went to see Xiaobai, he might pass it on. Beasts with evil energy lose their reason and become monsters that kill without mercy. Yes. Xiaobai also said that from now on, this female will come to his cave every day, the Tung snake orc happily reported. The black-eyed creature also showed a hint of joy in its eyes and ordered, "That's good. Go and send the female back. Bring her more supplies and arrange for her partner to join the Tung snake orc hunting team." The Black Abyss tribe hunts in small groups, and the Tung snake orc hunting team is the strongest. No male from the Black Abyss tribe would not want to join. Putting someone in means letting the other party eat and drink freely without effort, while sharing abundant supplies. The Tung snake orc was shocked. The king usually never gives special favors. This time, he made an exception for this female.
But
She seems to have no partner, the Tung snake orc replied.
no partner?
Tung Song frowned upon hearing this. He remembered his subordinates mentioning that this female had offspring, yet she had no partner? That's quite rare. Then give her the slot. She can choose any tribe member to join. Tung Song changed his mind. Once he spoke, there was no taking it back. Yes, the Tung snake orc nodded. Sandy waited for a while, and soon the Tung snake orc returned, leading her away. The tunnel in this cave was very wide, at least 4 or 5 meters across. She was very curious. The Snake King was truly wealthy, as the tunnels were so large. Suddenly, a loud thunderclap exploded overhead as they reached halfway. The cave was open and the thunder echoed for a long time, making Sandy instinctively cover her ears, feeling uncomfortable, as if something was trying to crawl out of her head. Fortunately, the thunder didn't last long. When she opened her eyes again, the Tung snake orc was gone. She had lost her way. Sandy had to find her way forward on her own, remembering the path she took. After walking for a few minutes, the entrance ahead seemed much larger, with faint light shining through. She was delighted and quickened her pace. But just as she reached the entrance, a cold chill suddenly struck her, and a huge, coiled shadow appeared in front of her. In an instant, a flash of the giant beast from her dream crossed her mind. Her heart skipped a beat. The shadow and the aura before her looked exactly like the beast from her dream, entangling with her.
Who?
A low voice came from inside the cave. Sandy's heart jumped. The beast was very sharp. She hadn't made any sound. Before she could explain, a powerful airflow burst from the cave, and Sandy was struck hard in the abdomen, flying backward.
Ah.
Tung was slightly stunned. That voice. Was it a female? His deep eyes lost their hostility, and with a flash, he chased out. His snake tail shot out, catching the flying Sandy. In the next moment, the giant snake transformed into a human form, with long arms wrapping around Sandy's slender waist as they landed steadily. Sandy's waist was held tightly by strong arms. She was wearing a crop top and a very short animal hide skirt, and she could clearly feel the slippery, cold snake scales turning into skin, with firm muscles pressing against her. "Female, this is not a place for you." A deep, cold voice came from above. The man in front of her was taller than her, by more than a head. Sandy wanted to apologize and explain that she was lost, but just as she looked up, she met a pair of deep, black hole-like eyes. Such a handsome man. Delicate features, sharp contours, fierce eyebrows and eyes, but not at all sinister. His strong presence was actually intimidating. On her way here, Sandy saw many handsome beast men, but none of them looked as outstanding as the man in front of her. Sandy froze for a moment. Tung Song's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Was he the one who scared the female just now? This little female was too timid. Without his orders, no one else could appear in this cave. Tung Song had already guessed she was the female that Little White was satisfied with. It was rare for a female to make Little White eat, so he couldn't let her get hurt. "Where did you get hurt just now?" Tung Song loosened his grip with a serious expression, lifting the small vest above Sandy's belly button. He remembered she was holding her stomach just now.
Ah.
"What are you doing?" Sandy shouted in surprise, quickly covering her chest and stepping back. Her vest was empty inside. Was this man a pervert? He just lifted her clothes right away. "What's your name?" "I just want to see where you're hurt. To call a veterinarian." Tung Song looked at her strangely. Did this female really react so strongly? He didn't think he was doing anything wrong. Beastmen had a strong territorial instinct, but they didn't care much about privacy. In fact, exposing their bodies was one way they sought mates.
"You, pervert."
Sandy stared, her cheeks flushed with either anger or embarrassment. In her previous life, she had focused on her studies and never fallen in love. Now, after living 2 lives, she was unexpectedly seen by a strange male. "Pervert?" A flicker of confusion crossed Tung Song's eyes. He corrected, "I am not a pervert. My name is Tung Song. Sandy." This was like talking to a chicken and a duck. Hearing Tung Song's words, Sandy calmed down a bit. Tung Song was the name of the major villain in the story, the Snake King, Little White's father. She took a deep breath and reassured herself. No need to get angry. Beastmen and humans think differently. There's no need to argue with him. I am not injured. Besides, even if I were hurt, you can't lift my animal hide. Sandy covered her animal hide vest with her hands, watching Tinkong cautiously. "Why not? How can I tell if you're hurt without looking?" Tinkong's brow furrowed more deeply. Seeing Sandy look tense, his gaze suddenly shifted to the bump in front of her. It seemed he understood something. "Are you afraid? Glancing won't take much meat from you, don't worry." Sandy almost exploded with anger. But this major villain looked serious, not teasing her at all.
"King."
Tinkong, the snake beast man, hurried over, sweating profusely, and apologized. "It was my oversight that caused the female to get lost and accidentally enter your cave. Please, King, punish me." Like Xiaobai, the king disliked other beastmen entering his cave. Once a female tried to become his mate secretly, but the king, furious, broke her leg so she could never walk again. Fearing that Sandy might suffer because of his mistake, Tinkong hesitated. Tung waved his hand dismissively. The beast man froze. What did Emma mean? Send the female back, the king ordered when he saw Tung didn't understand. Tung, like a puppet, led Sandy away. It took a while before he realized the king wasn't angry. That was truly a big surprise. Female, be careful next time. Don't accidentally enter the king's cave again. Our king has a bad temper. Be careful not to hurt yourself, Tung kindly warned. If anything happened to her, they'd have to find another female to serve Xiao Bai. Sandy obediently nodded, thinking to herself, he has a bad temper, but I didn't notice. Instead, I see he's very straightforward and stubborn. Talking to him, my own quick temper turned against me. Night fell. The 3 snake cubs huddled in the corner, glancing outside from time to time. Big brother, why isn't she back yet? Did she get eaten by the Snake King? I heard the Snake King of the Black Abyss tribe is very fierce, even killing females. Will she come back and chase us out? The 3 kept chattering. The eldest and second didn't answer, but their tight lips showed their worry. The Tung beast man standing nearby twitched his mouth. This silly little cub's talking badly about their king. They should speak more quietly. Sandy was taken back to the cave. When the 3 cubs saw her, they immediately looked away, pretending nothing had happened. Seeing how poorly they acted, Sandy smiled slightly. Thank you for taking care of my cubs, she said to the Tung beast man guarding the cave. He nodded and left with the other tribespeople. Soon, only 4 people remained in the cave. It was still raining heavily outside. Sandai was escorted back by the Tung snake orcs, so she didn't get wet, but the cave was still very damp. Living in such a place for a long time could make her sick. Sandai decided to improve the cave, at least to make sleeping at night more comfortable and avoid rheumatism. The 3 snake cubs were nervously watching Sandai out of the corner of their eyes. When they saw her frown, they thought she was going to chase them away. The eldest snake cub was about to stand up in worry, but Sandai went into the cave on her own. The snake cubs looked at each other with confusion. What did this mean? Because there was no sunlight, the deeper inside the cave, the more damp it was. Sandai chose a slightly cleaner, more outer cave to clean up. There was no moss here, but there was a lot of dust on the ground. She used a supermarket broom to sweep all the trash into a pile, then dumped it into the supermarket's trash bin. She had noticed earlier that the supermarket's trash bin would automatically clean itself. Just throw trash in, and next time she entered, it would be empty. Even the items on the shelves would automatically restock. The idea of traveling through a book was already strange enough, so Sandai didn't pay attention to these small details. Anyway, they were all good things for her. After cleaning the cave, she picked out a few wooden beds without headboards from the supermarket and assembled them together. Luckily, her supermarket was large and had almost all the daily necessities, big and small. She then took out a futon mattress, laid it on the wooden bed, and covered it with dry grass and animal skins, hiding the entire bed. This way, it wouldn't be obvious. Seeing the clean, tidy, and refreshed cave, Sandai clapped her hands with a sense of achievement. This is more like a livable place. She was about to call the 3 snake cubs to come in and sleep when suddenly, a cautious voice came from outside. What are you guys doing? Sandai quickly went outside to check. She saw a group of Tung snake orcs entering one after another, carrying supplies and stacking them outside the cave. Her own tribe members, including Luo Yuer and Huli, were also there. The second girl's words clearly seemed directed at Luo Yuer. She was the most suspicious and deep-thinking. Huli and Luo Yuer's previous words had already created a rift in her heart. Sandai stepped forward, using her body to block the view of the snake cubs and Luo Yuer, and looked at the Tung snake orcs with confusion. They already delivered supplies once today. Why are they delivering more? This was brought by Wong, who told us that you take good care of Little White. Little White hasn't eaten so well in a long time. This is a thank you from Wong, the Tung snake orc explained. The supplies include bundles of animal hides, fresh fruits, stone bowls and basins, rabbits and wild chickens with their legs tied but still alive, and various other creatures. There are even wolf fangs and animal bones. Female orcs like to wear these items. Everything you could think of is here, fully prepared. The tribe members outside looked on with envy. Luo Yuer clenched her nails into her palm, her face twisting with jealousy. Didn't they say the Snake King was cold-blooded, fierce, and cruel? Why is he so kind to Sandai? Her cave was crowded and smelly, and she couldn't stand it anymore. When the rain stopped, she wanted to come out for a breath of fresh air. She saw the Tung snake orc carrying a lot of supplies coming this way, so she deliberately gathered the tribe members to watch. These Tung snake orcs didn't give her any supplies. Even the food was only about a pound of raw meat, still bloody. The He Yuan tribe was too backward. They didn't even have fire. It had just rained, and she couldn't find anything to start a fire, so she couldn't eat the meat and ended up vomiting. The males had even less food. They would have to go hunting with the tribe tomorrow to get something to eat. Tiger Lai felt uneasy too. In the past, Sandai would always give him the best things first. Now she completely ignored him. So that's how it is. Please thank Wong for me. Sandai blinked happily. Most of the supplies were wrapped in animal hides or banana leaves, so the other orcs outside couldn't see them. She also had an excuse to take things from the supermarket. It seemed the big villain wasn't so terrible after all. The tongue snake orc finished moving the supplies but didn't leave. Instead, he turned around and asked, "Female, Wong said that since you have no mate, you can be given a spot in the tongue snake hunting team. You can assign this spot to your tribe members. Who would you like to send?" A spot in the hunting team? Sandai looked confused. She didn't fully understand the hunting rules of the He Yuan tribe. Yes, our Tung Snake Orc tribe is the strongest hunting team in He Yuan. We get the most food every day, the Tung Snake Orc patiently explained. Sandai suddenly understood. This was just a way to give her special treatment. Luo Yuer heard this and looked excited. This was a valuable connection, and such a good spot should definitely go to Tiger Lai. She immediately smiled and said, "Sandai, your parents are gone, and you're the closest to the tribe.
This spot should go to Tiger Lai."
Sandai usually liked to be around Tiger Lai. Don't think she didn't know. Sandai liked Tiger Lai. Orcs are not opposed to mating with close relatives. As long as they are not from the same father and mother, they can have offspring. Luo Yuer firmly believed that Sandai would not give the opportunity to someone else. That's true, Sandai nodded in agreement. Tiger Li was happy. If he could hunt with a tongue snake orc, he could provide a better life for Yuer in the future, without sharing a small cave with other orcs. He was Sandai's older brother, so if he didn't get the opportunity, who would? Tiger Li already considered the opportunity his own, and was about to approach the tongue snake orc to get familiar. Just as he took a big step forward, he heard Sandai seriously say, "My parents and second brother got lost from the tribe, and my 3 cubs are still young. I have no close relatives anymore, so I don't need this opportunity." Tiger Li and Luo Yuer froze with surprised expressions. "Don't need it? How can you not need it?" Luo Yuer exclaimed, quickly turning to the tongue snake orc and saying, "Sandai was joking. We want the opportunity. Is this female really foolish? Such a good thing, and she just gives it up?" The tongue snake orc looked expressionless. "The opportunity isn't for you. Even if you want it, it won't help." Then he smiled at Sandai. "It's fine. Our king's promise is always valid. When your cubs grow up, if you want, you can also give the opportunity to your cubs." Sandai nodded, liking the idea. "But I have 2 male cubs." She couldn't give the opportunity to her oldest and not her third. She had to be fair. The tongue snake orc thought for a moment. "I'll ask the king if I can get an extra opportunity for you." "Thank you so much. Oldest and third cubs. Thank Uncle." Sandai smiled brightly, petting her cubs' heads and urging them. "Thank you, Uncle." The oldest and third cub looked confused but obediently thanked him. The hunting opportunity? They got it. Was the vicious female no longer planning to kill them? Seeing Sandai's gentle smile, the tongue snake orc blushed and scratched his head awkwardly. "It's what I should do." Luo Yuer was furious after being confronted by the tongue snake orc. Tiger Li had already stepped out, and the tribe members looked at him expectantly. He wished he could find a in the ground to hide in. Sandai must be doing this on purpose. "Brother Tongue Snake, my cubs and I are going to sleep. Please help chase away the unrelated orcs outside, Sand-Eye said with a smile, pushing at the tongue snake orc. It was already dark, and orcs usually slept early. Hearing this, the tongue snake orc immediately dispersed the onlookers and paid special attention to Luo Yuer and Tigerly, staring at them as they returned to the cave. Luo Yuer was furious inside. Thinking about the spacious cave, the large supply of resources, and the hunting quotas over in Sand-Eye's area, she felt even more unbalanced.
What's so special about that?
She angrily lay on the hay, planning to sleep, but the snoring inside the cave kept going on, like countless speakers playing the same sound repeatedly, making it impossible for her to fall asleep. Luo Yuer was about to explode. Why are you still standing there? Go back to your room and sleep. Sand-Eye's voice pulled the three little snake children out of their daydreams. What is a room? Samwa's big eyes were full of curiosity. The venomous female not only improved her skills, but also became harder to understand when she spoke. Inside, these small caves where you sleep are called rooms. When you grow up, each of you will have your own room. But since you're still young, you'll sleep with your mother for now, Sand-Eye explained softly. Of course, she preferred sleeping alone. But the little snake children were lacking maternal love, so she wanted to build good feelings now. Samwa's pupils dilated, and his mouth formed a perfect circle. You want us to go inside and sleep? It was as if the sun had risen from the west. His shocked little face looked like a cute cartoon emoji. Sand-Eye couldn't help but smile and gently pinched his soft little face. He was too thin, not enough flesh. She'd need to feed him more later. Of course. We just arrived at the Black Abyss tribe, and it's not safe for you to sleep outside. What if a wild beast snatches you away in the middle of the night? Dia wanted to refuse, but after hearing this, he immediately shut his mouth. He had to think about his younger siblings' safety. Watching the three obedient snake children lying on the beds, Sand-Eye smiled slightly. Handling three little babies was easy, just use your hands. Big brother, second sister, this animal hide is so soft and comfortable. Manhwa said softly as he got into bed, his voice full of amazement. He couldn't help but roll around on the bed. So big. He almost fell off. Be quiet. Otherwise, the venomous female will kick you out, Dia said with a tense face, but his couldn't help but shift because it was really soft. Second sister also touched the soft bed, her eyes fixed on Sand-Eye, but her body already found a comfortable position without her control. Don't sleep too deeply, she whispered. Don't worry, second sister. I won't sleep. I'll just lie here for a bit.
Snore.
Manhwa declared confidently, but before he finished speaking, his eyelids already grew heavy. His little mouth made faint snoring sounds as he slept sprawled out. Dia kicked him lightly, but he didn't wake up. Big brother and second sister looked at each other silently. Sand-Eye chose a large cave, about 30 square meters, with 2 big beds inside and plenty of space remaining. Worried that the little snake might feel uncomfortable, she carefully placed 2 beds in the 2 corners of the room, against the walls. When sleeping, she kept her back turned to the little snake. Hearing the snake softly talking, Sandy's eyes showed a smile. Her mind couldn't help but imagine a scene of intimacy with a giant beast from her dreams, and her eyebrows instinctively furrowed. Could the big villain in her dreams be connected to her? Maybe what she thought was a dream was actually a fragment of the original owner's memory. The little snake and the big villain are both snake people. She remembered that the story didn't mention who the little snake's biological father was, and the author never described the big villain's partner either. The original owner was playful and got lost, then returned and gave birth to the little snake. All these coincidences made her wonder. An idea suddenly came to her. Could it be that the big villain is the male beast she mated with when she was lost? If so, the big villain should recognize her face. But her doubts wouldn't go away, so Sandy decided not to think about it now, and would ask around the tribe tomorrow. After a long day, Sandy was extremely tired. She covered her belly with a beast hide, sank into the soft bed, and quickly fell into deep sleep. The next day, Sandy woke up to see 3 fuzzy little heads peeking out from the hole. The 3 little snakes had already woken up and didn't dare stay, with the vicious female after getting up. They were afraid she would turn back to her original form if she woke up. Now, they were watching Sandy, and when she woke, they hid like frightened little rabbits. Seeing the sneaky behavior of the little snakes, Sandy couldn't help but smile. "Good morning, little ones. Are you hungry? There are some fruits in the cave. Eat some first, and I'll make you something to eat later," she said softly as she got up and left the cave, ignoring the wary expressions on the little snakes' faces. They looked at each other and made faces. The youngest, she didn't change back, and the vicious female's mind is still bad. The eldest nodded. "Looks like it." The second, "Bad is good, just stay bad forever." Seeing that the little snakes didn't speak, Sandy thought they were afraid to take the fruits themselves, so she took some and handed them to them. Just as she stood up, she saw the snake beast man who brought supplies yesterday standing outside. She went out and asked, "Brother Snake, are you going to take care of the prince's cubs?" The snake beast man smiled and shook his head. "No, Little White only needs to be fed during mealtime. Yesterday, the king told us to take good care of you. I'm here to help you get familiar with the tribe." Since Sandy had no partner and didn't live with the tribe members, the snake beast man naturally took extra care of her. "Okay, please wait for me a moment." Sandy nodded and turned to remind the three little snakes not to run around. She said she would be back after a short trip and then followed the Tung snake beast man. Once Sandy left, the three little snakes seemed to relax noticeably. This is a cave where the beastmen live. Almost all the outsider beastmen in the tribe stay here. Over there are the Tung snake beastmen. Within the tribe, travel is free, but females are advised not to leave alone. If they want to go out, they should be accompanied by a male, the Tung snake beast man explained as he walked with Sandy through the tribe. The Tung snake tribe was large. Inside the tribe and in the forest, the paths were worn down by the beastmen, and the vegetation was less dense, giving a sense of beastman life. Sandy took note of the locations. When the beastman had finished explaining, Sandy casually asked, "Big brother Tung Snake, yesterday, when you went to the king's cave, why didn't you see Little White's mother?" "Our king's mate passed away after giving birth to Little White. The king personally incubated Little White's egg," the Tung snake beastman explained. "It's okay for you to ask, but please don't mention this in front of Little White and the king. It's taboo." "All right, I was just curious," Sandy nodded politely. Then she asked, "How did Little White's mother pass away?" "She was in poor health and died from illness," the beast man sighed. Medical conditions in the beast world were poor. Females faced great danger when giving birth. Sandy nodded without asking further. Since the beast man knew so much, the big villain's mate must be someone else. Male beastmen are very loyal. They usually have only one mate in their lifetime. Even after their mate dies, most males choose to remain faithful and do not seek new mates. Little White and the snake cubs were about the same age. When the original owner went missing, the big villain was either lost in love with his mate or mourning her loss. It was unlikely he would have mated with the original owner from so far away. Thinking of this, Sandy's doubts eased. That dream was probably just an accident. Beast shapes are quite similar among beast men, so perhaps the Tung snake tribe is full of the giant beasts from her dream. As they walked around, many beast men in the tribe looked at Sandy with curiosity. Especially the males. They looked at her as if she were prey. Sandy greeted them with friendly smiles whenever she looked their way. Some even approached her directly, trying to flirt and invite her to mate. The openness of the beast men almost frightened Sandy, so she quickly found an excuse to leave. "Big brother Tung Snake, where's the water source in the tribe?" "It's over here." "I'll take you," the beast man said, leading Sandy to a small river. The river is clear, but there are many footprints along the bank, showing that the tribe's orcs come here to fetch water. "Can I have a bigger container?" "I want to carry some water back," Sandy asked. Yesterday, they delivered some containers, but they were all smaller bowls, too small for carrying water. The large stone basin the Tengu snake orc used to deliver water was too heavy for her to carry. "You need water? I will send a male orc to bring water to your cave every day. You're a female, and such heavy work shouldn't be done by you," the Tengu snake orc immediately said. Letting females do such work shows the males are not capable. It's okay. I am weak, and the tribe's healer said I should walk more to get better. Sand-Eye made an excuse. If everything was delivered to her cave by the orcs, it would be hard to explain where she got her supplies from. She needed to find some tasks to do herself, so she wouldn't be caught. Also, female orcs rarely do any work, and they are quite delicate and prone to illness. She didn't want to become useless, so she decided to exercise her body. Hearing this, the Tengu snake orc finally agreed. All right, I'll get one for you. But be careful, this river is a bit deep. We'll still bring water and food every day. Just tell me what you need, and don't worry. Sand-Eye nodded to show she understood. Soon, the Tengu snake orc brought a rough-shaped stone bucket with a flat bottom. To make it easier for Sand-Eye to carry, he drilled 2 holes at the top and inserted a wooden stick across his handles. Thank you, Sand-Eye said, taking the bucket and trying it out. The Tengu snake orc needed to go hunting, so he left first. Sitting by the river, she cupped her hands to wash her face and rinse her mouth. She carried the bucket of water and headed back. Female orcs are stronger than humans, and although the stone bucket was heavy, she could lift it. Not far along the path, a tall female orc blocked her way. Sand-Eye thought she was walking too slowly and was in her way, so she prepared to step aside and let her pass. Unexpectedly, the other female kicked her. The stone bucket flew out of her hands, spilling all the water she had carried so carefully. Sandy looked confused at first, then suddenly realized when she heard the name. Snake Xiaomian is a supporting character in the story and also Luo Yuer's rival. This story, The Overbearing Beast Man Falls in Love with Me, is not just a simple fun story, but a mix of pain and pleasure. Most of Luo Yuer's tough times in the beginning are caused by Snake Xiaomian. Snake Xiaomian is arrogant and domineering, very popular in the Tung snake tribe. In the story without her, the main character wouldn't know how to swim and would get sick after being rescued by her tribe. Luo Yuer is the one who takes care of Xiaobai. However, Luo Yuer's journey isn't smooth. She almost causes the big villain to destroy the entire tribe. Snake Xiaomian wants to be queen and hates any female who gets close to the big villain, naturally seeing Luo Yuer as a rival. Seeing Snake Xiaomian's hostile expression, Sandy feels surprised. She is now taking care of Xia by herself and worries that Snake Xiaomian might target her next. That can't happen. Yes, you're pretty and have a good figure. If I were the king, I would choose you as my partner, Sandy said sincerely, showing her stance. She wasn't lying. Most female beastmen are big and strong because they don't work or like to move around much. Their faces are often covered with flesh, making them look less attractive. As a supporting character in the story and a female snake, Snake Xiaomian is tall and has delicate, pretty features. To Sandy, she already looks like a great beauty. After all, without comparison, there's no harm. You! How dare you mock me? Snake Xiaomian glared angrily at Sandy, trembling with rage. Female beastmen value being big and strong. The slimmer ones are seen as unhealthy. Male beastmen only choose such females for mating when they can't find a partner. Sandy was confused. She was complimenting her. So, how did it become mocking? Seeing her flattering words didn't work, Sandy bent down to pick up a stone bucket and quickly tried to leave. She couldn't afford trouble. She had to hide. Still ignoring me? I told you to pick up the bucket. Before she could touch the bucket, Snake Xiaomian, furious, kicked it several meters away. Sandy frowned, a trace of displeasure flashing in her clear almond-shaped eyes. She didn't like losing her temper, but that didn't mean she was a pushover who let everyone bully her. Snake Xiaomian raised her hand, sharp claws reaching towards Sandy's face. In the next second, Sandy swiftly pulled something from her bag and splashed a clear liquid onto Snake Xiaomian's face. The strong smell spread instantly. Snake Xiaomian screamed and covered her face.
Ah!
Snakes are most afraid of strong, pungent smells. Sandy used high-concentration alcohol she found at the supermarket, pouring a large amount. The smell was very intense. Snake Xiaomian felt like she was about to lose her sense of smell. When she stepped back, she accidentally kicked over a stone bucket and fell flat on her backside, looking very awkward. Sandai didn't run away, but instead proudly placed her hands on her hips and said, "What's wrong with me making fun of you? Who do you think you are? With your kind of attitude, you can't be the king's partner. That's just laughable. Even if the king wants a partner, he would choose someone like my sister-in-law Luo Yuer. I tell you, I'm not afraid of you. My older brother and sister-in-law treat me well. My brother Hyul is the strongest male in our tribe. If you dare to bully me, I will ask my brother and sister-in-law to deal with you. Do you believe that? Taking care of the king's cubs was my sister-in-law's idea, just to keep you females away. I'll tell her later that someone is trying to steal the king from her.
See what she does."
Sandai kept talking to Snake Xiaomian. Before she could react, she picked up the stone bucket and ran away. Luo Yuer, the protagonist, had the advantage. Why should the female supporting character be the one to fight her? This story needed to be set straight. Letting them fight each other was more interesting. Females. Snake Xiaomian ran to the river, frantically washing her face until she could breathe easily. She opened her eyes with a resentful look, glaring in the direction Sandai had left. Luo Yuer, Hule, I won't let this go. Back at the cave, Snake Xiaomian's partner was about to go hunting. Although she was a female of the Tung snake tribe, only one of her partners was from the Tung snake tribe, and the other two were from different tribes. Xiaomian, what's that smell on you? Why does it smell so bad? One partner asked with a frown. The male beast man was very direct in his speech. Not saying anything was fine, but as soon as he spoke, Snake Xiaomian nearly exploded. She angrily ordered, "When you go hunting today, pay attention. See if there's a beast man called Hule, the new one." Hule? What's wrong with this beast man? The partner asked curiously. Never mind what's wrong with him. I want him to get nothing today. If you catch any prey, you all have to sleep outside tonight. Hearing this, the three partners quickly nodded. This was important. They couldn't sleep with Xiaomian, or they wouldn't have their own cubs. The three partners immediately set out on their mission. When they reached the hunting ground, they started gathering information about Hule. Even the tongue snake beast man, who usually didn't hunt with others, asked other familiar beast men to help find Hule, determined to make him go home empty-handed today. Snake Xiaomian was very popular in the tribe. Many males wanted to mate with her, and after learning about her demands, they became even more attentive. It's hard to say for sure, but Snake Little Mian is happy and willing to mate with them. Tigerly, right?
Just do it.
Snake Little Mian isn't idle either. She turns around and goes to find familiar sisters in the tribe. She wants Luo Yuer to stay away from the tribe. Sandai still doesn't realize that her little scheme to divert trouble will bring consequences for Luo Yuer and Tigerly. Anyway, they're already enemies, and she is just helping to set up the situation. Sandai feels very justified and has no guilt at all. She carries an empty bucket back to the cave, and the three snake cubs are indeed waiting obediently at home. There are some fruit pits at the cave entrance, left over from the fruits she gave them before she left. The number matches perfectly. Since she wasn't home, they didn't touch the supplies. Sandai doesn't know whether to praise them for being sensible or feel sorry for their cautiousness. Are you all hungry? Mom will make food for you now, she says softly, setting down the water bucket. She then searches through the supplies sent by the snake beast men yesterday, taking out a stove and ingredients from the supermarket. The three snake cubs watch her busy work silently, as if studying whether she has been possessed by a ghost. Knowing that Little White is afraid of fire and that the tribe might be affected, Sandai doesn't use fire openly. The stove is a type for roasting, with an iron grate on top and a pot placed above. The fire won't go out, perfect for boiling porridge. She has no time for wild survival tricks. Instead of making fire with wood, she uses alcohol-based fuel from the supermarket, igniting it with charcoal. She takes rice, crab, abalone, shrimp, and other ingredients, washes them, adds water, and puts everything in the pot to simmer. Male beast men usually eat only once a day, typically after hunting in the afternoon. Females and cubs can eat a bit more. A big pot of seafood porridge is enough to fill all four of them for now. Without firewood, even with alcohol fuel, it takes longer to cook. remembering that the three snake cubs are still wearing grass skirts, almost bare-bottomed, with the eldest and third younger, and the second girl being quite small, Sand-Eye decides to take this chance to make a few animal hide skirts for them. The beast skins sent by the snake beastmen are plentiful, so she doesn't mind using them. She picks a few thin pieces of hide, enters the cave, and starts sewing the skirts with a small sewing machine from the supermarket. Just as she finishes the second skirt, a sudden scream like a pig being slaughtered comes from outside the cave.
Ah!
3 kids, the youngest holding his right hand with his left, stood by the stove crying loudly, his face red as a monkey's bottom. Sandy hadn't moved closer yet when the eldest and second daughter ran back from outside. "What happened to you, little one?" "Vicious female. You did something to him while we weren't looking." The eldest and second daughter planned to explore the tribe but hadn't gone far when they heard the child's screams and crying. Seeing him with the vicious female, they naturally thought she had hurt him. The eldest protected him behind her and angrily glared at Sandy. "I knew you had bad intentions. You've suddenly been nice to us these days, just waiting for us to relax so you could hurt him." The second daughter also looked at Sandy with resentment. "Did you poison him? Give us the antidote, or I won't forgive you." The little girl looked fierce but was actually harmless. "How could I poison him? I just came out and saw him crying here," Sandy hurried to explain, looking confused herself. "Don't try to trick us. If something happens to him, I won't let you go," the eldest shouted angrily. Sandy knew her explanation was useless. At this moment, the 2 kids looked like scared cats, only waiting for themselves to calm down. The original owner had done many wrongs, so she couldn't trust her in front of the children. She looked at the child. "Little one, don't be afraid."
Tell me what just happened.
The child looked at Sandy timidly, then shrank back and didn't speak. Seeing this, the eldest and second daughter became even more sure Sandy was responsible. Just as they were about to get angry, the vicious female suddenly pulled the child away and carried him to the water basin.
"Stop.
"What are you doing?" the eldest exclaimed. The vicious female seemed to have given up pretending. She was about to drown the child in the water. She was clearly taking revenge because they didn't save her earlier. Sandy ignored the eldest's shouts, pulled out the child's right hand, and dipped it into the water. The cold sensation eased the pain, and the child's crying immediately lessened. The eldest and second daughter froze in place, their faces showing a determined look to fight.
Did she
mean to hurt the child? The child's hand was burned by the pot on the stove. "It's my fault. I shouldn't have forgotten to warn you," and went back to my room, Sandy explained with some guilt. The child didn't answer, but when he backed away, Sandy saw his red, blistered hand. She was a grown woman and had no experience raising children, so she had indeed forgotten that the stove and the young ones couldn't be left out of her sight at the same time. Second sister looked at third brother in disbelief. "Third brother, did you just go and touch the pot by yourself?" Third brother hesitated. "I didn't steal any food. I just wanted to smell the aroma. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Big brother glared with a look of disappointment. "I was afraid. Afraid the mean girl would hit me." Third brother's voice grew softer, like a buzzing mosquito. Sand-Eye felt both angry and amused. She remembered from the book that the original owner had once hit third brother with a spiked stick so hard he nearly limped and couldn't move for half a month. She immediately felt heartache. Third brother was only 4 years old. Seeing that they had misunderstood the mean girl, second sister felt a bit guilty. Sand-Eye didn't speak for a moment, feeling even more anxious. The mean girl must be angry. Would she get mad and stop being kind to them? Second sister nervously clenched her fingers and softly said, "Sorry, we shouldn't have misunderstood you just now." Big brother also lowered his head. "Don't be angry. If you want to hit me, go ahead. I won't fight back." After saying that, he jumped up and gave third brother a slap on the head. "Say you're sorry." The mean girl had finally lost her temper. If she got angry again because of their misunderstanding and turned back to her old ways, what would happen? "I'm sorry, hit me instead. Don't hit big brother or second sister."
Boo-hoo.
The little one thought about being hit and tears and snot started to flow. Sand-Eye was stunned. Her little villain actually apologized voluntarily? Seeing the three small snake children with their drooping heads, their soft and guilty expressions, Sandai's heart almost melted. Mother isn't angry and won't hit you, Sandai quickly assured them. Suddenly, she had a bright idea. The snake children felt guilty. This was a perfect chance for her to clear her name. Sandai immediately put on a look of grievance. I know you don't believe me, but I still want to say, I never disliked you. I was just upset with your father. After you came along, he disappeared. I was confused and didn't do my job as a mother. I will change from now on. I won't hit or scold you anymore. You don't have to be afraid of me. The three snake children froze in place, as if some barrier had been broken. The mean girl said she didn't dislike them? Was that true? Seeing that they listened, Sandai felt happy and quickly continued to explain. It wasn't that I wanted you to go hungry. It's just that most of the food the tribe gave me was taken by Hule. In the early days, the three little villains liked Hule and Luo Yuer very much because during their dark times, those two had given them a bite of food. But that food originally belonged to Sandai. Rainy Luo did not truly feel sorry for them. She only wanted to show her kindness and gain a good reputation. Later, the three small villains gradually turned evil. They never thought about confronting Rainy Luo, who, under the pretense of doing what was right, cruelly killed the three villains. Even as they died, they still remembered Rainy Luo and Hulai's past kindness. Now that she was here, she certainly wouldn't let them repeat their mistakes. Why did Uncle Hulai take your food? The eldest child asked in disbelief. You don't have a father, and the males in the tribe don't care about me. I just wanted Hulai to take better care of you. I didn't expect. He wouldn't even save Manhwa when he fell into the water. All my food was for the dogs, Sandy rambled nonsense. Anyway, she had given away quite a bit of the original owner's food. Who cared about the reasons? First, she needed to fool the little snake children. The three children were stunned. They had always thought Uncle Hulai had more food than other males in the tribe because he was strong. But now they learned that the food was given by a malicious female. The reason Uncle Hulai and Rainy Luo's aunt treated them better than other orcs was because of the malicious female's food. Why has Uncle Hulai never told us this? The second child's small eyebrows furrowed like a caterpillar. I don't know. Maybe he thought it was shameful, Sandy replied casually. The three snake children felt betrayed. Seeds of doubt took root in their hearts, and they couldn't shake them off. The eldest clenched his small fists. It was all the fault of their father abandoning the malicious female. If he hadn't abandoned her, she wouldn't have been so mean to them. Yes, it was all Dad's fault. Sandy didn't realize that, through her persistent efforts, the three snake children had successfully shifted most of their hatred onto a father they had never met. Sandy treated Manhwa's burn, and when the little one saw that Sandy didn't seem angry, his fear gradually faded. The seafood porridge was ready. After working all morning, Sandy and the three children were very hungry. She served each of the snake children a big bowl. This time, the children didn't hide from her but held their bowls, imitating Sandy's way, sitting obediently on a flat stone she used as a table. Manhwa drooled and reached out to grab the porridge. Eat with this. Be good, Manhwa. Don't use your hands, Sandy said, handing them a wooden spoon. Since she was here, she wouldn't let the snake children live like wild animals anymore. Manhwa blinked, wondering what the malicious female said about him. Be good? The spiteful female surprisingly praised him. He immediately restrained his urge to grab with his hands and honestly took the wooden spoon, clumsily feeding himself porridge. The eldest and second children were the same, burying their heads in their bowls and eating hurriedly. Why did the spiteful female only praise the third child and not them? They must have misunderstood her just now, and both felt a bit annoyed. Sandai thought teaching the little rebels would be difficult, but she didn't expect them to listen so well. Her heart warmed even more. These weren't little rebels at all, but three obedient and sensible little babies. After breakfast, Sandai looked at the three little snake children's dark hands and nearly tangled hair and decided to boil water to give them a bath and put on new clothes. The stove was still hot, so Sandai took a boiling water kettle, filled it with water, and started boiling it. The three snake children saw these unfamiliar objects as gifts from the Tung snake beasts and didn't think much of it. When the water was hot, Sandai's animal hide skirt was ready. She tested the water temperature with her hand. It was slightly warm, but not hot. Snake beasts don't like hot water, but since birth, the original owner had never taken care of the three snake children, let alone bathed them. The dirt on their bodies couldn't be washed away with cold water. Eldest, second, and third children, come here, Sandai beckoned to the three in the corner. Spiteful female. Do you need something? Eldest instinctively spoke, then awkwardly changed her way of addressing her. Come here, I'll give you a bath, Sandai said while pulling Eldest's small hand. First, try the water temperature. Is it hot? Can you accept it? Eldest's first thought was to struggle free, but somehow her body was out of her control, stiffly allowing Sandai to handle her. It's okay. She nodded vaguely, sitting into the wooden basin in a dazed manner. The snake children were only 4 years old, so there was nothing to hide. Sandai took out a scrubbing cloth and soap from the supermarket and transformed into a scrubbing auntie, scrubbing each of the three snake children thoroughly. Each was rinsed with 3 warm water baths before they were finally clean. The 3 snake children were exceptionally obedient, motionless as she rubbed them. It was their first time being bathed, and this wonderful, warm feeling made them wish time could stand still forever. After bathing and cutting their hair, the 3 dirty little mud fish instantly turned into 3 white, tender, and adorable little dumplings. Third child was a bit shy, grabbing a grass skirt from the ground, ready to put it on. Wait a moment. Don't wear the grass skirt. I made animal hide skirts for you to try on and see if they fit, Sandai said, taking out the finished animal hide skirts from the cave. The 3 children each received a simple outfit, a fur skirt and a slanted shoulder vest. The eldest looked at the items in Sandy's hands with surprise. Is this for us? The cruel female actually gave them for clothing? In the past, only females in the tribe wore fur. Of course, they're yours now. Mother can also earn supplies. From now on, if you want to eat or wear something, as long as you behave, Mother will provide. Sandy replied with a gentle smile. The second child bit their lip, wondering if the cruel female hadn't wanted to treat them well before, or if the tribe didn't give her supplies. Don't just stand there, come over and try it on. If it doesn't fit, I'll adjust it for you, Sandy urged kindly. Seeing the 3 little ones standing blankly, she stepped forward to help them put on the clothes. The fur skirts had buttons that could be adjusted for size, making them easy for the little ones to wear. The length just covered the knees, so they wouldn't easily be exposed. How is it? Is it uncomfortable? If you don't like it, tell Mother and I'll make something else, Sandy asked softly. The third child shook their head, then suddenly nodded excitedly. I like it. I love it. It was the first time they wore a fur skirt, and it was made by the cruel female herself. The other young ones in the tribe, who bullied them, never got such good treatment. The third child felt very happy inside. Maybe just okay. The eldest looked serious, saying it was okay, but his small hands kept touching the fur. It was so soft and comfortable, much better than a grass skirt. The second child blushed and nodded. We really like it. No need for anything else. This is perfect. The little girl was very happy inside. She had just seen that her fur skirt had an extra layer compared to the eldest and the third. The cruel female must like her the most. That's good, Sandy said with a bright smile. The second child was female. Her body was similar to a human's and she couldn't turn into an animal. If not cared for properly, she could easily get sick or infected. So, Sandy specially made her an extra layer of safety shorts. By the way, do you have other names? Sandy suddenly remembered and asked curiously. The children were already grown up. They couldn't keep calling them eldest, second, and third. As soon as she said that, the 3 round eyes looked at her strangely. The third child's smile faded, and their voice was sad. You never gave us names. Before, you just called us little wildlings or dead cubs. You said it didn't matter because we die anyway, so giving us names was useless. Sandy's smile froze. The original owner was too harsh on the children. Second sister also softly added, "It's because the clan leader's wife calls us Big Dipper and second sister, so everyone does the same." Big Dipper nodded. "We don't have names." The previously warm and gentle atmosphere suddenly became stiff. Seeing the three snake cubs droop their little heads sadly, like disappointed puppies, Sand-Eye felt her heart ache. She immediately said, "It's okay. Mother will give you nice names right now." Sand-Eye thought hard, flipping through her mental dictionary. The three snake cubs stared in disbelief. Could it be true that the cruel female was going to name them? Are they dreaming? Even Big Dipper and second sister couldn't help but start doubting. They wondered if they had already died on the way here, and these past days were just their last fantasies. Otherwise, why would the cruel female treat them so well? Suddenly, in the moment the three cubs were lost in thought, Sand-Eye had a bright idea and clapped her hands loudly.
Got it.
"We're used to it. It doesn't matter if we have names or not," Big Dipper said with a false tone, but his eyes flicked eagerly toward Sand-Eye. Before second sister could speak, third sister, with big eyes, squeezed out from behind Big Dipper and cheerfully shouted, "Big brother, I don't want that. I want a name." "Big brother, you're used to it, but I'm not." Big Dipper. Suddenly, he thought about how to stop his brother from pinching him. Feeling the murderous look from Big Dipper, third sister realized what was happening and weakly changed her words. "Well, I don't mind not having a name, but can you at least give Big Brother a name?" The little one was desperate for survival. Sand-Eye couldn't help but smile. "Don't worry. All three of you will have names. Mother won't forget any of you." The three small eyes looked eagerly at Sand-Eye. Sand-Eye stroked her chin and thought for a moment. Usually, male beastmen have surnames based on their beast form, but females don't have fixed surnames. Since her three snake cubs had never met their biological father, there was no need to take a surname. Big Dipper will be called Sang-Ching, second sister will be Sang-Yu, and third sister will be Sang-Fong.
How about that?
"Do you like the names I gave you?" Sand-Eye asked excitedly. Ching-Fong Mingyue, such honest names. Just hearing them, they definitely aren't villainous. As for second sister's name, Fong didn't sound very nice, so Sand-Eye changed it to something else.
Sang-Feng.
"I'm Sang-Fong now. I have a name." Third sister clapped her hands and jumped excitedly, like a lively jumping candy.
Sang-Yue.
Second sister whispered, not as excited as third sister, but her face was red and she looked quite happy. "Big brother, don't you like it? If you don't like it, Mother will change it for you." Sandy saw that the eldest didn't respond and looked at him gently. Since she wanted to increase her favorability, of course she would choose a name that the little villain liked. "Still, it's okay, just passable," the eldest replied with a serious face, already thinking about how to tell the orc tribe about his new name later, to show off. Sandy could tell that the eldest's words were not sincere. She chuckled softly, but didn't expose him. "As long as you like it." Today, Sandy hadn't gone to Little White's place yet. She returned to the cave to prepare the delicious food for the day. Without Sandy around, the three snake cubs seemed more relaxed. Manhwa, now called Sang-Fong, happily spun around, admiring his animal hide skirt. "Look at you, such a loser." "It's just a hide skirt. Maybe the mean female is pretending, and she'll sell you later," said the eldest, Sang-Ching, teasing. "You're not allowed to call her that. She's not mean anymore," Sang-Fong immediately retorted, with a protective look. "Other male cubs don't even have animal hide to wear. If she can stay this nice, I'd be happy even if I got sold." Seeing his brother's naive and foolish expression, Sang-Ching was so angry he almost spat blood. "Big brother, Sang-Fong is right. Usually only females name their female cubs.
She
named all three of us." "Maybe she really has changed," second sister Sang-Yu agreed.
Exactly.
"If Big Brother doesn't like it, just take off that hide skirt and wear your grass skirt," Sang-Fong said mischievously, about to pull off Sang-Ching's hide skirt. Sang-Ching immediately stared with wide eyes, backing away while covering his skirt. "I won't take it off." His nervous face revealed how much he cared. Sang-Yu covered her mouth and giggled. "Second sister, Don't call me Sang Sand anymore. Call me Sang Foam. Sang Foam turned around and corrected seriously. All right, Sang Foam, little foam foam.
Sans Yue nodded affectionately.
Luo Yuer almost didn't sleep all night. She felt resentful. That scoundrel was just lucky, getting some supplies. As a modern person, she was sure she could be stronger than him. Early in the morning, she got up and asked Huli to find fire-starting materials and firewood. It took over an hour to drill fire with a stick. Huli almost missed the hunting team leaving. She built a simple stove with stones and dirt, placed a stone pot she brought during their escape on it, and at the cave entrance, she dumped all the leftover meat from the tribe into the pot to boil. Luo Yuer lived in a communal cave, and many orcs came and went early in the morning. Nearby orcs curiously looked on. What's she doing? Is that fire? She's actually using fire in the tribe. She poured all the meat into the pot and added so much water. The orcs were whispering nearby. Luo Yuer thought they just hadn't seen much of the world and didn't hear what they were saying clearly. She confidently stirred the contents of the stone pot with a wooden stick. In her mind, she pictured herself using her modern knowledge to impress these unworldly natives. Soon, she would become the favorite of the Black Abyss tribe. That's how it was written in the stories. Luo Yuer had already decided how to slap Sandai's face. After about 3/4 of an hour, the meat broth in the stone pot started bubbling. Luo Yuer cheerfully said to the orcs around her, "This is my homemade meat soup. You can try some. Raw meat tastes bad, and it can have bacteria and parasites. Cooking it makes it healthier, and you won't get sick." She added, "If you like, I can also teach you how to use fire." She looked confident and generous. But after she finished speaking, few orcs stepped forward. Instead, they all backed away. Using fire? Is this female crazy? Who dares to use fire in the Black Abyss tribe? If she wants to risk her own life, that's her business, but she shouldn't endanger others. Everyone in the tribe knew that the young king's offspring were afraid of fire. Almost no one dared to openly use fire in the tribe. If they did, it was usually secretly. Seeing their reactions, Luo Yuer's smile froze. This was not what she expected. She had always been liked by others in her previous tribe this way. It must be that the orcs here are inexperienced and have poor acceptance. The meat soup is very tasty. A hot bowl of soup is good for females, Luo Yuer said, then served herself a bowl of soup and drank it to show them. The orcs must have been craving it but felt shy to take some. Seeing her eat, they probably couldn't help themselves. As she took a sip, Luo Yuer suddenly gagged and spat it out. She was pregnant, and the soup didn't have to cover the smell. There was a thick layer of blood foam in the pot, and the taste was really bad. One sip made her feel sick, and look at her. She can't even eat her own bad soup, and wants us to try it. I've never seen such a terrible female, some females whispered mockingly. They were friends with Snake Mion, who had already warned them about Luo Yuer, so they naturally didn't give her a friendly look. Other orcs, hearing this, also started to feel unhappy with Luo Yuer. The Black Abyss tribe is not like other small tribes. They have long known how to use fire. However, the Snake King forbade them from using fire, so they haven't used it. To the others, Luo Yuer looks like a lively little clown. The orcs look at her with disdain and soon disperse, paying her no attention. Why is it like this? Luo Yuer's face looks unhappy. Why is everything different from what she expected? Luo Yuer, where is our food? Why did you cook all our food? What will we eat in the future? The tribe members, along with the elder woman, went out to find food and saw Luo Yuer cooking a big pot of meat soup. The animal hide bag nearby was empty, and even their remaining dried meat was gone. Luo Yuer wanted to build good relations with the orcs of the Black Abyss tribe by teaching them how to cook with fire. They would give her food in return, and she could earn some benefits. But she worked all morning and gained nothing, only being scolded. Tiger Li and the others have gone hunting. With Tiger Li there, they will surely get a lot of food today. I cooked this soup for everyone. We've been on the run for so long. Everyone is tired, Luo Yuer explained with a forced smile. The tribe members' expressions softened a little. That's enough. You shouldn't have cooked all the food. They should wait until Tiger Lee and the others come back to eat together, the elder woman said with a frown. It was my mistake for not thinking carefully, Luo Yuer quickly admitted. Seeing her sincere attitude, everyone found it hard to blame her. Now, with scarce supplies, the orcs ate the meat soup but looked worried and unhappy. In the afternoon, the hunting party returned. Luo Yuer eagerly went out to greet them but saw Tiger Lee holding only half a rabbit. It was an old rabbit with very little meat. Is that all the game you caught? Luo Yuer's smile disappeared, and she asked with some disgust. The other tribe members at least had normal-sized portions of meat, but why did Tiger Lee do worse than everyone else today? Tiger Lee's face looked bad, and hearing Luo Yuer's words, his expression grew even darker. I had some accidents while hunting today. It seemed like the other orcs in the team were deliberately targeting me and blocking my hunt, Tiger Lee explained resentfully. Since he hadn't contributed much, he naturally didn't get good meat. That's impossible. We just arrived and haven't offended anyone. Why would they target you? You're overthinking it, Luo Yuer frowned and argued. What's wrong with this male? He can't catch any prey and keeps making excuses.
But
Tiger Lee wanted to say more, but Luo Yuer cut him off sharply. Don't think too much. You must be tired from the journey. Rest well today and try harder tomorrow. I and the little one inside me still rely on you to take care of us. Rainier Luo gave a dismissive reply and took away half of the rabbit. Tiger Lee felt uneasy inside. Rainier is usually very understanding, so why does she seem only interested in prey today? Male creatures raising young are usually rough, and Bai's feeding time, like most males, is after returning from hunting. Sandy was only notified in the afternoon to go to Bai's den. She carried a small bag and walked into the den alone. You're finally here. You promised to give me water, remember? A young, childish voice suddenly sounded behind her. Sandy was startled and turned around. She saw Bai standing behind her, his hand extended, palm up, holding a completed six-sided puzzle cube. It looked like he had been waiting for her here for a while. Did you finish it so quickly? Sandy exclaimed in shock. Bai, you're amazing. Could this little guy be a genius? Too easy, Bai said proudly, lifting his chin. In the dark, his small, cold face was slightly flushed. Was this female praising him? Our Bai is really impressive. This is your reward, but you can only drink it after dinner. Sandy patted Bai's head and took out 2 bottles of cola from her bag. Bai stiffened in place. She touched him. All the females outside disliked and feared her, except her father. Only she had touched him. Why, yes, I understand. Bai nodded stiffly, blushing as he changed the subject. What are we eating today? Is it the same as yesterday? Of course not. Today, we have different delicious food, Sandy said happily, pulling out some marinated meat, cold dishes, and a large bowl of cold noodles from her bag. These foods were cold and Bai showed no resistance. His attention was immediately drawn. Try it and see if you like it, Sandy asked, specially preparing it with a little spice. Bai wanted to use his hands to grab it, but he saw Sandy holding 2 small stick-like objects, picking up the cold noodles and bringing them to his mouth. He instinctively opened his mouth. Seeing Sandy's gentle face so close, his taste buds seemed to fail. How is it? Is it tasty? Cough, cough, cough. Bai's face heated up quickly. The cold noodles he didn't swallow went down the wrong way, making him cough. Is it too spicy? Then don't eat it. Drink some water quickly, Sandy said with a regretful look, patting Bai's back and handing him water. If only she knew this kid couldn't handle spicy food, she wouldn't have made it spicy. But Bai suddenly snatched the cold noodles she was about to take away. I want to eat. He blushed and clumsily used chopsticks to shovel the noodles into his mouth. Not knowing how to use chopsticks, he just poured them straight in. His eager look made it seem like he was afraid Sandy would take it away. Eat slowly. There's more if you're hungry. No one is fighting you for it, said Sandy, surprised for a moment before speaking to comfort him. This silly child. Afraid she'll be upset, he even eats spicy food. Such a well-behaved little cub. How could anyone find him hard to care for? Sandy taught Xiao Bai how to use chopsticks, then took out another ice cream as a reward after he finished eating. What's this? This is called ice cream. It's another kind of food, Sandy explained. Xiaobai took a bite. The cold sensation immediately excited his taste buds. Yummy! Can I eat this again tomorrow? Xiaobai looked at Sandy with big, hopeful eyes. Seeing Xiaobai more lively than yesterday, Sandy smiled and took out a set of building blocks shaped like a princess castle from the supermarket. As long as you build this well, I'll let you have it. No problem. While nibbling on a burnt-looking rabbit, Luo Yuer thought about the supplies inside Sandy's cave and found it hard to swallow. She stepped out of the cave and just saw Sandy following the snake beast man to the Snake King's den. An idea suddenly struck her. She usually treated those 3 snake cubs nicely, and since Sandy wasn't around now, she thought she could ask for some meat, no problem, right? A favor should be repaid with gratitude. Now that the snake cubs had plenty of supplies, she believed she should repay them 10 or 100 times over. Luo Yuer immediately went to Sandy's cave. From afar, she saw 3 clean, white little cubs playing inside and paused. Whose cubs are these? So white, so clean, they looked more like city babies than beastman cubs. As she approached, Luo Yuer realized these 3 cubs were actually Sandy snake cubs. They wore new, well-fitting bee skins, and one had a small red flower tucked behind her ear. They looked tidy and fresh, without a speck of dirt. Meanwhile, she looked disheveled and smelled of the cave's mixed odors. A flash of jealousy crossed her eyes. How come these little ones are doing better than her? Manhwa. She stepped forward, forcing a smile. Manhwa was the slowest but easiest to fool, so she decided to start with him. The 3 snake cubs turned to look when they heard her. Manhwa, are you guys okay here? Your auntie came to see you. Has Sandy scolded or hit you? If she's still being mean, just tell your auntie. I'll ask the clan elder to help you. Luo Yuer deliberately stirred up resentment towards Sandy to get closer to the cubs. Usually, whenever she did this, they would be grateful to her. She reached out to pat Manhwa's head, but Manhwa suddenly jumped back. As if avoiding a plague, he shouted, "Shut up! Don't call me Manhwa." Luo Yuer's movements froze, and her expression turned unpleasant. Manhwa, what's wrong?
Don't call me Manhwa.
I have a new name now. It's Sangfeng, he said proudly, hands on his hips, chin raised. Luo Yuer was upset because he fell into the water and hurt his face. His injury hadn't healed yet, so she didn't want to touch him. Foam? That's a silly name. What kind of broken name is that? Luo Yuer instinctively started criticizing, but then realized the 3 snake children looked angry. Auntie, that's not what I meant. I was just curious. Who gave you that name? Luo Yuer quickly tried to smooth things over. Hua Sang-ching stepped forward without answering and asked, "What do you want?" Sang Yu also looked at Luo Yuer with suspicion. They hadn't forgotten what Sang Dai had said. Luo Yuer and Hu Lai had taken many supplies from the vicious female, and she had caused Manhwa to get hurt twice. Now her image in their minds was completely changed. Seeing the 3 snake children on guard, Luo Yuer's face darkened. She had no choice but to explain her purpose. Dua area, our tribe just arrived at the Black Abyss tribe. Life is hard. Annie wants to borrow some supplies. The Tingsha beast men brought us a lot of supplies. Can I borrow a little? As she spoke, she moved toward the cave. No, these are my mother's supplies. If you want to borrow, you need to ask her. Sangfeng immediately stepped in front of Luo Yuer, arms spread. Mother? Luo Yuer was stunned, glaring in disbelief. When did this brat get so close to Sang Dai, that despicable woman? Auntie is only borrowing, and she will return it. Luo Yuer forced a smile. Sangfeng seriously said, then, first return the supplies that Uncle Hu Lai took from my mother before we talk. Although Sang-ching disliked his brother's stupidity, he didn't argue this time. Instead, he stood behind him. Auntie, if you want to sneak in while Mother is away, I will call the Tingsha beast men, Sang Yu added softly, almost making Luo Yuer furious. Calling for help? These ungrateful kids. If she hadn't given them a bite to eat, they would have starved to death long ago. Now they are so ungrateful, not understanding gratitude at all. Looking at the piled supplies inside the cave and the new animal pelts on the three snake children, Luo Yuer clenched her teeth in anger. She stomped her feet and left. She didn't want to cause a big scene and embarrass herself in the Black Abyss tribe. Those three little brats deserve to be mistreated by Sang-dai. Ungrateful. Next time Sang-dai beats them to death, I won't care. Luo Yuer walked while cursing angrily. What's so special about it? Sang-dai only went to serve the young of the king, and that's how they got supplies. If she went, she could do it too. Thinking of this, Luo Yuer had a clever idea. What if she replaced Sang-dai in caring for the young? Then Sang-dai wouldn't be so proud. When Sang-dai returned from the White Cave, she saw a group of beastmen standing outside from afar. She was startled, thinking something had happened to the three snake cubs, and hurried over. As she got closer, she realized the people outside were the original tribe members. Luo Yuer and Hulei stood behind the tribal elder. The three snake cubs were surrounded in the middle, their eyes red, looking upset. Sang-dai's face darkened, and she quickly ran over, hugging the three snake cubs in her arms.
It's okay, Mother is here, she said.
Then she turned to Luo Yuer and asked, What are you here for? Most beastmen are simple and have a strong sense of territory, so they usually don't visit others often. Thinking with her toes, Sang-dai knew they appeared here because Luo Yuer was causing trouble. The three snake cubs were a bit confused. Feeling the warmth of Sang-dai's embrace, they didn't move and showed a hint of longing in their eyes. What's wrong with this vicious female? Why did she suddenly hug them? They were just blinded by the dust brought by the beastmen earlier. But Sang-dai looked like a protective mother hen, making a protective stance, which the three snake cubs appreciated. Sang-dai, tomorrow let Yuer go to take care of the king's young, Hulei said, stepping forward with a gracious look. Sang-dai looked confused.
Why?
At that time, Luo Yuer refused to go herself, but now that she was getting benefits, she changed her mind. Isn't that too good to be true? Why are you so stingy? You've already received so many supplies. What's wrong with Yuer going? Do you want a female to monopolize all the supplies? Hulei said unhappily.
Luo Yuer also looked weakly at Sang-dai.
Sang-dai, I don't want to compete with you. The tribe is having a hard time and we need these supplies. Don't worry, we won't touch your supplies. I just want to help share the burden. When I get supplies, I will share them with everyone. Sang-dai kept the supplies for herself, but Luo Yuer cared about the tribe. Compared to that, everyone was on Luo Yuer's side. Sang-dai was so angry she laughed. Is this woman crazy? This is the beast world, not modern times that promote equality. The males want the females to reproduce for them, and now they want females to support the family?
Dream on.
They got all the good luck? Aren't you pregnant with cubs? Constantly complaining about stomach pain, whether she can give birth to her cubs is still a problem. Even Tiger Lai dares to let you do the work of caring for the cubs? Sang-dai did not agree and mocked. Luo Yuer's smile froze on her face. Tiger Lai also nervously looked at Luo Yuer. Compared to supplies, he cared more about his unborn cubs. I'm fine now. The veterinarian said the cubs are healthy. Clan Elder Grandma, I am willing to contribute more to the clan, Luo Yuer said sincerely to the clan elder. Luo Yuer's selfless attitude immediately gained the favor of the clan members. Sang-dai, you should learn more from Luo Yuer. She's willing to work for the clan even while pregnant.
Exactly.
The clan has taken care of you for so long. You didn't find a mate outside to have cubs, but once you get benefits, you abandon the clan. That's really unkind. The orcs looked at Sang-dai with disapproval and dissatisfaction. My mother is not unkind. If she hadn't agreed to take care of the king's cubs, none of you could have entered the Black Abyss tribe. Why didn't you praise Luo Yuer back then? Sang Foam clenched his small fists, unable to help feeling sorry for Sang-dai. Sang Qing and Sang Yu also looked angry. They used to dislike not only vicious females, but also every orc in the tribe equally. Because this tribe had no orc who was friendly to them, they naturally sided with Sang-dai now. The orcs were speechless after Sang Feng's words. All right, that's settled. Sang-dai, tomorrow Luo Yuer will go in your place, said the clan elder grandma with a stern face, tapping her wooden cane. Clan elder grandma, You should talk to the Tung snake orcs about this. I can't make the decision, Sandai said, not polite anymore, as she saw the clan elder grandma supporting Luo Yuer. She directly refused. The clan elder grandma's expression darkened. As the clan leader, did Sandai really think she could do whatever she wanted now that she was in the Black Abyss tribe? Clan elder grandma, don't be angry. The Tung snake orcs only said they need females to care for the cubs, and they didn't specifically ask for Sandai. As long as I go tomorrow, I will definitely take good care of the king's cubs, Luo Yuer comforted with a smile. The clan elder grandma's face eased a little. You go tomorrow. No need to say more, she said, then turned and left with her wooden cane. It didn't look like she came to discuss with Sandai, but rather to inform her. Luo Yuer looked at Sandai proudly, like a victorious mother hen, swaying her hips as she left.
You.
That's too much bullying the orcs. Sang Feng was so angry his ears turned red, stomping her little feet. Sandai ignored them and looked at Sang Feng with big, bright almond-shaped eyes. Xiao Feng, what did you just call me? She didn't hear wrong. Little one actually called her mother now. It seems her hard work these past few days was worth it. Sang Feng was stunned, turning to stare blankly at Sangdai, his face suddenly flushing red like a cooked shrimp. I didn't call you mother, he stammered. Next to them, Sang Qing and Sang Yu couldn't help but cover their faces in disbelief. This fool. Haha. Seeing the adorable, silly expression on the little one's face, Sangdai couldn't help but laugh. Her anger from earlier vanished instantly. She gently pinched the little face and took a sweet sniff. Our little Feng is so cute. In the future, call me mother more often. I really like hearing it, Sangdai said warmly. Sang Feng froze stiffly in place. She actually kissed his face. Sang Qing and Sang Yu looked at Sangdai with envy. How come this silly little brother always has such good luck? He's so clueless, but still manages to please the mean female. She must be so annoyed she's gone crazy. Sang Yu looked at Sangdai's happy smile and felt a strange pain in her heart. Maybe the mean female was just pretending to be happy because she was worried about them. Yes, that must be it. Sangdai was genuinely happy. The little villain was starting to accept her, so she wouldn't have to die a tragic death. Compared to resources, being accepted was more important. There's plenty of food in the cave. We can eat less. Sang Yu's soft voice reached Sangdai's ears.
Huh?
Sangdai looked up, confused.
She didn't understand.
It's okay, if we don't take care of the king's cubs. I promise we won't let you go hungry, Sang Yu said nervously, clutching her clothes. The mean female used to have no food, so she was mean to them. If they gave her all their food, maybe she wouldn't turn back into her old self. She could eat less, or not at all, as long as she stayed just like now. Sang Qing also clumsily comforted her. That's right, don't be sad. I've grown up now. I'll hunt and feed you soon. He understood what Sang Yu meant. Sang Feng looked at his older brother with suspicion. Big brother, you're only 4. You don't even have enough teeth to chew on prey. Sang Qing angrily smacked his head. You talk too much. So stupid. It's true, I didn't say anything wrong, Sang Feng said, feeling wronged as he held his head, looking confused. Sangdai was so amused by the silly little snake that she couldn't stop laughing. Don't worry, mother can take care of you. Your only task now is to grow healthy and strong. You don't need to worry about food, she said softly, gently touching each of their heads. She knew the 3 little snakes were just comforting her. A warm feeling filled her heart. After being petted, Sang Qing and Sang Yu's faces turned red, as if they were frozen. After being teased by the little snake, Sandai was no longer angry. According to the story, Luo Yuer went to care for the little white, but didn't get much in return. She was only worried about the little white. The little white was different from other cubs, had been hurt, and was fragile inside. Yet, it was jealous and longed for love. She worried Luo Yuer might hurt it. But then she thought, with the big villain around, the little white probably wouldn't get into trouble. If Luo Yuer wanted to take risks, let her do so. Hearing Sandai's words, the 3 snake cubs felt warm inside. Did the mean female really want to raise them? In the evening, The snake beast man delivered prey on time. This time, it wasn't the male who was familiar with Sandai. He just left the prey and went away. Sandai didn't get a chance to suggest that a female take care of the little white. She cooked a delicious meal at the cave entrance for the snake cubs. After eating and drinking enough, they went back to sleep in the cave. That night, the 3 snake cubs slept very peacefully. The next morning, Sandai was awakened by a loud call. When she went outside, she was stunned. She saw that the big rabbit sent by the snake beast man yesterday now had several pink baby rabbits underneath. It turned out to be a pregnant mother rabbit that had just given birth. The mother rabbit was bleeding heavily. "Mother, she's bleeding a lot. Is she going to die?" Sandai's little son, Silkworm, frowned and watched the panting mother rabbit. Sandai thought he was worried about the rabbit and explained, "No, female rabbits always bleed when they give birth." Hearing this, Silkworm looked disappointed. He thought they could eat the rabbit now. But if the prey was dead, it wouldn't taste good. It's better to kill it while it's alive so the meat stays tender. Most of the prey sent by the snake beast man wasn't fully dead, making it easier to eat whenever they wanted, and it wouldn't spoil in the heat. Sangqing and Singwa looked at Sandai with some concern. Do females bleed so much when they give birth? Did the mean female bleed even more when she had them? It must have been very painful. "Mother, what should we do with these little rabbits?" Silkworm poked at a small rabbit with his finger and licked his lips, asking how to eat it. He wanted to know how to cook it because he'd never eaten such tender rabbits before. Sandai thought he was interested and said, "You can raise the little rabbits. In a few months, you can eat them and they can have babies too." The more she thought about it, the more she liked the idea. Rabbits breed quickly, and they could play with them and eat them. It was a perfect solution. Raise them? Silkworm was stunned. His mother not only wanted to raise them, but also a whole family of rabbit brothers? He suddenly looked worried and frowned, "But we don't have enough food to raise them." Sandy smiled. "Rabbits don't eat meat. They just eat grass. This is a primeval forest, and plants are plentiful here." Hearing this, Silkworm finally relaxed. As long as she doesn't take his food, he's willing to help her raise the rabbit younger sibling. Sandy is proactive. Seeing that the 3 snake cubs had no objections, after a simple breakfast, she planned to take them to cut grass for the rabbits. Parent-child activities are also a good way to increase affection. She made 3 small snakeskin pouches from animal hides, sewn with a string, and hung them around the necks of the 3 snake cubs. She also gave each of the 3 snake cubs a small sickle, then headed out. To the east of the tribe, there is a lush meadow. The young beast men are lively and active, but they can't leave the tribe, so this meadow is a paradise for the cubs. Many cubs roll and play in beast form there. Sandy took the 3 snake cubs to a corner and started cutting grass. "You're still young, so it's okay if you can't cut much. When you're tired, go play with other cubs. Mommy will do the work," she said kindly to the 3 snake cubs before starting. She wanted them to understand how hard it is to support the family and also hoped to gain some affection. However, she soon couldn't keep smiling. 15 minutes later, Sandy looked at the uneven grass in front of her and then at Sangqing, who was already several meters ahead, lost in thought.
No.
Why is the grass in this beast world harder than sticks? She had to rub her hands raw just to cut a little. How could 4-year-old Sangqing be so capable? Sangwa followed behind Sangqing. Although not as fast, she neatly stacked the cut grass, looking very tidy. Silkworm held a small sickle, darting into the grass like a little whirlwind, rushing forward and scattering weeds to the sides. Any one of the 3 snake cubs was stronger than her. "Mommy, if you're too tired, go rest nearby. We can handle the grass here," Silkworm said considerately, turning back with a caring look. Sandy wished she could find a hole to hide in. Is this what a young cub should say to her mother? Letting the 3 cubs work while she rests? Does she still want face? No need. Mommy isn't tired. Sandy took a deep breath and continued working, bending down. Silkworm scratched her head in confusion. Mommy is so strange today. She usually makes them work, but today she wants to work with them willingly. Although she doesn't understand. She's happy to work with mommy. Sangfeng cut the grass even more enthusiastically. Watching Sangfeng push forward with all her might, Sandy felt speechless. Soon, Sandai and the 3 snake cubs grew farther apart. Eventually, she couldn't bear it anymore and decided to pick up the grass cut by Sandfeng, bundle it together, and carry it back later. Her small snakeskin bag was already full and couldn't hold more. In the bushes, some young orcs spotted the snake cubs and gathered around without knowing when. Are you new here? Young cubs, you've never seen the world. You're even eating grass? Orcs who eat grass are really embarrassing for our Black Abyss tribe. You can't even speak properly. Are you mute? The young cubs laughed at the snake cubs, pointing at them. Led by one of them, they picked up stones from the ground and threw them at the snake cubs. A fist-sized stone hit Sandy's head. Little sister, second sister, Sanqing and Sandfeng, both males, were quick. Seeing this, they rushed to Sandue and shielded her with their bodies.
Bang!
The stone hit Sandking's shoulder. He cried out in pain as the animal hide on his shoulder was torn, revealing a bloodstain. Sandking's pupils widened, and his dark eyes suddenly turned a fierce red with anger. His animal hide clothes, made by a malicious female, were damaged. Big brother, Sandue and Sandfeng exclaimed at the same time. Their voices attracted nearby orcs, and Sandai hurried over. What's going on? Why is there blood? Who did this? Seeing the wound on Sandking's shoulder and the stone at his feet, Sandai frowned and looked at the young orcs nearby. The leader was a chubby boy about 5 or 6 years old, holding a stone in his hand. The chubby boy was frightened by Sandai's glare and threw the stone, running backward. Mother! Mother! Help me! Who dares to be so bold as to bully my young ones? Hearing the commotion, Snake Xiaomian arrived quickly. The chubby boy immediately ran behind her. His arrogant expression froze when he saw Sandai, as if recalling something unpleasant. Sandai also frowned slightly. Was this chubby boy Snake Xiaomian's cub? How could she encounter Snake Xiaomian everywhere? Hearing Snake Xiaomian's words, Sanqing looked nervously at Sandai, trembling slightly. He had caused trouble for the malicious female. In the past, she hated them causing trouble in the tribe and wouldn't let them fight back when bullied. Now, she was confronting them directly. Would she be angry? Mother, he called us mute and threw stones at second sister. Big brother protected her, or else her head would be broken, Sandfoam quickly reported. Don't worry, I'm here, Sandai said softly, gently patting Sandking's head. She then turned serious and looked at Snake Xiaomian. Her tone was firm. Make him apologize and take our little Qing to see the healer. Facing such a person, the more she tolerates, the more they will become arrogant. Sang Qing's body stiffened, a look of surprise flashing in her eyes. Isn't this malicious female angry?
She even
defends him and makes the other apologize? Why should he apologize? It's just a playful fight between cubs. If anyone's to blame, it's because he's too weak. He got scraped, and now he's blaming my snake for being strong. Snake Xiao Mian looked disdainful and paid no attention to Sangdai's words. Just a male cub, and if he dies, no one cares. Even seeing a veterinarian is a waste. In the beast tribe, the lives of male cubs are the least valuable.
Sans déesse face d'Arkend.
I'll say it again, apologize. Take Xiao Qing to see the vet, or I'll be rude. Oh, so you're not polite? Do you want to hit me too? I tell you, hitting females in the tribe will get you expelled. Before Snake Xiao Mian finished speaking, Sangdai stepped forward, grabbing the back of the chubby snake Zhuang's neck and tossing him towards Sang Qing. Xiao Qing hit him back. At her command, Sang Qing hesitated for a moment but quickly reacted, grabbing the fleeing snake Zhuang. Even at just 4 years old, he was stronger than the 6-year-old snake Zhuang. He had been injured earlier to protect Sengyu, but now that snake Zhuang was in his hands, he rode on him and punched his face like raindrops. How dare you bully my sister? How dare you call us mute? Punch after punch, he knocked snake Zhuang out of his senses. Sang Feng and Sengyu watched in shock. Mother! So powerful! She can do this! The two little ones pouted, cheering on their big brother, occasionally throwing mud balls at Snake Zhuang's face and mouth. It didn't hurt but was very insulting to the beast. Sangdai, are you crazy? You dare hit my cubs, you little brat. Snake Xiaomion's eyes widened in disbelief. She didn't expect Sangdai to do this, and tried to step forward to stop her. During the day, the males went hunting, so only females and cubs remained in the tribe, with no males to help. Sangdai stopped her, smiling thinly, but with a cold edge.
What are you talking about?
Playing around among cubs isn't hitting. My Xiao Qing is bleeding, but he's fine. Your cubs haven't even scratched their skin. No way, no way. Is your male cub really that precious? You? Snake Xiaomian was furious. This female. She couldn't hit her either. If she forcefully moved forward, she was afraid Sangdai would splash her with foul-smelling water again. The injury wasn't serious, but highly insulting. She didn't want to go through that again. What do you think you're doing? Do you dare to hit me? If you make a move, my older brother and sister-in-law will make sure you can't stay in the Black Abyss tribe. Sandy's eyes flicked around, and she said arrogantly, my older sister-in-law will take care of the king's young tomorrow. She's gentle and caring, and she knows how to please the young. As long as Little White likes her, maybe the next queen will be my sister-in-law. Once my sister-in-law becomes queen, I won't let you go. Sandy grinned slyly, showing her cunning and provoking jealousy. Luo Yuer tried to cause trouble for her, but Sandy wouldn't let her get away easily. Snake Xiaomian was surprised. That female actually approached the king? No, she couldn't let another female steal the king away. Just wait and see. I'll deal with you later. Snake Xiaomian glared at Sandy and hurriedly twisted her water snake waist to leave. Unexpectedly, Snake Xiaomian didn't care about the young and left directly. Sang Qing clenched his small fist in surprise. Snake Zhuang took the opportunity to push him aside and ran after Snake Xiaomian. Mother, mother. Snake Zhuang ran very fast, afraid of being left alone. His previous arrogance was gone. As they walked away, Snake Xiaomian looked annoyed and cursed. Useless thing, can't even beat a few wild little ones without fathers. It's shameful for the Tung snake beast men. Snake Zhuang's father was a Tung snake beast man. Although Sandy's 3 young ones were also snake cubs, they belonged to an unknown small tribe. How could they compare to Tung snake beast men? Snake Zhuang looked wronged.
He's too strong,
He's a 4-year-old cub, 2 years younger than you. How strong can he be? I think your flesh has been wasted these 2 years. Today, you won't need to eat meat, Snake Xiaomian interrupted impatiently. Reproduction among snake beasts was quick. A single nest could produce over 10 eggs. Snake Zhuang was just one of many, but he was outstanding, so she named him. If even a wild cub was better than him, she should breed new cubs sooner. Her mates were all top males. If she became queen, her cubs would be the strongest in the tribe. Thinking of this, Snake Xiaomian quickened her steps toward the king's cave. The king belonged to her. Xiao Qing, how are you? Does your wound hurt? Sandy worriedly knelt in front of Sang Qing, checking his injury. She felt a bit regretful. She was too angry earlier. She should have taken care of Sang Qing's wound first, not just seek revenge. Her cub's health was the most important. Sang Qing shook his head, about to say it didn't hurt, but Sandy pulled his hand up. Let's go home first. Mom will help you clean the wound, Sandy said firmly, pulling the snake cub along. Sang Yu and Sang Feng followed behind. After a few steps, Sang Feng turned back, picked up some tools, stuffed a bundle of grass into his leather bag, and hurried to catch up. The little rabbit brother was still hungry. Sandy skillfully took out saline solution to clean, disinfect, and apply medicine. If it hurts, just say so. Mom will be gentler. Song Qing was about to speak, but remembered that every time his brother got hurt, the usually fierce female was very gentle. The words "it doesn't hurt" turned into "it hurts." Song Feng, who was teasing the rabbit with grass, turned around and looked up with big, shiny black eyes. Big brother, aren't you never afraid of pain? In the past, when he broke his leg, he didn't cry out. Today, his shoulder was just a little scraped, not much blood. Song. This silly kid, I really want to shut his mouth.
Xiaofeng, you can't talk like that.
If your big brother is hurt, of course it hurts. Songdai deliberately kept a serious face to teach Songfeng, avoiding conflict among the three snake cubs. Then she gently blew on the wound. Songqing felt a slight itch at the injury, and his cheeks were burning hot. It felt so good to have a mother's care. Seeing her gentle face so close, he instinctively spoke. "Thank you, mother." It was the first time he called her that, and his face looked awkward, his voice buzzing like a mosquito. Songdai's face lit up with joy. Her good eldest son was finally calling her that. She knew that the eldest was the most stubborn among the three snake cubs.
Good boy, no need to thank Mom.
Looking at the little pink cheeks, she couldn't help but kiss him. Songqing's cheeks turned red visibly. So, getting hurt could make Mom like him more. From now on, he would gladly get hurt more. Songqing's mind drifted happily. Song Ye and Songfeng watched their interactions, their round black eyes full of envy. Big brother was so clever. He even tricked Mom into feeling sorry for him. After tending to Songqing's wound, Songdai didn't dare let the three snake cubs go outside. She kept them at home to watch over the house, while she went to the grassland to bring back the cut grass. They cut 5 big bundles of grass, each weighing over 10 pounds. Surprisingly, a passing Tung snake beastman saw and helped carry it back. The newborn rabbit still needed milk, and only the mother rabbit ate grass, but she couldn't finish so much. Songdai put the dry grass into an empty burrow, secretly collecting it when the cubs weren't looking. The storage not only allowed her to take things out but also kept them fresh and prevented spoilage. In the hot climate of the primitive forest, this was a real treasure. The 3 snake cubs gathered around the rabbit to feed it. The mother rabbit, probably frightened, grabbed the baby rabbit and tried to run away. Songdar, realizing this, looked around the storage and found a large rabbit cage, which she took out to put the rabbit inside. Rabbit droppings have a strong smell. The cage is lined with a container filled with sand, which is regularly changed so that the smell doesn't fill the cave. Seeing the tidy cave and the 3 well-behaved snake babies, Sandy feels hopeful about the future. Meanwhile, Luo Yuer got up early and waited on the path where the Tung snake beast man was going to Sandy's cave. A few days ago, the Tung snake beast man only came in the afternoon to see Sandy. Recently, Xiaobai has been eating happily and keeps asking Sandy to come earlier. So, the beast man came early today. Halfway there, Luo Yuer stopped him. "Do you need something?" The beast man on duty to care for Xiaobai was replaced today. He didn't know Luo Yuer well, only that she and Sandy were new arrivals. "Big brother Tung snake, Sandy is sick today. She asked me to take care of the prince's young ones," Luo Yuer explained with a smile.
Sick?
"I'll go see." The beast man was surprised. The king had instructed him to take good care of this female. Luo Yuer quickly stopped him.
Hey.
Sandy has already seen the veterinarian. She's just feeling unwell and doesn't want to come out. She asked me to go in her place. "Big brother Tung snake, just take me there." If the beast man found Sandy, it would be suspicious. He frowned. "That won't do. Xiaobai wants Sandy, not you." His words were straightforward, and Luo Yuer's smile froze. She shamelessly urged, "Sandy already told me everything. I can take good care of the prince's young ones. Besides, if I delay, the king will punish us."
All right, then.
"Come with me," the beast man decided. Since they belonged to the same group, their ways of caring for the young should be similar. If they were late, Xiaobai would cause trouble. He quickly led Luo Yuer to Xiaobai's cave. Inside the cave, Xiaobai happily played with the princess castle blocks, occasionally glancing at the entrance with anticipation. These past 2 days had been the happiest in his memory. Soon, footsteps sounded outside. "Why are you so slow?" Xiaobai stood up excitedly and ran to the entrance, though he muttered with a hint of annoyance. As he reached the entrance, he saw a strange female approaching. Luo Yuer was smiling, but upon seeing the scarred face of the young one, she recoiled in fear. "This young one is really ugly."
Who are you?
"You're not her. I want her to come." Xiaobai was hurt by Luo Yuer's reaction. Not seeing Sandy, he shouted loudly. Luo Yuer remembered her purpose and quickly forced a smile to comfort him. Little young one, I came today to take care of your young ones. Sandy can't come. How about I make you something tasty? I don't want you. Get lost. Xiao Bai seemed to retreat, as if he saw a plague god. Luo Yuer felt unhappy inside. This young creature was both ugly and annoying. If he weren't the king's offspring, she wouldn't bother to serve him. Ignoring Xiao Bai's resistance, she walked straight in, took out a fire starter and fire tinder. This little creature probably hadn't seen good food before. Once she made delicious dishes, he would realize he was better than Sandy. Thinking this, Luo Yuer quickly lit a fire in the cave. Xiao Bai's face was full of pits, and he was about to chase the person away. Suddenly, he sensed a heat source. He looked up, and a blazing fire reflected in his pupils, flickering like a demon devouring prey inside the cave. His pupils shrank, turning into vertical slits.
Fire.
Fire. He covered his head, sat down abruptly, looking terrified, trembling all over as if he had seen something frightening. There's nothing to be afraid of. Meat cooked with fire is delicious. Come over and see. Luo Yuer didn't notice Xiao Bai's unusual behavior. She thought he was inexperienced and pulled him toward the fire. Cooking meat personally was much more fun. The young creature loved these new things. Sandy definitely wouldn't do this. Then Xiao Bai would only recognize her, and Sandy wouldn't matter anymore. The king would also reward her greatly. She would surely be the most favored female in the entire tribe. Luo Yuer looked proud, but unexpectedly, Xiao Bai suddenly bit her wrist hard.
Ah!
Luo Yuer cried out in pain, shook off Xiao Bai. With a clatter, Xiao Bai bumped into her carefully built princess castle blocks. The blocks scattered everywhere, some rolling into the fire. You little brat, why did you bite me? Luo Yuer endured the pain, not noticing the blocks on the ground. Xiao Bai's eyes turned red. He was frightened by the fire but didn't cry. Seeing the blocks burning, he burst into tears.
Daddy, boo-hoo.
Luo Yuer was annoyed and wanted to curse. Suddenly, a cold chill swept over her from behind. Before she could turn around, she felt a sharp pain in her waist, and she was flung into the air. With a bang, she landed right on her burning fire. Perhaps she hit too hard, and the fire was immediately extinguished. A tall figure swiftly appeared beside Xiao Bai, wrapping him in his arms. Daddy's here, he said in a deep, cold voice, like it came from an icy cave, completely emotionless, but full of protective intent. Seeing the fire go out, Xiao Bai's crying stopped, but tears still streamed down his face. The blocks, the ones given to him by that female. There was nothing left. Ting Tian's eyes turned cold, his sharp gaze like a blade cutting toward Luo Yuer on the ground. Little Bai had never cried so sadly before. This female. Father, I don't want this female. Make her leave. I don't want to see her. Sniff, sniff. I want the female from yesterday to come back. Little Bai cried so hard he couldn't breathe. His tiny arms hugged Ting Tian's arm, tears and snot streaming down his face. All right, father will make her leave, Ting Tian said almost obediently to his young one. With a quick glance, the snake beast man outside entered and dragged the painfully crying Luo Yuer away. Seeing Luo Yuer gone, Little Bai's mood improved a little. Ting Tian raised his hand, gently wiping the tears from Little Bai's face, though his movements were a bit rough. His delicate face turned red instantly. He paused, then lowered his hand and softly comforted him. Are you hurt anywhere? His eyes examined Little Bai carefully, and seeing no injuries, he relaxed. Little Bai disliked other beast men, even the veterinarian, and refused to see them. If he was hurt, it would be troublesome. He shook his head, sniffling, his nose red. Father, I don't want to see that bad female again. I want the female from yesterday. Good. Father won't let her come anymore. I'll go find the female from yesterday, Ting Tian said with a hint of affection in his stern face, immediately agreeing. He only had this one young one.
And
she was his young one. Little Bai's eyes were very similar to hers. Every time he saw Little Bai, he couldn't help but think of her. He couldn't refuse Little Bai's plea. Little Bai was comforted, but then he curled up in the corner, unwilling to speak. Outside the cave, Tung looked at the female on the ground and asked coldly, "Why did you change females today? Who allowed her to come in?" Luo Yuer had recovered and was stunned for a moment when she saw Tung Tian's handsome face. She hadn't expected there to be a male more handsome than Tiger Lai. Is he the fierce Snake King? She quickly got up from the ground, brushed her hair, and explained, "Sandy wasn't feeling well, so she asked me to come today. I didn't expect Little Bai to react so strongly. I didn't do it on purpose. The fire wasn't even dangerous." She blamed Little Bai for not understanding, saying she was taking care of him and even biting herself. As a female, she believed she was more important than the young one, no matter what. However, Tung Tian didn't even give her a glance. His cold gaze swept to the snake beast man beside him. The beast man suddenly knelt down with a thud. "Subordinate, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have brought her here without permission, causing Little Bai to be frightened. I will accept any punishment." The tongue snake beast man broke out in cold sweat, realizing that the king was not asking for reasons, but was directly admitting fault. He knew the king was truly angry today. Luckily, Little White was unharmed. Otherwise, he wouldn't just face punishment, but might lose his head. The tongue snake beast man cursed Luo Yuer harshly in his mind. This female was really the cause of his trouble. Tung then shifted his gaze to Luo Yuer with cold, sinister eyes.
Who allowed you to use fire in the tribe?
Hearing this, Luo Yuer was stunned. In the Black Abyss tribe, wasn't fire allowed? She had used fire in her previous tribe and gained everyone's favor. After coming to the Black Abyss tribe, she naturally thought it was just as backward here and didn't bother to ask. She didn't know that even in primitive times, some tribes had occasionally obtained fire from lightning strikes. She was about to explain. Suddenly, a voice interrupted her. "King, she's definitely doing it on purpose. Who in the entire Black Abyss tribe doesn't know Little White is afraid of fire? The tribe has forbidden fire use. She still dares to light a fire in front of Little White to scare him. She clearly doesn't respect the king. I think she's deliberately trying to harm Little White. This female has bad intentions. King, you can't let her go easily." Snake Xiao Mian stepped out from behind the tongue snake beastman. She had been waiting here after hearing Sandai's words. She originally wanted to find a way to stop Luo Yuer from seeing Little White, but Luo Yuer arrived early today, and she couldn't stop her. Now it was even better. This female was courting death by using fire in front of Little White. Truly, heaven was helping her. "I didn't do it. Don't talk nonsense." Luo Yuer glared at Snake Xiao Mian. She didn't even know this person, and was falsely accusing her. The next moment, she felt Tung gaze turn colder. "Someone take her away. She's not allowed to come within half a step of the cave from now on. Punish her according to the rules." As Tung finished speaking, the tongue snake beast man immediately took Luo Yuer away, without hesitation, giving her no chance to explain. Snake Xiao Mian was proud of herself. Now no female was competing with her for the king. "Find a beast doctor and take her to see her," Tung ordered again. The female he referred to was naturally Sandai, who was sick. The tongue snake beast man quickly nodded, but before he could leave, Tung stopped him. "Forget it, I'll go myself," Tung said and started walking. Little White cared a lot about this female. He promised to bring her here, and if she had any trouble, he wouldn't be able to explain to Little White. Thinking of how fragile Sandai looked last time he saw her, he couldn't help but quicken his pace. Luo Yuer was sent back to the cave. The clan elder and other members had been waiting for her. When she returned, they eagerly stepped forward. "How is it? Is the king satisfied? Did he give you any rewards?" The Tingsha beast man snorted. "Still wanting supplies? It's good enough that the king didn't banish you from the tribe. Starting today, for the next month, you'll be responsible for cleaning all the waste in the tribe. And you, beast men, hunting alone doesn't require you to join the hunting team anymore. The tribe won't provide you with supplies."
What?
Hearing Tingsha's words, Luo Yuer and the other beast men stared in disbelief. Making her a female, clean up waste? Such a disgusting task. She had to do it? And hunting on their own? They had just arrived and couldn't catch prey without joining the hunting team. This was clearly cutting off their options. Tingsha ignored their protests and brought a stone basin and a large jar. All the waste you clean up should be placed here. Every day, beast men will carry it out of the tribe. If the tribe is not kept clean and the king gets angry, he might kick you out. Don't say I didn't warn you. After giving these instructions, Tingsha urged Luo Yuer to start working. Under Tingsha's watchful eye, Luo Yuer had no choice but to accept her fate and start collecting the waste. The beast men had no toilets. They relieved themselves in hidden spots. But the smell was strong, and too much waste piled up in the tribe could cause danger. So every day, beast men would clean it up regularly. Basically, it was just collecting. Without gloves, Luo Yuer could only use a stick. The process was slow, and some waste was misshapen and fell apart easily. The beastman's waste was large, and Luo Yuer felt like she was about to break down.
Ugh.
She vomited all morning and finally had a moment to rest. Covered in the smell of feces, she returned to the cave. The tribe members avoided her, and the other beast men looked at her with disgust. Luo Yuer cursed silently.
Sand-eye.
She must have known Xiao Bai was afraid of fire and deliberately didn't tell her, just waiting for her to fall into a trap. How cruel. Luo Yuer added another point against Sand-eye. Achoo.
Achoo.
Sand-eye, who was feeding the snake cub, sneezed several times. She rubbed her nose. Who was insulting her? Mother, are you sick? Sand-eye's black, shiny beast eyes blinked nervously as she looked at Sand-eye. Female bodies are fragile. Even a small illness can be deadly for them. They had waited so long for their mother to recover and didn't want her to get sick. They wanted to live happily with their gentle mother forever. Mother isn't sick, Sand-eye reassured her, patting her little sister's head to comfort her. You all stay at home and take care of the little rabbit. Mother is going to wash dishes by the river. Washing water is hard to carry, so she doesn't want to bother the snake beast man too much. She takes the dishes directly to the river to wash, saving effort and water. The three snake children nod obediently. Sandy uses a basin to carry the dishes to the river. When Tung and the veterinarian arrive, they see Sandy barefoot, having already washed the dishes, sitting on a rock by the river and washing her feet. Her fair feet splash in the water, creating ripples. The lush forest surrounds them, but only along the riverbank do gaps in the tall trees let sunlight shine on Sandy's delicate, small face, making her look like she's glowing with a soft light. The veterinarian following Tung is a bit stunned. He has never seen such a beautiful female before. Noticing the veterinarian's reaction, Tung frowns. Seeing Tingkong's expression, the veterinarian quickly looks away and stands quietly behind him. Great villain. King? Sandy notices someone watching her, turns around, and sees Tingkong. She almost blurts out great villain, but quickly stands up. What a coincidence, King. Are you here to wash things by the river too? Sandy says with an awkward smile. For some reason, whenever she sees the great villain, she thinks of the giant beast from her dreams, which makes her feel very uncomfortable. Tingkong looks down at the small female in front of him. Seeing her lively and energetic, he knows that Luo Yuer must be lying. He turns to the veterinarian and orders, "You can go back now." The veterinarian is a young male who doesn't have a partner yet. He wanted to look at Sandy a little longer, but sensing that King seemed a bit displeased, he didn't dare stay and quickly left. Sandy is a bit confused. When Tingkong approaches, she instinctively steps back. Besides, the great villain's presence is just too strong. No, if you have something to say, just say it. She really doesn't want to get close to him. Did she bully you? Tingkong stops in front of Sandy, looking down at her. His sharp, stern eyebrows furrow slightly, showing some displeasure.
Huh, what?
Sandy is confused. She doesn't understand what the great villain is saying. Well, you're so weak and have no partner. Anyone can bully you, Tingkong continues with a furrowed brow, thinking for a moment. If someone tries to take your place in the future, tell me. Since this female is so delicate, she probably doesn't dare to resist. If Xiaobai likes her, he can't let anything happen to her. Sandy realizes that the great villain must know about Luo Yuer. Did Xiaobai get into trouble? She asks anxiously. He was frightened and wants to see you, Tung replies. Sandy quickly nods. I can go now. Tung turned around and led the way. Sandy also forgot about her bowls and chopsticks and followed. After all, no one in the tribe would take these things. Tung, with long legs, took big steps, and Sandy had to jog several steps to keep up. Her gaze fell on her smooth, bare feet on the ground, and Tung's eyes darkened. Why are you stopping? Sandy was confused about why the main villain stopped. Suddenly, she felt a tightness around her waist. Tung reached out with a long arm and easily carried her on his shoulder. This looked much better. You're too slow, Tung said in a deep, brief voice, and then he said no more. Sandy cursed inwardly, but could only accept it. She couldn't fight the big villain. Soon, they arrived at the cave. As soon as her feet touched the ground, Sandy hurried to Xiaobai's cave. Her waist nearly hurt. Could this bold little guy have warned her before acting? The weight on Tung's arm disappeared, but he felt strangely empty. He turned his head and looked at the female's back, his expression suddenly serious. That back. Why did it seem a little familiar? A fleeting thought crossed Tung's mind, and he couldn't help but step forward with his long legs to follow. Inside the cave, Sandy took a deep breath, stretching her sore, stiff arms. When she saw the small figure in the corner, her anger disappeared instantly. Forget it, considering how adorable and soft this little one was and the supplies, she decided not to argue with the main villain. Xiaobai? Sandy moved quietly and approached. The little cub in the corner looked up, showing a pair of wet, red animal eyes. Why did you come so late? She asked softly, with a hint of complaint in her voice. Then, seeming to remember something, her voice cracked with a little crying. You gave me. Sniff, the castle is gone, sniff sniff. For some reason, Xiaobai looked especially wronged the moment he saw Sandy. She then noticed there were a bunch of extinguished fires in the cave, with burnt building blocks in the ashes. Scattered all around were pieces of building blocks, some still forming the shape of a castle. The carefully built blocks had been destroyed. How could she not feel sad and wronged? It's okay, Xiaobai. I still have some here. Let's rebuild it together, okay? I'll give you double ice cream as a reward. Sandy crouched down, wrapping the little cub in her arms and gently patting his back to comfort him. Like finding a source of warmth in winter, Xiaobai couldn't help but nuzzle into her embrace. Hearing about ice cream, her eyes lit up for a moment, but she still looked a bit unhappy. I'll try my best. Hiccup all night, she said, unable to hold back a crying hiccup. Seeing the dark circles under her eyes, Sandy felt even more distressed. Usually, adults take several days to build a set of blocks, but Xiaobai had done it after just one night. She was happily waiting for her, only to have Luo Yuer burn it down. Seeing the little one's sad expression, Sandy softly said, Our Xiaobai is the best. I can't even build this kind of block set. Let's pretend I learned from you. Can we build another one together? When we finish, I'll make you something tasty. If they didn't rebuild it, Xiaobai might always feel sad inside. Seeing Sandy's sincere face, Xiaobai reluctantly nodded. She didn't bring a bag, so she pretended to go back to get more blocks and also to tell the 3 snake cubs. Outside the cave, Tung's steps stopped. Watching the two getting along so well, that female suddenly comforted Xiaobai with just a few words. Usually, Xiaobai hated contact with others, but she let her touch her now. It seemed this female was quite capable. In her deep, dark eyes, a faint gloomy light flickered. Tung didn't bother them anymore and turned to leave the cave, calling his subordinates to guard the two. Whatever she asks for, fulfill her. After saying that, Tung added, from now on, besides her, no other female is allowed to bring Xiaobai into the cave. When she comes to find Xiaobai, she doesn't need to report to me. Just let her in. Such a weak female posed no threat to him. As long as Xiaobai liked her, he could make an exception and let her enter his territory. The snake beastman nodded, feeling shocked. Does the king really allow this female to come and go freely in his mountain cave? That's a privilege usually reserved for the queen. Could it be that the king has taken a liking to her? The snake beastman cautiously glanced at the king, then quickly dismissed the idea. No way. The king had never shown special attention to any female. It must be because of Xiaobai that he made an exception. Under Xiaobai's guidance, they quickly rebuilt a block castle. Sandai was stunned. This kid is truly a genius. The instructions Xiaobai couldn't understand, but based on her last memory, she built it smoothly from start to finish without pause. What kind of incredible memory is this? Can you live here? Dad's cave is big. I'll ask Dad to leave a cave for you. Will you stay here with me? Xiaobai didn't notice Sandai's shock, her clear, black animal eyes full of hope. Seeing the little one grab her skirt with small hands, Sandai's heart clenched painfully. But still, she was heartless, smiling politely and saying, "No, little white. This is your father's cave, and only his mate and cubs can live here. Then you can give my father a mate, and she would be his partner," Little White said without hesitation. If she could become his mother, he would be happy. After all, her father said his real mother had died. He had no mother now, so why not find a loving mother for himself? Sandy's smile froze, and she remembered the fierce face of the main villain. She couldn't help but shiver. Mating with him? She didn't even dare to think about it, and if it weren't for Little White, she wouldn't have any contact with the main villain at all. Let alone be his partner. It's more likely that the sun would rise from the west. That's even less possible. Your father doesn't like me, so we can't be partners. Besides, I have 3 cubs to take care of. They're about your age, Sandy explained with a smile. I visit you every day. If you want, you can also come to my house to play, she added. When Little White heard about the 3 snake cubs, his face immediately fell. A flicker of jealousy flashed in his dark eyes. If only he could become one of those 3 cubs. Seeing the little guy look so disappointed, Sandy was trying to think of ways to comfort him when he suddenly looked up and said, "Okay, forget it. Can you do me a favor?" Sandy nodded. "Sure. What is it?" "I want my dad to try ice cream too." "I'll have Brother Ting's snake deliver it," she replied. She wouldn't refuse such a small request, especially since she was already looking for a box of ice cream in the supermarket to prevent it from melting on the way. "No, you go deliver it." "I'm afraid they'll steal some," Little White interrupted, his face very serious. Sandy was speechless. Seeing his pleading eyes, she almost wanted to refuse but finally said, "Okay." Refusing again would make her seem unkind. Little White wasn't tricky. He just wanted his father to taste something delicious. Sandy asked the Tung snake beastman to take her to the king's cave. The beastman initially wanted to refuse, but remembered the king's recent orders. Coming and going freely probably included the king's cave too. Besides, he had been there before, and the king wasn't angry. So he nodded immediately. "All right, follow me." Watching Sandy's back as she left, Little White's young face showed a triumphant smile. If they didn't like her, they couldn't be partners? Then he would make them like her first. His father loved cleanliness most, so he should be taking a bath now. "Brother Ting's snake, are we going to the king's cave?" Sandy asked curiously, looking at the unfamiliar path. In front of the passage, there was a faint glow of light, indicating they were about to leave the cave. "No, Wong is not in the cave now. He's ahead," the tongue snake orc explained. Sandy nodded in understanding. When they reached the entrance, the tongue snake orc stopped. Sandy understood that the main villain and his son both had peculiar habits and didn't like others to get close. She decided to go alone. Outside the cave, she found it was not the same entrance she had come through. Outside was a grassy field surrounded by strange flowers and plants, with colorful butterflies flying around. "Wong?" She tentatively moved forward, but all she saw was a clear small lake and a waterfall, with no sign of anyone. Just as she was confused, a large black creature suddenly emerged from the water, wrapping around her waist and pulling her into the lake.
"Ah!"
Sandy exclaimed in surprise. Before she could react, she was enveloped by icy water. Shocked, she opened her eyes. In the water was a huge black beast, its massive body coiled in the lake, with crimson eyes like inverted triangles suddenly opening wide. Sandy's heart skipped a beat. This familiar feeling, why did it remind her of that dream? The beast's tail tightened, pulling Sandy out of the water. Huff! Sandy gasped for air as if she had been reborn, but she saw the water level in the lake suddenly drop by several centimeters, and the beast's tail had transformed into a strong, powerful arm. Hearing her breathing, the crimson in the beast's eyes slowly faded, returning to clarity. "Who let you come here?" the beast asked coldly. If he hadn't woken up in time, this female might have lost her life. Last time, after fighting the fierce beast, he had been injured. Since returning, he sometimes lost control and acted irrationally. Though it didn't last long, he would always come to this lake immediately to prevent harming other orcs. Cold water helped him keep his sanity. Sandy quickly explained, trembling as she pulled a box of ice cream from her bag, ignoring that she was still in the lake. She just wanted to finish her task and leave quickly. This main villain was terrifying. He would strangle her if things didn't go his way, sometimes throwing her out or into the water. She was afraid she might end up underground next time. And this lake. It felt like an icy hole, freezing her to death. Seeing her lips turn pale and her fingers trembling, the beast's expression grew serious. She was indeed delicate. Just a short while was enough to make her freeze. He used one hand to lift her up and walk toward the shore. Sandy's body was facing downward, and when she saw her reflection on the lake's surface, her face suddenly turned red. That guy. He had just turned into a human form and hadn't had time to put on clothes. As the beast reached the shore, he noticed the female's body was faintly warm. He felt very strange. How could a female's body be so hot? Although he didn't like heat sources, this small female didn't bother him as much. "You're burning up. Are you sick?" Tung asked with a frown. "No, you better put me down." Sandy stammered. Tung didn't hesitate. He released his hold, and the little female slipped to the ground. He turned around to run away, but suddenly remembered something. He covered his eyes with one hand and shoved the ice cream into Tung's hand. "This is from Little White. He wants you to try it. I didn't mean to bother you. I'm leaving now." Tung's hand held something cold and refreshing, which he liked very much. "Wait," he said, looking at Sandy. He placed his large hand on her shoulder and pulled her back to face him. Sandy thought she had something else to say, but was surprised when he suddenly pulled away her hand, covering her eyes. "Did you hurt your eyes?" "I'll take you to see a doctor," he said. The small female kept her hand over her eyes, clearly uncomfortable. Sandy stiffened, her peripheral vision catching sight of a huge creature. She was suddenly terrified. This. No wonder he's such a big villain. "I didn't see anything." "No, I'm not hurt. Please let go." "I want to leave," Sandy said, her mind racing and words spilling out uncontrollably. Just after she finished speaking, a warm stream suddenly flowed from her nose. Tung's brows furrowed even more. The small female was rambling. Maybe she was confused or sick. In the next moment, she saw 2 red streams of liquid flowing from her nose. "No, I need to take you to see a doctor," he insisted. Blood was coming out, and her body was definitely not normal. Sandy wished she could find a hole to hide in. "I won't go. I'm fine. I really am." She hurriedly wiped her nose and refused. Although animal doctors in this world weren't as advanced as modern doctors, they could still check if a beast's health was okay. If everyone found out she only looked at the big villain and then started bleeding from her nose, she'd never live it down. Tung's brow furrowed into a deep line, about to force her to go, when suddenly an anxious voice came from outside the cave. "King, it's not good. Several hunting teams encountered fierce beasts and are badly injured. The Tingsha beast man came looking for him, so the casualties must be significant." Tung looked serious. He glanced at Sandy, who quickly waved her hands again. "I'm really fine." "Look, I'm bouncing around. You should go help the king," she said quickly. Seeing she didn't look sick, Tung finally stepped forward and headed toward the Tingsha beast man. "Follow me."
I'll take you out, he said.
The female had poor sense of direction. If she got lost, she'd probably start crying. Tung casually picked up a beast hide and wrapped it around his waist. Sandai's pupils suddenly dilated, and she froze completely. Just now, she saw a scar with a tooth mark on Tung's waist, hidden under the beast hide. In her dream, she had bitten the man transformed from the giant beast very hard. And the scar on the villain's waist was exactly the same. Her previously dismissed suspicions surged again.
Could it be
that she wasn't dreaming, and the villain was actually the giant beast she tangled with in her dream? If so, her 3 snake children might actually be the villain's offspring. Thinking of this, Sandai felt like a thunderbolt struck her. She had thought the child's real father would never appear, and she had been working hard to improve her relationship and clear her name. Now she was told that the child's real father was right in front of her. The villain was unpredictable and cared so much for the little white. What if, after knowing the truth, he took the snake children away? Or worse, if he found out about her past abuse of the snake children and, in anger, killed her? Would all her efforts be in vain?
No.
She must not let anyone find out about this. Is there anything else? Seeing the young woman still standing there, staring blankly at her, Tung showed a hint of doubt on his handsome face. And no, it's nothing. Sandai snapped back to her senses and quickly jogged to catch up, pretending nothing had happened. But her mind was troubled. As she walked, she suddenly forgot to leave and followed the villain straight to the hunting team. On the open ground of the tribe, a dozen injured orcs stood, with a look of despair. About 10 more orcs lay on the ground, wounded even more severely, some missing arms or legs, with bites and scratches all over their bodies. The air was thick with the smell of blood. Several healers were busy checking the injuries among the orcs. The orcs with broken limbs, even if they survived, would be unable to hunt in the future. Disabled orcs were essentially useless. Living was worse than death. What happened? Tung's face darkened as he looked at the heavily injured orcs. Usually, each hunting team had 10 members, but today 3 teams were hurt. One of the teams was from the Tung snake orcs, and they were the most badly wounded. Hunting was dangerous. In the past, orcs often got hurt, but today's casualties were the worst ever. "King, we couldn't find prey in the forest, so we tried to go deeper, but we accidentally entered the territory of the fierce beasts," answered a one-legged orc. If the Tung snake orcs hadn't fought desperately to retreat, they might all have been lost. Hearing this, the watching orcs in the tribe were all shocked.
What?
The fierce beasts have already started building nests in the forest where we hunt. Although the fierce beasts compete with orcs for territory, they only build nests within their own lands. There are indeed fierce beasts in the forest, which is why Tung orders orcs to hunt in teams, to avoid being trapped by strange creatures. However, like the beasts, orcs only hunt in the forest and never build their nests there. This makes their already difficult situation even worse. How can we hunt in the future? Yeah, with fierce beast nests everywhere in the forest, we can't go deep inside. But if we don't go deep, we won't find any prey. The orcs look grim. Prey doesn't appear by itself. They have to search everywhere to find it. Now, they also have to be careful not to accidentally stumble into fierce beast nests. It's easy to see that surviving in the future will be even harder for the orcs. Where are the fierce beast nests? Tomorrow, I will take Ting's snake orcs to wipe them out, Tung said coldly. The injured orcs quickly reported the locations. Even so, the orcs weren't very happy. Fierce beasts reproduce very quickly, and once one nest is found, there are probably more in the forest. Danger is everywhere. Seeing the tragic state of the orcs, Sandy realized that the supplies sent by Tung snake orcs are exchanged for their lives every day. She had thought life in the Black Abyss tribe would be easier, but now she sees they are also in great danger. If only the supermarket supplies could be taken out, she could help. But Sandy quickly dismissed this idea. There's no food in the supermarket here. Using some for herself is fine, but giving it to everyone, taking too little won't help, and taking too much would raise suspicion or cause trouble. As for weapons, The knives and forks in the supermarket are not as sharp as some orc claws. Sandy suddenly felt powerless. King, I have a way to improve the orcs' hunting efficiency and reduce danger. A female voice came from behind the crowd. Before the orcs saw who was speaking, they smelled a strong foul odor. What's that smell? It's so bad. Who smeared on themselves? They should wash up before coming here. The orcs looked disgusted, covering their noses and stepping back. Orcs have a keen sense of smell, and this stench is like a biological weapon to them. Luo Yuer, carrying a bucket of waste, froze with an embarrassed and angry expression. Thinking that this was a good chance to turn her luck around, she bravely stepped forward and offered herself to Tung. King, I can make traps. The orcs don't need to go hunting. They just need to check the traps daily to catch prey. That way, we won't have to chase after animals. Hearing this, the orc looked skeptical. Prey can just wait for us to find them? Are you joking? Female, stop causing trouble. You haven't gone hunting yourself, so you don't understand how hard it is. She thought the orc would be grateful, but instead, she was met with doubt. Luo Yuer looked a bit upset. Hule stepped forward and protected her behind him. Yuer is telling the truth. Our tribe used to hunt with traps, and we caught many animals. Hule's fellow tribesmen also came forward to support her. King, you can let everyone try. It won't take much time. Once the traps are made, they can still go hunting without delay. Seeing that Tung didn't speak, Luo Yuer hurriedly said more. She had just arrived here and heard the full story. If she could solve the Black Abyss tribe's hunting problem, the Snake King would look at her differently, and her status would rise. At least, she wouldn't have to pick up trash anymore. She had only been doing it for a day, but she was already fed up.
She couldn't keep going like this.
Snake Liang, take her down and teach everyone how to make traps. Start with 10 hunting teams. If it works, everyone will learn. Tung ordered his subordinate nearby. Although he didn't like this female, if her method could solve the hunting problem, it would be good for the tribe.
Yes.
Snake Liang was the one who first introduced Sandy to the tribe. He also didn't like Luo Yuer, but since the king had spoken, he had no choice but to follow orders. Luo Yuer's face lit up with hope. King, what about my punishment and my tribe? As long as the traps work, you won't have to do that anymore. Your tribe can also join the hunting teams. Tung said. Hearing this, Luo Yuer proudly glanced at Sandy.
See.
She was about to turn her luck around.
Soon, she would be the hero of the tribe.
What did Sandy matter? Seeing Luo Yuer's hostile look, Sandy looked confused. Is this woman crazy? She hadn't done anything wrong, so why was she glaring at her like a fighting rooster? Thinking about the 3 snake children waiting at home, she decided not to bother with Luo Yuer, who was like the heroine in a story, full of schemes. She didn't think she could help much, so she turned to leave. To Luo Yuer, this scene looked like Sandy was fleeing in panic. She felt proud inside, waiting to test the trap. When she did, she would have everything she wanted, and Sandy could only envy her. Sandy had no time to worry about Luo Yuer. She still needed to go back and increase her snake cub's affection. Her snake cub was soft, cute, and sensible. Wasn't it nice to stay with her little one? Back in the cave, 3 snake cubs were playing with supplies. Seeing Sandy return, they quickly stood up. Mother, we didn't steal anything. We just wanted to organize the supplies and bring them back to the cave. Sandy immediately explained, afraid she might misunderstand. Seeing their nervous faces, Sandy's expression softened, and she smiled. Silly cubs, these are our supplies. You're part of the family too. If you're hungry, just eat. If you need something, take it. Why call it stealing? The 3 snake cubs stood there in surprise. Does Mother mean they can also use these supplies? They wouldn't take things without permission, but hearing her words made them feel warm and happy. They truly had a home and a family now. But these supplies also need to be organized. Sandy nodded and looked at the pile near the cave entrance. The supplies sent by the Tung snake beastmen over the past few days were stacked there, and she hadn't had time to tidy up. The reminder from the snake cubs made her remember. She rolled up her sleeves and joined them. Food, animal skins, and various utensils were piled together. The snake cubs had already picked out some animal skins, planning to move them into the cave. Sand-Eye went over to help move the skins. The skins were bundled together, and as she lifted one, her vision suddenly shifted. She found herself in a supermarket. With her was a bundle of animal skins. In front of the supermarket counter was a strange new booth, with 2 signs on either side that read "Goods In" and "Goods Out." Sand-Eye was stunned. What did this mean? Could her supermarket be upgrading with new features? In front of the counter was a large mechanical scale and a flat electronic screen. Sand-Eye guessed and placed a bundle of animal skins on the scale. A ding sounded, and the screen lit up. Several lines of text appeared. Detected 4 complete tiger skins, selling price 1,000 yuan each. Sell? A flash of surprise crossed Sand-Eye's eyes. Could it really be like this? The Tung snake beast men had sent many skins. Although the tiger skins were complete and warm, the climate in the Black Abyss tribe was hot, so they couldn't wear them. They were better used as bedding to sleep on. It was better to sell them and see what goods she could get in return. Maybe she could buy things that weren't available in the supermarket. Although her supermarket has all the daily necessities, it lacks medicines, weapons, books, and seeds. Supplies, of course, are always welcome. Sandy immediately decided to sell some items. Soon, her account balance on the screen increased from 0 to 4,000. There is a restock button at the bottom left of the screen. Clicking it opens a restock list. However, all the items are gray except for the first page, which is highlighted. Beast bait can attract beasts within 5 miles. Just smear it on the food for it to work, Sandy read aloud, looking puzzled. Beast bait, what is that? She only knows about fish bait and has never heard of such a thing in modern times. Could this be a product from her old era? Thinking about the injured orcs today, who entered the savage beast's den while hunting, she wondered if this bait really worked. If so, placing it in the forest would attract nearby beasts, saving her from wandering deep into the woods and accidentally entering the savage beast's den. While it doesn't solve the problem of beasts nesting in the forest, it could make hunting easier. Now, she and her snake cubs rely on the Black Abyss tribe for survival. Their fates are linked. If she can help the tribe's orcs, she's also helping herself. With this in mind, Sandy decided to buy some to try. If it works, she could even give some to the big villain later. After all, she could say she made it herself, unlike the supermarket's products, which are hard to explain. However, when she saw the price of the beast bait, her face darkened. Such a greedy merchant. 1 jean, about 500 grams, of beast bait costs 5,000.
And it's sold by the jean.
Sandy clenched her teeth and returned to her cave. Luckily, her 3 snake cubs were busy organizing supplies and didn't notice her missing animal pelts. She took a few more pelts, returned to the cave, and brought them into the supermarket to sell. Spending a huge sum on 1 jean of beast bait, she decided not to buy more. She and her snake cubs sorted all the supplies and moved them into the cave. Unfortunately, there were no shelves, so everything had to be placed on the ground, filling the entire cave. The cave had several empty chambers, 1 for rabbits, 1 for supplies, and a few for the mother and children, totaling only 3 chambers. There were also many pieces of meat and unskinned prey, which they couldn't finish eating. With the hot weather, leaving the meat out would cause it to spoil. Although the orcs wouldn't throw away spoiled meat, Sandy didn't want to eat it. She left a day's worth of meat and salted the rest, storing it in the supermarket. If everything is taken to the market, Snake Cub will realize that pickling the meat allows it to be stored for a long time. Snake Cub can see this and won't suspect anything. Mother, why did you cut the meat? We can't finish it all, and it will spoil faster this way, said Sangyu, unaware of her mother's plan. She saw her mother kill the prey and pile it in a big basin, so she hurriedly spoke. It won't spoil. I already pickled it, said Sang Dai with a smile. Sang Feng poked the meat in the basin with his finger and licked his fingers, saying, It's salty. It's salty. Mother, did you use white crystal stones? Sang Qing was also surprised and asked, Where would I find white crystal stones? I didn't see any when I was organizing supplies. The 3 snake cubs looked shocked. White crystal stones. They had only heard of them before. It was said that strong tribes' beastmen used white crystal stones to restore their strength, making those beastmen very powerful. Their own tribe could only use beast blood, so they weren't as strong as tribes that ate white crystal stones. White crystal stones. Sangdai looked puzzled, but quickly understood. The snake cubs were talking about salt. In primitive beast times, salt was very precious, and beastmen called it white crystal stones. It was given to me directly by the Tung snake beastmen. I was afraid Luo Yuer would steal it, so I hid it and forgot to tell you, Sangdai explained calmly. She was used to lying now, no need to prepare a script anymore. Sang Yu was the smartest and nodded slightly, saying, "Yeah, such a precious thing needs to be kept safe. Since white crystal stones are so valuable, making pickled meat must require a lot of them." The Tung snake beast men were so generous. No wonder they are the strongest in the Black Abyss tribe. Sang Feng chewed his lips and reminisced. Mother's meat is salty because she used white crystal stones. They taste really good. No wonder he had felt so energetic these days. It was because of eating white crystal stones. He had thought it was because his mother's food had magical powers. "Mother, I'll help you," said Sang Qing eagerly, wanting to share some of her burden. His mother was working so hard. He had to help her more.
Good.
"I need to go out for a bit. You two watch over things and make sure mice or bugs don't steal the meat," Sangdai said with a smile, patting the heads of the 3 snake cubs. Now was a good time to test if the beast bait worked. The sooner they tested, the sooner they could use it. "Don't worry, Mother. We won't go anywhere. We'll just guard the white crystal stones. No, I mean the meat." Sang Feng quickly covered his mouth and changed his words, glancing around carefully to avoid others hearing about the white crystal stones. Sang Qing and Sang Yu looked helpless. Their silly brother was lucky they lived far away. Otherwise, other beastmen would find out sooner or later. Although orcs do not usually steal female possessions, what if there are some shameless orcs like Luo Yuer and Hulai? After reminding her little snake, Sandy headed out with her small bag. She planned to find a Tung snake orc to guide her, but couldn't find anyone, and there was no one at the tribe's entrance. Maybe because something happened today, the tribe was short-staffed. The nearby wild animals had already been caught, so no wild animals would come close. Sandy didn't want to go far, so she decided to go out on her own. After walking less than a mile, she stopped. She took some meat from the supermarket, sprinkled a little bait on a stick, and hung it on a branch. Sandy stepped back and hid behind a tree. She stayed far enough away so that if any wild animals approached, she could leave quickly. Since she was near the tribe, she didn't expect any fierce animals, probably just small creatures, which she wasn't worried about. Not long after, she heard rustling sounds from the bushes in the distance. Sandy's eyes lit up, and she stared intently at the bushes. 2 gray rabbit ears appeared from the bushes. Just rabbits? Her hope quickly turned into disappointment. She thought she might attract something good. Is this all the bait? She squatted there for another half hour, but only saw rabbits and squirrels, nothing else. Wasting 5 pieces of animal hide, Sandy muttered, ready to go back. But in the next second, she suddenly felt a dangerous aura behind her. A huge shadow covered her from above, making her freeze.
Plop.
A drop of foul-smelling liquid fell on her forehead. Sandy stiffly looked up, her face turning pale. On the tall tree above her, a giant green anaconda, as thick as a water bucket, was coiled around the trunk. Its blood-red triangular eyes stared at her, and the liquid dripping onto Sandy's face was saliva from the giant anaconda. Its large, bulbous eyes made Sandy feel a shiver down her spine. Behind the anaconda, several dark shadows surged toward her. Sandy's vision blurred. Has this anaconda become a spirit? It can even circle around? And it's bringing others with it? She alone was no match for even one anaconda. Not to mention, even if there were beastmen from the Black Abyss tribe here, they wouldn't expect such a giant snake to appear near the tribe. The anaconda opened its mouth wide and lunged at her head. It's over, Sandy thought desperately. Just when she saw a glimmer of hope, her life was about to turn into forest fodder. She wondered if being swallowed by the anaconda would hurt. If she was swallowed whole, she guessed her body would be slowly corroded by stomach acid. Sandy's mind began to imagine her various ways of dying.
Bang!
Before she could close her eyes, a dark shadow flashed in front of her, and the giant snake above her was knocked away. A familiar, dark beast appeared in Sandy's view. She held her breath for a moment, feeling for the first time that this terrifying giant creature might actually be a savior. The Tung snake was even larger than the giant snake, like a mountain. Its heavy tail struck the giant snake, cutting down 4 or 5 tall trees. Sandy felt the light above her brighten considerably. The giant snake twisted a few times, as if it had been broken, and soon stopped moving. The other giant snakes nearby sensed danger, and immediately tried to escape. Soon, a group of tongue snake beast men surrounded them, and they quickly defeated all the giant snakes. Sandy watched this battle without blood splattering, but it gave her a chilling, suffocating feeling. The Tung Song phantom appeared human-like, with a handsome face streaked with blood and a hint of red still in his eyes. He had just come back from some battlefield. "Why are you here? Who brought you out?" Tung Song looked down at the small female standing still, his face cold and stern, with furrowed brows. If he had arrived a moment later, this little female might have been eaten by the giant snake. Did she realize how dangerous it was just now? If she got hurt, Xiao Bai would definitely cause trouble for him. Thinking of this, Tung Song's expression darkened even more. I came out by myself. No one brought me." Sandy shrank her neck and felt a bit scared of the villainous figure before her. Tung Song wanted to say more, but seeing her pale face and the sweat on her forehead, he remembered how frightened she had been just now. His words of blame stopped at his lips. Forget it. If he scolded her and made her cry, Xiao Bai would cause trouble again. "King, these giant snakes are strange. They should live deep in the forest. Even if they come out to find food, they wouldn't appear here," said the tongue snake beast men, who had already caught the dead snakes to take back to the tribe. Such large snakes could feed many beast men. Although puzzled, the tongue snake beast men looked visibly excited. Today had been a good day. He and the king had wiped out a small predator nest and gathered so much food. Hearing this, Tung Song also frowned and looked at the giant snakes. He felt something was off too. Maybe I know why." Sandy weakly raised her hand. The group of tongue snake beast men all looked at her intently. Sandy pointed to the meat hanging on the tree, which was coated with bait for animals, and explained, "I developed a kind of bait that can attract wild animals. When they smell it, they come out to eat. I wanted to test how effective it is." These 3 forest pythons were probably drawn here by the bait. She initially thought it wouldn't work, but it turned out to be too effective. Within a 5-mile radius, the activity range of these forest pythons was definitely beyond 5 miles. No wonder they took half an hour to arrive. After hearing this, the snake men around her stared wide-eyed in disbelief. "Female, you say these forest pythons were attracted by your bait? What's in this bait? It's so amazing. We usually can't find forest pythons when hunting, but you managed to lure them near the village. That's incredible." "Yeah, now it's even harder to find prey in the forest than climbing to the sky." The snake men felt like they were hearing a myth. Ting Tian also looked at Sandy with some surprise. He didn't doubt her. Although this young female seemed delicate, she could easily calm the little white beast, which meant she was clever. Maybe she really had some skill. Sandy smiled shyly. She couldn't say she bought the bait at the supermarket, so she had to bravely accept the credit. "Female, do you have more of this bait? Could you give us some for hunting? If we had bait, we wouldn't need to go deep into the forest to find animals, and we wouldn't accidentally enter the nests of fierce beasts," asked one quick-witted snake man eagerly. After asking, he felt embarrassed asking a female for something. "Yes, I have some more. I was planning to use it myself, but I can give you some when I go back," Sandy replied quickly. Although animal bait was expensive, it was worth it. She had only used about 10 grams just now. Half a pound of bait could be used many times. The bait looked like a paste, and it was hard to tell what it was made of. Sandy wasn't worried about being discovered. If anyone asked, She would say it was a secret recipe. No one would get the truth out of her.
Great.
The snake man's face lit up, and he felt even more grateful to Sandy. Shall I take you back? Don't worry, we won't take your things for free. You'll be the first to choose prey in the future, promised the snake man. Just as he was about to step forward, he suddenly felt Wang's cold gaze. They want to take the forest python back.
I'll take you, Tung said.
The snake man nodded repeatedly. Yes, 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 we just remembered we have other things to do. Let Wang take you. They hurriedly carried the python away.
Sandy.
No, for giant pythons. You 20 or so people, only 2 can carry one. Are you all running away? Tung gaze flickered over. Sandai wanted to say she could go alone, but thinking about her hidden secret, she suddenly felt guilty and didn't dare meet Tung's eyes. Instead, she said, "Thank you for sending me, Wang." Tung's cold expression softened a little. He reached out with a long arm, scooped her up, and held her small leg. He simply let her sit on his arm as they walked toward the tribe. Sandai's gaze suddenly lifted high. She was so scared, she instinctively clung to Tung's neck. She was afraid of heights. Noticing her arms tightening, seeming tense, Tung slowed his steps and walked more steadily. After a moment of adjustment, Sandai's pale face looked much better. She was still high up, but at least more comfortable than being carried like a sack. She just couldn't understand why the big villain always liked to lift people up. Were all the male beast men here that fond of doing this? Sandai couldn't figure out. As they neared the cave, Sandai suddenly remembered the 3 snake cubs were still inside. What if the big villain saw them and recognized them? She had seen the big villain only a few times before, but now he looked quite similar to the snake cubs, about 5 or 6 points. Most of the beast men in the tribe didn't dare look directly at the big villain, so no one noticed the resemblance. But what if the big villain could recognize them? Wait. Just put me down here. I'll go back and get some bait for you. Sandai hurriedly called out as they approached the cave.
Tung didn't speak.
He stopped and put Sandai down on the ground, but his face looked a bit unhappy. Beastmen don't like strangers entering their territory. Did this little female not want him near her cave? Sandai only wanted to quickly distract him and didn't notice Tung's strange expression. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she ran back to get the bait, afraid Tung would follow. Actually, the bait was in the supermarket. She was just pretending. Soon, she returned, carrying a bulging bag made of animal hide. This is the bait. Just smear a little on each piece and place it on food the beasts like to eat. It will attract them. Sandai handed the bait to Tung. She had already packed it into the animal hide bag. The bait was dry, like fine salt or sand, yellowish in color. Tung took the bait, but his gaze still didn't leave Sandai. "If you have anything you want, you can ask," he said. Last time, he made a promise, but this little female didn't ask for anything. She just wanted the snake beastmen to help with some small tasks. He felt he had somewhat neglected her. "What do you want?" Sandai thought for a moment. She had a big supermarket, so she didn't really want much. Then she suddenly remembered something. Tung lowered his gaze and looked at her, thinking he might have a chance to show his usefulness. But unexpectedly, the little female reached into her bag and took out a cool little object, placing it into his hand. This is a hemostatic powder. After cleaning the wound, sprinkle it on to help it heal faster. Sandai pointed to the bloodstains on his body. Although this male always looked expressionless, he must have been injured. Tung was surprised and instinctively said, "I don't need medicine for wounds." Females are usually timid, and he was worried she might get scared. When he turned into a human form, he wore animal skins, covering even the injuries on his upper body. He didn't expect the little female to know he was hurt. "That won't do. If you're injured, you need medicine. It will help you heal faster. In hot weather, wounds can get infected and cause more pain," Sandai argued with a frown. She was also hoping the big villain could fight against Luo Yuer for a while longer. She couldn't afford to fall ill at such a young age. "Didn't you ask me what I want? You're the tribe's king. Of course, I want you to stay safe and healthy so you can keep protecting the tribe's orcs," Kong's deep black eyes flickered. Did she want him to stay safe and healthy? Did she want him to always protect her? Kong automatically interpreted the tribe's orcs as Sandai. His icy eyes suddenly seemed to melt like an iceberg, gradually softening. Okay, he replied in a low voice. King, you should go back and clean and treat your wounds. Remember to wash thoroughly, Sandai urged. This time, Kong didn't show displeasure and turned to leave.
Phew.
Finally sent that big guy away, Sandai sighed in relief. Luckily, the big villain didn't see the snake cub. That day, Kong sent the bait to the hunting team of the Tingsha orcs. The Tingsha orcs were the strongest fighters in the tribe. If fierce wild animals were attracted, other orcs might not be able to kill them. Since the bait was limited, it was first given to the Tingsha orcs. The other orcs had no objections. The tribe was becoming richer, and only then could the females have a good life. When the females were well, everything was good for her too. Sandai didn't understand how orcs hunt, so once she gave out the bait, she didn't worry about it anymore. 1 pound of bait wouldn't last long. She also took some animal skins from her house to sell at the supermarket in exchange for more bait. But she couldn't sell them all, or Snake Cub would notice the skins were gone. A whole animal skin could sell for 1,000, while damaged skins only sold for 500. Sandai found that not only skins but anything wild could be sold. Items like beast horns and bones are also worth a few hundred each. Anyway, they're not very useful to keep, so Sandy just collected some to sell, totaling 1,500 coins, and bought 3 jean of bait. Later, she plans to ask the Snake Man Beast Men for more animal hides, bones, and horns. But this isn't a long-term solution. Over time, even the Snake Men will find it strange why she needs so many hides and bones. If they come to the cave and see, she'll be caught. Sandy thinks she needs to find other things she can sell at the supermarket. Since one wild animal bait is so useful, there must be many good items on the supply list. The next afternoon, the hunting team returns. Unlike yesterday's gloomy mood, the beast men look very happy. There's a lot of noise, and everyone at the tribe's entrance is watching. So many prey. No wonder they're snake beastmen, they're so strong. Did they find a wild beast's nest today? 1, 2, 3. 10 large beasts. Every hunting team brought back 10 big animals. The beastling children circle around the hunting teams and the prey, excitedly talking. Usually, even for snake beastmen, they could only catch 5 or 6 prey, and they weren't as big. The beastmen put the prey on the open space at the tribe's entrance. According to the rules, they wait until all the hunting teams return before dividing the prey for the day. It's now afternoon, and the teams are coming back one after another. Each snake beastman hunting team returns fully loaded. The wide open space is almost filled with prey. Other tribes' hunting teams are the same as before, but their faces are also full of joy. Such large, fierce animals are hard to catch, and even if they encounter them, it would cost a lot to bring them back. They don't have the strength of the snake beastmen, so they're not jealous. Since there's plenty of prey, they'll share fairly. Only Tiger Lee and his people look grim. They only brought back a few small squirrels, rabbits, and even mice. This food isn't enough for their group. And the king has ordered that since they didn't join the hunting teams, they can't share in the food. They won't get even a piece of meat. Tiger Lee feels uneasy. Things are worse in the powerful Black Abyss tribe than before. Luo Yuer didn't pick up trash today. She already taught the hunting team how to make traps yesterday. She didn't do anything all day, just waited for the team to return. When she saw the open space full of prey, she was very excited. She pushed through the crowd and found Yong, asking excitedly, "How about it? Is the trap I taught you to make very useful? Today, I caught so many prey, must be thanks to my traps." Snake Liang frowned before speaking. The hunting team nearby heard Luo Yuer's words and immediately looked angry. "So, you came up with the traps?" "Yes, I invented them. Today, you all went home with a full load, but it's all my credit. I should get to choose the prey first," Luo Yuer said proudly, not noticing the anger in the beastman's eyes. Her eyes darted around, already looking for the fattest prey. "Let you choose? I'd be lucky not to have to settle scores with you first." And now you want prey from here too? The beast man roared loudly, drawing the attention of others nearby. Luo Yuer was stunned, then looked annoyed. What do you mean? You used my traps and now deny everything? The king promised me a reward. You guys are untrustworthy. She thought they just wanted to cheat her. They couldn't have caught so many prey on their own. If not with her traps, then what? She never expected these native beast men to be so greedy. Truly, bad people come from harsh places. Luo Yuer thought disdainfully. But the beast men seemed to laugh at her, mocking her. Your traps are useless. They don't work at all, and even hurt us. If it weren't for those traps, we could have brought back more prey, they said. Impossible, Snake Liang. You can't lie to me. I'll go to the king if you do. Luo Yuer turned to Snake Liang. She didn't believe the beastman's words. Snake Liang was the king's trusted aide, and Luo Yuer only trusted him. Snake Liang frowned, pushing Luo Yuer's hand away.
He's right.
These prey have nothing to do with your traps. He explained how the traps were used. When traps are close, they're not very effective. When far apart, beast men forget where the traps are in the chaos of hunting. The forest is big, and they can't control where the animals run. Plus, today's bait attracted fierce, large animals. During the hunt, many beast men fell into their friends' traps or were bumped into by wild animals during fights. These traps didn't help, they only caused trouble. Luo Yuer was stunned, pointing at the prey on the open ground. How did you catch these prey then? She refused to believe it. Why did the traps work well with Tiger Lai and the others, but not here in the Black Abyss tribe? It must be that Wang didn't want to keep his promise, so Xiliang lied. Xiliang looked displeased. He had already made it very clear, so why was this female still stubborn? Just as he was about to explain, he suddenly saw a slender figure behind the crowd. He no longer paid attention to Luo Yuer, a smile appearing on his face as he quickly walked over. Sandy, you're just in time. I was about to find you. Xiliang's face was full of joy, completely different from his impatience when facing Luo Yuer. You gave us the beast bait yesterday, and it worked very well. Today, we didn't have to go deep into the forest to hunt. With the bait, the beasts came out on their own, and the casualties were much fewer than before. The prey we caught today is enough for the entire tribe of orcs to eat for 3 days. It was the kind of feast where everyone ate to their heart's content. Xiliang was so excited he almost wanted to hug and kiss Sandy. This small female looked thin and tiny, but she had such great skills. Really? That's great. Sandy also smiled. She had come over after hearing the commotion in the tribe. She was curious about how effective the beast bait was, since she only tried a little yesterday and didn't know how many prey they could really catch once it was used properly. It seemed that the goods from the supermarket were truly extraordinary. However, they were quite expensive, 5,000 per jean. If this were modern times, she would think it was a sky-high price. But since there was a supermarket now, and she had no other places to spend money, she decided to buy it. Seeing Xiliang's flattering smile when facing Sandy, Luo Yuer's face turned green with anger.
Bait? What are you talking about?
Luo Yuer asked through gritted teeth. What tricks was this dead female playing now? Sandy, the female, made it herself. Just apply it to food, and it can attract beasts. All the prey we caught today was thanks to Sandy's bait, said another orc from the hunting team. You say it's her achievement? That can't be true. Luo Yuer yelled angrily. There's no such magical bait. It's just luck. You guys are just lucky today. She simply couldn't believe that a native orc female could make such a thing. Even she had never heard of it. The surrounding orcs frowned. What was wrong with this female? Because her trap didn't work, she wanted to slander Sandy? Was it the bait's effect or just luck? They knew the answer. Xiliang also ignored her and smiled at Sandy. Sandy, thank you so much. Do you find it difficult to make this bait? We've almost used it all today. Do you still have some? We can exchange supplies for it. After speaking, she remembered that Sandy's cave didn't seem to lack supplies. Her face flushed, and she added, or if you have any requests, our hunting team's orcs can help you unconditionally. Many of our males are still without partners. Sandy is such a good female. If they could choose her as a mate, it would be their good fortune. Even if they have to work, they would be happy. Making bait is a bit complicated, and I don't have much of it, she said, looking at Shiliang's eager expression. She couldn't bear to disappoint him, but could only tell the truth. She didn't want to reveal her secret just to help the orcs. Before helping others, she had to ensure her own safety. Hearing this, Shiliang and the other orcs from the hunting team looked a bit disappointed. Today, we went hunting again and found another nest of fierce beasts, but it was just wild animals that broke in. Our team members weren't hurt, thanks to the bait you provided. If we had bait every day, our hunting team would suffer fewer injuries. Shiliang said regretfully. If relying on external things to hunt, what use are you to the tribe? Will you all hide every time you see a fierce beast? A cold, sharp voice came from behind the crowd. The orcs quickly lowered their heads and stepped aside politely. Sandy turned to look and saw the stern-faced main villain approaching with long strides, crossing the crowd. In a blink, he stopped beside her. His icy gaze swept over the orcs present, and the scene fell silent. King, I was wrong. I shouldn't have thought about relying on bait for hunting, Shiliang said, ashamed, lowering his head. Fierce beasts run rampant, repeatedly invading the orcs' territory. If you don't even have the courage to fight these beasts, I think there's no need to hunt. Just find a tree and hang yourselves, Tung said coldly, with no warmth in his voice. The orcs felt their faces flush with embarrassment. Yes, they worked hard to hunt, not just to fill their stomachs, but to become stronger and drive the fierce beasts out of their land. They wanted a home without fierce beasts, not to hide and survive under their noses. TSK, who would have thought the main villain was quite sharp-tongued. Sandy looked up at Tung profile, his sharp features exuding coldness, like a ruthless ruler.
But what he said made sense.
She wanted to help, but the beast world was different from modern times. Orcs had to become stronger to resist the invasion of fierce beasts. Bait could be a quick fix in emergencies, but relying on it long-term would only make orcs lazy. This main villain was quite visionary. All the orcs lowered their heads, afraid to speak. Sandai thoughtfully considered Tingkong's words, but didn't notice that Tingkong had glanced at her from the corner of his eye. This little female was indeed easy to bully and wouldn't refuse anyone. If he didn't come, those males might keep asking her for food. It seems he needs to watch her more closely in the future. If Shabai found out she was suffering outside, he would definitely be unhappy. I don't have many leftovers of bait, but I don't need them anymore. I can give some to you guys. You can use them sparingly, Sandai interrupted the silence. Tingkong's point was reasonable, but avoiding unnecessary injuries was also very important. Only when the beast men are full can they have the strength to fight fierce beasts, right? Shiliang's face lit up with joy, and he nodded immediately. We will use it sparingly. At least during bad weather, with bait, they could store some food in advance. Which of these prey do you want? I'll have someone deliver them to your cave. Tingkong looked at Sandai. Sandai thought for a moment. Fresh meat only needs to last me and my 3 cubs for 1 day. If there are extra beast horns, bones, or skins, you can give me more. The skins were hard to explain if they disappeared, but bones and horns could be ground into powder to make bait, so no one would suspect. With so many prey, there are plenty of horns and skins, which could also be exchanged for other supplies. Send all the beast horns, skins, and bones from today to Sandai's cave. I still have some skins there. Take them all, Tingkong ordered Shiliang without asking why. Since he had promised to fulfill her any request, there was no need to ask further. Thank you, King, Sandai said with a smile, not being polite. She deserved it. For beast men, food was the most important, and they wouldn't stockpile many other supplies because their caves were limited. Sandai thought there wouldn't be much, so she didn't pay much attention. Seeing Sandai receiving so much attention and supplies, Luo Yuer's eyes turned red with jealousy.
Why?
Why does this female want everything that belongs to her? She taught how to set traps, and Sandai just makes bait. These should all be hers. Sandai was her biggest rival. Huli also stood behind her with a serious face. In their old tribe, Sandai's supplies would have at least been shared with him. He thought Sandai was just sulking, but he didn't expect that she hadn't looked for him even once these past few days. When Tung arrived, all the beast men in the tribe knew about Sandai's contributions. The males' eyes shone brightly, like peacocks displaying their feathers, each eager to step forward and show off. If they could become Sandai's mate, it would be a great honor. Sandy felt a sudden tingling in her scalp, like she was a sheep fallen into a wolf pack. Yong, take her back. Tung glared at Sandy and ordered in a deep voice. They had just discovered a fierce beast's nest, and he needed to quickly take the orcs to destroy it, to prevent the beasts from attacking during their hunt. Yes, Yong replied. With Yong's, Sandy left safely. In the evening, Yong returned with a group of Tingsha orcs, bringing supplies for the day. Mother, Brother Yong is here with supplies. Where should I put them? Sang Feng rushed in like a small whirlwind from outside the cave. Sandy was sitting at the cave entrance, making shoes for 3 snake cubs from animal skins. Orcs usually don't wear shoes, not even adults, but the young cubs have delicate skin, and the plants are sharp and stiff, easily causing cuts. Wearing shoes would keep the cave cleaner and protect them. Now that her basic needs were met, she wanted to improve their quality of life. Of course, bring them inside the cave, Sandy said with a smile. Could she really just pile everything outside? Mother, I don't think the cave can hold all that. Sang Yu followed behind, her young face flushed from running, looking adorable. Can it? The cave has many chambers and plenty of space. How could it not fit? Before she finished speaking, Sandy saw a distant line of Tingsha orcs led by Yong. Over 100 Tingsha orcs, carrying large and small bundles of supplies, animal skins, bones, horns. Some were wrapped in animal skins, others tied with vines. Each Tingsha orc was holding a full load in both hands. Sandy almost gasped. That many? Did they bring all the supplies of the entire tribe? Is the king so rich? She couldn't help but marvel. Although these items wouldn't fill their stomachs, bones and horns could be used medicinally and weren't useless. Big and taking up space, her cave might not be able to hold all of them. Yong smiled and explained, the first half was given by the king, and the second half was gathered by the tribe's orcs. Everyone is grateful for the bait you provided. If you want more of these, once we go hunting and get some, we'll give them to you. The Tingsha orcs behind nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Sandy felt a warm glow in her heart. The orcs of the He Yuan tribe were worth helping, much better than the ungrateful wolf clan of the original owner. Thank you. These will be useful for making bait. When I make new bait, I'll give some to you, she said with a smile. Taking this chance, she subtly revealed that making bait required using supplies. In the future, if supplies in the cave ran low, no one would suspect. So you need these to make bait, she thought. Snake Liang felt even more grateful to Sandy. With so many supplies, she only took these useless items, which turned out to be for the tribe. She was truly a kind and good female. Under Sandy's command, the Tung snake beast men moved the supplies into the cave. Besides the 3 caves used earlier, there were 5 empty caves, all filled up at once. 2 piles couldn't fit and were placed at the cave entrance. Seeing the full supplies, Sandy was very happy. Without raising suspicion, she could use 3 to 5 horn tips each day. This way, she could gather enough bait in a week, and the supplies could last her 3 or 4 months. The 3 snake pups overheard the beastmen's conversation and knew their mother was going to make a special kind of bait. They heard that most of the prey caught today by the hunting team was thanks to their mother. The 3 snake pups felt proud. Their mother was even more capable than other pups' mothers. Sandy was about to send Snake Liang and the Tung snake beast men away when she suddenly saw small gray plant-like umbrellas among the animal horns at the cave entrance. She brightened with joy. Could these be mushrooms? Items sold in supermarkets are usually wild, so maybe these mushrooms are too. Thinking this, she picked up the mushrooms caught between the animal horns and entered her mind into the supermarket. Sure enough, the supermarket's mechanical scale responded. Sandy had tested before. Things that couldn't be sold wouldn't trigger the scale, while items for sale would light up the electronic screen. Brother Snake Liang, wait a moment. Sandy snapped back to reality and hurriedly called out to Snake Liang. Do you know where these mushrooms grow? She asked. Although she liked eating mushrooms, she had never picked them herself. Instead of searching, it was better to ask Snake Liang directly. Snake Liang glanced at the mushrooms in her hand and smiled. These grow wildly after rain, all over the tribe. Then he remembered something. Sandy female, you probably want to eat these, right? They're poisonous. Some sheep tribe beastmen ate them before, and they foamed at the mouth. The veterinarian couldn't save them. You absolutely must not eat these. Most beastmen are carnivores, but some are herbivores like sheep, deer, and rabbits. These species have no fighting ability and only eat grass to fill their stomachs. Some females and pups, curious, might accidentally eat poisonous plants. Snake Liang didn't want Sandy to get into trouble. Some of these mushrooms are poisonous, but others are not. Most can be eaten if cooked well, Sandy explained happily. Snake Liang still frowned. Is it because there's not enough food? I'll bring more later. She looked very upset. Seeing this, Sandy didn't insist and changed her words. I won't eat it, don't worry. I just realized these mushrooms can be used to make bait. If possible, could you find a few orcs to help me pick some? She didn't yet know how much mushrooms could sell for in the market. When she heard it was for making bait, Shiliang finally relaxed. Okay, I'll go tell the king right now. Shiliang nodded. So it was for bait. Mother, can we really eat this? After seeing Shiliang off, Sanding licked her lips and asked with big, round eyes. When they were hungry before, they had eaten dead mice and caught bugs and ants to eat. But the orcs in the tribe said many flowers and plants were poisonous, and they didn't recognize them, so they never tried. Before Sandy could answer, Sangqing kicked him on the backside. You want to eat everything? Aren't you afraid of getting poisoned? Such a glutton. Sanding covered his bottom, staggered a few steps, and looked sad. Mother said it's edible, so it must be safe, right? The mushrooms were small and cute like little toys. Xiao Feng wants to eat? Then Mother will cook a pot of mushroom soup for you to try, Sandy said with a gentle smile. Xiao Feng immediately nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at rice. But, Mother, Song Yue's bright eyes showed doubt. Didn't you just promise Brother Shiliang not to eat? I don't eat poisonous things, but I didn't say I won't eat safe ones, Sandy replied with a clever smile. This was a rare delicacy. How could she not eat? Come on. Mother will take you to pick mushrooms. She waved her hand, grabbed a leather bag, and headed into the forest to find mushrooms.
Yay!
Xiao Feng immediately followed happily. Sangqing and Sengyue exchanged glances, but didn't want to fall behind. Sandy didn't know many types of mushrooms and didn't dare pick the colorful ones, only those she recognized. Matsutake mushrooms, bamboo fungi, and yellow bolete. She didn't expect that the forest in the Black Abyss tribe actually hid so many wild mushrooms. She didn't pick many. Since tomorrow orcs would come to help gather, she only collected enough for her family to make soup and then headed back. The forest was in the rainy season. It had just rained in the afternoon, making the mushrooms fresh and tender. Cooking them into soup made the flavor even more delicious. The tribe couldn't use open flames, so Sandy always cooked with a stove. That night, she only roasted the fresh meat they had brought today. The mushroom soup bubbled gently, and the three little snakes sat properly at a low stone table, their obsidian-like eyes staring eagerly. Sandy served each of them a bowl of mushroom soup and shared the roasted meat. Sandwind kept drooling but didn't speak, so he held back and stayed still. Watching the little snack lover almost drooling into the bowl, Sandai smiled and said, "Eat up." The three snake cubs finally started eating. Smells so good. Yummy, really tasty. Sandqing and Sandu ate quietly, while Sandwind kept munching and humming happily. A smile appeared in Sandai's eyes. After her parents' accident, she had been alone, with a cold and empty home. Now, with three snake cubs, she felt some warmth of family. But she remembered that her parents used to give her warmth, and now she was the one giving warmth to others. After eating and drinking enough, the three snake cubs voluntarily took their bowls to wash by the river. Sandai didn't stop them, as she tidied up the stove and started thinking. Using fire openly was inconvenient, and eating grilled meat and soup every day would get boring. She needed to find a solution. The Black Abyss tribe couldn't use fire because of Little White. If she could make Little White less afraid of fire, maybe they could use it openly. The next morning, Snake Xiaomian came out of the cave and saw a group of male beastmen carrying animal skin bags heading into the forest. Early in the morning, "Why aren't you out hunting? What are you doing?" "We're gathering mushrooms," one male beast man replied. "Mushrooms? Those aren't edible. Why do you need them?" Snake Xiaomian frowned. "This is the king's order. I heard Sandai wants to use mushrooms to make bait for wild animals. We just had rain last night, so we need to gather more now so she can make more bait," the beast man said hurriedly and rushed into the forest. Seeing the beast man leave her behind, Snake Xiaomian looked displeased. This is such a waste of time. The king is really too much, hanging around with an outsider female. Instead of wasting time here, he should be out hunting. She muttered unhappily. Gathering mushrooms wasn't hard work. Did they really need dozens of male beastmen? Several hunting teams could already be out catching prey. The female beastmen nearby brightened up. "Gathering mushrooms isn't difficult. We don't need males for that. I wonder if my cubs could go, and maybe the king would give us more food? Yeah, since there's nothing much to do in the tribe, we could go gather mushrooms too. Yesterday, I saw Sandai, the female, taking her cubs to gather mushrooms," someone suggested first. Other females agreed and hurried to the king's cave to ask if they and their cubs could help gather mushrooms in exchange for food. Although they were females, most of their lives were not well off. If they could get a little more food, who wouldn't want that? "You!" Snake Xiaomian stomped angrily. "You're really a useless bunch." Inside the cave, a figure hid behind the stone wall, listening to Snake Xiaomian and the female's conversation. "Beast bait. Made from wild mushrooms?" Luo Yuer hid behind the stone wall, her eyes dark, muttering to herself. King now listens to Sandai completely, all because of her so-called bait. If she could also make beast bait, Sandai would be too proud. Thinking of this, Luo Yuer clenched her fists. She didn't know where Sandai learned to make bait, but as soon as she got the recipe, everything Sandai had would belong to her. She must get the bait recipe. King personally ordered the orcs to gather mushrooms, causing quite a stir in the tribe. Everyone knew about it. Sandai is really coming along. Yes, King values her so much. It's a pity she's no longer close to us. Not just now. Even before, we didn't get along well with her in the tribe. By the way, Hule, you're Sandai's brother. You used to be very close to her. Why hasn't she come to see you lately? The orcs of the Hule tribe chattered excitedly, then suddenly looked at Hule, who stood silently at the back of the team. Hule used to be full of spirit in the tribe. All the females wanted him as a partner. Now, in the Black Abyss tribe, he seemed to have lost his presence. "I don't know," Hule replied with a serious face. He clearly felt that Sandai's attitude toward him had changed a lot. The orcs didn't notice Hule's strange behavior and kept talking. "Hule, why don't you talk to Sandai? She's now favored by the Snake King. Just one word from her, and the Snake King would let us rejoin the hunting team." "Yes, I heard the Snake King gave her many supplies. The cave is full of them. Even if she doesn't help us, you're her brother. She should consider your face and say a few good words to the Snake King." The orc's words encouraged Hule. He lowered his head and thought deeply, without replying. That day, after returning from the hunt, he didn't go back with the others. Instead, he found Sandai. She was leading the males of the tribe to gather mushrooms. Hule saw that she didn't even glance at him, as if he were air. His face darkened as he approached her. "Sandai, come with me. I have something to say to you," he ordered. It sounded like Sandai was his servant. All the males gathering mushrooms looked over, and only then did Sandai straighten up and look at him. "Whatever you want to say, just say it here."
"I'm Buse."
She really doesn't want to have any contact with this troublemaker privately. Tiger Li's face looked a bit unhappy, but thinking about his clan's people and knowing that he and Yuer are in a difficult situation now, he patiently spoke. "Sandy, are you still angry with me? I promise to protect you in the future." Please stop pouting, okay? Tiger Lee thought he was being kind and polite with his apology. Sandy rubbed her arms and felt goosebumps all over. Is this person crazy?
No bullshit, no bullshilnis.
Who's angry with you? I don't know you well. If there's nothing else, just leave quickly and don't block everyone from picking mushrooms, Sandy said directly, pushing him away. The two closest males came over and wisely acted as her protectors. Tiger Lee frowned tightly. Sandy was still angry. She used to love following behind him. Now she says they're not close. Was that just a temper tantrum? Watching the approaching males, he hurriedly said, "All right. Don't be mad anymore. Whatever you want, I can agree. Just don't oppose Yuer anymore. You are a female of our tiger tribe. Even if you come to the Black Abyss tribe, you must prioritize the tiger tribe. Think more about the group that gave you life. The tribe that raised you isn't the Black Abyss tribe." He thought that by apologizing and compromising, Sandy would calm down. Seeing Tiger Lee's high-handed apology and his constant lecturing, Sandy found it amusing. She asked back, "What are you talking about? Is there something wrong?" Tiger Lee thought his words were working. "I heard you can make beast bait. Since you can supply the hunting team, why not give some to our tribe? We're not asking for everything. When we catch prey later, we'll share some with you," Tiger Lee said. She could give the hunting team a lot, and her own people would definitely get their share. The tribe wouldn't have trouble catching prey in the future. Sandy rolled her eyes. The villain gave her supplies. That was what she deserved. Why did it sound like charity when Tiger Lee said it? Just because he's the protagonist, he can't be so shameless, right? "Sorry, I don't have any, and I won't give you any," Sandy refused without hesitation. "I already handed everything to the king. How he distributes it is his business. Since the king didn't give you any, it means you're not qualified. Sandy, I am your older brother. Those are our clanspeople who share the same blood as you. Do you want to let them starve to death in the Black Abyss tribe?" Tiger Lee's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth as he questioned her. There were also some females and cubs in the forest. Hearing Tiger Lee's roar, they all looked over. So, he's Sandy's older brother? Why does Sandy treat him worse than a stranger? Strange, Sandy didn't give food to her own kin. Could it be that with the king's protection, she has abandoned her tribe? She's too cruel to her own people. The females kept guessing and whispered among themselves. Orcs value bloodlines highly. Even within a tribe, orcs are more important than outsiders. With keen hearing, Sandy caught these whispers. She calmly said, "Don't slander me. The one who caused your inability to join the hunting team is Luo Yuer, your favorite female. She set fire and scared Little White. The king punished you because of her. I provide you with food, but isn't that openly opposing the king? As a female, how can I control the tribe? Isn't that your male's responsibility? You're my older brother, no doubt, but males with mates are like water poured out. Do you expect me to support you and your mate?" Sandy was not afraid of him. When she said this, everyone's expressions changed when they looked at Huli. The orcs in the tribe all respected the king. The king protected the Black Abyss tribe, so his cubs should be treated well. This male's mate hurt the king's cubs, yet the king didn't kill them, considering that good. And now they have the nerve to blame Sandy for providing food? Shameless. Moreover, males shouldn't rely on females. Seeing everyone's disdainful and contemptuous looks, Huli's face turned extremely ugly. "Speaking of close relatives, you've always disliked my parents and me. You moved out early to live alone and never brought back prey to honor your mother. Now that your parents are missing, isn't that what you wanted?" Sandy continued, "Since I have no relatives in the tribe, you don't need to call me Big Brother anymore. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other." She didn't want Huli to keep popping up in front of her, so cutting ties was perfect, avoiding future trouble. "You?" Huli looked incredulous. She didn't expect Sandy to refuse to acknowledge him as her big brother. Huli had always disliked his sister, but when she truly abandoned him, he felt upset. It shouldn't be like this. Where did it go wrong?" Sandy deliberately spoke loudly, so everyone could hear. From now on, even if Huli and Luo Yuer mess up, they wouldn't involve her anymore. The two males beside her stepped forward and dragged Huli away. Orcs despise males who rely on females and paid little attention, returning to gather mushrooms. They needed to gather plenty of mushrooms to make Sandy's bait. Following orc customs, Sandy changed her 3 meals a day into 1 light meal in the morning and a dinner in the evening. Orcs have a special constitution. 2 meals a day are enough. Sandy was going back to cook dinner, so she left early. Just as she reached the cave entrance, she saw Sangfeng and a female standing under a tree beside the cave, talking. That female was Luo Yuer. There were 2 small basins, missing next to the water jar. Probably Sangqing and Sangyue went to fetch water, leaving Sangfeng alone to watch the cave. She didn't know what Luo Yuer was here for. Sandy wanted to go over, but she didn't want Luo Yuer to take her little snake away. Sangfeng saw her mother first, excitedly shouted "Mother," and ignored Luo Yuer in front of her, running toward her as if she was flying. Her short legs looked like they were on fire. When Luo Yuer saw Sandy return, her face changed, and she turned to leave. Xiaofeng, what did you just say? Sandy bent down to catch her little whirlwind, Sangfeng, and asked softly. Sangfeng answered without hesitation. She asked me what kind of bait we use for wild animals and said she would give me something tasty if I told her. Sure enough, Luo Yuer's visit wasn't innocent. She wanted to find out the bait recipe. Unfortunately, Sangfeng didn't know the recipe, and neither did she. Sandy gently rubbed Sangfeng's head and continued asking, "How did you reply to her?" Sangfeng tilted his head and honestly said, "I don't know. She said I am Mother's cub, and if Mother treats me like a cub, she would teach me how to make the bait and tell me to ask Mother. I wouldn't do that. She just wants to secretly learn how Mother makes the bait and is trying to fool me. She gave me meat, but I didn't want it." Sangfeng pouted, then unconsciously puffed out his little chest proudly. Before leaving, Luo Yuer repeatedly warned him not to tell Sandy about their conversation. Sangfeng didn't listen at all. His mother and outsiders. Of course he would choose his mother. He's not as clever as his older brother and sister, but he's not stupid either. Our little Feng is so smart. Don't you like eating the most? Sandy asked with a smile. She thought this little foodie only cared about food. Sangfeng proudly raised his chin. Mother's meat is the best. I don't care for her little meat. He was no longer the little 3-year-old he used to be. He had tasted delicious food. Sangfeng had eaten well. Mother, am I doing the right thing? The little guy looked at Sandy eagerly, as if seeking praise. Yes, Sandy nodded with a smile, a sly glint flashing in her eyes. She then changed her tone, but next time she comes again, you can tell her the bait recipe. Sangfeng's young face was full of confusion.
Why?
She wants to steal things from our family, so we can't just sit and wait. We must teach her a lesson and not wait until something happens to find a solution, Sandy patiently explained. This is called using her own plan against her. She doesn't like to be passive and wants to take the initiative. Sangfeng's mind was spinning. He couldn't understand what his mother was saying. I listen to my mother. Whatever she says, I do, he nodded confusedly. Sandy taught Sangfeng the recipe for bait. When Sangqing and Sangyu came back with water, they found their little brother ignoring them. He was sitting in the corner, mumbling to himself, but they couldn't understand what he was saying. When they asked, he wouldn't tell. Both looked puzzled. What is this silly kid up to now? The next day, Sandy went out as usual to gather mushrooms. Today, she took Sangqing and Sangyu with her, leaving only Sangfeng to watch the house. Sangqing and Sangyu thought their little brother might be unhappy and wanted to volunteer to watch the house instead. Big brother, second sister, you should go quickly. Don't disturb me while I do important work. Sangfeng refused to be grateful and hurried them away.
Sulking.
Little brat, are you getting bolder? What important work could he possibly do? Sangqing decided not to bother with him anymore and took Sangyu away. Sandy watched the little adult like Sangfeng and chuckled softly. With this little guy around, the house was much happier. Sandy guessed correctly. Shortly after they left, Luo Yuer came again. Sangfeng, look what your aunt brought you. Your favorite field mice, Luo Yuer said with a kind smile. She didn't believe that this greedy fool could resist the temptation of food. Sandy, that wicked woman, surely only pretended to be kind to the young ones. She couldn't be so generous as to feed them well. Field mice. Sang Feng's eyes lit up. When Luo Yuer held the mice, they squeaked and struggled, but once in Sang Feng's hands, they cowered and didn't make a sound, sensing danger from a predator. Seeing Sang Feng liked it, Luo Yuer eagerly asked, Sang Feng, what I told you yesterday, have you thought about it? I watched my mother make bait yesterday, and I can teach you, Sang Feng said while poking the mice with his finger, playing with them. Hearing this, a hint of joy flashed in Luo Yuer's eyes. She knew coming to find this fool would work. That's good. Quickly tell your aunt. From now on, if I have something good to eat, I'll give it to you, Luo Yuer coaxed. Sang Feng held out his small hand, palm up, and said softly, First, you have to return all the supplies you took from my mother. Then I'll tell you. Luo Yuer. This cunning little snake. How dare he make demands of her? What are you talking about? I haven't taken anything from your mother. Luo Yuer forced a smile. Sang Feng pouted, Uncle Hulai took it, so it's like you took it. If you don't return it, I won't tell you. I'll tell Mom instead. He said this and started to run into the woods, as if really planning to find Sang Dai. Mom said that if she told Luo Yuer directly, she would definitely become suspicious. If she asked for supplies, she would believe her. Luo Yuer became anxious. Wait, don't be in such a hurry. She forced a smile to comfort him. Sang Feng, how about I make double the bait for you? I don't have enough supplies right now, and if Sang Dai finds out about you, that would be bad. Sang Feng still refused. My second sister will hide it. If you don't give it to me, I won't tell you. Luo Yuer stared. Did you tell second sister? I told you not to tell anyone. Second sister isn't a stranger, Sang Feng said confidently. Luo Yuer took a deep breath, trying to control her anger. Forget it, this fool probably couldn't keep a secret anyway. As long as she got the bait recipe, even if Sang Dai found out, she wouldn't be able to do anything. Maybe Sang Dai would even come to her for the recipe. After some back and forth, Luo Yuer was convinced. She gritted her teeth. Fine, I'll give it to you. Wait for me, I'll go get it. Luo Yuer ran back to the cave where the tribe stored supplies. When they arrived at the Black Abyss tribe, they had some supplies on them, animal skins, bones, stored here. There was also a small amount of dried meat and 2 fat rabbits and half a deer carcass that the Tiger tribe's beastmen had saved up over the past 2 days. These supplies belonged to the tribe and weren't for personal use, even by the tribe's elder. The cave was close to Luo Yuer's own, usually guarded by Hulai, and other beastmen rarely came here. Luo Yuer clenched her teeth and secretly carried the supplies out, one load after another.
Mom.
Come quickly. Sang Dai, who usually took a nap at noon, brought 2 snake cubs back. As soon as she reached outside the cave, Sang Feng excitedly ran out, grabbing her hand and pulling her toward the woods beside the cave. Seeing his excited look, Sang Dai knew something was up. Third brother, what are you doing? Mom is tired from the morning. Let her rest for a bit. Sang, you look nervous. Although Mom was feeling better now, she couldn't handle her third brother's reckless behavior. What if Mom got angry? However, she observed her mother for a long time, noticing only smiles on her face and no sign of impatience. Her worries gradually eased. Second sister, I am not joking. I have something important to do, Sang Feng said seriously, knowing what her second sister might say. The group quickly arrived in the forest. Next to the cave, there was a dense bamboo grove with thick, tall bamboo stalks, some as high as several floors. Most beastmen disliked staying in such crowded places, so few people came here. As they entered the bamboo forest, they saw supplies piled on the ground, animal skins, bones, live rabbits, and deer meat. Although these supplies were not many compared to what the Black Abyss tribe sent, they were very precious to the starving snake cubs. Where did these come from? Third brother, you didn't steal them, did you? Sang Yu and Sang Qing looked shocked, especially Sang Qing, who clenched his fists nervously. Stealing meant risking severe punishment, as beastmen valued supplies more than life itself. If third brother had stolen, Sang-ching wouldn't betray him, but he still wanted to teach him a good lesson. No, these were sent by Luo Yuer. She returned the supplies she took from our mother before, Sang-feng said proudly, hands on her hips. She no longer called her aunt-in-law by her title, but by her name. The supplies weren't enough, but being able to make Luo Yuer bleed was enough to satisfy Sang-dai. Xiaofeng, well done. Tonight, Mother will give you extra food, Sang-dai said, rubbing Xiaofeng's head and praising her. Seeing her older brother and second sister look confused, Sang-feng explained what had happened. Wow, you even kept this from us, Sang-ching said angrily. He thought the boy was just showing off by himself. Mother, tell Luo Yuer the recipe for the bait. What if she learns it later? Sang-yu looked worriedly at Sang-dai. Knowing Luo Yuer's true nature, she didn't want her to get any advantage. The supplies and bait recipe belonged to their mother. Don't worry, she won't learn it, Sang-dai smiled, because the recipe was fake. She didn't even know where it came from, so how could she give Luo Yuer a real one? If Luo Yuer wanted to play tricks, let her suffer the consequences herself. Luo Yuer doesn't have that many supplies. These must have been taken from her tribe, and there are 3 fat rabbits, perfect for breeding with the one at home, Sang-dai said confidently, leading the 3 snake cubs to carry the supplies back. No matter where the supplies came from, once they were in her hands, there was no reason to return them. Among the 3 rabbits, 2 were males and 1 was a female, suitable for breeding with the female rabbit at home. Although the litter of rabbits definitely includes both males and females, rabbits from the same litter are unlikely to be very healthy when paired. Sang-dai still wanted to find a tongue snake beast man to catch 2 rabbits, but unexpectedly, Luo Yuer delivered some ready-made ones. The cave was already full of supplies, but since there weren't many, the entrance could still barely fit everything. In the afternoon, Sang-dai decided not to go mushroom foraging outside. The 3 snake cubs were energetic and playing outside, so she used the excuse of making bait, took out some supplies, and went to the supermarket to sell them. Animal bones, horns, and teeth take up space, so Sang-dai prioritized selling those. Small or damaged ones could sell for around 100 coins, while complete large ones could reach 500. Although they aren't as valuable as animal skins, their large quantity makes up for it. Plus, these items can be ground into powder to hide their true nature. Throughout the afternoon, Sang-dai sold animal bones and horns worth 10,000 coins. Selling more might reveal her secret. By mid-afternoon, Yong brought Tung snake beast men to deliver mushrooms. Yesterday, he went with Wang to eliminate a newly discovered beast nest and returned late at night, so he didn't disturb Sang-dai. Today, he brought all the mushrooms collected over 2 days. So many? Sang-dai looked at the 10 sacks of mushrooms Yong brought, surprised. She knew mushrooms grew more after rain, but she didn't expect to gather so many in just 2 days. That's just from the tribe. If the weather stays dry for the next 2 days, the harvest might be smaller. But if you need more, we can go outside the tribe to gather. There are more mushrooms outside, Yong explained. Wang ordered that as long as Sang-dai needed, they would fulfill her requests, even if it meant not hunting. No need, you all have your tasks. Just gather mushrooms in your free time, Sang-dai quickly declined. Many males had stayed in the tribe to gather mushrooms these days, and she felt a bit guilty. They were all strong members of the tribe. Then I'll have them go hunting outside when it doesn't rain, and gather mushrooms after it rains. Usually, females and cubs are willing to pick mushrooms too, Yong said after some thought. Sang-dai nodded, that works. She couldn't break the original lifestyle of the beast men. These measures were just supplementary. For now, beast men still relied mainly on hunting for their livelihood. After Yong left, Sang-dai couldn't wait to take the mushrooms to the supermarket. She placed a sack on the mechanical scale, and the screen lit up instantly. The price of mushrooms wasn't as high as animal skins or horns, only about 300 coins per gene. But since they were sold by weight, a sack of about 60 gene meant 6,000 gene for 10 sacks. Sang-dai sold all of them without hesitation, earning 180,000 coins. Plus the previous 10,000, She now had a total of 190,000 coins. Seeing the string of zeros on the screen, Sandy felt very secure. Thinking that these funds could last a long time, Sandy suddenly noticed another page on the procurement list. New products. She quickly clicked to check. High-quality silkworm eggs, 100% hatching rate, 1-month growth cycle, strong body, large size, high nutritional value, silk is cool and heat-resistant, can reproduce without a gap period. Sandy's eyes filled with joy. These are silkworm babies. She had raised silkworms before, but from eggs to silk spinning and cocooning, it usually took at least 2 months. After laying eggs, there was a long gap of about half a year before they could hatch again. Silkworms reproduce very quickly. After emerging from pupae, a pair of moths can lay hundreds or thousands of eggs. Most importantly, silkworm pupae can be eaten. This is not like vegetables or fruits that are grown. Orcs don't like eating plants, but silkworm pupae are rich in protein. Orcs would definitely like them. If they could be farmed on a large scale, it could help solve some food problems. Sandy was very happy, but when she saw the price, it was like a bucket of cold water poured over her head. 10 silkworm eggs for 10,000 coins. Who sells silkworm eggs at such a high price? Sandy was so angry she almost smashed the counter. Turns out, her savings of over 10,000 coins weren't enough. Compared to a small student's 10 yuan pocket money, they could buy many silkworms at the school gate. When she was a child, 2 silkworms cost only a dime. Despite her complaints, Sandy knew she had to buy them. She remembered that the eggs on the list were probably different from regular silkworms. She had already seen the difference with the beast bait last time. She didn't rush to buy them now, because the weather was hot, and if she took them out, they might hatch immediately, which would be hard to explain. She decided to wait until she was better prepared, saved more money, and bought them all at once later. The Orcs' Collective Cave. Huli returned from hunting, distributing supplies to the tribe, then prepared to store the remaining supplies in the cave. This was to prevent times when they might return empty-handed and go hungry. Every day, they saved a little food to store in the cave for emergencies. However, when he arrived at the cave and saw it completely empty, he was stunned. Where are the supplies? Clearly, when he came yesterday, everything was fine. How could they be gone today? Soon he realized. The orcs of the Black Abyss tribe wouldn't dare steal supplies. They were much wealthier than his own tribe. This cave was closest to his and Luo Yuer's home. If someone was sneaking in and stealing, Luo Yuer would have noticed immediately. The tribe elder didn't know anything. There was only one possibility. Luo Yuer took the supplies. Tiger Li, with a stern face, found Luo Yuer and lowered his voice. Yuer, did you take the group supplies? Yes, Luo Yuer replied without looking up. The small cave was filled with strange objects, and she was carefully working on something. Tiger Li's expression darkened. Where did you take those supplies? Return them quickly. If the clan elder finds out, we will be punished. Those were the last supplies of the group. Beastmen hunt based on weather and luck. If the weather is bad and hunting is impossible, they must rely on stored food. Without food, they will go hungry. I won't tell anyone and no one will find out, Luo Yuer said calmly. I gave the supplies to Sandy. If you ask me for them, I can't get them back. Tiger Li frowned. Why did you give them to her? I traded supplies with Manhwa for a beast bait formula. With the formula, I can make bait for the beasts. When I do, you and the others can catch plenty of prey, Luo Yuer said proudly. Hearing this, Tiger Li's gloomy face suddenly turned into a look of surprise. Yuer, you can make beast bait? If they had bait, their group wouldn't worry about lacking prey. Luo Yuer nodded confidently. Of course. If Sandy can do it, I can too. Just wait. With bait, we won't need to worry about supplies. Beastmen are not very clever and only focus on immediate benefits. She felt a bit disdainful of Tiger Li, but didn't show it. Keep the supplies secret for now. We don't need them immediately, Luo Yuer instructed. Okay, I trust you. Tiger Li nodded, no longer objecting. Recently, he had been feeling very frustrated and wanted a chance to prove himself. Luo Yuer opened a stone basin covered with a wooden board and mixed different colored pastes together. Tiger Lee covered his nose and mouth, frowning again. Can you really make bait? Why does it smell so? It smells terrible. Luo Yuer pouted. If you can't stand the smell, go outside. The stronger the smell, the better it attracts beasts. Hearing this, Tiger Lee thought it made sense. They had never used Sandy's bait for Dingtian, so they didn't know what it actually smelled like. Yuer, I won't go out. I'll help you, Tiger Lee said, forcing himself and holding his breath as he stepped forward. Luo Yuer's body carried not only the strange smell of the bait, but also the stench of waste collection. The combined smell was so strong that the next day, Tiger Lee's nose was dulled during hunting. For several days, Luo Yuer stayed in the cave, focused on making the bait. The orcs in the same cave were grumbling, who brought back into the cave. It stinks so bad. Can we still live here? Many males couldn't stand the smell and preferred to sleep outside in the woods rather than stay inside the cave. Humph! A bunch of short-sighted savages. Luo Yuer listened to the dirty words outside with disgust. She looked at the bait in front of her, feeling excited. Finally made it. Huolai, take the bait out to hunt. Bring back lots of prey for me. Huolai was very happy and the next day took the bait and some tribe members out to hunt. Huolai, what's this? A tribe member asked, seeing Huolai grab a lump of dark, foul-smelling paste and smear it on a dead mouse, covering his nose. This is the bait Luo Yuer made, Huolai explained. The tribe member's eyes widened in surprise. Is this the kind of bait used by the hunting teams? Luo Yuer is so amazing.
Great.
Today we can catch more prey. Those hunting teams will be jealous of us. The tribe members were excited. They set the bait carefully and hid nearby. The sun moved from east to west, but no sign of animals appeared. Huolai, is this bait useless? Why aren't any animals coming? A tribe member asked nervously. Wait a little longer. Huolai also started to get impatient. Just then, a buzzing sound came from behind them. Huolai turned around. A swarm of black flies, about the size of cockroaches, was flying toward them. The buzzing was deafening. Why are these black bugs here? Huolai's face darkened. These insects only gathered around Tung. Why were they coming to them? Look, their compound eyes glow red. These are insects infected with evil energy. Everyone run. They will eat the orcs. Before they could see any wild animals, the orcs were chased for 10 miles by the black flies. The flies kept pursuing, as if they smelled something delicious on the orcs. The orcs were too exhausted to run anymore. In the end, they realized the flies were targeting Huolai. They told him to draw the flies away, which saved the others. But Huolai was badly hurt. The black flies had bitten him so many times that he had blood holes all over his body, looking like a human-shaped cheese, covered in wounds. When Huolai found Luo Yuer, she was shocked. What is this dirty stuff?
Stay away from me.
Yuer, it's me. Huolai wiped the blood from his face and showed himself. Luo Yuer was stunned. Huolai, what happened to you? Didn't you go hunting with the bait? When she mentioned the bait, Huolai's face darkened as he told her what had happened that day. Luo Yuer was stunned and took a moment to understand. That third kid. He actually tricked me with fake supplies and a false recipe. Luo Yuer was furious. She had spent several days working hard, smelling terrible from making the bait, only to find out it was all a lie. The tiger tribe's beastmen hadn't caught any prey and were starving. They needed to go into the cave to take out stored supplies for emergency use. Luo Yuer panicked. If she was caught, she was finished. Tiger Lie, help me hold everyone back. I'll go find that wild kid Manhwa and get the supplies back. Luo Yuer angrily stormed into Sandai's mountain cave. Manhwa.
Sandai. Come out now.
She knew Sanwa's stupid mind couldn't have come up with using a fake recipe to deceive her. It must have been Sandai behind it. Sandai heard the noise and stepped out of the cave. The 3 snake cubs saw her approach and quickly spread their arms to block her. Bad female. What are you trying to do? Sandai looked a little guilty. The recipe for the beast bait was fake. You took my supplies. Now give them back. Luo Yuer shouted angrily. Sand-Eye stepped forward, keeping the 3 snake cubs behind her. She looked at Luo Yuer calmly. You didn't say whether you wanted the real recipe or the fake one. How come Xiao Feng tricked you? You. Luo Yuer almost fainted from anger. Who would want a fake recipe? Did this female think she was stupid? I don't want to argue with you. Return my supplies. Luo Yuer was eager to get her supplies and could only hold back her rage. Sand-Eye raised an eyebrow. Return? Weren't they yours and Tiger Lie's? Didn't you owe me those? Oh right, that's not enough. You'd better return the rest quickly. The original owner had been supporting Tiger Lie since childhood. Luo Yuer was about to go crazy with rage. Her eyes nearly popped out as she threatened, if you don't return it, I'll have the clan elder come punish you. Fine. Since the supplies were sent by you, I should be the one punished. But with Tingsha beasts around, who can take the supplies from me? Sand-Eye looked tough. She wasn't a pushover. Luo Yuer's lips trembled with anger. Sand-Eye was determined not to return her supplies. I think you'd better go back and explain to the clan elder. Sand-Eye started to chase her away. Sand-Eye, you wait and see. Luo Yuer stomped her foot angrily and left in a huff. After Luo Yuer left, Sand-Eye's little hand behind her body shrank back, and a small snake with colorful spots hid inside her animal hide clothing. If Luo Yuer dared to bully her mother, she would protect her mother. Sand-Eye clapped her hands excitedly. Mother, you're so amazing. I thought she was coming to steal the supplies. I didn't expect a few words from my mother to drive Luo Yu away. Sang-Ching also looked at her with admiration. She felt that her mother had become very reassuring, as if with her mother here, they didn't need to be afraid of anything. Don't worry, she won't dare to come and take things, Sang-Dai said with a smile, gently rubbing Sang-Feng's head. The beastman's fur grows thick and fast. A few days ago, she cut the cub's hair, and Sang-Feng's hair was tangled and cut very short. Now it has grown noticeably longer, looking like a sea urchin, adorably silly.
Why?
Sang-Feng tilted his head, confused. Sang-Yu explained sweetly, if she dares to take things, Brother Shiliang will definitely be the first to help Mother get revenge. The little girl is the smartest among the 3 snake cubs. It's clear that the entire Black Abyss tribe now relies on Sang-Dai. In the past, those things definitely belonged to Luo Yuer. She used to think Luo Yuer was good, but now it seems Luo Yuer took what belonged to Mother, which is why they had such hard times. Now, Mother has left the tribe and stopped contact with Luo Yuer and Huli. Their lives have improved. Sang-Yu secretly vowed in her heart, to keep Mother happy like this, she absolutely must not let those 2 bad guys get close to her. In the communal cave, Huli couldn't stop it, but the tribe members found out that supplies had gone missing. When they learned Luo Yuer took everything, they were furious. When Luo Yuer returned, the tribe elder scolded her harshly. I'm sorry, tribe elder, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have given all the supplies to Sang-Dai. Luo Yuer admitted her mistake voluntarily. If I could also make beast bait, no one would go hungry. It was Sang-Dai who said that if she didn't get supplies, she would go to King and have us expelled from the tribe. I was just panicked and gave her the supplies. Luo Yuer wiped her tears, looking helpless and pitiful. Hearing this, the beast men were angry. She actually said that? Our tribe raised her all these years. Why does she think she can make King kick us out? Seeing the tribe members' anger shift, Luo Yuer's eyes flashed with cunning. She continued, Sang-Dai said it was she who got King to allow us to join the Black Abyss tribe. These supplies are what we owe her.
I'm sorry.
If I were as useful as Sang-Dai, I could help the tribe. It's all because I'm useless. Luo Yuer deliberately took the blame herself, but secretly she was making the tribe resent Sang-Dai. Sang-Dai is really too much. How could our tribe raise such a treacherous wolf? If anything happens to her in the future, we won't care. The orcs were very angry, but they also comforted Luo Yuer, saying, it's not your fault. Don't blame yourself. If we had kept a male to watch over the supplies, this wouldn't have happened. Yes, it's Sandy's fault. Luo Yuer falsely blamed others, finally ending the dispute. When she returned to the cave, Her weak and pitiful expression disappeared, replaced by a gritted teeth look. Hyuli followed behind, muttering, "Since that time she fell into the water, Sandy seems to have changed a lot. What's wrong with her?" A thought suddenly flashed through Luo Yuer's mind. She grabbed Hyuli's wrist and asked, "Sandy's personality changed? Is she very different from before?" She hadn't been here long, didn't get along with Sandy, and didn't understand her well. Hearing Hyuli's words, it felt like something was about to break free inside her. It's like she's become a different beast. If she didn't look the same as before, I'd think she wasn't Sandy anymore. Hyuli nodded. A dark light flickered in Luo Yuer's eyes.
Could it be?
Sandy is also from another world? For the next half-month, Sandy made delicious food for Little White and the 3 snake cubs every day. Little White, who had been anorexic and refused to eat, rarely left the cave and was quite weak. The 3 snake cubs had never eaten a full meal since they were young and were very undernourished, so they needed good care. After careful feeding for half a month, they finally saw some flesh on their thin cheeks. During this time, Sandy also tried to gradually prepare hot meals for Little White. Although he initially resisted, after tasting the food, he gradually accepted it. He just couldn't have open flames or heat sources in front of him. Snake Yong kept sending 25 bags of mushrooms, and the balance increased by 450,000. Sandy carefully counted the zeros on the balance. Including daily income from selling animal horns and expenses for buying wild animal bait, the balance was still 650,000. Of course, Sandy ignored the trailing zeros. Her purchasing power was no different from 65,000. She didn't plan to save anymore. With the current balance, she didn't know how long it would take to buy enough silkworm eggs. It was better to breed them herself, even if it took more time. With her plan in mind, Sandy immediately found Snake Yong and asked him to arrange for some orcs to take her out. Her excuse was to look for new materials. Since she needed to raise silkworms, she first needed mulberry leaves. Sandy remembered seeing mulberry trees on the way here, and she thought she could find some in the forest. She also took this opportunity to bring back silkworm eggs to hatch. Early that morning, Sandai reminded the 3 snake cubs to stay at home and watch over the house. She carried a small bag on her back and waited at the tribe's entrance. Unexpectedly, she didn't see the Tengu beast man but instead saw the big villain standing like a statue at the exit. Seeing Tung, Sandai instinctively kept her distance. Since learning that Tung was the biological father of the 3 snake cubs, she felt strange whenever she saw him. She was grateful for the supplies he provided and for Snake Liang's unconditional help, but she also worried that he might discover the cubs' true identities. She didn't want to be alone again. She worked hard to stay positive for the sake of the cubs, hoping they would stay with her. In her past life, she had lived a lonely life, and healing the cubs also helped her heal herself. She also thought about Xiaobai's identity. She didn't know who Xiaobai's real mother was. If it was the original owner, she had gone missing not long ago, and Tung probably had no feelings for her. If it wasn't the original owner, Xiaobai might have been born from Tung and another female when they met. Either way, Tung had no reason to treat her kindly. She couldn't let her guard down. Sandai's mind was full of thoughts, and she didn't notice Tung gaze drifting toward her. When she glanced at the distance between them, Tung frowned slightly. What was wrong with this little female? Was there a fierce beast's aura on her? He moved closer to Sandai. When she saw Tung approaching, she thought she was blocking his way and quickly shifted aside. But Tung kept coming closer. After several attempts to step aside, Sandai finally couldn't hold back and asked, "King, is something wrong?" Why was he bothering her for no reason? She was about to get annoyed. Tung looked at her expressionlessly and asked, "Aren't you going out to gather materials?" She was surprised and looked around, then pointed at herself. "King, are you going with me to find materials?" She thought Snake Liang would find some Tengu beast men to take her out. Who would have expected the big villain to come personally? Tung previously furrowed brows relaxed. So, the little female didn't realize she was going out with him and was avoiding him. That's not right. You're the king. You're so busy. I just want to go out and gather some materials. I shouldn't trouble you to accompany me, Sandai quickly refused. Although Tung Song wasn't as unpredictable as described in the books, she didn't want to spend too much time with him either. Tung Song's eyes darkened slightly, and he asked coldly, "You don't want to go out with me?" Sandai immediately shook her head with a friendly smile. Of course not. The king is so powerful. Who wouldn't want to travel with him? She dared to speak disrespectfully about the great villain, as if she wanted to die. Sandai's words pleased Tung Song, who showed a satisfied expression. Then let's go. Wait, just the two of us? Sandai asked nervously, stammering. Her reaction made him think she had already revealed herself. Could he be planning to silence her? Tung Song glanced at her indifferently. No. Today I am leading a team of beastmen to patrol the forest to look for new monster nests. It's a good chance for you to gather materials. He wanted to take her along on purpose. This little female was quite clever. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of tongue snake beastmen emerged from the tribe, including Snake Liang. Snake Liang smiled at Sandai and explained, I forgot to tell you, today the king is taking us out for a patrol. The king said you should come along. With the king here, you'll be safer. Now, Sandai was the tribe's precious treasure and absolutely must not be harmed. Snake Liang and the other tongue snake beastmen thought the king valued Sandai's abilities. Such a female, no matter which tribe she belonged to, would be protected at all costs. Hearing this, Sandai breathed a sigh of relief and returned a small smile to Snake Liang. She secretly patted her chest, thinking, so that's all it is. It's not about silencing me. Ting snake beastmen are large in beast form. Usually, they walk in human form within the tribe, but when they go out, they transform into their beast shape to save time. Snake Liang and the others all shifted into enormous Ting snakes and left the tribe. Tung Song and Sandai followed behind.
Hey.
Seeing all the males leave, Sandai anxiously raised her hand and called out. Aren't they supposed to take her with them? Why did they leave her behind? With so many males, it's unlikely the great villain would take her, right? She took a few quick steps forward, but the tongue snake beast men ahead had already disappeared. Sandai. Tung Song approached her, looked down at the small female, and said in a deep voice, Follow me. Their strength is weaker. If they encounter fierce beasts, they won't be able to protect you. Sandai thought for a moment. The villain was currently the strongest beast man in combat. Following him was the safest choice, so she nodded. Suddenly, her vision blurred, and the tall male transformed into a tongue snake. Its black scales covered its entire body, and the snake's body straightened, larger than the forest anaconda she saw last time. She had seen this in her dreams before, but her vision was blurry then, and the sight of it was not as impactful as seeing it in person. Staring at the powerful beast before her, she froze in place. They all had beast forms. How could she go out? Females cannot transform into beast form. Because of this, females can mate with males of any race without confusing their bloodlines. Tung Song's tail reached out, and a voice came from above, pulling Sandai's thoughts back.
Come up.
Sandai looked at the tail stretching to her feet. Should she climb up? Ride on the beast-shaped form of the great villain? This didn't seem quite right. Seeing Tung Song's urging gaze, Sandai quickly used her hands and feet to climb up. Even a snake's tail was as thick as a bucket, growing thicker the higher she went. The snake's scales were smooth, and Sandai struggled to climb for a long time. Seeing this, Tung Song directly wrapped his snake tail around Sandai's slim waist and placed her on his body. Standing behind the upright snake body, she could hold onto the scales and stand steadily. Hold on tight, we're leaving. Before she could react, the tongue snake beneath her shot forward like a missile, weaving swiftly through the forest. Sandai's body leaned back due to inertia. She hurriedly hugged the snake's scales with her hands and barely avoided being thrown off. She glanced at the trees rushing past behind her. At this speed, it was comparable to a car, even in such a difficult forest to traverse. The tongue snake seemed like the king of the jungle, unstoppable. Feeling the gentle warmth from the scales, Tung Song's icy beast eyes flickered with a soft light, and his speed became even more joyful. The wind howled, but luckily Tung Song blocked the front, so it didn't onto Sandai's face. However, they were moving so fast that she could hardly see the trees passing by. How could she find the mulberry tree? Too fast. Slow down. Sandai shouted loudly, while clutching the scales tightly. The wind almost drowned out her voice. Feeling a bit powerless, she thought Tung Song hadn't heard her, but suddenly, the speed beneath her slowed down. Her eyes lit up with joy as her clear, lively eyes kept searching around. The dense forest made her dizzy. After what felt like a long time, just when Sandai thought there might be no result today, her eyes suddenly brightened. An excited hand patted the scales and looked back toward a certain spot in the forest. Stop for a moment, I think I saw it. Tung Song stopped and headed toward the direction Sandai pointed. When they arrived, Sandai crouched down and slid off Tung Song's body as if sliding down a slide. She quickly ran toward the spot where she had just seen the mulberry tree. Because Tung Song was moving too fast, she wasn't sure if she had really seen the mulberry tree. As she got closer, Sandai finally saw clearly. The edge of the large leaves looked like saw blades, exactly the mulberry tree she was looking for. There wasn't just one. From afar, there was a whole large grove of mulberry trees behind it. Sandai was overjoyed, relieved that she no longer had to search everywhere. Is this the one you're looking for? Tung Song asked. Seeing the smile on Sandai's face, Tung Song's tone softened a bit. Yes, Sandai nodded, then added, I want to go inside and see if there are any other materials. After entering the mulberry forest, she looked for a chance to take out silkworm eggs from the supermarket. Tung Song said nothing and directly wrapped Sandai with his snake tail, heading into the mulberry forest. I can go by myself, Sandai quickly said. Many flowers and plants in the forest are poisonous. If you get poisoned, you'll need to see a doctor, Tung Song replied calmly. Sandai looked down at her shoes made of animal skin, which she had cut a bit at the front to show her toes. Her animal skin skirt was also longer. Other female skirts just covered their hips, but hers reached her knees. She wanted to say she wasn't that fragile, but feeling the tightening around her waist, she obediently replied, All right then. The big villain's words were law. As a small, she didn't dare oppose the big villain. Tung Song led her inside, and she realized the mulberry grove was indeed very large, covering at least 10 acres. Though in the vast forest, this size wasn't much, but for Sandai, it was enough. The snake creatures and other Tung snake beast men followed behind. When they saw Sandai found the materials, they entered the mulberry grove and looked around for signs of fierce beasts. Can I go pick some leaves? Sandai asked, watching the scattered Tung snake beast men. She needed a chance to take out the silkworm eggs. Not touching the mulberry trees was the key. Tung Song, always willing to help, didn't put her down. Instead, he lifted her with his coiled snake tail, making it easy for her to reach the mulberry leaves. Sandai immediately pretended to pick leaves, entered her mind into the supermarket, and bought all 650,000 silkworm eggs with her balance. The eggs were attached to the leaves, so 650,000 could buy only 650 eggs. Each egg was no bigger than a sesame seed. Suddenly, she had 3 large mulberry leaves, each about the size of her palm, covered densely with black silkworm eggs. She was very happy, holding the eggs in her hand, and looked at Tung Song. King, I found something good. Before she finished speaking, a scream came from a distant Tung snake beast man. There's a fierce beast. Everyone, be careful. Sandai hadn't reacted yet when she saw 3 reddish-brown shadows swiftly rushing toward her. Snake creatures led by Snake Yong tried to block 2 of them. One managed to escape. Tung Song's expression turned cold. He placed Sandai on the ground and intercepted the fierce beast himself. His huge snake tail uprooted 2 mulberry trees and smashed them fiercely at the beast. The fierce beast was fast, but not as quick as the powerful Tung Song. Before it could dodge, it was struck down by a tree wrapped in a snake tail, smashing into the ground and creating a large hole several meters wide. Crackling sounds filled the air. The tree that touched the fierce beast suddenly caught fire without any sparks, turning black instantly, and even Tung Song's snake tail emitted a faint white smoke. Luckily, he was strong enough, and the beast inside the hole was no longer moving. Sandy watched in shock. Was this fierce beast poisoned all over? She couldn't imagine. If an ordinary beast man touched it, even without being bitten, they might still be burned and die. What amazed her even more was Tung Song's strength. She hadn't even seen the beast clearly, yet he managed to strike a fatal, giving the beast no chance to breathe. Truly a top-tier combatant. Just then, several afterimages shot out from behind the trees. These fierce beasts seemed to see them as prey, rushing forward to bite at anyone they saw. The delicate and soft Sandy was clearly the best food for them. Tung Song's eyes flashed with a savage gleam as he prepared to fight again. Sandy was tense. How could she help? It seemed that the supplies from the supermarket could only solve daily needs, not provide combat support. As she thought, two fierce beasts seized the opportunity and charged past Tung Song's side, heading straight for Sandy. Tung Song's eyes narrowed sharply. He didn't have time to worry about the beast on the table. His snake tail quickly wrapped around the beast, causing sizzling sounds on its scales. However, one beast managed to escape. The other beastmen were also entangled by the fierce beasts. They had only come for patrols today, not many beastmen, and they didn't expect to encounter so many fierce beasts. They were momentarily overwhelmed. Sandy only saw a red shadow rushing toward her. It was then that she finally saw what the fierce beast looked like. Entirely red, with dark spots on its body, resembling a red leopard, but with a sharp horn on its forehead and 3 tails behind it. The most striking feature was its blood-red, glowing eyes. The beast seemed to smell something tasty, roared loudly, and opened its blood-filled mouth full of sharp teeth, biting towards Sandy's neck. Sandy was startled and tried to run, but she tripped over a wooden stake. She supported herself on the ground with her elbows, her skin grazed by tiny branches, and fresh blood seeped out. She cursed inwardly, knowing she couldn't outrun the beast. She didn't care if her actions revealed the supermarket. She reached into her bag, pulled out a fruit knife, and prepared to stab at the beast's mouth. Seeing how close the beast was to Sandy, Tung Song's breath caught for a moment. Thinking about the delicate, fair neck of the young female being bitten by a fierce beast, bleeding heavily, he felt his eyes nearly burst with rage. A flash of crimson crossed his eyes as he tore the beast apart in an instant and rushed forward. Sandy also thought she might have to stay here today. But in the next moment, the fierce beast suddenly stopped, as if sensing danger in his gaze. Its nose twitched a few times, then it quickly turned and ran away. The nearby fierce beast that was fighting with the tongue snake beastman also reacted the same way. Sandy was stunned. Did it run away? She didn't think the beast suddenly had a change of heart. The beast was close enough to bite her to death. Why did it run? Distracted, Tung Song had already come to her side. Before she could speak, the giant beast transformed into a human form and strode over, pulling her up from the ground.
Ugh.
A sharp pain hit her arm as Tung Song directly pulled out the thin branch that had pierced into her flesh. She was about to withdraw her arm, but Tung Song didn't hesitate. He lowered his head. A soft, cool touch spread over her arm. Sandy froze completely, her eyes wide.
You.
What are you doing? Sandy's eyes widened, and she stammered. Somehow, her mind drifted back to the scene in her dream. 2 people tangled together, her face flushing with heat and embarrassment. Tung Song was strong, and didn't give her a chance to pull her arm away. He was licking her wound until no more blood flowed, then he raised his hand, wiping a trace of blood from his lips with his fingers. His thin lips looked as red as if they had been painted with rouge, adding a hint of charm. You're injured, and need to stop the bleeding, Tung Song said expressionlessly, unaware that the crimson in his eyes was slowly fading. Females are delicate, and bleeding can be life-threatening. Seeing Tung Song's serious expression, Sandy's voice weakened a bit. Why, you don't have to do that. It's not a fatal wound, so there's no need. Who uses their mouth to stop bleeding? Does he think he's acting in a soap opera? But after she said that, she realized the pain from her wound seemed to lessen. The Tung snake clan is an ancient bloodline. Although not as powerful as our ancestors, their saliva can help wounds heal faster, Tung Tsong explained calmly. Is there such a miraculous effect? Sandy looked surprised, but her mind was thinking, if someone gets hurt, wouldn't a Tung snake beast man just lick the wound a few times and it would be fine? She shivered and quickly pushed that thought out of her head, glancing at Tung Tsong's cold, stern face. Thank you, Sandy whispered softly. Thinking about the great villain was just to stop her own bleeding, but she was overthinking everything. She wished she could find A to hide in. Luckily, she hadn't spoken carelessly just now.
King Yu.
Shiliang the snake man stepped closer, looking at Wang's actions with shock. Yes, Tingsha the snake man's saliva can heal wounds, but Tingsha never treats others like this. They only do this for their mates. Tingsong's sharp gaze swept over, and he coldly interrupted Shiliang. Go check this forest. See if there are any fierce beasts nesting here.
Yes.
Shiliang swallowed his words again, glanced at Sandai, and comforted himself internally. Wang was probably worried about Sandai's safety. After all, Sandai was not an ordinary female. If something happened to her, the Black Abyss tribe would suffer a great loss. Wang was sacrificing himself for the tribe. Shiliang admired Wang even more. Soon, Shiliang led the Tingsha tribe members to search nearby and returned. Wang, we've checked. There are no fierce beast nests nearby. Those fierce beasts are probably hunting here, which is why there are so many. Shiliang reported. Fierce beasts also hunt in groups and rarely act alone. One Tingsha tribe member looked puzzled. Today, these fierce beasts are really strange. Why did they suddenly run away? They never used to do that. They are always relentless. Fierce beasts lack reason and only seek slaughter. Unlike orcs, male orcs can turn into humans after age 3, but fierce beasts only transform into humans if they are strong enough to become a beast king. Even then, fierce beasts are far less intelligent than orcs, like primitive humans in the Beastworld. Female fierce beasts also have beast forms, which greatly strengthen their bodies. Female fierce beasts are strong and fertile, so they reproduce much faster than orcs. Maybe they were scared by Wang's powerful aura, said another Tingsha tribe member. That makes sense. Wang is so strong that even mindless fierce beasts would fear him. Although puzzled, the Tingsha tribe members didn't take it to heart. Tingsong's gaze was deep as he looked at Sandai. He felt that the fierce beasts ran away because of this little female. But such a delicate, weak-looking female. What could possibly make fierce beasts afraid? You are injured. Sandai helped Tingsong up. The burn on the ground wasn't blackened but red, like dried mud cracked open, bleeding slightly and sliding down his arm. She was about to check how many wounds he had, when she suddenly noticed that when he transformed into a human form, he hadn't yet put on beast skins. Suddenly, her cheeks felt hot, and she quickly looked away from below, turning her head to the side. Her voice was trembling as she said, Maybe you should on the wound yourself. There was no water here, and it was inconvenient for her to clean the wound, so it was better to let him do it himself. Tung Tsong frowned. Why did this young female suddenly stop daring to look at him? Was she scared by the wound? As he looked at her fair, rosy cheeks, he seemed to see the delicate blood vessels inside and unexpectedly thought of the taste of the fresh blood she had just in her mouth. There was a faint sweetness to it. He asked Snake Liang to bring a piece of animal hide to wrap her body, then spoke, It's just a small wound. You don't need to be afraid. You just said you found something good. What is it? Tung Tsong changed the subject. The female was not only delicate but also timid, and he didn't want to scare her further. Seeing her wrapping herself in the animal hide, Sandai's embarrassment eased a bit. She took out silkworm eggs from her bag. I found some insect eggs. My mother told me that these insects grow into cocoons, and the pupae inside can be eaten. They are good for health, and the silk they produce can be made into clothes, lighter and cooler than animal hides. The tongue snake orcs were a bit skeptical. Insects? Are they tasty? Bird tribes and beast men might like them, but how many insects can come from just these eggs? Not enough to fill your teeth, right? Sandai explained, these insects reproduce very quickly. One male and one female can lay hundreds or thousands of eggs, and they can grow into cocoons in a month. It's not about eating the insects themselves, but after they form cocoons, eating the pupae inside. The taste is different. Sandai couldn't accept the soft bodies of silkworm larvae. She had eaten silkworm pupae before, fried until crispy and tasty. And since these were silkworms from the supply list, the taste would definitely be better. There are hundreds of eggs here. Just raise them for a month, and you'll get many more. These insects eat the leaves of these trees, so they are easy to raise. Once the pupae are dried, they last longer than meat. With proper storage, they can be kept for several months, Sandai said. Hearing this, the tongue snake orcs were moved. If they reproduce so fast, then we might have new food sources, one of them said. Do you really think their silk can be worn? Is it lighter and cooler than animal hides and not hot? Sandai nodded confidently in response to the tongue snake orc's questions. Yes, it just takes a few steps to process. Tung Song looked deeply at the silkworm eggs in her hand and whispered, have you raised them before? Sandai couldn't admit she had raised them. If she did, Hulai and the others would immediately see through her. I haven't, but my mother told me I could try, she explained, knowing that the original owner's parents had disappeared, so it was a good excuse. Even if the tribe members wanted to ask, they couldn't find anyone to ask. If successful, there would be food. If not, it would just be a waste of some leaves. Tung Song looked at Sandy's serious face and said without hesitation, all right, I will send some orcs to help you. If they can keep you alive, I will promise you. He initially wanted to make her a promise, but then remembered that she hadn't asked for anything before. Sandy responded, as long as King prioritizes supplying me with the cicada pupae and silk, that's enough. Without Tung Song's help, she couldn't find enough mulberry leaves or raise silkworms alone. Anyway, she only needed to supervise, not do the work herself, which could benefit the orcs.
For her, she still gained something.
Overall, the orcs' living standards improved, which helped civilization grow, and she could enjoy a better life. Sandy had her own motives. Not only could she get the tongue snake orcs to help her, but she also gained the protection of the tribe. As long as the major villain and tongue snake orcs were around, Luo Yuer could not harm her. In this dangerous beast world, she, a powerless female with 3 hungry snake cubs, needed a strong backing. Like the original owner, she didn't want a partner, so she could only use this method. All right, I agree, Tung Song replied in a deep voice. If this insect could be raised successfully, it would be entirely beneficial for the tribe. After convincing Tung Song to raise silkworms, Sandy also asked to take some mulberry leaves back. She didn't know how long it would take for the silkworms to hatch, but they couldn't hatch without leaves. Naturally, Tung Song agreed and asked Yong to pick some mulberry leaves before taking Sandy back. To avoid attracting other fierce beasts, the tongue snake orcs also cleared away the bodies of the dangerous beasts. Even dead, their bodies could still harm everything around them, so leaving them in the mulberry forest was not good. Watching the tongue snake orcs carefully handle the contaminated beast corpses, Sandy suddenly had an idea. She wondered if the bodies of these fierce beasts could be burned with fire, since they were so powerful. She looked at Tung Song beside her, but unfortunately, he didn't allow fire. After a morning of fussing, she hadn't eaten or drunk anything and was feeling thirsty, so she licked her lips. Tung Song looked down at her dry lips, then told the tongue snake orcs to go back first, and he took Sandy to find a small stream nearby. He set her down, plucked a leaf, and scooped water from the stream.
Drink, he said.
Sandy looked at Tung Song in surprise. How did he know she was thirsty? Could he read her mind? She took the leaf and sipped the stream water carefully. Near her ear, there was the sound of flowing water. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at the tall, straight man beside her and suddenly thought that being a villain might not be so bad. Sandai gathered her courage, tilted her head back, and finished drinking the water in one gulp. I have something I want to discuss with you. Tung Kong also turned to look at her, his eyes fixed on her.
Speak. I want to use fire in the tribe.
Tung face darkened.
No.
Sandai clenched her leaves tightly and quickly said, I know you're worried about Xiaobai. I will find a way to help him overcome his fear. Fire isn't harmful. It has many uses and can benefit the tribe. To progress civilization, using fire is necessary. If Tung keeps resisting, she won't have a good life anytime soon. Sandai had to fight for the right to use fire openly.
No.
Tung face remained serious, with no room for argument. Is it because Xiaobai is afraid that you won't allow fire? If I can help him come out of the cave and stop fearing fire, wouldn't that be okay? Sandai refused to give up. But before she finished speaking, Tung stood up and transformed into a beast. Sandai's feet lost support, and she was wrapped up by a snake tail. Tung ignored her and ran toward the tribe. His voice was drowned out by the wind. Seeing that Tung gave her no chance, Sandai's head drooped, and she stopped struggling. Forget it, she thought. She would find another way later. The villain had issued such a long ban. If it could be lifted just because of her few words, that would be strange. After a long journey, they returned to the Black Abyss tribe in the afternoon. Sandai felt a bit frustrated. When she arrived at the tribe, she grabbed the snake tail with both hands. Let me down. I can go back by myself. Tung seemed not to hear her. He turned into a human form, carried Sandai on his shoulder, and headed toward the cave. Not long after, they saw a group of beast men blocking the path ahead. Female crying sounds could be heard. The beast men in front blocked the way. The path in the tribe was narrow, so Tung could only go through. What happened?
Tung asked.
As soon as he spoke, the noisy crying stopped. A young beast man quickly answered, King, today's hunting team was attacked again by fierce beasts. Yong was bitten on the arm. Sandai looked over and saw a beast man in his early 20s lying on the ground. A female of about the same age was crying beside him. The injured Yong's arm was bleeding black water, and it wasn't just a bite. Part of his forearm had been gnawed clean by the fierce beast. Sandai felt a shiver run down her spine. Such a serious injury explained why the female was crying so sadly. She must be Yong's mate. Tung expression darkened further. I didn't expect the savage beasts to become so wild recently. It's one thing when groups of invading orc tribes attack, but now they are even hunting in their own territories. Many orcs seem to see no hope. If this continues, how many lands can they still survive on? Soon, they might be completely wiped out by the savage beasts. The veterinarian is here. Everyone make way. Amid the orc shouts, a blue shadow fell from above and transformed into a handsome young man. The young man hurriedly treated Snake Yong. It's that young veterinarian from the Eagle clan. Don't underestimate him just because he's young. His medical skills are top-notch. Many people looked at the young man. But some orcs sighed and said sadly, no matter how good he is, look at Snake Yong's injury. His arm is already contaminated with savage energy. No veterinarian can remove that energy. Even if Snake Yong survives, he will become like a savage beast, lose his mind, and only want to kill. The orcs felt heartbroken and dared not look at Snake Yong anymore. Hearing their words, Sandy realized how serious Snake Yong's injuries were. Snake Yong's lips were blue, and his face was pale. He was not unconscious, but was breathing weakly. Just when everyone thought there was no hope, the young veterinarian suddenly said, I have a way to stop the savage energy from invading him, but I can't stop the bleeding.
He will die anyway.
The female orc collapsed to the ground, crying even more sadly. But Snake Yong suddenly grabbed the young veterinarian's arm, his veins bulging and his voice hoarse. Help me. Even if I die, I don't want to become a monster like a savage beast. The young veterinarian clenched his teeth. All right, I'll help you. He then stuffed a piece of wood into Snake Yong's mouth.
Bite down.
Carefully, he pulled back Snake Yong's injured arm, raised his hand, and in front of everyone, it turned into a sharp eagle claw, swiftly cutting. A muffled groan. Thud. An amputated arm fell to the ground. Even among the many bloody scenes they had seen, the orcs couldn't help but frown at the sight.
Ah.
A faint, unclear scream echoed. The young veterinarian didn't hesitate and immediately used animal hide to cover the herbal medicine, pressing it hard against the large wound. The blood flowing from this wound was bright red. Snake Yong's lips, which had been blue, began to turn pale. Don't panic, the savage energy won't keep invading your body. Hold on, the young veterinarian comforted him, sweat pouring down his face. But Snake Yong had no strength left. His head tilted and he fainted. The young veterinarian's brow furrowed tighter. Oh no, the bleeding won't stop. Get 2 orcs to help me press down hard. Immediately, some orcs moved to help. Tung put down Sand Eye and strode forward. In strength, no one in the tribe was bigger than him. But no matter how strong he was, the bleeding still wouldn't stop. Xian's face grew paler and paler. If this continued, he would die. Sand Eye bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and then said, I have a way to help him stop the bleeding. As soon as she spoke, all the beast people's eyes turned to Sand Eye. The female, who had been crying and begging the young veterinarian, ignored her and suddenly knelt down with a thud.
Please save Xian.
As long as he lives, I will do anything you ask. Xian was her first partner. Although females could have multiple partners, it didn't mean they didn't care about their mates. You're just a female, not a veterinarian. What are you trying to do? A sharp, sudden voice came from the crowd. It was Luo Yuer, who was known for scavenging. She looked at Sand Eye with disdain. This female just loves to show off. She's asking for trouble. Hearing Luo Yuer's words, many beast people also doubted her. Female, this isn't a small matter. You're not a vet, so don't talk nonsense. Yeah, Xian's wound is so serious that even the god of beasts might not be able to stop the bleeding. The beast people looked at the small, weak Sand Eye and thought she was joking. If even the vets couldn't treat it, what could she do? The young veterinarian looked at Sand Eye with a hint of light in his dark green eyes. Can you really stop the bleeding? Sand Eye shook her head. I'm not sure if I can, but I will try. Better to try than wait for death. Then I'll help you. What do you need me to do? The young vet immediately asked. I need you to take him to my cave. She couldn't pull out supplies in front of so many beast people. Though it might waste time, she couldn't ignore her own safety. The young veterinarian didn't hesitate. He transformed into a blue eagle beast, spread his wings, and helped the beast people carry Xian onto his back, then signaled for Sand Eye to get on too. But someone else was faster. A hand grabbed Sand Eye's waist and quickly ran toward the mountain cave. My speed is faster. Tung voice sounded beside her ear. Sand Eye wanted to struggle, but hearing this, she thought it made sense. Time is life, and she needed time to prepare. The young veterinarian was surprised for a moment, recognizing Tung, the Snake King, and immediately spread his wings to follow. The beast people behind them followed one after another, also wanting to see if this female could really save Xian. Luo Yuer stared fiercely at Sand Eye's back, gritting her teeth. What a bunch of fools. The Snake King surprisingly allowed Sandy to act recklessly. When someone dies, it's considered deserved. Thinking about the 3 little snake children still at home, as they approached the cave, Sandy said, I need wood. I need a lot of dry wood to save him. Can you go help me find some? Tung glanced at Sandy, thinking she was just worried about Snake Yong's injury. This little female was willing to give the tribe wild animal bait and teach them how to raise insects, showing she was kind-hearted. Wait here. He left her outside the cave, saying only a few words before turning and walking quickly away. Sandy sighed in relief. As soon as he left, the 3 little snake children smelled blood and ran out. Mother, are you hurt? The small children, not even as tall as Sandy's legs, immediately gathered around her. Sandy looked down and noticed bloodstains on her skirt, though she didn't know when they got there. Mother is fine. A flying snake beast man was injured, and I need to help stop his bleeding. Can you go outside and gather dry grass for me? Sandy made an excuse to send the children away, so Tung wouldn't see them. Okay, I'll go gather some, said Qing, nodding quickly, confident Sandy was all right. The beast men of the Black Abyss tribe treated them very well and wouldn't scold them for being outsiders. Qing liked the beastmen here and didn't want to see them die. Go out and gather as much as you can, Sandy instructed. The three little snake children immediately left with animal hide sacks. Tung was fast, and only after the children left did the young veterinarian arrive with Snake Yong. Female. Put him in my cave. Please watch outside and don't let any other beastmen come in, Sandy told the young veterinarian. The veterinarian quickly obeyed without hesitation. Inside the cave, he laid Snake Yong down and stepped outside. Sandy hurriedly entered the supermarket, grabbed a knife, and looked around for other metal objects. Finding none, she used the knife and a lighter to ignite some paper, then set fire to the dry grass and animal skins inside the cave. It burned quickly. Cough, cough, cough. The smoke was thick, and Sandy couldn't help but cover her mouth and cough. At this moment, she couldn't let the other beastmen see her with the knife, so she had to endure. Just then, a shadow quickly entered from outside the cave. Tung, with a cold face, tried to put out the fire. Don't extinguish it. This is to save Snake Yong. Sandy's voice stopped Tung. She almost forgot veterinarians could stop others but not Tung. Ignoring Tung's dark expression, she stepped forward, placed the wood he held onto the fire, and then held the knife over the flames to heat it. When the blade was hot and faintly red, she said to Tung, "Help me lift his arm." Tung's eyes were dark and serious. When someone tried to order him around, he was the first to respond. But he still followed the order. Sandai held the knife handle, swallowed hard, gritted her teeth, and quickly pressed the blade against Xiang's wound. A sizzling sound and a burnt smell filled the air. Ah! Yong cried out in pain and woke up. He struggled, but Tung quickly pressed down on his chest. His cold gaze fixed on the wound, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. His blood had stopped flowing. His bleeding has stopped for now. We need a veterinarian to check him, but I can't treat any other problems, Sandai said. Seeing the bleeding stop, she took the knife back into the shop, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and leaned against the wall, feeling weak. Although it was a bit cruel, it was the only way she could think of for now. Luckily, it worked. How did you do that? Tung looked at the small female with a mix of shock and curiosity. Fire can burn the wound, and then it won't bleed. But this method should only be used as a last resort, Sandai explained. Not every orc has such strong willpower. Tung turned to look at Yong. He had fainted again but was still breathing faintly. He was not dead. His deep eyes flickered with light. You! Just as he was about to say something, loud noises came from outside the cave. Such a big cloud of smoke. Sandai wouldn't be setting a fire inside, would she? Just delaying the veterinarian's treatment is one thing, but don't burn Yong to death. Luo Yuer followed the crowd, frowning. When she saw the smoke billowing out of the cave, she was stunned. How could Sandai start a fire? And so quickly? Even she would need hours to make fire by rubbing wood. She deliberately muttered loudly behind the crowd. Orcs are usually quick-tempered, so some of them wanted to rush inside to see what was happening. Why haven't they come out yet? Is the treatment finished? Let's go in and see. I've never seen a veterinarian refuse treatment before, they said loudly. Hearing the noisy crowd, Luo Yuer was secretly happy. She didn't believe Sandai could cure Yong. If she failed, Sandai would be deliberately killing the orc, and she doubted the Snake King wouldn't punish her. All her misfortune was caused by Sandai. She wanted to make sure Sandai couldn't stay in the Black Abyss tribe anymore. While arguing, Tung and Sandai came out together. Seeing Yong in Tung's arms, the female hurried over. Yong. The other orcs also saw the burnt wound on Yong's arm. Yong's wound actually stopped bleeding. This female is so impressive. She's even better than the veterinarian. She was the one who made the beast bait earlier, too. She really has talent. For a moment, the orcs looked at her with amazement. Luo Yuer was filled with jealousy. When she saw the wound on Yong's arm, her eyes narrowed. Was that a burn? Sandai had used blood from the wound to stop the fire. As a native orc, how could she know such a method? Luo Yuer suddenly remembered what Hulai had said, and her suspicions grew stronger. After all, if there was only one traveler like herself, why not a second? She looked at Sandai with a dark gaze, feeling secretly pleased. Now she had a reason to hold against her. She knew that her recent bad luck was because Sandai had taken her luck. Only by getting rid of Sandai could she hope to succeed. The young veterinarian also looked happily at Sandai. He quickly helped the female to support Yong and took him from Tang Song's hands. The bleeding has stopped. He's just unconscious now, with no other issues. Just rest well at home, eat more meat, and when the wound heals, he'll be fine, the young vet said to the female after checking on Yong. Thank you, veterinarian. Thank you, female. She hurriedly thanked both of them, not forgetting Sandai. She was the one who saved Yong's life. Sandai quickly shook her head. I was just lucky. I only helped stop the bleeding. It's mainly the veterinarian's skill. And it was such a painful method. If Yong hadn't fainted from the pain, he might have scolded me. The female thanked them again, and some orcs came over to help, carrying Yong back to rest. The orcs were still in shock. Tang Tsong's cold gaze swept over them. Who allowed you to enter the female's cave freely? The orcs trembled all over, lowering their heads and looking around. They had just overheard someone causing trouble and rushed in to see if something was wrong. But before they entered the cave, Wang and Sandai had come out. Afraid of being caught causing trouble, Luo Yuer quickly ran away. Get out of here. Tang Tsong's deep voice carried a strong pressure. The orcs shivered and hurriedly scattered. Some smaller ones, even afraid of running too slowly, turned into beast forms inside the cave. So, Sandai saw a group of people, birds, tigers, and wolves rushing out together. Female, my name is Rue. What's your name? Can you teach me the method you used to stop Xiang's bleeding? The young veterinarian, Rue, looked at Sandai excitedly. Sandai snapped back to her senses and politely smiled in response. She just realized that this veterinarian was quite handsome, almost like a charming star from the modern world. Even more handsome than those young heartthrobs, with a gentle and refined aura. Among these rough beast men, such elegance was rare. My name is Sandy. Stopping bleeding isn't difficult, but I need the king's permission to teach you. Sandy looked at Tung Song. The method involved fire, but Tung Song didn't allow fire, so they couldn't use it. As for herself, she had just saved his tribe member's life, so he probably wouldn't punish her, right? Tung Song glanced at Sandy and said to Rue, you go back first and heal Snake Yong's wound. Yes, Rue replied, feeling a bit disappointed. He had thought it was some secret technique related to the snake beast men. He looked longingly at Sandy and, hesitating every few steps, left. This outcome was expected by Sandy. She was thinking of an excuse to make Tung Song leave quickly, so the 3 little snake cubs returning later wouldn't be problematic. Suddenly, Tung Song's deep, magnetic voice came from above. No more fire in the cave from now on. Sandy pouted. I understand, King. Today was to save Snake Yong. I won't do it again. Too much smoke can hurt your eyes. If you need fire, do it at the cave entrance or outside.
Oh, wait.
Outside the cave to make fire? Sandy's eyes lit up with a spark of joy as she looked up at Tung Song. King, do you mean that beastmen are allowed to use fire in the tribe now? Tung Song's expression was calm, and he looked straight ahead. Yes, but only near the mountain cave, while Xiaobai overcomes his fear of fire. Other beastmen are not allowed. He had just seen this young female skillfully use fire without fear or injury, even extinguishing the fire after use. Other beastmen wouldn't be as careful. He trusted her, not all beastmen. That's great. Sandy nodded happily, raising 3 fingers and promising confidently, I will definitely help Xiaobai overcome his fear. Not only that, I want him to use fire himself. King, you are truly a wise and mighty beast king. Sandy couldn't help but praise him. Tung Song's gaze fell on the curve of her eyes, and the gentle softness in his expression quickly disappeared, almost unnoticed even by himself. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. The wound on his arm throbbed faintly, and his deep beast eyes showed a few red blood vessels spreading rapidly. His expression grew serious. Before saying goodbye to Sandy, he strode away quickly.
Huh.
Sandy ran after him to the cave entrance and saw Tung had already transformed into a giant beast, a tongue snake, and disappeared from her sight. No wonder the book says the big villain is unpredictable. Just now everything was fine, and then he suddenly ran off without a word. Sandai muttered softly. In the tribe, the huge dark tongue snake flashed like a black lightning bolt and disappeared quickly. It didn't stop and hurried back to its own cave. It leapt into the lake behind the cave.
Splash.
Water splashed everywhere. The water level, which was just a few centimeters below the shore, suddenly rose and overflowed. Tung sank to the bottom of the lake. The cold water tsuji at him, and the red veins in his animal eyes finally stopped spreading. Mother, who was that beast man just now? His beast form was so big. Sandai, carrying a bundle of dry grass, looked at Tung Song's distant figure with admiration. Beast men value strength the most. That is the king of the Black Abyss tribe, Sandai explained happily, glad Tung Song left just in time. Behind her, Sang Feng's eyes sparkled. He's the king? The strongest beast man of the Black Abyss tribe, Sang Feng said, pounding his chest with regret.
Oh.
If only we had come back earlier, we could have seen what the strongest beast man looks like. Sang Yu covered her mouth and giggled, not reacting as strongly as her brothers. If you want to see, just go over and look, she said.
Right.
Sang Feng hit his forehead and looked ready to follow. Sandai's heart tightened. She quickly said, Mother is about to finish cooking. We are all in the same tribe, and there will be plenty of chances to see him. Are you sure you want to go now? When he heard there was good food, Sang Feng hesitated for 2 seconds with a woolen, then immediately decided, I won't go, Mother. He was also a snake tribe beast man. Since they were both snakes, it shouldn't matter much, right? Maybe just a little bigger than him. Sang Yu blinked her dark eyes, looked at her mother, and tilted her head as if thinking deeply. Mother, I'll help you with the chores. Sang Qing was carefree and didn't notice Sandai's thoughts. By the way, did that injured beast man survive? He survived, Sandai said with a smile, shifting her 3 little snake children's attention. In the evening, the mother and children ate well, but the cave was soon visited by an uninvited guest. Why are you here again? Sang Qing quickly stood up from the ground, her face scrunched up tightly as she looked at Luo Yuer standing outside the cave. Sang Yu and Sang Feng also stood up, hiding what they had just eaten behind them, afraid she might want their food. Don't worry, I am not here to ask for supplies. I have thought it through. Although those supplies were taken by Hulai, they should be returned to you. I won't ask for them again. Luo Yuer smiled and said, Today, I came to apologize to you, Sister Sangdai. I'm really sorry before. Please don't take it to heart. As she spoke, she subtly looked behind the 3 little snakes. The small snakes couldn't block much. All the pots and pans were clearly visible. I accept your apology, but I am a bit petty. It's best if you don't come here often. Just seeing you makes me lose my appetite for meat, Sister Sangdai said without giving her respect. She had already asked Snake Liang to help make a stone pot and build a simple clay stove using local materials, so no one would notice anything unusual. The charcoal inside had long burned out, and the clay stove blocked the view, so Luo Yuer couldn't see inside. Not finding the evidence she wanted, Luo Yuer felt a bit disappointed. She had used a similar stove before in her tribe, and Sister Sangdai had seen it. It wasn't surprising that she could make one. Hearing Sister Sangdai's harsh words, Luo Yuer's smile stiffened, feeling embarrassed in front of the 3 little snakes. She cursed silently in her heart and continued, Sister Sangdai, today you stopped the bleeding of Snake Yong, right? I remember I never told you how to start a fire. Where did you get the fire seed? Even in her previous tribe, she kept the method of making fire to herself and Hulai, only allowing beastmen to take the fire seed. She didn't teach them, so they would be grateful and always rely on her. What's it to you? Do you think only you can use fire? Sister Sangdai said bluntly. Gritting her teeth, Luo Yuer was here to test Sister Sangdai. Since she couldn't get information about the fire, Sister Sangdai, who Lai loves to eat mutton beasts. He said the mutton from the one you gave him was the best. I want to ask you, which part of the mutton beast did you give him? Is it the leg meat? Luo Yuer stared intently at Sister Sangdai's face. Hu Lai hated eating mutton beasts because he disliked their smell. If Sister Sangdai was also from another world, she would probably be confused about it. As long as she said one part, she would have proof. She didn't believe that the beast men here could tolerate Sister Sangdai, who had a soul from another world inside her. The three little snakes also looked at their mother unconsciously, a hint of envy flashing in their dark eyes. Mother is really kind to Uncle Hulai. They remembered what Uncle Hulai liked to eat the most. If only Mother was as kind to them too. No, Mother is already very good now. How could they not be satisfied? Three little snakes were pounding their chests in their hearts. Sandai looked at Luo Yuer with a half-smile and said, I remember those were just given casually. Besides, those are all in the past. Now I just want to take good care of the little ones. Who would waste time remembering unimportant things? Luo Yuer really thought she was naive. Such clumsy hints. Was she afraid she wouldn't notice? She wouldn't fall into Luo Yuer's trap of words. The three little snakes blinked happily when they heard this. Yes, it was the past. Now, their mother was different from before. Luo Yuer clenched her teeth. Sandai was really clever. She was even more sure of her guess. Sandai wasn't this smart before. She used to be a fool. She hurried forward, trying to make Sandai reveal a flaw. Suddenly, a group of beast men appeared behind her, pushing her aside.
Sandai.
A strong female beast man stepped forward.
Are you
Snake Yong's partner? Sandai recognized the visitor and smiled, greeting, How is Snake Yong? She looked at the large group of beast men behind her. Could they be here to settle scores? Snake Yong has woken up. He can't walk right now. He asked me to come and thank you properly. I heard you need supplies. These are beast skins and horns from my family and my brother's family. They are all for you. Thank you for saving Snake Yong, the female said, and the beast men behind her carried large bundles of beast skins to the cave entrance. Sandai finally noticed that these beast men and the female looked somewhat alike. There were more than 10 young males. She was surprised and asked, Are they all your brothers? Their family was so large. Yes, our snake tribe beast men reproduce quickly. A single nest can lay dozens of snake eggs. If you need help in the future, just come to me. I'll have my brothers come to help you. The female said generously. Thank you in advance, Sandai replied with a gentle smile. The female had been crying earlier, but she hadn't realized that she was actually a bold and lively girl. Don't be polite with me. My name is Tsue. Just call me Tsue. You're younger than me, right? You saved Snake Yong, so from now on, you'll be my sister. Tsue hugged Sandai's shoulders and patted her arm. The brothers nearby signaled her with their eyes and shook their heads. What sister? That troublesome sister didn't even try to help her unpartnered brothers find a wife. Besides the little snakes and the big villain, Sandai hadn't been this close to beastmen before. She shivered from the sudden touch and was a bit overwhelmed by Tsingsue's enthusiasm. Okay, Tsue. Green Cyan remembered something. Tomorrow is the day the tribe offers beast blood. My brother is responsible for hunting. You must come tomorrow. I will save the best beast blood for you. Sandai nodded faintly, feeling dizzy. Okay. In her past life, her parents died in a car accident, which made her shy and withdrawn. She had few friends and had never been so close to anyone before. Although it felt a little awkward, she didn't dislike the kind-hearted Green Cyan. The three snake cubs also had no hostility toward Green Cyan. Green Cyan brought supplies to her mother. In their eyes, those who gave supplies were better than Luo Yuer. Beast blood? Luo Yuer was pushed into a corner. Just as she steadied herself, she heard Green Cyan's words and rolled her eyes. There were no beastmen here, so even if she tried to get information from Sandai, it wouldn't work. When the beast blood was offered, all the beastmen in the tribe would go, making it the perfect chance to expose Sandai. At that time, with everyone watching, Sandai would have no way to defend herself. She might even be accused of being a witch and burned alive. Luo Yuer thought about this and couldn't help but smile. In the next moment, all eyes turned toward her. "What are you doing here, you stinky female? Don't smell up Sister Sandai. Big brother and second brother, hurry and chase her away." Green Cyan looked at Luo Yuer with a stern gaze. Now, no one in the tribe didn't know Luo Yuer. She had almost hurt the prince's cubs and was punished by the prince, which also caused trouble for the entire group. Even the males avoided her. No male wanted to find a mate and bring trouble to the tribe. Green Cyan's brothers naturally felt the same. They supported Luo Yuer on either side and led her away. Luo Yuer's face looked unhappy, especially when she saw the males covering their noses and mouths with disgust. She cursed Sandai's ancestors silently. All her humiliation today was caused by Sandai. Once tomorrow was over, she would make these beast men kneel and beg for her favor. Luo Yuer thought bitterly. "Sister Sandai, you must come tomorrow. Remember to bring your cubs. Fresh beast blood is the best nourishment for females and cubs." Meanwhile, Green Cyan held Sandai's hand, acting like sisters. She also loved the 3 snake cubs very much. The 3 cubs looked at Sandai. They had never gone out with their mother except to pick mushrooms. Before, their mother disliked other beastmen seeing them with her and wouldn't let them get close. She even warned them to stay far away from her in the tribe. The young ones of the tribe had always followed their mother, and they felt very envious. Sandai clenched her fists, trying to hold back her inner hope. "My mother is doing very well now. She can't hope for too much, or she might get upset." Sandai thought that since she arrived at the Black Abyss tribe, she hasn't taken her little one out to play. Tomorrow would be a good day to give her some outdoor fun. "Okay, I will definitely take her out with me," she said with a bright smile. Ching Sue and Sandai got along very well at first sight and exchanged many words of gratitude before reluctantly saying goodbye. "Mom, can we really go together tomorrow?" Sandy's big eyes looked up with a soft, childlike voice full of disbelief. "Of course. These past few days I've been busy and didn't have time to take you around. Tomorrow, we'll go out to get familiar with the Black Abyss tribe. Later, when you meet new little friends, you can go out and play instead of always staying in the cave," Sandai said gently. "Making more friends is good for health and can prevent bad changes." Sandy's young face showed happiness, and her tiny head nodded like a rattle drum. "We won't go out to play. We'll stay at home and help Mom," she said. The more they helped, the less Mom would have to do. Maybe then she wouldn't become the way she used to be. Sangqing and Sangfeng also nodded eagerly, like little chicks pecking rice. "Silly little one. You don't need to work at home. You're still young and should be playing," Sandai said with a caring smile, gently rubbing Sandy's head. Such a sensible little one. Why has she suffered so much? Feeling the warmth from her palm, Sandy's cheeks turned slightly red. The next day, the hunting team returned in the afternoon, and the animal blood could only be sent after they came back. Sandai was incubating silkworm eggs in the cave, letting her little snake play nearby. Climbing trees and digging holes were favorite activities for male cubs, but Sandy didn't like them. She thought about how Mom picked fresh flowers every day and placed them in the cave, filling it with a lovely scent. So she went alone to pick flowers from the nearby grass. The Black Abyss tribe's lush vegetation was full of flowers and plants. Sandy chose the brightest red flower and tiptoed to pick it. But a hand was faster and plucked the flower away. "Second sister, picking flowers? Auntie will help you. Here." Luo Yuer smiled and handed the flower to Sandy. The joy on Sandy's face disappeared instantly. She took a step back and turned to leave. "Wait, second sister. Don't you think your mom has been acting strange lately?" Luo Yuer called out to Sandy loudly. At this moment, the males of the tribe were out hunting, and the females and cubs were gathering mushrooms. There were no beastmen nearby, so Luo Yuer wasn't afraid of being overheard. Sandy paused, her wet black eyes showing tension. "What's strange?" Luo Yuer sensed something was wrong and immediately continued. "Your mother's personality has changed a lot. She speaks and acts differently than before. Don't you suspect she might not be your real mother?" Sang Yu's eyes darkened, her young face turning pale. She timidly asked, "If she's not my mother, then who could she be?" Her small hand unconsciously clenched tightly. Seeing Sang Yu's reaction, Luo Yuer felt proud, thinking her words had worked. Although Sang Dai's words were perfect, the closest and most familiar to her was the snake cub, which was the best way to find a breakthrough. The second girl was the smartest among the 3 snake cubs. With a little hint from her, she would surely notice something strange. As soon as the second girl stepped forward to identify the truth, no one could protect Sang Dai anymore. Maybe a wandering spirit has taken over your mother's body. Second girl, the woman you spend so much time with isn't really your mother. Aren't you afraid? Luo Yuer asked gently. She's not my mother. She treats us so well, but she must have other plans. If you don't believe me, go back and observe her. See what makes her different from my mother, Luo Yuer advised patiently. Sang Yu bit her lip, her face turning very pale. She looked at Luo Yuer, then turned and ran away. Luo Yuer's face showed a proud smile. With the second girl already on her side, she was just waiting for the afternoon to reveal Sang Dai's true nature. She didn't believe that the second girl, so smart, would help someone who was occupying her mother's body. She was sure the girl would wish for her to die. Second girl, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Sang Dai had prepared dinner and called the 3 cubs to come eat when she saw Sang Yu's frighteningly pale face. She quickly touched her head, which was cold and clammy. I'm fine, mother, Sang Yu replied, regaining her composure. She lifted her small head and forced a sweet smile. Really? If you're not feeling well, tell me. I'll take you to see the healer, Sang Dai said worriedly. Sang Yu nodded firmly, comforted by her mother's caring expression. In the afternoon, the hunting team returned. Sang Dai took the 3 cubs to a clearing near the water source. When they arrived, a large group of beast men was already gathered there. Beast blood was more important than meat as a resource. Most beast men didn't salt their meat, so salt was very precious in beast tribes. Without salt, beast men would become weak and unable to hunt or fight fierce beasts. Beast blood was the best substitute for salt. When the tribe distributed food, beast blood was the most popular. However, Sang Dai didn't need it. She didn't drink blood, so she didn't ask the snake to bring her any, saving resources for the tribe. Today, she was invited by Qing Chui to take the cubs out for a walk. Most of the crowd consisted of strong males. When females approached, the males would automatically step aside. Everyone was holding stone bowls, and in the middle of the crowd were several large prey animals, not yet fully dead. The male orcs held bone knives, ready to kill and draw blood. The young ones played happily outside, their cheerful laughter heard everywhere. Seeing Sang Feng eager to join, Sandai smiled and said, "If you want to play, go ahead. Don't run too far. When everyone disperses, come back and find your mother. I'll be waiting here for you." After getting Sandai's permission, the 3 snake cubs happily went to play.
Sandai.
Over here. A bright voice called from behind. Sandai turned around and saw Qing Chui squeezing out of the crowd and quickly approaching her.
Sandai.
You finally arrived. I've been looking for you all morning. Where are your 3 cubs? Qing Chui affectionately hooked her arm around Sandai's and looked behind her. Sandai pointed nearby. They're over there playing with the young ones. Playing is natural for cubs, especially these 3 snake cubs. Being isolated since they were young, they secretly longed for friends. Qing Chui grinned. So lively. I wish my future cubs could be like them. She and her partner had been mating for 2 years. Snake was her first partner and logically, she should have had cubs with him before finding a second partner. But she couldn't get pregnant. Last year, she found a second partner, but her belly remained flat. She really wanted a litter of her own cubs. Just then, a cheer rose from the crowd, attracting their curiosity. Sandai looked over and saw the male in the middle of the crowd, who was killing prey and drawing blood, had changed to a familiar figure. The male who was killing prey and drawing blood was replaced by Yong Rue. Sandai remembered him as the veterinarian who treated Yong yesterday. Yong Rue held a bone knife, gently sliced the prey's neck, and caught the blood in a vessel. he said to a nearby male orc, "Pierce here to draw blood. Don't stab too deep, and the blood won't splash. This way, you get the most blood without wasting it." The orc beside him looked eager to learn. Compared to the blood on the orc's body, Rue was much cleaner, wearing a blue beast hide that revealed his tan muscles. He wasn't as bulky as other strong men, but he didn't look weak either. Rue, the veterinarian. "You're amazing." The orc couldn't help but praise. Since they were both orcs, why did Rue seem to know so much? The orc handed Rue a large basin of blood, saying, "Rue, this is your blood." The basin was full, enough for several adult males. Even the hunting orcs could only get 2 bowls each. The surrounding orcs looked at him with envy. The Eagle clan joined the tribe some days earlier than your group. He is the youngest and most skilled veterinarian among the eagles. Snake Yong also owes him a lot. I heard he still doesn't have a partner. Greenish voice whispered in her ear. She blinked at Sandy and said, "If you like, Sandy, I won't compete with you." Although the veterinarian isn't as strong in fighting as the hunter's orcs, he is good at healing. In the tribe, he can walk freely even without hunting because he gets more supplies than other orcs. From a female's point of view, he's quite desirable. Sandy quickly shook her head, thinking she was just curious and didn't mean to cause trouble. Greenish was surprised but then understood. "Yes, Sandy, with a female like you, what kind of partner wouldn't you have?" In the corner nearby, Luo Yuer looked at Rue with envy. The large basin of beast blood, if only it could be set on fire and turned into blood jelly for hot pot, would taste very good. Next to him was Hulai, who didn't even have the chance to compete and was injured all over. His hair was shaved bald, making him look like a Mediterranean. Disdain flashed in Luo Yuer's eyes. A veterinarian is better, no need for hunting, yet they can get so many supplies. It's much better than the orcs who work hard hunting. Rue is also handsome. If he could be her partner, all these supplies would belong to her. Luo Yuer brushed her hair back and stepped forward to greet Rue. But unexpectedly, Rue suddenly walked out of the crowd. "Sandy, thank you for your help yesterday. I give you this beast blood as a token of gratitude." Rue handed the beast blood to Sandy with a gentle, warm smile. Sandy didn't expect Rue to come over suddenly. Seeing the orcs around looking at them, she quickly waved her hand. No, Greenish already gave a thank you gift. I can't accept yours." But Rue insisted, holding out his hand and smiling. "Others are others. I am myself. If it weren't for you yesterday, I would have just watched the injured orcs go untreated. Also, I want to ask you to teach me how to stop bleeding." Many females interested in Rue looked at Sandy. Who is she? Is she the female Rue likes? I haven't heard Rue liking any female. Sandy couldn't help but think to herself. Bro, can you stop that fake smile? People might think we're very close. Luo Yuer saw this scene and clenched her fists with resentment. This scoundrel, why does she want to compete with me for everything? She liked Rue first, and now she wants him too. Just as Sandy was about to refuse, a tall figure suddenly blocked between her and Rue. She doesn't need it. Tung's cold voice refused Sandy. Sandy looked up in surprise. Why did the main villain suddenly come? And so casually, to interfere in her affairs. No, he must be concerned about the veterinarian, since the veterinarian is an important resource for the tribe. Perhaps he was worried that Rue would give her some of the blood of the beast, and she would lose her own. Why not needed? Feeling the strong pressure, Rue's shoulders sank. He gritted his teeth and asked, "She takes care of the cubs for the king. If any supplies are needed, I will send beast men to deliver them." Tung glanced at Rue. His tone was calm, but there was a hint of displeasure. Rue felt a chill down his spine, as if a fierce beast was watching him. He looked reluctantly at Sandy and stepped back from the crowd. Qing Chui looked at Rue, then at Tung, feeling suspicious. When did the veterinarian offend the king? It seemed like the king was targeting Rue's veterinarian. Seeing the tense atmosphere around Tung, Sandy immediately said, "Your Majesty, don't worry. I have enough supplies. I won't ask for Rue's resources." The main villain in the story was very protective of his people. Sandai thought he just wanted to protect his subjects. Hearing her words, Song's icy expression seemed to soften a little. He responded with a simple hum and stood still, as if nothing had happened. Sandai was confused.
Was that it?
Was he not leaving? The area suddenly became much quieter. Even Qing Chui closed her mouth and stood on Sandai's other side. Not far away, Xiao Mian watched the whole scene. She remembered the rumors she had heard recently and looked at Song and Sandai. Suddenly, she understood something. That female, she had tricked herself. The one truly trying to the king was Sandai. The king and Sandai had more contact than Luo Yuer. Now, her biggest enemy was clearly Sandai. Xiao Mian clenched her teeth in frustration, glaring at the two standing side by side. Mother! Mother! Sang Feng's voice came from behind. Sandai was startled. Oh no! She didn't know the main villain would come today. She was thinking of an excuse to leave when Sang Feng ran over and grabbed her skirt. Mother! Why don't you pay attention to me? Her soft, childish voice sounded wronged. Sandai's heart skipped a beat. She saw Song turn his head and look at Sang Feng. Is this your cub? Song's gaze fell on the child's face. Sandai's breath caught, but Song's expression was normal. She looked down in confusion and saw Sang Feng's face covered in mud, looking unrecognizable. Behind them, Sang Qing and Sang Yu also ran over, their faces also covered in mud, probably from playing earlier. Sandy quickly sighed in relief. Yes, they are my little ones, she replied. Then she looked at Sang Feng and explained, Mother didn't ignore you. She just didn't hear you earlier. Hearing this, Sang Feng's cautious face finally showed a smile. He had thought that Mother had returned to her old self, but luckily she hadn't. The silence was broken by Snake Cub, who pulled Sandy's hand and said, Sandy, my older brother is also collecting beast blood over there. Let's go quickly. He's hunting today's best prey. Sandy was about to find an excuse to separate from Song, nodded, and led Snake Cub and Qingsui toward the other side. Qingsui's older brother had already collected a large basin of fresh beast blood. When he saw Sandy, he hurried over to give it to her. Sandy didn't want Snake Cub and Song to stay together, so she planned to take the blood and leave. At that moment, a figure blocked her path. Stop! Don't give her the beast blood. She is not Sandy at all. Luo Yuer, what are you talking about? Sandy is Sandy. Could she be someone else? Qingsui stood beside Sandy, glaring at Luo Yuer with displeasure. Why does this smelly female always like to hang around Sandy? Other beast men also looked confused when they heard this.
Yeah, what do you mean by that?
Does Sandy have another name?
She is Sandy.
Luo Yuer, are you seeing things? Even Luo Yuer's tribe members looked puzzled. Song's gaze also shifted over, curious. Sandy looked up at Luo Yuer, recalling her recent probing, and suddenly understood. So, that was her plan. Sang Qing and Sang Feng angrily looked at Luo Yuer. Mother is mother. Don't talk nonsense. They thought Luo Yuer was just looking for trouble, as she had done this kind of thing before. Sang Yue looked nervous. The hand Sandy was holding unconsciously clenched tighter. She looked up at Sandy. Sandy's face showed no sign of panic. Luo Yuer ignored the accusations from the beast men present and confidently pointed at Sandy. She is not Sandy. Sandy drowned in the river and died when we were on our way to the Black Abyss tribe. Now, inside Sandy's body is a ghost from another world. Qingsui frowned and scolded angrily. Luo Yuer, I think you're crazy. Ghosts from another world? You're probably possessed. She didn't believe this nonsense from that smelly female. Moreover, even if Sandy really was a ghost, she had saved her family's snake Yong. If she was a ghost, she would still protect her. You must never let Luo Yuer bully her ghost. No, Sandy's girl. If she weren't a ghost from another world, why would she create such strange beast bait and unusual blood-stopping methods that we've never heard of? Even our orc tribe has never heard of them. How does she know all this? Luo Yuer lifts her chin proudly, looking pleased. My partner, Hule, is Sandy's older brother. In the past, Sandy and Hule were very close, but now she doesn't even recognize her own brother and no longer interacts with our tribe. She's guilty, afraid we'll recognize her. Hule, am I right? Luo Yuer asks Hule. Hule is shocked inside. No wonder Sandy has changed so much from before.
He nods, yes.
The orcs look at Sandy with mixed feelings, some scared, some surprised, and some can't believe it. Such a beautiful young female, and inside, she's actually a ghost? Sandy sneers softly, calmly saying, "Those things were told to us by my mother. Our tribe has rules that a female can keep her possessions and skills without sharing them with the tribe. So, do you think you need to know everything?" Ching Sue immediately supports her. That's right. You don't know, so you just say Sandy is a ghost. I think you're just jealous because Sandy knows more than you. The orcs nod in agreement, thinking that makes sense. Luo Yuer, this is going too far. How can you casually accuse Sandy of being a ghost? Exactly. She even saved Yong. If she were a ghost, why would she save him? The orcs believe in the beast god and also believe in spirits. But life is hard for them. Filling their stomachs and defending their home takes all their energy, so they don't have much time to fear ghosts. Seeing Sandy's slender, delicate appearance now, they find it even harder to believe. If such a beautiful female were a ghost, she could still help hunt for the tribe. They wouldn't mind having more of her. What harm is there in keeping such a ghost? Luo Yuer grits her teeth in frustration. She has already said so much, and yet someone is still defending Sandy. That fox spirit. Always seducing males. She turns to Sandy. You. Second girl, tell everyone, is she really your mother? You're Sandy's younger sister, and you're most familiar with Sandy. You know what she was like before, and what she's like now. You should know this clearly. Sandy's whole body stiffens. Her pale forehead is damp with tiny beads of sweat. Second girl, tell everyone. Does she look anything like your mother? She's not your mother at all, right? Luo Yuer's voice sounds like magic, echoing constantly in her ears. Sangyu bit her pale, colorless lips, her throat feeling as if it was blocked by sand. Luo Yuer looked at her with excitement. Just say it. As soon as second sister speaks, it will prove that Sangdai is a ghost from another world, and she can burn her to death. Countless curious eyes focused on Sangyu's face. Sangyu looked up at Sangdai, took a deep breath, and shouted, "She is my mother. Don't slander her." Luo Yuer laughed loudly. "See, I told you, Sangdai is fake."
She.
Halfway through, she suddenly froze. She looked at Sangyu in surprise. "Wait, second sister. What did you say?" "I said she is my mother. My only mother. Everything my mother says is true. Those things were taught to her by grandma. Of course, you wouldn't know." Sangyu answered with a firm little face. Sangdai also looked at Sangyu in surprise. She hadn't taught her to say that. Sangyu clenched her small fists. She didn't care who her real mother was. She only knew that the mother in front of her treated her and her brothers well, giving them meat to eat, letting them sleep in the cave, and making them animal skin skirts. She had finally waited for her mother to get better. If Luo Yuer exposed her, what would happen if her mother abandoned them? Whether true or false, she couldn't let Luo Yuer succeed. Sangyu knew deep down that she and her mother were on the same side. "Second sister, when did grandma teach you that?" "I didn't know." Sangfeng looked foolishly at his second sister, but before he finished speaking, his older brother slapped the back of his head to stop him. "You're so stupid. Of course grandma wouldn't tell you," Sangqing quickly responded, covering for Sangyu. Though simple-minded, he was quick-witted enough to follow Sangyu's thoughts. Unlike the third brother, who was completely clueless. Sangdai was stunned for a moment, watching the three of them, all innocent, but seriously defending her little snake. Ignoring Sangfeng's foolishness. Sangdai felt warm inside. At this moment, she truly felt the blood connection with her little snake. She hadn't been wrong to love them. "Second sister, you idiot. Why don't you tell the truth? Aren't you afraid she'll be even more vicious to you than she is to Sangdai in the future?" Luo Yuer was furious, not expecting the second sister to answer against her plan. "Don't think that just because you've won over the second sister, everything is fine. You used to wish to kill all three of them, and now you treat them so well. How do you explain that?"
Luo Yuer was unwilling.
She simply couldn't believe that this scoundrel could still argue her way out. Sandy smiled confidently and met Luo Yuer's questioning gaze. You're right. I used to make many mistakes, and I didn't raise the cubs well. I thought you wouldn't dare ask me about it.
What do you mean by that?
Luo Yuer was stunned, looking at Sandy's face, and suddenly felt a bad premonition. Over the years, I thought since Hulai moved out early and took most of the supplies I gave him, he wouldn't be so stingy. But it turns out he wasn't considerate at all. The supplies he left aren't enough for me alone. I see through Hulai and Luo Yuer now. A few days ago, I asked Luo Yuer to return some supplies, and she only managed to do so by using the group's resources. I used to be naive. Now I just want to raise my 3 cubs well. Is that wrong? Sandy's voice was clear and firm. The other beast men looked at her strangely. Are there males who rely on females for food? That male is shameless. Using his sister's supplies. How can he be so bold? No wonder Sandy is a female, and her 3 cubs are so thin and weak. It's because Hulai stole her food, and she couldn't even eat enough. I always wondered why Luo Yuer was always targeting Sandy. Now I see. It's because she can't get free supplies anymore. She just wants to live a good life, and Luo Yuer is jealous. The beast men whispered among themselves, their voices full of suspicion towards Luo Yuer and Hulai. The clan elder, with dull eyes, scolded, Luo Yuer, you returned the group's supplies to Sandy? Do you even dare to deceive the clan?
Luo Yuer looked panicked.
I didn't. Sandy is deliberately framing me. But her guilty expression was obvious to anyone with eyes. I live in a remote cave with only 3 cubs. Usually no beast comes around, and I spend my time studying wild beast fate. It's not strange if you don't know that.
But Luo Yuer.
Sandy narrowed her eyes and asked, Luo Yuer lives in the communal cave. Beasts come and go outside. If there's any movement, everyone will know. Where did you learn those things you're tinkering with that no one has seen before? Feeling the suspicious looks from the surrounding beast men, Luo Yuer's heart tightened. Are you trying to say you dreamed it? Or that it appeared out of nowhere? No beast would believe such stories, Sandy retorted sharply, leaving Luo Yuer speechless. You call me a ghost from another world, but I think you're more suspicious than I am, Sandy said, and everyone agreed with her. Yes, Luo Yuer lives with everyone every day, but she always says things others can't understand. Her clan members are not like her. I think she is the one with the problem. She almost caused harm to the young of the king. Listening to the orc's questioning, Luo Yuer's face grew paler. Sandy looked at her with a half-smile. In fact, orcs are very good at accepting new things, but Luo Yuer is too arrogant. She always thinks she is superior to other orcs and looks down on them, acting as if she is the savior of the orc world. Her behavior makes her seem out of place among orcs. If orcs want to eliminate outsiders, her first target would be her. It's only because of her main character aura that she has been safe and everything has gone smoothly. Luo Yuer's face turned pale. She finally became afraid and quickly hid behind Hulai. But Hulai no longer protected her like before. Instead, he looked at her with a strange, scrutinizing gaze. Doubts arose in his heart. Was what Sandy said true? When the clan elder saw Tung approaching, she hurriedly knocked her cane loudly. Enough. Hulai, take your partner back. I think she's pregnant and confused, saying all sorts of nonsense. No matter what, Luo Yuer is now one of the only 2 females in the clan. Sandy has already distanced herself from the clan. She needs Luo Yuer to give birth to offspring to continue the clan.
Yes.
Hulai didn't hesitate and dragged Luo Yuer away. His actions were no longer gentle and caring like before. Hulai, you hurt me. Luo Yuer cried out in pain, but Hulai remained unmoved. Sandy knew that Luo Yuer was a female and the heroine of the story. She wouldn't be defeated so easily. But after today, most of the orcs in the tribe would no longer associate with Luo Yuer. Without the orcs' help, she couldn't act recklessly anymore. She could finally have some peace. Miss Sandy, you're so pitiful. How did you end up with such shameless brothers-in-law? If they bully you again, just call me, Ching Sue said, holding Sandy's hand with a look of concern. And you three little ones, if you need help, just find Aunt Ching. Ching Sue looked at the three snake cubs. Sandy saw her sincerity and gently rubbed their heads, smiling. Aunt Ching is so good to you. Be sure to thank her. Sangyu looked up at their gentle smiles and finally relaxed, smiling sweetly. Thank you, Aunt Ching. Sang Feng and Sang Qing also said thank you in unison. Sandy, it's getting late. I'll ask my elder brother to help send the orc blood back. Ching Sue looked at her small body and suggested. Her older brother immediately brought over some beast blood eagerly. But before he could get close, a large hand snatched the beast blood away. Her older brother was about to get angry, but when he looked up, he saw her trembling and asked, King, do you want some beast blood too? Tung glared at him and walked over to Sandai, speaking calmly, it's on the way, so I'll bring it back for you. Sandai thought about how every time she traveled with Tung, she was carried on his shoulders. This time, with 3 snake cubs present, she really didn't want to go with him. Plus, the weather was hot, and the mud on the snake cubs' faces had dried and started to fall off. How would she look when they returned? I also need to take the young ones to wash their faces. Their faces are a bit dirty. I'll come back later. Ching Sue, please keep the beast blood for me. Sandai pretended it wasn't convenient and quickly led the 3 snake cubs away. King? Ching Sue looked at the beast blood in Tingkong's hand. Tingkong frowned but made no move. You go back first. I'll wait here for her. Hearing this, Ching Sue had no choice but to do as told. The tribe was full of dense trees, with little sunlight coming through, and it got dark quickly. Soon, all the orcs on the open ground left, leaving only Tingkong standing alone, waiting. After a long time, Sandai didn't return. Tingkong followed the water source, but saw no sign of her. His face darkened further. This female dared to deceive him? Sandai had already taken the young ones home, not planning to find Ching Sue for the beast blood. She had only asked Ching Sue to keep it temporarily, planning to get it later. Ching Sue wouldn't foolishly wait forever. Sandai had no idea she had unintentionally stood Tingkong up. She was glad she avoided him today, so he wouldn't see the appearance of the cubs. When she got home, she started a fire to cook and boiled water to wash the mud off the snake cubs' faces. The 3 snake cubs were initially worried their mother might be angry. But seeing her gentle and caring as always, wiping their faces and making delicious food, they relaxed. Sandai also breathed a sigh of relief. Her mother hadn't changed back because of Luo Yuer's words. She was still the kind and gentle mother she loved. The next day, Sandai got up and checked on the silkworm eggs hatching. When she saw the black dots on the eggs turn white, she was delighted. They had hatched. Sandet specifically asked Snake Liang to help her make 6 wooden boxes, each 1 meter long, half a meter wide, and only 15 centimeters high. Each box could hold about 200 silkworms. The 6 boxes could be used alternately when changing mulberry leaves, which was more than enough. There was no need to cover them. As long as the boxes had mulberry leaves inside, the silkworm babies would only stay on the leaves and rarely crawl out. A layer of mulberry leaves was already placed under the eggs, and now countless tiny blacks were wriggling on top, almost too small for Sandet to see. At this stage, it was best not to touch them with hands, as it could accidentally kill the silkworm babies. For now, she only needed to add clean mulberry leaves. When the silkworms grew bigger, they would change to larger boxes. Since there were few silkworms now, Sandet could take care of them alone, and didn't need to give them to other beastmen. She planned to raise the first batch herself and teach others to care for them once they multiplied. After all, she had spent a lot of money buying them, and she would be heartbroken if they died. The other caves were filled with supplies, so Sandet placed the silkworms in the rabbit-carrying cave for easy supervision. More than half a month passed, and the little pink rabbits had grown fur and looked fluffy. In a few days, they would be weaned and able to eat grass on their own. The 3 snake babies came daily to clean, cut grass for the rabbits, and pick up their droppings, so Sandet didn't have to do much herself. Especially Sanfeng, who, even when idle, liked to sit beside the rabbit cage and watch the rabbits. Sandet thought he just loved small animals too much and didn't pay it much mind. However, there was always a puddle of water on the ground next to the rabbit cage. Once the silkworms hatched, they would need fresh mulberry leaves every day. Sandet told Snake Liang the approximate amount of leaves needed daily. Early on, since the silkworms were small and ate little, it was enough for the beastmen to harvest and dry the leaves, making sure they were water-free. Sandet didn't need to do these chores herself. She let the beastmen handle them. No problem. I promise the leaves I send every day will be fresh and clean, Snake Liang agreed without hesitation. By the way, I have another favor to ask. Sandet remembered something else. What is it?
Tell me.
I need to make something. I want you to find a few male beastmen to help me with it. Sandet shared her idea with Snake Liang. Although Snake Liang didn't understand exactly what she was making, he nodded and agreed to do it. After all, whatever Sandet was planning made sense to her. The beastmen were very active, and in the afternoon, they delivered the items Sandet needed, which she had them send to the King's Mountain Cave. Sandet told the 3 snake babies to watch the house, then put on her small bag and headed to Little White's cave to prepare food for him. Dai sister, what's for dinner today? Compared to when they first met, Little White has become much livelier. Now he even greets Sandy at the cave entrance. However, he still refuses to go to the farther parts. The cave walls have many cabinet-like holes filled with puzzles, building blocks, Rubik's cubes, and wooden puzzles. Sandy sometimes catches fireflies and brings them inside to add light. Little White used to try to eat the fireflies at first, but now he can peacefully coexist with them. He has made great progress. Watching Little White change little by little, Sandy feels very happy. Here's today's food. Try it, Sandy says, taking out a few large meat buns wrapped in leaves from her bag. Little White happily reaches out to take one, but as soon as he touches the bun, his face turns pale. He pulls back his hand and steps back several paces. Why is it hot? I don't want this. I want the old kind, Little White says, his face wrinkled like a bun. Today, this is all I have. It's very hot outside and the cold ones are gone. But this one is also very tasty. Try it, Sandy smiles and offers the bun again. Seeing Little White's pale face, Sandy feels a bit sorry but doesn't give in. To help Little White overcome his fear, she knows she must take the first step. Little White shakes his head like a rattle, leaning his back against the wall, refusing to eat the hot bun. Seeing this, Sandy decides to take things slowly. If you don't eat, you'll go hungry today, she says. Then she suggests, how about this? I'll play a game with you. After we finish, the bun won't be hot anymore, and we can eat it then.
How about that?
Little White wants to say he won't eat if he doesn't want to, but over the past half-month, he's gotten used to feeling hungry at mealtime. His stomach is already growling. He grits his teeth and nods, okay. Although Sandy always smiles kindly and speaks gently without any threat, Little White can't refuse her proposal. Her words seem almost magical. Sandy takes Little White to the neighboring cave, which is empty except for a tall, irregular container about 2 meters high in the middle. There are also several stones of different heights nearby, which can be climbed. She leads Little White up, and they see the container filled with yellow sand. Little White, do you think sand is dangerous for beastmen?
Sandy asks.
Little White looks confused and shakes his head without thinking. How could sand be dangerous? He has no teeth or claws, and some beastmen even use sand to bathe. Sand is the least useful thing. Alright, if you can stand on that spot for half a quarter of an hour and prove that the sand is safe, I won't give you hot food anymore.
How about that?
Sandy asked him with a smile. She didn't really want to make a bet just to make him eat a bun. When Xiaobai heard this, he immediately nodded. Okay, you have to keep your word. It was so simple. He quickly stood on the sand as Sandy requested. A glint appeared in Sandy's eyes. She knocked twice on the containers outside, and a faint clicking sound came from inside. Dai, you're going to lose. It's very safe up here. The sand isn't dangerous at all. Xiaobai moved around, occasionally bouncing to prove his point. He became more and more excited as he spoke. Suddenly, his feet sank as if something was grabbing his ankles and pulling him down. Looking down, he saw that the sand below had formed a strange circle, continuously sinking, like a big mouth trying to swallow him. Xiao Bai looked panicked and struggled, but he sank even faster. "Help me, Dai Dai." Xiao Bai shouted nervously. Just as the sand reached his neck, Sandy grabbed his raised hand. She was sitting on a stone beside the container, looking down at him with a smile.
"So, what do you think now?"
"Do you still believe the sand isn't dangerous?" she asked. The still sand was safe, but she had already arranged for the beast men to leave some space at the bottom. When she pressed the switch, the wooden board underneath would open automatically, letting the sand flow down. The person standing on top would naturally sink. However, she wouldn't tell Xiao Bai that the sand could only cover him up to his neck at most. Thinking about how confidently she had spoken earlier, Xiao Bai's cheeks flushed. "I am sorry," he said, feeling scared. If Sandy hadn't grabbed him, he would have been buried alive in the sand and might have died. Having been burned by fire once and experiencing the despair of facing death, he couldn't ignore the sand now. Sandy smiled and pulled Xiao Bai out of the sand. They stood on the ground. Sandy helped him brush off the sand from his body and washed his hands before handing him the bun again.
"Eat?" she asked.
Xiao Bai didn't speak. He blushed and took the bun. Compared to the steaming bun he had just taken out, it was now cooler, just warm. In comparison, Xiao Bai suddenly felt it wasn't so hard to accept anymore. The bun was filled with pork, corn, and mushroom. One bite released juice, full of flavor and aroma, with the sweetness of corn, not greasy at all. Cold meat and hot meat simply had different textures. Xiao Bai ate for the first time and only felt his taste buds open. He couldn't help but eat a second piece. It seemed hot food wasn't so hard to accept after all. As he ate, he muttered to himself. Seeing that Xiao Bai didn't resist, Sandy slowly said from beside him, "Even the most ordinary things, in large numbers and gathered together, can become dangerous. Of course, dangerous things are the same. If you spread them out and control their amount, you can weaken the danger." Sandy's voice was gentle and smooth, like flowing water. Xiao Bai listened carefully and remembered it well. Sandy didn't know that her words, meant only to help Xiao Bai overcome his fear of fire, would have a big impact on the future of the beast people. "Xiao Bai, fire is just like that. As long as you understand its rules, it won't be a threat." Sandy then took out steamed buns, grilled sausages, crispy chicken legs, and a bowl of fragrant hot pot. These were all from the oven next to the supermarket checkout, just like the items on the shelves, and could be supplied endlessly. They were ready-to-eat foods. "Look, to make these, you need fire." She couldn't explain electricity or appliances to the beast people, so she used fire as a substitute. In this primitive forest, fire was the only tool they could use. Xiao Bai sniffed the delicious aroma, his nose twitching, and felt a bit moved inside. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head. "Next time, you can bring these after you've prepared them properly. Don't use fire in my cave." That was the biggest concession he could make. "Okay," Sandy nodded with a smile. She had already achieved her goal today. Pushing Xiao Bai further would only backfire. Overcoming fear takes time and patience. At least now, Xiao Bai was no longer afraid of heat. After making sure Xiao Bai was full and satisfied, Sandy left with her new toys. She now knew the way back and didn't need the beast person to lead her. On the way back to the cave, Sandy suddenly saw a few beast people gathered on an open space ahead, whispering to each other. She also faintly heard screams coming from the front. She paused, showing a look of confusion. Usually, when something happened in the tribe, they announced it in this open space. The water source was nearby and hunting was done here, so it was very convenient. Was there something going on today? Since she had to pass by anyway, Sandy curiously went to take a look. As she approached, she saw that 2 males were tied under a tree, and 2 strong men stood nearby, holding thorny vine whips, hitting the males repeatedly. The onlookers sighed, but did not ask for mercy for the 2 men. There were many curious onlookers, and Sandai also saw Qingsue looking pale. When she approached, she noticed Qingsue's face was not looking good.
Kui, what is wrong?
Sandai waved her hand in front of Qingsue's face. Sandai, Qingsue turned around and saw it was Sandai, her expression softening a little. What did these two do? Qingsue's face darkened with anger. It's because they caused Snake Yong to be bitten by the fierce beast. They are part of the same hunting team as Snake Yong. When they saw the beast, they only thought about running away and pushed Snake Yong. Snake Yong tried to block the beast with his body to prevent it from hurting other tribesmen. If it weren't for them, Snake Yong wouldn't be like this. Snake Yong now only has one hand. Even if his injury heals, he can't join the hunting team anymore. He will have to endure many hardships just to survive. Fortunately, King has investigated this matter clearly. It was the king's order to punish them. They deserve it, Qingsue said angrily. Hearing Qingsue's words, Sandai no longer sympathized with these two. With the strength of the hunting team, they couldn't leave unscathed, but they also shouldn't have caused Snake Yong such serious injuries. Their cowardice ruined Snake Yong's life. Beating them was a light punishment. The main villain is someone who can't tolerate even a speck of dust in their eyes. Not killing them was already a lenient punishment. After hearing Qingsue, the surrounding tribesmen also understood what had happened. The king is really ruthless. These two barely escaped with their lives, and now they face such harsh punishment. Injuring one tribesman is better than injuring two. Besides, Snake Yong also saved the entire hunting team. His injuries aren't serious. Why punish them like this? A sudden voice rang out. Luo Yuer covered her stomach and stood behind the crowd. Today, she behaved herself and didn't approach Sandai. But thinking about how Tung treated her and Sandai differently, she felt very annoyed. Plus, she had been restricted lately and couldn't use fire in the tribe. Her modern knowledge had nowhere to be used. She couldn't cause trouble for Sandai, so she blamed Tung. Isn't the tribe lacking food? Injuring them like this means losing 2 males for hunting. I think the king just wants to protect his own people and doesn't care about other tribesmen, Luo Yuer said sarcastically. The two punished were wolf tribesmen. Hearing Luo Yuer's instigation, many tribesmen began to feel some resentment. The king was temperamental and unpredictable, and he was very cold to outsiders like them. Usually, the tribesmen didn't think much of it, but after hearing Luo Yuer, they started to see some truth in her words. Wang's punishment this time was too harsh. Yes, only they 2 are wolf beastmen in the snake hunter team. The other 8 are Tung snake beastmen. Yet, only they were punished.
Stop talking about it.
After all, Wang is from the Tung snake clan and is protecting his people. Isn't that what he should do? Although they said this, the beastmen secretly felt a little unhappy. They always felt they were looked down upon compared to Tung snake beastmen. Luo Yuer, don't just talk nonsense here. They didn't harm Yong. Could Wang punish them for that? Qing Chui was so angry her face turned red, and she pointed at Luo Yuer's nose, scolding loudly. Sangdai also frowned. Although Tung is the main villain in the story and later kills many people, making him a bloodthirsty demon, she knew it was because he had killed too many evil beasts and was corrupted by evil energy. The current main villain is actually very good, generous, a good father and clan leader. Except for a somewhat strange temper that makes it hard to read his emotions, she couldn't find any fault. Sangdai couldn't help but feel sorry for Tung. She took a deep breath and raised her voice. Do you have any conscience? Wang fights evil beasts outside every day and often comes back injured. Without Wang, you would have died at the mouths of those beasts long ago. It is Wang who gave you a chance to live. They only have minor injuries, but Yong almost died. He's still lying in bed, unable to move. Do you still have the nerve to blame Wang for punishing them? Have your conscience been eaten by dogs? Sangdai became more and more angry as she spoke. Not far away, Tung, covered in fresh blood after killing evil beasts outside, suddenly stopped in his tracks. From afar, he heard a scene where a young female beast man was passionately defending him. Tung only saw the young female beast man, through the gaps in the leaves. Her pale face was slightly red, perhaps from anger, and her chest was heaving violently, looking furious. Was she defending him? Thinking of this, the blood-stained Tung Song's icy expression instantly softened a little. She didn't come to find him yesterday, making him wait for a long time. It must have been for something else. Otherwise, how could such a timid young female dare to speak up for him in front of so many people? His mood, which had been gloomy all day, finally brightened. Wang? The Tung snake beast man who went with him to hunt evil beasts looked puzzled as he saw Tung Song stop. When Wang just returned, wasn't he in a hurry? Why did he stop now? Following Tung Song's gaze, they quickly saw the punished orc being watched. The Tung snake orc thought the king was annoyed by them and hurriedly said, "Those are 2 wolf tribe orcs punished by the king. I'll go tell them to finish quickly and leave." Tung Song raised his hand and said, "No need. You all can go back now." His subordinates were still eager to speak for him, but he dismissed them. Without his presence, they felt unsure. He sensed the king's displeasure, and the tongue snake orc was confused again. Recently, the king's temper had become harder to predict. Just now, he wasn't angry, but now he looked upset again. The orcs didn't dare to speak, and quietly stepped back. On the open ground, hearing Sandy's words, the orcs looked ashamed. Luo Yuer looked unhappy but didn't dare to be rude, muttering softly, "Almost died, but didn't. Is it really necessary to punish so harshly? The king is naturally strict, and I didn't say anything wrong." Sandy chuckled at her anger and asked, "This isn't about punishment severity. I want to ask everyone, when fighting the fierce beasts, would you dare to fight alongside them and trust them with your back? If your team is full of cowards who run away at the last moment and backstab others, can the orcs still defeat the fierce beasts? The king isn't trying to punish anyone. He just wants to prevent such things from happening. If we don't punish severely, anyone might betray their tribe in the future. What's the point of hunting together?" Sandy's questions made the orcs pause and think. They quickly woke up from Luo Yuer's influence. Yes, today they betrayed Yong, and next time, they might betray us. If my partner were harmed like that, I would wish they were dead. I'd even want to punish them severely to feel better. The king's decision must have a reason. We shouldn't overthink it. Even the females understood Qing Chui. Qing Chui glanced at Luo Yuer and loudly said, "Everyone stop listening to the troublemakers. She just can't stand seeing our tribe's orcs getting better. Believe her lies, and you'll be doomed." The orcs immediately kept their distance from Luo Yuer. Luckily, they hadn't been fooled and didn't complain about the king. The king was their benefactor, and they couldn't be foolish. Luo Yuer failed to stir trouble and left in frustration. Not far away, Tung Song slightly curled his lips into a faint smile. He didn't expect the young female to understand his intentions. Watching Luo Yuer run away, Sandy didn't feel very happy. Although she knew that the main villain was a good person, she also understood that this was only temporary. If the main villain were to turn evil in the future, would the Black Abyss tribe still be a suitable place for her and the snake cubs to live? She had no relatives or friends here and was currently relying on Tung Song's influence to survive. If she left the Black Abyss tribe, she would face many dangers outside. Would the evil main villain pose an even greater threat to her and the snake cubs? Sandy felt a wave of worry in her heart. If only she could change the main villain's fate. As soon as this thought appeared, a glimmer of hope arose in her mind.
Yes.
Since she could stop the 3 snake cubs from turning evil, why not stop Tung Song from turning evil too? As long as she found the cause of the evil transformation, there was always a chance to turn things around. If she didn't try, how could she know if it would work? Sandy kept thinking hard and unconsciously returned to the cave. The entrance was covered with beast skins. The 3 snake cubs were cuddled together, sleeping peacefully. Seeing their calm and obedient faces, Sandy's heart melted like water. For herself and for the cubs, she had to try her best. When it was almost time for dinner, Sandy didn't wake the cubs. She went back into the cave, picked some ingredients and seasonings for the evening meal, unwrapped the packages, and used the utensils sent by the tongue snake orcs to prepare the food. Most of the utensils used by the orcs were open-topped and couldn't be sealed, so they couldn't be stored for long in the hot weather. She could only take what she needed. Fortunately, the cubs were easy to deceive. They always thought these things were also gifts from the tongue snake orcs and never doubted it. Sand-Eye didn't realize that they weren't suspicious because they were afraid to suspect. They dared not question their mother about anything. They were afraid that if they overthought, she might notice and revert to her old self. Suddenly, outside the cave, voices could be heard. "Ching, Aunt, is this for us?" "Yes, here you go, all of it." Sand-Eye came out of the cave and saw the 3 little bundles of fur gathered around Ching Chui. Ching Chui was holding a basin of beast blood, dividing it among them with a gentle smile, occasionally touching the cubs' faces. Her eyes showed love and affection. This was the first time Sand-Eye saw the snake cubs getting close to other orcs. To be precise, not many orcs had ever been kind to the cubs before. Seeing the smiles on their faces, Sand-Eye's eyes also curved happily. "Sand-Eye girl," Ching Chui saw her and waved with a smile. "You left so quickly earlier. I didn't have time to give you today's beast blood. I heard you didn't bring any back yesterday, so I brought some for you." She came alone. Her partner stayed in the cave to take care of Snake Yong. Sand-Eye quickly took the basin and set it down. "Thank you for making a special trip. This is nothing special, just a simple walk." Ching Tsue chuckled casually. Sang Feng held up his small head. "Aunt Ching, you don't need to bring us beast blood.
We have by."
Before he finished, Sang Yue quickly covered his mouth. "What do you have?" Ching Tsue asked out of curiosity. Sang Yue smiled sweetly and explained, "Third brother means we are strong enough and don't need to work. The beast blood is still for Aunt Ching and her partner to enjoy." Sang Ching understood and hurriedly pulled Sang Feng to the back, not giving him a chance to speak. This silly kid, how can mother talk about by crystal stone everywhere? Even if it's Aunt Ching, she shouldn't say too much. Ching Tsue also smiled upon hearing this. "You're growing up now, so you should eat more." "Don't worry, I have some too. I just want to see you eat well and grow healthy and chubby." She genuinely liked the young ones. Unfortunately, her stomach hadn't shown any signs of pregnancy. Seeing Sangdai's 3 little snake-like babies, she just wanted to be kind to them. Sangdai watched Sang Yue and Songqing's little thoughts with amusement. She didn't expect these 2 little ones to be so cautious, knowing how to keep family matters secret and not revealing their wealth. Seeing Ching Tsue truly caring for the snake babies and reluctant to leave, Sangdai suggested, "Since I'm about to cook, Suedue, why don't you stay and eat with us? Hot pot with frozen beast blood would be perfect. Of course, the more people, the tastier the hot pot." "No, no, no, this won't do." Ching Tsue quickly waved her hands. Songdai's family didn't even have an adult male, and she had to do everything herself. How could she feel comfortable just staying to eat and drink? Besides, orcs have never had the tradition of eating at others' homes. "I'm alone, cooking and taking care of the babies. I'm too busy. It's just right that you can help me watch the little ones. I also have some questions to ask you later." Sangdai winked playfully. Hearing this, Ching Tsue's guilt eased a bit, and she was happy to spend more time with the adorable babies. After thinking for a moment, she finally nodded. "All right, I'll eat and then bring the food later." She didn't want to take advantage of Sangdai. "Don't be so formal with me. If you help me, I want to pay you back. Shouldn't we settle everything fairly?" Sangdai pretended to be angry. "That's not fair. You're the savior of Snake Yong," Ching Tsue hurriedly argued, looking up and seeing Sangdai's smiling face. She was momentarily stunned, then realized Sangdai was just teasing her. Playfully patting Sangdai's shoulder, she stopped refusing. Since that was the case, she would help Sangdai more in the future. Sandy also agreed, explaining everything clearly, and the 2 of them became distant. Now, they have a close bond that's different from other women. Ching Tsue played with the snake cubs while Sandy prepared the ingredients. She had 2 large bowls of lamb, beef, and pork, all sliced thinly. These were fresh meat sent by the Tingsha Beast men, along with supermarket supplies like duck paws, duck intestines, shrimp balls, and beef meatballs. Sandy also liked eating vegetables, such as enoki mushrooms, baby bok choy, potato slices, and gong'on greens. She initially planned to cook hot pot and eat while cooking, but then thought it would be too hot to sit by the stove in the summer. So, she changed her mind, started a fire, and put 5 packs of tomato-flavored hot pot base into a large stone pot, boiling all the ingredients together. Once cooked and the fire was out, everyone gathered around the pot to eat. Sandy, how can you use fire in the tribe? Ching Sui was surprised to see Sandy start a fire and immediately looked around to see if anyone nearby saw. It's okay. I got the king's permission. He said I can use fire as long as I don't leave the cave, Sandy explained. Ching Sui looked shocked. The king actually agreed? Sandy, you're amazing. No wonder Sandy could persuade the king. She used to think fire-cooked meat was tastier, but after Xiaobai was burned, the tribe banned fire. She had missed it for a long time. Try some. Take what you want, Sandy smiled but didn't say more. She served Ching Sui a bowl, then 3 snake cubs, letting it cool before giving it to them. Ching Sui sniffed the delicious smell, and her stomach growled loudly. It smelled so good. She had never smelled such tasty food before. Just as she was about to use her hands to grab some, she suddenly saw the 3 snake cubs holding 2 thin sticks each, and Sandy was holding one too. What are those? Ching Sui asked curiously. Uncle Ching, these are for eating. They keep your hands clean. Mother said so. Sandy replied first. Really? Can I try too? Ching Sui asked like a curious child. Sure. Sandy wanted to give her a spoon but then thought she wanted chopsticks, so she handed her a pair. They were child-sized chopsticks she made for the snake cubs, easier to hold and fit over her fingers, so even if she didn't know how to hold them, they wouldn't fall. Ching Sui quickly learned to use them. Though her fingers weren't very flexible, after a few tries, she managed to pick up some meat. She couldn't wait to put it in her mouth. Delicious. This is so good. Sandy, you're amazing at everything you do. Ching Sui couldn't help but praise her. Sandai is truly the most impressive female she has ever seen. Not only does she eat in a neat and elegant way, but her food also tastes so good. Suddenly, she doesn't want to have offspring anymore. She just wants to be Sandai's cub, sob sob. If you like, you can come often to eat. It's just making an extra portion, no trouble at all. And you can also come to chat with me more, Sandai said with a smile. Ching Sui really wanted to refuse, but her mouth wouldn't allow it. Then, I'll bring you more meat and help you with chores more often. That way, she could feel at ease about eating. Okay, Sandai happily agreed. A big pot of hot pot was finished by 5 people. Even the broth was completely drunk. Ching Sui touched her round belly, feeling a bit shy. Sandai, I think I ate too much. Sorry, I couldn't control myself just now. It was just too delicious. She couldn't stop once she started. It's good that you finished. If you leave it for tomorrow, it'll be wasted, Sandai said gently with a smile. Ching Sui felt that being with Sandai was more comfortable and relaxing than ever, even more than with her partner. She couldn't help but feel even more grateful to Sandai. After the meal, 3 snake cubs eagerly took their bowls and chopsticks to wash at the river. Sandai didn't refuse, only reminding them to be careful not to fall in. Chui Chui, do you know any way to prevent or slow down the evil aura from corrupting the beast men? After the snake cubs left, Sandai finally asked the long-held question. She thought about it and believed that the key factor in the beast's dark transformation was the evil aura. If they could prevent the evil aura from corrupting, even if they couldn't completely change the outcome, they could at least slow down the process of turning dark. Ching Sui shook her head. I don't know. I only know that the evil aura invades through wounds. The only way seems to be not getting hurt, but evil beasts are fast and dangerous to touch, let alone fight. Getting hurt is inevitable. Sandai also remembered the evil beast she saw that day. No one can avoid getting hurt. Even the strongest Kong would get injured sometimes. Is there really no other way? We don't know, but Eagle Rue veterinarian might know. I heard he's been studying evil beasts. Snake Yongben was doomed anyway, and Eagle Rue veterinarian is the best. Maybe he has found a good solution, Ching Sui suggested.
Eagle Rue veterinaria?
Sandai thought of the Eagle Rue she saw last time. This beast man wasn't as dull as others. Although he spoke gently, he was decisive when treating and saving people, never hesitating. Maybe he really could make a breakthrough. Thank you, Chui Chui, Sandai said with a smile, expressing her gratitude. The next day, Sandy prepared to find Eagle Ray. Thinking about how he had previously asked her to teach him how to stop bleeding and was refused, she realized that now she was the one asking for help. Going empty-handed wouldn't be polite. She took a few boxes of throat lozenges from the supermarket, opened the packaging, took out the candies, and wrapped them in a clean animal hide. Since veterinarians need to communicate with beastmen, talking can strain their voices. Throat lozenges can soothe the throat and are sweet, making them a good gift for Eagle Ray. Holding the gift, Sandy asked around and found Eagle Ray's cave. The Eagle Beastmen are the rulers of the sky and are very strong fighters. Unlike the original protagonist tribe, they don't share a large group cave with other beastmen. They have their own cave. When Sandy arrived, it was still early, and male beastmen were gradually preparing to go hunting. Naturally, she saw some outside the cave. Sandy has fair skin and looks small, but she isn't sickly. She has an oval face with slightly rounded cheeks and appears healthy. Most importantly, she is quite beautiful. Many male eagle beastmen couldn't help but glance at her. If they could mate with such a female, even if she was a bit thin, they wouldn't mind. They had the skill to raise her plump and healthy. Thinking this, some males couldn't help but step forward. Female, do you need help? I can assist you. Sandy looked at the speaking male. He was strong, with a long feather string tied around his waist instead of leaves. Although this was more concealed than leaves, it wasn't very effective. She quickly waved her hand. No, thank you. I'm here to find Eagle Ray. Could you help me call him out? It was very rude for outsiders to enter a stranger's beastman cave uninvited. Although Sandy's soul was human, she still followed beastman customs. Hearing that she was looking for Eagle Ray, the male's face showed a hint of disappointment. He thought Sandy was interested in Eagle Ray and came to see him. Wait a moment, Eagle Ray is inside. I'll go call him for you. Despite his disappointment, the male remained friendly and courteous to Sandy. Less than 2 minutes later, he came out, followed by a familiar figure. Unlike the other males, Eagle Ray was dressed in a blue animal hide skirt, made from some wild beast's hide. He wore a string of small feathers around his neck, with a few tiny beast teeth, about the size of a little finger, hanging from it. He looked like a primitive person, but to Sandy, he appeared much more normal now. She no longer had to speak while glancing sideways. Sandy, you came to see me? Eagle Ray ran out almost eagerly, his wheat-colored face showing joy. Since we last parted, he has been asking around the tribe about her and learned her name. He hesitated to teach her how to stop bleeding because he was worried that Sandai might make things difficult for him, so he didn't want to bother her. Unexpectedly, she came back to find him. I have some questions about the fierce beasts. Are you available now? Sandai asked directly. Yes, of course, I am available, Ingruei replied without hesitation, turning slightly to invite her in. It was still morning, but in the Black Abyss tribe, when the weather is clear, the sun rises early. The beastmen of the Eagle clan had cut down the large trees blocking the cave entrance to make flying easier. Now that the sun was out, its light shone on Sandai's fair skin, and he was worried about her getting sunburned. Female bodies are especially delicate. Okay, Sandai nodded. She didn't want to stand outside, mainly because of the busy people passing by and the bold looks from the males, which made her feel uncomfortable. Ingruei's cave was large, clean, and odor-free. As soon as she entered, she could smell the scent of herbs. The dwellings of beastmen were simple. Besides the sleeping area, the other corners were built with stones into tables, covered with many herbs. There were also some utensils used for pounding medicine. Sandai, what questions do you want to ask me? Were you hurt by the fierce beast? Ingruei's usually gentle face looked a bit nervous and uneasy. No, I just saw Snake Yong hurt so badly last time, and I suddenly wondered if there's any way to stop the erosion of the fierce energy, Sandai asked, shaking her head. Of course, she meant other than cutting off hands or feet. Hearing this, Ingruei sighed in relief and thought carefully. The fierce energy actually invades the beastman's body through wounds. It's very aggressive, and currently, veterinarians have no way to treat injuries caused by fierce beasts. Hearing Ingrue's answer, Sandai felt a bit disappointed. But Ingrue continued, as long as the injury isn't as large as Snake Yong's, if you clean the wound in time and apply herbs to speed up healing, it can slow down the invasion of fierce energy. If the beastman is strong, they can minimize the harm caused by the fierce energy. Sandai's eyes lit up. Reducing the harm even a little is better than nothing. At least it can delay the darkening of Tung. She felt her trip was worth it. Why are you interested in fierce beasts? Ingrue asked curiously. Although fierce beasts are very dangerous, female beastmen usually stay in the tribe and are protected by males, so they don't usually worry about these beasts. I once went out with the king to the tribe and saw how terrifying fierce beasts can be. I was just wondering if there's a way to prevent or reduce the fierce energy, so beastmen won't suffer as much. Sandy found a reasonable excuse. Eagle Ray looked surprised, not expecting Sandy to be so thoughtful. She dared to leave the tribe, wasn't afraid of fierce beasts, and even wanted to study them. Truly a unique female. Are there any herbs that can treat wounds caused by fierce beasts? Sandy asked again. Eagle Ray shook his head, looking uncomfortable. Wounds from fierce beasts are hard to treat with regular herbs, and herbs are difficult to find. I don't have many here. Veterinarians don't hunt, but their strength isn't as good as that of hunting orcs. Some veterinarians are only slightly better than females. Eagle Ray isn't that weak, but he can't go out alone to find herbs. He lacks manpower. Other orcs are busy hunting and don't even have enough to eat. So how could they have time to look for herbs? Sandy's hope was once again dashed. She wondered if herbs would appear on the supply list in the future. Good items on the list might be effective against fierce beast injuries. Seeing Sandy silent, Eagle Ray thought she was disappointed in him and hurried to add, "But I go out every day to find new herbs. Recently, I've discovered many herbs that other veterinarians don't know about, with various special effects. With time, I'm sure I can find herbs to treat anger issues. I'll tell you as soon as I find them." Sandy looked at him in surprise. Finding new herbs? Is he copying the divine farmer tasting hundreds of herbs? No, this is the divine eagle tasting herbs. Many plants in this forest are poisonous, and other orcs wouldn't dare touch them, yet he dares to taste and even test them on himself. All right, but be careful. There are many poisonous plants in the forest, Sandy warned. Other veterinarians only rely on their skills to survive, but Eagle Ray is willing to study new things carefully. Such a veterinarian will surely bring great progress to medical care in the Beastworld. She certainly didn't want him to get hurt. Eagle Ray smiled gently. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Thank you for telling me. This is for you. When your throat feels uncomfortable, you can eat some to soothe it." Sandy handed him a throat lozenge and then left. Eagle Ray didn't want to accept it, but Sandy walked away too quickly. He stared blankly at the piece of beast hide in his hand. When he opened it, he saw many tiny objects about the size of a fingernail or small stone. Thinking Sandy said it could be eaten, he took one and put it in his mouth. It felt cool, like holding an ice cube. "So sweet," he muttered softly. Sandy had wanted to say she could help find herbs too, but she realized she didn't know herbs well. If she made a mistake, it could cause trouble, and that wouldn't be good. Returning to the cave, I added fresh, clean mulberry leaves to the silkworm babies. Sandai casually glanced at the supermarket, thinking about what to eat today. Suddenly, she saw a surprise on the counter. A new page appeared on the supply list, shining brightly. Sandai hesitated, but went to check it out. New herbal seeds, features, short planting time, high survival rate can help eliminate certain toxins. This page is a major category, with different kinds of herbal seeds listed below, along with their names and effects. Their effects are mostly similar to traditional herbs. But what exactly is this toxin? Since it's a new herbal seed, maybe it can help cure negative energy too? Sandai immediately bought a few types. Luckily, herbal seeds aren't too expensive, 1,000 coins for a batch, and the basic herbal seeds cost the same. With 10 batches for 1,000 coins, she could buy 10. After buying silkworm eggs last time, she still had 50,000 coins left. Recently, with less rain, she sells fungi and animal horns daily, earning about 10,000 coins a day on average. Over at Tung place, Sandai supplies wild animal bait once or twice a week, 2 Jin each time. Her balance has now accumulated to 150,000 coins. Sandai doesn't know much about herbs, so she chose 3 types with hemostatic and detoxifying effects. These are the herbs most needed by the orcs. She bought 20 portions each of Sanchi, Baitu, and crane grass, costing 60,000 coins. Each herb seed comes with care instructions, which Sandai carefully noted down. She wanted to do it herself, but wasn't skilled at handling herbs, so she planned to telling Rue about them. If he's willing, he could try planting them. That's much safer than trying random herbs. If they succeed, she and the snake cub could also use the herbs when injured. She opened the packaging of the herbal seeds and packed them into 3 animal hide bags. Then she took a few bottles of stronger white liquor from the supermarket. She cut a piece of bamboo, drilled a small hole the size of a fingernail on one side, poured in the liquor, and sealed it with a small wooden stopper. Although she can't tell Rue the hemostatic method yet, alcohol is good for disinfection. The supermarket doesn't have high-purity alcohol, but white liquor can substitute. The climate in the Black Abyss tribe is hot, and wounds tend to get infected. Having alcohol for disinfection greatly increases the chance of healing for the orcs. Since she can't take large quantities from the supermarket, she plans to start with Rue, letting the orcs learn about the benefits of alcohol so they can brew more later. With the herbal seeds and bamboo-encased liquor, Sandai headed to Rue's cave again. Seeing Sandai return, Rue was a bit surprised. Sandai, you're back again? I just heard you say you're looking for new herbs. Last time I left the tribe, I happened to find some plant seeds in the forest. I noticed the herbs had bites from animals and bugs, so I thought maybe they could be useful. I brought the seeds back. If you trust me, you can try planting them. Maybe they'll grow into herbs, Sandai explained with a smile.
Seeds?
Planting? Rue looked confused. What did that mean? He couldn't quite understand. Seeing Rue's puzzled face, Sandai quickly realized that orcs don't know much about planting. If they knew about seeds, they would have learned to grow plants long ago. She patiently explained the idea. Seeds are like baby plants. All plants grow from seeds. If you put the seeds into rich soil, they'll take root, sprout, and grow new herbs. Sandai used an analogy with orcs, and Rue quickly understood. So, as long as I have seeds and soil, I can grow herbs without going into the forest? Rue asked, surprised. He had never heard of this method before. Yes, Sandai nodded with a smile. I happen to have some seeds here. Do you want to try planting them? Rue eagerly nodded. You want to give me the seeds to try? But I don't know how to do it well. I'm worried I might not do it right. He was a bit nervous. If he failed, he would disappoint Sandai's trust. It's okay. It's just a try. I don't have time during the day, and since you're familiar with herbs, it's best to let you do it, Sandai explained. If they grow, you can use them directly. No need to give them back to me. That's great. I'll definitely plant the herbs carefully, Rue promised eagerly.
Sandai, how do you know so much?
You're amazing. Rue thought she was like a divine being bringing hope to the orcs. I also heard from my mother. She might not be right all the time, but you have to try yourself to see, Sandai said vaguely. Anyway, her mother was nowhere to be found now, so she was the best scapegoat. Rue, hearing this, only thought Sandai was being modest. Her mother must have been a strong female too, to raise such good offspring. Sandai handed the seeds to Rue and explained how to care for them carefully. Rue was very serious, not daring to be careless. Holding the seeds, it felt like holding priceless treasure. Oh, and this, Sandai almost forgot to give him the wine. Sandy also handed the bamboo tube filled with wine to Rue. Before she could ask, she explained proactively, this is wine. It tastes spicy. You can drink it or use it to clean wounds. It can kill germs and disinfect, helping to prevent infection and pus.
Wine?
Rue repeated softly, opening the wooden stopper. A strong, pungent smell wafted out. It looks like water, but the smell is so strong, and it has this special effect. Is this also from you? Even though she was just shocked by the herbal seed, Ingrui was still amazed. How many things does she have that she hasn't shown him? This was an accidental discovery. I soaked some fruit in water, and after a long time, it turned into this. Since it can be drunk, I tried to study its uses, Sandy explained. While she was good at taking the blame, she couldn't always push everything onto her mother. Otherwise, suspicion might arise. Sandy, you are truly blessed by the beast god. This kind of wine is very useful. Most orcs die because their wounds become infected and worsen. With this wine, more orcs can be saved, Ingrui said emotionally. However, the fruits used to make the wine are hard to find, and I don't have much of it. When I find more ingredients for brewing, I can teach you how to make it, Sandy said, pouring cold water on the idea. She also wanted to help the orcs quickly, but she knew she had to do it gradually. Ingrui wasn't upset at all. Instead, she was surprised and said happily, "Really? You can teach me such an important thing?" Since it was so precious, Sandy was willing to share it with him. She was already very surprised and didn't dare to ask for more. Of course. You're a veterinarian and can help more orcs, Sandy replied without hesitation. Most importantly, she still needed Ingrui to help delay the darkening of the Ting song. She had to nurture him well. Ingrui was so moved she couldn't speak for a moment. Sandy, you are truly a kind and good female. I will make sure all the orcs know about your contributions, Ingrui said sincerely. Sandy smiled but didn't take it to heart. She was doing this not just for orcs' gratitude, but also to pave her own way. Back in the cave, the Tung snake orc came over to help Sandy fetch water. Tung snake brother, can you help me cut some sturdy bamboo? Sandy called out to him after fetching water. Of course, Tung snake orc said, feeling very fond of Sandy. Moreover, the king personally ordered them to obey Sandy's commands. He immediately went to cut several thick bamboo stalks. The bamboo was as thick as a calf's leg and very strong. Sandy then asked Tung snake orc to cut the bamboo into sections to make bamboo tubes. Today, she made bamboo tubes for Ingrui to carry wine, using 3 small snakes she had caught to prepare for burning. There were no small containers here for holding water. She only saw the bamboo and suddenly thought of making bamboo tubes. The bamboo the Tung snake orcs brought back was much bigger than the 3 small snakes. One bamboo tube could hold at least a pound of water. According to Sandai's request, she made dozens of bamboo tubes, drilled a hole in one of them, and carefully smoothed the edges with her claws. Mother, what are you going to do with so many bamboo tubes? Bamboo isn't good for fire. It makes loud popping sounds, Sanqing quickly reminded her when he saw her messing with the bamboo. After learning that bamboo isn't good for fire, they stopped cutting more. It's not for fire. Mother is making water containers, Sandai explained gently. But we already have water jars and stone bowls, Sanqing said, scratching his ear with a confused look on his face. Sandai smiled, filled the bamboo tube with water, inserted a smooth wooden stopper, and turned the tube upside down. This way, it won't leak easily, and it's convenient to carry anywhere, she said. The 3 small snakes were all shocked, opening their mouths wide at the sight. Mother, can I have one? Sangfeng looked at her eagerly, his dark eyes full of hope. Sanqing pulled his younger brother back, acting like a little adult, and said, Mother made it, so it must be useful. Don't cause trouble for Mother. This silly kid wanted everything. What if he made Mother angry? Sandai naturally saw the cautious looks in Sanqing and Songyue's eyes. She knew that although the 3 small snakes seemed to accept her on the surface, they weren't very close to her. Or perhaps they were afraid to get close. The shadows from their childhood weren't easy to erase, and she needed to take her time. She hoped the 3 small snakes could act like normal children, teasing her without worries. As for Sangfeng, she could tell he was simply naive and didn't think much, so he dared to say these things. But that was good. Someone needed to break the barrier. Of course, yes. Bamboo is everywhere and not valuable. Since it's hot, I will make one for each of you as a water bottle, Sandai said softly with a smile. Really?
Yay!
Mother, you're so kind. Sangfeng cheered happily. Sangqing and Sangyue blinked with bright, moist eyes, full of anticipation. Sandai picked 3 smaller bamboo tubes for the 3 small snakes and went into the forest to gather a bunch of vines. She wove a net bag with the vines, just big enough to hold the bamboo tubes. A long vine was tied above the mesh bag, turning it into a slanted bamboo water container. Carrying it this way on the waist was very convenient. Come, Xiaoqing, Xiaoyu, Xiaofeng, each of you take one and try if you like it, Sandai said as she hung the bamboo water bottles on the 3 little snake cubs. The bamboo tube was about the size of 2 palms, which was a bit large for 3-year-old cubs, like sneaking a big person's bag. But the beast cubs are strong and have big strength, so they could carry it easily. The 3 cubs loved the water bottles and wouldn't let go. Mother, this is really pretty, Xiaoyu said, touching the mesh bag. She had never seen vines made into such things before. I like it. We really like it. Next time we go to Chopwood, we won't have to run to the river to drink water, Xiaoqing said excitedly. That way, he could save time and chop more wood for his mother. Seeing how capable he was, his mother would be happy. Mother, can I go water the plants now? Xiaofeng couldn't wait to try. Go ahead. It hasn't rained these days, so there are no mushrooms to pick. You 3 can go play outside and don't need to stay at home, Sandai said gently. Hearing her words, the 3 cubs cheered and ran out eagerly. They couldn't wait for other cubs to see the water bottles their mother made for them. Once the cubs left, Sandai no longer needed to hide what she took from the supermarket. She took out some white wine, filled 10 bamboo tubes, and sealed them with wooden stoppers. She also wove 2 large mesh bags from vines, put the bamboo tubes inside, and planned to give them to Tung later. As the Snake King, Tung fought the fierce beasts most often and got injured quite a lot. Since he didn't like visiting the healer, giving him wine was more effective. On the tribe's grassy field, the 3 cubs appeared with their bamboo water bottles, quickly attracting the attention of other cubs. Xiaofeng, what's that on you? How did you bring bamboo here? These vines look so pretty. Where did you pick them?
Tell me.
A group of cubs surrounded Xiaoqing and the others, asking questions excitedly. The life of a beast was the same every day, with the same food, drink, and supplies. Even the younger cubs in the Black Abyss tribe sometimes ran around without clothes. When Xiaoqing and the others wore beautiful beast skins, it made others jealous. Now, with these new interesting things, everyone was very curious. My mother made this for me. These vines were woven by her herself. Aren't they pretty? You can't find them where you are, Xiaofeng said proudly, showing off the bamboo water bottle. The cubs all exclaimed in envy. It's woven from vines? Snake Feng, your mother is so amazing. Can your mother make one for us too? Snake Feng quickly covered the bamboo tube again and said proudly, if you want one, ask your mother to make it for you. You all have mothers. Shanqing and Shanyu were also surrounded by the younglings and nodded in agreement. Although their younger brother is usually simple-minded, he's not foolish when it matters. The younglings looked disappointed. Their mother doesn't know how to make this, and even if she did, she wouldn't make it for them. No females like to do chores. It's usually males who do them. As for their father, he's busy hunting every day and males are clumsy. Females are more skillful, so they probably wouldn't make this either.
Ha!
It's just bamboo and vines, nothing useful. Why bother? It just looks nice. What good does that do? Snake Zhuang sneered from behind. Although he looked dismissive, his eyes couldn't help but glance at Snake Feng's waist. New and interesting things are very attractive to the younglings. This isn't useless at all, Snake Feng snorted, opening the wooden stopper and drinking water from the bamboo tube.
Wow!
There's water inside. Snake Feng just ran and jumped, and the water didn't spill at all. Amazing! The younglings cheered again. Snake Zhuang's face turned red with anger. Last time, Shanqing had scolded him, so he didn't dare to confront her. He said angrily, it's no big deal. It's just water. There's plenty in the river. Just go drink from there. He was stubborn, but secretly felt a twinge of jealousy. He turned and ran back to his mother's cave. Mother, mother. Inside the cave, Two snake tails were intertwined. Hearing Snake Zhuang's voice, Snake Xiaomian's cheeks turned pink. She pushed the two males beside her. My younglings are coming in. The two males were interrupted and looked a bit annoyed, but they stood up obediently. Mother! Snake Zhuang was about to run into the cave, when suddenly he felt a hard muscle. He looked up and saw two strong, unfamiliar males standing inside the cave. He had never seen them before.
Who are you?
Why are you in my mother's cave? Snake Zhuang's face immediately showed suspicion. This is instinct for beastmen. The two males glanced at him, but didn't speak. Snake Xiaomian came out from behind, wrapped in animal hide. It was hot, and her skin had obvious purple bruises. They're your new fathers. You'll call them Dad from now on, she said. She has more than one partner, but only the offspring from her previous eggs, which hatched, are still acceptable to Snake Zhuang. She thinks it's her partner's fault. To produce stronger offspring, she found new mates. This time, two brothers joined her, increasing the chance of having strong babies. Wang likes the young ones, and if she can have strong offspring, Wang might like her more. Snake Zhuang widened his eyes. Two new fathers? At once, two more? I don't want to call them Dad. Snake Zhuang muttered unhappily, naturally rejecting the idea of unfamiliar beastmen joining their family. If you don't want to call them that, then don't. What's the point of you coming here? Isn't to play outside? Snake Xiaomian waved casually. Beastmen males didn't care much about offspring that weren't their own. If Snake Zhuang hadn't come, she planned to keep making snake eggs. But for now, Snake Zhuang was her only promising young one, so she couldn't ignore him. When asked about his needs, Snake Zhuang quickly remembered his purpose. Mother, Sanfeng, and the other two all have bamboo water bottles to drink from, and their mother made pretty net bags from vines. Can you make me one too? Snake Zhuang asked eagerly. In the past, his mother spoiled him, and as long as his requests weren't too much, she would usually satisfy him. Sanfeng? Those three wildlings of Sandai? When she heard Sandai mentioned, Snake Xiaomian's face darkened. She hadn't forgotten that Sandai was her biggest enemy now. This cunning female had tricked her before. Yes, Sandai's young ones. She made them nice water bottles. Mother, I want one too. Snake Zhuang nodded excitedly, thinking his mother would make it for him. But instead, Snake Xiaomian slapped him. Useless thing, you're crazy over a broken bamboo tube and vines? Did I not feed you well or dress you properly? If you want it, go steal it yourself. Don't come to your mother for everything. Thinking of Sandai's tricks and Jiner's anger, Snake Xiaomian was furious and vented her anger on Snake Zhuang. Snake Zhuang covered his face, confused. He didn't expect his mother to hit him. He wanted to steal from Sanfeng, but Sanqing was strong, and he still felt the pain from the last beating. Of course, he was too scared to try. I don't want it anymore, Mother, he said with teary eyes, shaking his head in fear, then prepared to run out of the cave. Hearing Snake Zhuang's crying voice, Snake Xiaomian's anger eased a little. Her eyes flashed with a sharp light. Wait, you said that thing is for drinking water? Coincidentally, her two new mates had brought her some good treasures, which might come in handy. Snake Zhuang timidly nodded. Yes, Mother. It's just a bamboo tube. When your father comes back, your mother will have him make an identical one for you. Or even a better one. Snake Xiaomian smiled and waved her hand. Come here, put this thing into the water that the female named Sang you will drink. Tonight, your father will make it for you. Snake Xiaomian took a small animal hide pouch from the corner of the cave and handed it to Snake Zhuang. What if Wang is watching? Wang can't possibly watch over her entire family all the time. Female cubs are very precious. She can't deal with Sangdai now, but she can teach her cubs a lesson. If that small, tender face turns as frightening as Little Bai's, then no male will dare to seek her as a mate in the future. Trading a male cub for a female cub isn't a bad deal. Mother, really? Just put this into Sangyu's water? Snake Zhuang's eyes lit up. That's so simple. Yes, Snake Xiaomian nodded. Thinking that she would soon have a better water container than theirs, Snake Zhuang immediately took the small animal hide pouch and ran out. Xiaomian, isn't this the poisonous flower pollen I gave you? Once this pollen touches a beast man, it will cause their body to rot, and ordinary healers can't cure it, said one snake male. Exactly. Snake Xiaomian's eyes narrowed, flashing a hint of cruelty. On the grassland, the cubs were still begging Shangqing and the others to let them touch the water bottles. Shangyu took the water bottle away and showed it to a female cub she was close to. The female cub was only 5 years old, holding the water bottle with envy. The other cubs immediately gathered around. Right then, Snake Zhuang pushed in, snatched the water bottle, and quickly poured the powder from the pouch his mother gave him into it. His speed was so fast that the other cubs didn't see his little move. Shangqing and Shangfeng were only paying attention to Shangyu and didn't expect anyone to the water bottle from the female cub. Snake Zhuang, weren't you just saying you didn't care? Why are you stealing from her now? Yeah, we haven't even touched it yet. Give it back to Shangyu, a cub immediately protested. Snake Zhuang pouted and forcefully threw the water bottle back to the female cub. Who cares? I was just looking. If I don't touch it, I won't. The female cub didn't catch it, and the water bottle rolled to the ground. The bamboo tube rolled far away and hit a pile of droppings behind the grass.
Hey.
Shangyu saw this and was so angry her lips turned white. That was her mother's gift, now soiled. She wanted to find a venomous snake to bite him hard. Shangyu was heartbroken, her big wet eyes brimming with tears as she ran over to pick up the bamboo water bottle. Suddenly, I heard my mother's voice behind me. Sandai was calling the 3 little ones to come home for dinner. She just happened to see the bamboo tube roll onto some dirty stuff. She stepped forward, took Xiao Sun's small hand, which was icy cold, and said softly, "Little son, if you get it dirty, just let it go. I'll make you a new one when we get home, one that's even prettier."
How about that, Mom?
Sandai's children, Sanqing and Sanfeng, immediately ran to her side. Xiao Sun was a little sad at first, but hearing her gentle words, her mood surprisingly improved. "Mom, I got the water jar dirty. Are you mad?" Xiao Sun asked nervously, slightly lifting her face, acting so obedient and thoughtful that it made people feel sad. Sandai smiled gently. "There's no need to be mad. When you use something, it can get dirty or broken sometimes. I'll make you a new one." The little girl was used to being scolded, so she was very careful about small things, afraid of getting scolded again. Xiao Sun's worry eased little by little. "Let's go back with Mom to eat. When we're full, I'll make a new one." "Okay." Xiao Sun nodded obediently. Seeing the 3 little snakes being taken away by Sandai, the other young ones looked on with envy. Sun's mom is so gentle. If only my mom was like that. My mom just yells loudly at me. Her mom's smile is so nice. If only my mom smiled like that, I'd be willing to eat fewer pieces of meat every day. Sandai never looked at Snake Zhuang once during all this. Hearing the young one's words, Snake Zhuang felt his cheeks burning hot and couldn't help but think of his own mother. At that moment, he caught sight of something out of the corner of his eye. Suddenly, he saw the bamboo tube resting in front of that pile of foul stuff. The 3 little snakes had left, and the others had dispersed. Snake Zhuang waited until no one was around, then quietly went over and picked up the bamboo tube. "It's still okay, no water leaked out." Snake Zhuang pinched his nose with one hand and picked up the bamboo tube with the other. He looked down on it disdainfully, but inside, he was actually quite jealous of the 3 little snakes. Their mother was so gentle and kind to them, even better than his previous mother. He looked around to make sure no one saw him, then took the bamboo tube to the river, washed the outside thoroughly, and rubbed it with grass for a long time. Only when the foul smell was almost gone did he smile. "Hee, now I also have a water bottle," Snake Zhuang thought proudly. He didn't have to ask his father to make one anymore. He regretted not grabbing the nice net bag earlier. If he had, he would have thrown it away along with the bamboo tube. Thinking this, Snake Zhuang felt a little regretful. Sandai was walking back to the cave with the 3 little snakes. "Mother, just now the snake cubs stole the second sister's water bottle. Why didn't Big Brother go to stop him?" Sun Feng pouted and said. Sandai squinted her beautiful eyes and looked down at Sun Feng. Why did he want to take Xiao Yu's water bottle? Sun Feng answered without hesitation. He must be jealous of us. He doesn't have a mother with such pretty water bottles. Since you brought it out and he saw it, you should be prepared for him to take it away. Sang Dai said seriously. She didn't want to blame the victims, saying the cubs only showed off their water bottles, so they got robbed. In this animal world where the strong eat the weak, only being strong matters. Weak animals, even dogs, dare to come up and urinate on their legs. Weakness is the original sin. Sang Dai hopes the 3 snake cubs can clear their name and not turn into little villains, but she also doesn't want them to lose their survival skills in this world. Seeing her serious face, Sun Feng suddenly realized he had done something wrong. He nervously clenched his fingers and said, "Mother, I was wrong. I won't show off the water bottle to other cubs anymore. Mother, please don't blame third brother. He's not smart. If anyone is to be blamed, it's me for not stopping him." Qing also stepped forward to admit his mistake. Although he disliked his third brother the most, he was the first to stand up and protect him when something happened. "I was also wrong. I shouldn't have let others touch the water bottle." You also lowered her head. Seeing how the 3 cubs sincerely apologized more actively than receiving rewards, Sang Dai felt a wave of relief in her eyes. She smiled and gently rubbed their little heads, softly saying, "Silly cubs. Mother doesn't blame you. I just want to tell you that the water bottle isn't important. Even if you lose 10 or 100, Mother can make more for you, no problem."
But
Sang Dai paused and said, "No one can guarantee that what gets stolen isn't something more important than a water bottle, right?" The 3 snake cubs were struck with a shock. If it was Mother who was taken, and not just the water bottle, they would fight to protect her.
But
They are too weak.
who could they possibly fight?
All 3 cubs silently remembered her words deep in their hearts. They thought to themselves, they must become stronger. Strong enough that no one can take anything from them, so they can protect their siblings and mother. Seeing their determined expressions, Sang Dai knew they had listened. She continued to remind them, from now on, don't touch any food or water that leaves your sight, understand? It's important to be cautious. The cubs are still young, especially with a little foodie among them. She must teach them well from a young age. The 3 snake cubs nodded in unison. "We understand, Mother." As long as Mother says it, they will remember it carefully. Sandai then shows a smile. At the same time, Shi Zhuang, like he has found treasure, hugs the bamboo tube and runs back to Shi Xiaomian's cave. Disturbed from his interest, Shi Xiaomian has already made the 2 males leave. During the day, males can't stay in the cave to rest. They need to go hunting. Today, they only stayed half a day to make snake eggs, so she let them stay. "Mother, Mother, look what good thing I brought you." Shi Zhuang runs back into the cave, presenting the bamboo tube like a treasure. He shakes it, and water can still be heard inside. "Did you do what I asked?" Shi Xiaomian asks when she sees Shi Zhuang. He is so happy, he forgets himself and nods repeatedly. "I did everything Mother said." Mother only told him to put powder into the water jar, but didn't say what to do next. Anyway, he already put it in. Excited, he forgets whose water jar he is holding. Shi Xiaomian smiles, satisfied, and nods. "My little cub, you're quick to handle things." She praises him, and then asks, "What good thing did you bring back just now?" Shi Zhuang takes out the bamboo tube. "Mother, this is the water jar I told you about."
Look.
"Did you eat from those 3 wild ones?" Shi Xiaomian shows no interest in the bamboo tube, and asks. He doesn't dare say he picked it up from the ground and nods hesitantly. "Truly, my little cub, well done. From now on, if you want something, you have to rely on your strength to take it. That's what makes a strong beast man." Thinking that her cub managed to the water jar from Sanqing and the others, Shi Xiaomian looks pleased. "Mother, here, drink this." Shi Zhuang, trying to please, opens the wooden stopper and hands the bamboo tube over. "Good. Mother will drink. You're such a good cub, always thinking of respecting Mother." Shi Xiaomian smiles happily, showing she still sees potential in her cub. She takes the bamboo tube and takes a sip. Shi Zhuang chuckles, knowing his mother rarely shows him a smile. Just as he is feeling happy, Shi Xiaomian suddenly starts scratching her cheeks. "Why is it itchy? Did a bug bite me?" She scratches more and more, feeling like she wants to peel her skin off. Suddenly, she falls with a splash. The bamboo tube slips from Zhuang's hand, and he stares in shock at his mother, eyes wide. Mother, your face. What's wrong with my face? Xiaomian suddenly has a bad premonition. She looks down and sees her fingertips that touched her cheek are rotting, like a pus-filled wound, emitting a foul smell, with her skin looking terrible. Zhuang, what did you put in the water? The snake trembled in fear and backed away, stammering. I didn't put anything in it. This is Sang Yu's water bottle.
Oh.
There's powder in the bottle that my mother told me to put in. When she thought of the poisonous flower pollen, Xiaomian the snake felt like the sky was falling. She went to the water jar, lowered her head, and saw her whole face had turned into something like rotting pigskin.
Ah!
She screamed loudly. Back in the cave, Sang Dai and her 3 snake babies had breakfast. They didn't know that a series of events was triggered by the abandoned bamboo tube. After eating, Sang Dai made a new water bottle for Sang Yu. With plenty of time, she took out carving tools from the supermarket and engraved Sang Yu's name on the bottle. She also repaired the bottles for Sang Qing and Sang Feng to make them look the same, so they could be easily distinguished. Mother, what is this? Sang Yu looked at the writing on the bamboo tube, blinking her eyes with curiosity. The words are carved here. The 2 characters together form your names, so later you can tell whose water bottle is which, Sang Dai explained gently. She read the characters on each of the 3 bottles to her snake babies. They listened with confusion. Nearby, Sang Feng couldn't help asking Mother, why is the second sister Yang's name written as a long shape? Shouldn't it be a curved shape with pointed ends? And Feng, the wind has no shape. Does the wind really look like this? Big brother's name looks complicated. It seems very heavy. Sang Qing nodded in agreement, her small face full of doubt. Hearing Sang Feng's questions, Sang Dai couldn't help but smile. The questions from this little one were so adorable. She gently pinched Sang Feng's chubby cheek and explained with a smile, these are characters, not pictures of the moon or wind. And your big brother's name is not about weight. It's Qing, meaning clear water. Sang Feng felt dizzy. Clear water?
Wait.
He couldn't understand. To him, they all sounded the same when read aloud. Why did they need to be different? Seeing the confused expressions on her snake babies' faces, Sang Dai knew her explanations were useless. After all, they hadn't gone to school or received any basic education. It's okay if you don't understand. As long as you remember the characters that stand for your names, Sang Dai told them. She didn't expect them to learn to read. Catching prey was more useful in their world. Mother, can all beast people's names be written like this? Sang Yu tilted her head, looking very interested in the characters. Yes, Sang Dai nodded. Mother, can you teach me? Sang Yu asked carefully, her wet eyes shining with hope. Mother knows many things, and she wants to be as strong as her. In the future, even without relying on a partner or having babies, she hopes her tribe will provide her with supplies. She wants to become strong enough to protect her mother. Little Yu, do you want to learn to read? Sang Dai was a bit surprised. She thought these boring things wouldn't interest the young ones. Sang Yu nodded obediently, yes, I want to. Since you want to learn, I can definitely teach you, Mother said. I want to learn too, Mother. I want to learn. Sang Feng immediately raised his hand eagerly, afraid of falling behind his older sister. The 3 siblings always do things together. Sang Qing's face was serious, unlike his 3rd brother who was carefree. He said strictly, 3rd brother is too slow. I will learn to teach him, and I will learn too. Okay, everyone learn. Mother will teach you slowly later. Seeing how eager the children were to learn, Sang Dai was naturally happy. It's not so complicated. Learning to recognize characters and do basic math will be useful in the future. In the afternoon, Sang Dai went as usual to Xiaobai's cave to cook for him. Xiaobai was becoming more accepting of hot food. From only eating cooled food to now enjoying hot roasted chicken legs, he was making progress. Sang Dai felt she was getting closer to her goal. Before leaving, she wanted to bring wine in a bamboo tube to Tung, but he was not in the tribe. Since Tung was not here, No one dared to go to his cave to deliver things. Sangdai had to give up. In the afternoon, the hunting team returned. Shiliang brought 2 tongue snake beast men to deliver today's food and some freshly picked, washed, and dried mulberry leaves. Brother Shiliang, wait a moment, Sangdai called him after placing the supplies. Mother Sangdai, is there anything else I can do for you? Shiliang asked enthusiastically. Now all the other males envied him for being able to serve Sangdai. Those tongue snake beast men all competed to bring her supplies, even proud of doing so. Sangdai took out a small package of food from the supermarket and a few thin wooden boards with drawings of plants made with charcoal. Upon closer look, they were rice, wheat, and sorghum. She had drawn these in her free time. The supermarket's paper and blueprints were hard to get, but her drawing skills were good. Brother Shiliang, since you often go to the forest, can you help me keep an eye out for these plants? I need them, she asked. These plants look like this. They are the fruits of the plants. They only look like this when they are ripe and opened, she explained while showing him the charcoal sketches and the grains. He wanted to prevent the orcs from seeing the food, but also didn't know what the food looked like originally. Is this the one? Don't worry, I'll handle this. If I find it, I'll tell you right away. Snake Liang carefully memorized the list without asking what it would be used for, confidently patting his chest to promise. Now, they trusted Sandy very much. Then I'll trouble you, Brother Snake Liang, Sandy said with a smile, and thanks. As long as she found the food, she could brew a lot of wine. Supermarket food could be used too, but only for her own use. If she couldn't find any, she'd secretly plant some seeds outside later, though it would take more time. The wine could disinfect and keep warm in winter. Although the Black Abyss tribe didn't need it, other tribes might find it useful. Maybe in the future, she could trade supplies with other tribes. Snake Liang grinned happily. No trouble at all. It's what we should do. By the way, has Wang Hui returned to the tribe? Sandy asked again. Yes, he went hunting with the hunting team today to kill the fierce beasts and just got back. Snake Liang nodded.
Perfect.
Please take this to Wang. It's a new wine I made that can clean wounds and prevent infection. Wang often hunts fierce beasts, so he'll need it. Sandy took out 10 bamboo jars of white wine. Snake Liang's eyes lit up. White wine. Could it be made from herbs? Sandy, you also know how to treat illnesses? Sandy shook her head. I don't treat illnesses. I accidentally discovered that it can be made from plant fruits. I tested it with the veterinarian before and it worked. I just want to give the rest to Wang. Since he protects the entire Black Abyss tribe, he needs to take good care of his health. Anyway, she had already given some to Eagle Rue, so it wouldn't be a problem if asked later. All right, I'll deliver it to Wang right now. Snake Liang nodded immediately, feeling somewhat grateful to Sandy. The other orcs only wanted Wang to kill more fierce beasts, but only the tongue snake orcs knew how hard it was to kill those beasts. No orc cared if Wang got hurt. Sandy was the only one. After multiple thanks, Snake Liang hurriedly took the white wine to Tung Song's cave. Inside the cave, he delivered the wine and repeated Sandy's words, adding many praises for her and his thoughts on her concern for Tung Song. Wang, Sandy is very worried about your injury and asked me to tell you that this wine must be used to treat your wounds. It's very good for healing. Once Sandai, the female, was born, the veterinarian was the first to try her out and immediately thought of Wang. Tung Song just returned from outside, took off his blood-stained animal hide, and faced away from Shiliang, exposing his strong upper body. He was wiping blood from his hands with a wet animal hide. Hearing Shiliang's words, he snapped back to attention, slightly narrowing his eyes, and asked in a deep voice, "Did she really say that?" Shiliang nodded without hesitation, looking serious. Yes, Wang. I wouldn't dare say a single word wrong. It's not that he was misleading with his words. In his heart, Sandai's words meant exactly that. He only slightly adjusted the message. Tung Song's deep, blood-colored eyes dimmed a little, and his thin lips curled into a slight smile.
Bring me that wine.
That young female was still somewhat considerate and knew to care about herself.
Could it be?
She wants to mate with him? Although that young female had 3 cubs, she had no mate. His little Bai's biological mother also. If little Bai doesn't reject it, Tung Song didn't like contact with females. He found females to be very troublesome creatures. But this girl named Sand-Eye was different from other females, which didn't make him feel disgusted. Doesn't Little Bai want a mother? Maybe he could fulfill Little Bai's wish, Tung Song thought to himself. Shiliang quickly placed a bamboo tube into the cave, and a tongue snake beast man who came with Tung Song also looked pleased. Great, Wang. You hurt your arm today, and although it wasn't caused by a fierce beast, some hostility might have seeped in. Washing it with wine will help it heal faster, the tongue snake beast man said. The things Sand-Eye brought must be good. Now, they wouldn't have to worry about Wang's wound anymore. Yes, everyone leave now, Tung Song said calmly, waving his hand casually. Shiliang and the tongue snake beast man immediately exited the cave. Tung Song picked up a bamboo tube, carefully examined it in his palm, seeming to feel the warmth from Sand-Eye's small hand on the bamboo. Since it was such a precious item, a small injury didn't warrant using it. He placed the bamboo tube carefully in the corner of the cave, then headed to the lake behind the cave. He leapt in and transformed into a tongue snake in the water. The water level rose quickly, and soon bright red bloodstains floated on the surface. The Black Abyss tribe's weather was unpredictable. After a few days of clear skies, it rained heavily overnight. During the day, the cubs and females of the tribe had work to do again. Last time, they got Wang's approval, and any female or cub involved in picking mushrooms could share more food. Although female animals have higher status and priority in food distribution, they are also divided into groups. In weaker groups without strong hunting skills, females get less food, and some can only barely fill their stomachs. It is also very hard for them to eat better. Now, there is a chance to improve their diet, and many females do not want to give up this opportunity. Any juvenile that can walk around is brought along to gather mushrooms. Even those that haven't fully transformed are included just to make up the numbers. As a result, a scene appeared in the forest of the tribe. The females sat in small groups on the ground, surrounded by a bunch of juveniles. Some were bare-bottomed, others were fuzzy little lions, tigers, or small flying birds. The untransformed juveniles couldn't use their hands, only their claws, or carefully used their mouths to pick up mushrooms. Sandy saw this scene and thought, luckily, she was selling her mushrooms to the supermarket, not eating them herself. Otherwise, she would be eating mushrooms full of these little ones' saliva. The three snake juveniles now liked sticking close to Sandy and helped pick mushrooms nearby. Sandy kept some mushrooms for herself, as supermarket mushrooms wouldn't be damaged, but she didn't want to affect the taste when eating them herself. She made several bamboo baskets to hold the mushrooms. The three snake juveniles carried the baskets and, when thirsty, didn't go to the river but drank water from bamboo water bottles. Many females looked at her curiously, but unlike juveniles, they didn't ask aloud. Sandy, what is this thing you're using? I've never seen it before. Ching Sui joined the mushroom gathering and asked curiously when she saw Sandy drinking water. Her partner, Snake Yong, was still recovering from illness and might never hunt again, so she wanted to earn some food to reduce her partner's burden. These are bamboo baskets and bamboo tubes, made from bamboo, Sandy explained with a smile, wiping sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand. You say these are made from bamboo? I've never seen such big, thin bamboo before. Ching Sui looked surprised. They're cut into small strips and woven together, Sandy said, noticing Ching Sui's interest. She smiled and added, if you like, I can teach you how to make them later. It's not hard. She used to dislike going out and preferred staying at home, doing various crafts when bored. These things weren't difficult for her, just a bit tricky to prepare the materials, but she could also ask the Tung snake orcs to help. Really? I can learn too? Ching Sui's eyes lit up with excitement. Sandy nodded generously, of course. Sandy, you're so kind. Joyfully, the green and lively woman hugged Sandy's arm. Meeting Sandy was the luckiest thing that had ever happened to her in her life. Other females looked at her with envy. The bamboo basket looked very useful. Bamboo was everywhere, unlike animal skins, which were valuable resources. Some females were reluctant to use animal skins for bags and simply piled the mushrooms on the ground. The bamboo basket was also sturdy, while animal skin bags needed someone to hold them to put things inside. The bamboo tube was convenient too. After rain, it was hot, and they had to go to the river to drink water. Sandy and the young ones didn't need to go to the river and could gather more mushrooms instead. Sandy, can you teach me too? I can trade some supplies for your help, a bold female asked eagerly. Once the first person spoke, others quickly followed, each saying more outrageous things. Everyone has supplies. Sandy, teach me. I have a young female at home, and later I want her to mate with your Sandy and Sangfeng to be their partner. I also have a young female at home. Can I be the first to have her give birth to your Sangqing and Somfeng's babies? Please teach me. The females without young females looked regretful. Sandy was speechless. How did things turn out like this? Were they really willing to trade their daughters? Everyone, don't worry. If you want to learn, I'll find a time tomorrow to teach everyone together. You don't need to give me anything, Sandy quickly interrupted the females arguing. She was afraid they might start fighting if she didn't. Female orcs were indeed tough. The females didn't expect Sandy to be so generous. That's not right. Supplies still need to be given, they insisted.
Exactly.
My young female will stay with your Sandy and Sangfeng. Don't worry, I'll keep my promise, one female said confidently. Sandy's mouth twitched. The females were too enthusiastic. All right, how about this? All the mushrooms I gathered today will be yours, as an exchange. How's that sound? She changed her mind. Usually, she would give the mushrooms to Shiliang first, who would then distribute the food to the females. The females thought they were taking advantage of Sandy and wanted to refuse. Seeing her firm stance, as if she wouldn't teach unless they agreed, they finally nodded. They silently remembered Sandy's kindness. Not far away, Luo Yuer, wearing a large straw sun hat, watched Sandy surrounded by everyone with a look of deep jealousy. That hateful woman. She was also from the future, but how could an orc native make bamboo baskets? Everything she had now was supposed to be hers. Luo Yuer was so jealous she almost lost her mind. She blurted out with disdain. What's so special about it? Just put the mushrooms on the ground and let the males take them away later. What's the point of a bamboo basket? We don't even move the mushrooms anyway. The females all looked at Luo Yuer with expressions of dislike. Is this female not thinking clearly? If the males come to gather, it's because their partners are doing the work. In the past, females couldn't hunt, so males had to do everything. Now they can share some tasks, making things easier for their partners. Most females still care for their mates, even more than one. But Luo Yuer, who is so lazy and selfish, was the first they'd seen like that. Luo Yuer didn't notice the strange looks from the females. She thought they were just attracted to her sun hat, so she touched the brim and posed in what she thought was a pretty way. She said to everyone, "This is a hat I made from grass. It can block the sun and UV rays, so your faces won't get sunburned. Look at you, your faces are peeling from the sun. If you want, I can teach you how to make these grass hats, though I'd be a bit reluctant." Actually, the hat was just a bunch of dry grass, kneaded and shaped with a hole in the middle big enough for a head, with more grass tied around the outside to block the sun. No woman doesn't love beauty. Luo Yuer was confident her grass hats would be loved by these primitive beast men. But just after she finished speaking, a few snickers came from the crowd. Just a handful of grass on your head. What's so special about a hat? Blocking the sun? It's useless. If I could gather more mushrooms, I'd rather shed a layer of skin. The hat wasn't very secure and had to be held with one hand. After a while, Luo Yuer's mushroom collection was still fewer than the young creatures they hadn't fully transformed yet. It's true that females love beauty, but Luo Yuer forgot that in this primitive time, filling their stomachs was more important than anything else. If they couldn't even eat enough, who would have the energy to fuss over their looks? You all. Luo Yuer was so angry she turned red in the face after being mocked by the females. Some recognized her as the older sister-in-law who always argued with Sandai. Are you pregnant? Why are you out gathering mushrooms with a big belly? Pregnant females shouldn't be working. Aren't you afraid your baby will be lost? Can't you see? My partner didn't join the hunting team, probably to gather food and pick mushrooms. In the past, We fought over Sandy's supplies, and now we rely on Sandy to pick mushrooms to share food. So what? You can't survive without Sandy? Sandy arrived at the Black Abyss tribe. More than a month had passed, and Luo Yuer's belly was noticeably swollen. The tiger beastman's pregnancy lasts 2 months, so Luo Yuer was roughly 5 or 6 months pregnant by human standards. Hearing the teasing words from the females, Luo Yuer's face turned green with anger. Thinking of Tiger Lai, she grew even more furious. She didn't want to go mushroom picking, but earlier, she had promoted gender equality to seem different from other beast women. She told Tiger Lai that females should also work. When Tiger Lai was strong in hunting before, she only pretended to help, while most of the work was done by Tiger Lai.
But now,
seeing other females picking mushrooms, Tiger Lai also made her do it. He even used her own words to scold her, saying that pregnant women should stay active to have a good delivery. Since he worked so hard outside, not helping with mushroom picking meant she didn't understand him. He even gave her a cold look. Luo Yuer reluctantly went out to pick mushrooms. Seeing Sandy's face glowing with health, her delicate and fair skin, Luo Yuer only felt ashamed of her rough, sallow skin. Why did she become like this? Where did she go wrong? Being mocked mercilessly by the females, hitting her sore spot, Luo Yuer felt utterly humiliated. She lost her desire to pick mushrooms and slunk away. Anyway, the king had said that as long as she picked, she would get a share of the food, and he didn't say more picking meant more food. Let those silly females bask in the sun. The females, with their strong stamina, stayed in the tribe all day, full of energy, and kept picking until the hunting team returned in the afternoon. When the hunting team brought back the prey, they began distributing food. Snake Liang also brought beast men to help the females gather mushrooms. Originally, today's mushrooms should have all gone to Sandy, and they couldn't receive extra food. But now, the amount of food in their hands was more than double the usual.
Why is there so much meat today?
The female asked in surprise. The snake beast man responsible for counting and distributing the food replied, "The king said that anyone who contributes to the tribe, whether female or young, should receive supplies. Your agreement with Sandy is your own matter. This is the king's promise to you, and there's no conflict." The females were immediately moved, their eyes moist. They had always thought the king was cold and unfeeling, not treating them, the outsider beast women, as part of the tribe. Now they realized they had misunderstood the king. No one had expected that the content of their chat with Sandy in the woods would be known to the king, and so clearly. Other orcs saw this and realized that as long as they stayed loyal to the tribe, the king would never let them suffer. The previous false accusations made by Luo Yuer against the king were completely baseless. Sandy didn't realize that, without meaning to, she had strengthened the unity of the Black Abyss tribe. Seeing the meat given to the other females, Luo Yuer felt happy. Relying on her big belly, others didn't dare to push her, so she moved to the front of the line and cut in. She had already passed the morning sickness stage and had been eating poorly lately. The raw meat she once despised now looked very tasty to her. She couldn't wait to get it and take a few bites. She had already decided that this meat was hers, earned by herself, and she wouldn't share it with Hule. She planned to finish it before going back. Luo Yuer licked her lips and was stunned when she saw the small piece of meat handed out. Others received 3 or 4 jin, but she only had less than 2 ounces? Next.
Wait.
I haven't finished distributing my food yet. Luo Yuer shouted sharply at the orc handing out the food. The orc glanced at her impatiently and said, "It's finished. That's all you get. Move aside, and don't block the way." Luo Yuer clung tightly to his arm, pointing at the other females with one finger.
Impossible.
They received so much. Why do I only get this little? You must be withholding my meat. Give me the meat. The others got more because they spent the whole day gathering, plus their cubs collected mushrooms. You only ran off after gathering for a while, and didn't even get half of what the cubs collected, so you only get this much, the orc answered matter-of-factly. I'm not changing anymore. Give me back my mushrooms.
Luo Yuer angrily demanded.
She had gathered at least a jin or 2, and exchanging it for this small amount of meat was a huge loss. She might as well go back secretly, light a fire, and cook the mushrooms. The taste wouldn't be worse than meat, and it could fill her stomach. The orc returned the meat and pointed to the ground nearby. It's right there. Go pick it up yourself. He spoke as if no one cared about her mushrooms. The other females had placed their mushrooms on leaves on the ground, but Luo Yuer, being lazy, just put hers directly on the muddy ground without any container. When she carried it, it was already crushed. She didn't care anymore. Frustrated, she clutched her belongings and headed back, muttering as she walked, "I think you all are just Sandy's bootlickers, deliberately targeting me. When I turn things around, I'll make you regret it. You'll come crawling and beg me." Luo Yuer forgot that the orcs had excellent hearing. Her words were overheard by the orc distributing the food. The orc frowned in displeasure. Usually, whether male or female, if they accidentally ate mushrooms, they would be reminded. But now, seeing Luo Yuer carrying the mushrooms back, he didn't say a word. This ungrateful female, love her or not. The next day, it didn't rain. Sandai and the females spent the morning gathering mushrooms. In the afternoon, they invited everyone to her cave to teach them how to make bamboo tubes and baskets. Making bamboo tubes was simple, but weaving baskets was more difficult. Sandai showed the females the materials in advance, giving each a small amount. When they returned, they asked their partners to prepare. The males had sharp claws, making cutting easy. In the afternoon, the females brought the cut bamboo strips and collected vines to Sandai's cave. The 3 snake cubs and the young ones brought by the females played near the entrance. Sandai sat on a small wooden stool, surrounded by the females. "Be careful when you work. Don't cut your hands. Cross the bamboo strips like this and tighten them." She demonstrated and guided them at the same time. The females watched carefully, but still found it confusing. "Sandai, this is so hard. My eyes are about to cross. No wonder you're so good at weaving these bamboo baskets." "We're too clumsy." Qingsui looked at her loose finished product and almost laughed at herself. She was better off, but some of the other females hadn't even shaped their baskets properly. This delicate work was still very challenging for them. "Sorry, Sandai. We don't seem to be doing well." "Sorry to waste your time," one female said apologetically. Sandai smiled gently and comforted her. "It's okay. That's how everyone starts. Practice makes perfect. The more you do, the better you'll get. Don't be discouraged. When I first started, my work was even uglier than this." Qingsui blinked. "Really? We do such a bad job, but we can make such beautiful baskets like yours?" Hearing this, Sandai's words seemed to boost her confidence. "Of course. Nothing is difficult in the world, as long as you have a determined heart," Sandai nodded confidently. The females were greatly encouraged and quickly renewed their efforts to learn. They felt that Sandai knew so much. Although some things she said they didn't fully understand, her words somehow gave them strength. After an afternoon of effort and some failed attempts, the baskets in Qingsui and the females' hands finally looked decent. "See, you're doing very well. Keep practicing, and your work won't be worse than mine," Sandai praised generously. In her past life, her parents always encouraged her. Now, she was using their method to inspire them. The females looked at the bamboo basket in their hands, which was clearly smaller than Sandai's. They blushed a little from the praise. No wonder the males in the tribe liked to secretly watch Sandai. She is so gentle, not only beautiful, but also kind. If they were males, they would probably like her too. The females gratefully thanked her. As they were talking, Yong brought 2 Tingsha beast men to deliver food and mulberry leaves. Seeing so many females gathered at the entrance, Yong was surprised, but then he remembered how good Sandai was and that it was normal for her to be popular, so he wasn't shocked. "Brother Yong, thank you. Just put the things at the entrance. I'll clean up later," Sandai said with a smile. "Okay," Yong replied, placing the food and mulberry leaves at the entrance before leaving. Qingsui, curious, asked Sandai, "Why did he bring so many leaves? Are they edible? Or are they used as bait for wild animals?" Last time she had hot pot at Sandai's place, she learned that many unfamiliar plants could be eaten. She recalled how delicious the food was and licked her lips. Seeing her question, the other females looked at her with curiosity. To them, everything in Sandai's place seemed useful. Sandai was worried about not having a chance to promote silkworm farming, but when Qingsue asked, she took the opportunity to explain, they are edible, but not for beast men. They are for the silkworms. Silkworms? What are those? Qingsue's eyes widened even more. Sandai explained the origin and use of silkworms to Qingsue and the females while leading them into the cave to see the silkworms. The silkworm babies had grown quite a bit. They no longer looked dark and dull like when they were young. Now they were plump and white, each resting on the edge of a mulberry leaf, munching loudly along the edge. Can such tiny bugs be eaten? Are they tasty? Can they be made into clothes? Are they cooler than animal skins? Hearing Sandai's words, everyone found it hard to believe. Sandai nodded in response. Qingsue hesitated and asked, but these silkworms, even if you raise them for a month, wouldn't that be enough for your children to eat? Isn't it a lot of time-consuming work? Sandai wasn't lacking food herself, so why did she raise these bugs? Some beast men, when hungry, would eat whatever they could find. Mice, bugs, anything. But the taste wasn't very good. Most beast men preferred fresh meat. These silkworms reproduce very quickly. After they spin cocoons and turn into moths, one pair can lay hundreds or thousands of eggs, Sandai explained. She remembered that male moths could mate continuously, so if there were many female moths among the silkworms, the number of eggs could be even more than she expected. That many? The females were shocked.
Huh?
Isn't that the female from yesterday? What's her name? Luo Yuer? Some females recognized Luo Yuer. From afar, everyone could see her pale face and the foam at the corner of her mouth. But no one showed any sympathy. Sandai wasn't interested in Luo Yuer's situation. She was in a hurry to visiting Rue and then go home to cook for the 3 little snakes. A few other females, curious, wanted to go over and join the crowd. Unexpectedly, as she walked, Sandai realized she was heading in the same direction as the Tiger Tribe beastmen. When they reached the outside of the cave where the Tiger Tribe lived, a group of beastmen had already gathered. Animal healer, please help me check on her. She suddenly fainted, rolled her eyes, and foamed at the mouth. What's wrong with her? A worried Tiger Beastman's voice came from the crowd. Since Tiger Lai had gone hunting, only they two were left to watch over Luo Yuer. They didn't expect her to suddenly fall ill. She was the only female left in their group, so they couldn't afford for anything to happen. Hearing that a female was in trouble, the beast men wanted to see for themselves and pushed closer. Sandai was nearly pushed over by the beast men. Qingsue quickly extended her arm to block her from the crowd. Sandai, if you want to go in and see the animal healing Rue, there are too many people here. It's crowded. Why don't I wait with you? She was worried that Sandai, with her slim arms and legs, might get hurt in the crush and didn't want her to be alone. Seeing the crowd surrounding them in layers, Sandai had no choice but to nod. These beastmen were big and rough. If a stampede happened, she might get trampled into meat paste. When they heard a female was in trouble, Rue quickly came out of the cave. He examined the unconscious Luo Yuer, lifted her eyelids, opened her mouth, checked her skin, and finally frowned as he looked at the tiger beast man. She's poisoned. It looks like she ate some mushrooms, he said. Impossible, the tiger beast man immediately retorted. We didn't give her any mushrooms. She only ate good meat we saved. There's no way she ate poisonous mushrooms. If they had fed a female poisonous mushrooms, they wouldn't have the face to show themselves. Rue didn't argue but continued softly. Fortunately, she probably didn't eat raw mushrooms. If they were raw, she would have died long ago. She probably ate cooked mushrooms, but they weren't fully cooked, so she got poisoned. He was passionate about studying herbs and plants, including mushrooms. He knew which mushrooms were edible and that they had to be cooked thoroughly. Unfortunately, he had told other beast men about this before, but no one believed him. As soon as the words were spoken, a beast man from the crowd shouted, I knew it. Today I saw smoke rising from the tribe. It turns out Luo Yuer was secretly lighting a fire to cook mushrooms. I also saw her sneaking around in the woods. Another added. She didn't hand in the mushrooms she collected yesterday and took them all back. She probably ate them herself. Serves her right. Initially, some males who didn't know Luo Yuer well felt sorry for her being poisoned. But hearing this, their curiosity faded. Disobeying the king's orders by lighting a fire in the tribe and secretly cooking poisonous mushrooms, she got herself poisoned. How could such a foolish female exist? They definitely shouldn't get involved with her. The tiger tribe beastmen were stunned. They had hoped to cause trouble in the tribe using Luo Yuer's incident, maybe even get the king to reward them. But it turned out Luo Yuer had brought this on herself. They felt humiliated and forced themselves to ask, "What should we do now? Will Luo Yuer be okay?" Not a big problem. She probably ate the mushrooms not long ago. "I'll give her some herbs to make her the mushrooms out," Eagle Rue said gently. He went back to his cave and brought a bowl of crushed herbs mixed with water, then handed it to the tiger beast men to feed Luo Yuer. The medicine was yellowish and emitted a strange, foul smell. The watching beast men immediately covered their noses and stepped back. The tiger beast men could only hold their breath, help Luo Yuer up, and open her mouth to give her the medicine. Cough, cough, cough. Whether from the foul smell or choking, Luo Yuer moved. She frowned, feeling her mouth was bitter and smelling something unpleasant. When she opened her eyes and was about to get angry, she saw a handsome face. "Why you, Eagle Rue? Did you save me?" Luo Yuer's cheeks flushed as she whispered. She remembered what happened before she fainted. After Tiger Lai left, she secretly cooked the mushrooms to eat. But halfway through cooking, a beast man approached. Fearing he would tell the king, she quickly extinguished the fire. After the beast man left, she was too lazy to start a fire again, since it took hours to make fire by rubbing wood. She was starving, and seeing the mushrooms emitting a fragrant smell, she thought they were cooked and ate them directly. Suddenly, she experienced hallucinations and then lost consciousness. Now everyone knew about it, and she felt embarrassed. Seeing Eagle Rue, she suddenly saw this as a golden opportunity. It was a good chance to get close to him. If she became his mate, all his supplies would be hers. Plus, he was a veterinarian who could take care of her during her postpartum period without going hunting. It was truly a perfect plan. "Well, how do you feel now? Is there anything uncomfortable?" Eagle Rue asked softly. Luo Yuer immediately grabbed Eagle Rue's hand, leaned closer to him, and covered her head with her other hand, softly saying, "I feel uncomfortable everywhere. Eagle Rue, veterinarian. Am I going to die?" Boo-hoo. In the past, whenever she cried, males would usually feel sorry for her and comfort her. Females are naturally weaker, and males tend to have a compassionate heart toward females. Luo Yuer was planning in her mind when she heard Eagle Rue sincerely say, "You won't die. Don't worry. Besides feeling unwell, do you have any other sensations?" Luo Yuer thought he was just caring for her, and she weakly shook her head. "No, Eagle Rue, veterinarian. Did you just give me medicine? I feel a little sore in my throat." Eagle Rue smiled slightly. "Yes, you ate poisonous mushrooms. I mixed herbal medicine with manure to help make you. As long as you eat out, you'll be fine." Luo Yuer's expression stiffened. She wiped the liquid from the corner of her mouth and sniffed it. A foul smell hit her.
Ugh.
This guy actually fed her manure to induce vomiting. She immediately collapsed to the ground and vomited fiercely. Eagle Rue was prepared and quickly stepped back, avoiding getting splashed. The other beast men retreated in disgust. Luo Yuer's face turned green from vomiting. After she expelled the bitter liquid, she felt much better and looked up with tearful eyes at Eagle Rue. "Eagle Rue, I still feel very sick." With that pitiful look, little did they know that she was covered in dirt, smelling terrible, her hair messy, and her mouth still had remnants of manure, making her truly pitiful. The beastmen disgustedly stepped back, and Sandy finally had a chance to see what was going on inside. Ugh, it stinks to death, so gross. Qing Chui pulled Sandy back, afraid of getting dirty. Eagle Rue also saw Sandy behind the crowd, a glint flashing in his greenish-blue eyes, and turned to leave. Eagle Rue, veterinarian, where are you going? Aren't you going to help me treat my illness? Luo Yuer was anxious and hurriedly grabbed Eagle Rue's sleeve. Eagle Rue's steps did not stop at all. He brushed away Luo Yuer's hand. The poisonous mushrooms you ate have already been vomited out, so I don't need to treat you. Just rest well at home. After saying that, he quickened his pace towards Sandy. The animal hide slipped from his hand, and Luo Yuer watched Eagle Rue's back in disbelief. How could this male be so unfeeling? She was still lying on the ground. Didn't he know to help her up before leaving? Such a straightforward man. Sandy, what are you doing here? Are you here to see me? Ying Rue quickly walked up to Sandai and stopped. Before getting close, he deliberately patted his clothing near the hem, the spot that had been touched by Luo Yuer. He wasn't sure if he had any scent from being so close to Luo Yuer, or if it might bother Sandai. Today I have free, and I want to see how your herbs are growing. Is now a good time? Sandai tilted her chin and asked. Yes, of course, it's convenient. I'll take you inside. Ying Rue replied with a warm smile and turned to lead Sandai into the cave. Nearby, Jingsue clearly noticed that Ying Rue's attitude towards Sandai was different. She smiled ambiguously and said, Sandai, you go ahead. I'll head back first. Since they were talking alone, she didn't want to join in. Sandai nodded, saw Jingsue off, and then followed Ying Rue into the cave, ignoring Luo Yuer on the ground. Luo Yuer was furious. She saw Ying Rue, who usually ignored her, now smiling happily at Sandai. She was lying on the ground, covered in dirt, weak and unable to get up. Her eyes flashed with hatred as she stared fiercely at Sandai's back. Sandai simply passed by her without even a glance, treating her like air. This made Luo Yuer so angry her head almost exploded. Inside the cave, Ying Rue changed from his earlier distant attitude and led Sandai to a corner. Several wooden planks formed a neat box filled with soil and tiny green seedlings. I planted these using the method you taught me last time. They started sprouting yesterday. Look, they're growing well, he said. Sandai looked over. This time, the germination rate of the herbs wasn't 100%, but since it was Ying Rue's first time planting, and he was careful with their care, about 80% of the seeds sprouted, which was quite good. Do you think I did anything wrong or need to improve? Ying Rue asked nervously when Sandai didn't reply. No, you did very well, Sandai said with a smile. She wasn't very familiar with herbs or planting, so trusting Ying Rue to do it was the right choice. Ying Rue finally relaxed and showed a faint smile. I just followed your method. You taught me well, he humbly said. Later, you'll need to put in more effort. Once the herbs grow, you can find a place outside to transplant them. They need sunlight daily. Watering inside the cave isn't convenient. Too little isn't enough, and too much can cause the roots to rot. Sandai reminded him of some precautions. Initially, she was worried that planting outside would be hard to manage, so she asked Ying Rue to grow the herbal seedlings inside the cave first. This way, they could transplant them later, increasing the chance of sprouting and avoiding seed waste. She had spent a lot of effort earning money to buy these seeds, and wasting them would hurt her deeply. Okay, don't worry. I will take good care of these herbs, Ying Rue nodded seriously. Then he looked at Sandy's fair face and paused. You gave me these seeds. I don't know how to thank you properly, he said. The cave was dimly lit, and if you looked carefully, you could see Ying Rue's ears turning slightly red. But Sandy's gaze stayed focused on the herbal seedlings. Sandy knew that most beast men were simple and honest. When they said they wanted to thank someone, it was genuine, not just politeness. She thought for a moment, resting her chin on her hand, and asked, Actually, I haven't helped much. If I could grow them successfully, it would benefit the beast men. But if you really want to thank me, why not teach me how to treat wounds and identify herbs? Although she now had Tung as a backup, she needed to plan for the future. As a female, she didn't have many skills. If she could learn something useful, it would give her more security later. Even if she couldn't become a healer, learning more wouldn't hurt. That was her thought. Ying Rue was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Sandy to make such a request. Is it inconvenient? If it's too much trouble, just forget it, Sandy said, noticing he didn't nod. She thought this might involve some kind of tradition, so she quickly changed her tone. After all, this skill belonged to someone else, and it seemed a bit rude to ask to learn it. No, it's fine. I can definitely teach you, Rui hurriedly explained. I just didn't expect you to want to learn this. In the past, the females he knew weren't interested in this. He always thought that females learning medicine and becoming healers was the best fit, but no females were willing. Becoming a healer required long years of study. Females preferred a comfortable life and didn't want to learn, while most males focused on hunting more prey. Most beast men didn't have the patience for it. So, the skill of being a healer was usually passed down through generations and not shared with outsiders. It wasn't that they didn't want to teach, but only a few could stick with it, so they only passed it to their own children. Sandy wanted to learn, and Rui was happy about it. That's good. When are you usually free? I'll come to learn from you, Sandy said without hesitation. I'm free anytime, Rui replied immediately. Sandy thought for a moment and decided, I'll come in the morning. I'll visit you every other day. If I can't come, I'll tell you in advance. How does that sound? Since she wanted to learn, she wouldn't slack off or skip days. There was no point in wasting time. But I can't devote all my energy to this. Doing it every 2 days is enough, and I have time to review without delaying other things. It's just right. Okay, I'll listen to you. Rui nodded kindly, speaking softly. Once we agreed, Sandy went back home. When she left, the monsters outside the cave had already dispersed. Even the dirt inside Luo Yuer's spit out had been cleaned up, showing how quick and efficient the monsters are. Thinking that she could learn a new skill, maybe it would help her when Tung turns dark in the future, Sandy felt lighter and happier. Yes, learning and improving really make me happy. Cheerfully, she returned to the cave, thinking about what delicious food to make for the little ones tonight. Just then, she saw 3 snake cubs standing helplessly at the cave entrance. Seeing her return, Sang Feng's mouth drooped, and she looked like she was about to cry. Sang Yu and Sang Qing's eyes were also red. They looked so small and pitiful. What's wrong? Did someone bully you? Sandy's heart skipped a beat. She hurried forward, thinking immediately that the 3 snake cubs had been bullied. Sang Qing shook his head, voice trembling slightly. No, mother, it's the silkworms we raised. They're about to die. Sang Feng nodded anxiously beside him. These silkworms were mostly fed by Sandy and the 3 cubs themselves, and they had a deep attachment to the silkworms, even though they knew the silkworms were food. Hearing that the cubs weren't bullied and that it involved the silkworms, Sandy relaxed and patiently asked, What happened? It's okay, take your time and tell me. Sang Yu spoke clearly first. Mother, we just wanted to feed the silkworms, but we found they weren't eating the mulberry leaves anymore. They didn't finish the leaves we fed yesterday, and they're all trying to crawl outside. To the monsters, food is life. Monsters that don't eat will starve. All creatures are the same. Seeing the silkworms lose their appetite, the 3 snake cubs thought they were sick and that they might die soon. After all, even veterinarians wouldn't treat bugs. The cubs were sad, and Sandy chuckled softly. The 3 looked up at her with big, curious black eyes. Silly cubs, the silkworms are fine. They're not going to die. They're growing up and preparing to spin cocoons, so they're not eating the leaves anymore. Sandy crouched down and hugged the 3 cubs to comfort them. The cubs were surprised. Really? Surprised, Sang Feng opened his eyes wide. Does cocooning mean he can eat soon? Thinking about eating made him lick his lips. Surprisingly, it was good news, not bad. Sang Qing looked a bit stunned. Aren't they going to die? Just now, Sang Feng's loud crying almost made him sad enough to cry. It was just a misunderstanding. That little brat caused him to lose face. Sang Yu felt relieved, and then smiled. As long as they weren't going to die, they could have more food. Raising silkworms is easy, and in the future, they could help their mother more. Really, has mother ever lied to you? Sang Dai smiled and nodded. She stood up, took Sang Yu's hand, and led him into the cave. Inside, the silkworm babies had grown very fat. One was as thick as a finger, much bigger than the silkworm Sang Dai raised in her previous life. As the little one said, the silkworm babies no longer ate mulberry leaves but crawled around everywhere. There were 600 of them, packed tightly. For someone with a fear of crowds, this scene might be hard to watch. But Sangdai thought about how these chubby silkworms could feed the beast men and later be used to make silk clothes and quilts. She found these fat, white silkworms very adorable. She originally thought the silkworms would take a few more days to spin cocoons, but they seemed to be earlier than she expected. Probably because the month of breeding already included cocooning, pupating, and becoming moths. Xiao Qing, go bring the dry branches I prepared a few days ago, Sangdai softly ordered. Sang Qing responded and quickly ran out. Soon, he returned with a large bunch of branches. These silkworms need to find a place to spin cocoons. Lay the branches flat in the box, and the silkworms will go to the middle to start cocooning. Once they begin spinning, they won't eat anymore, Sangdai explained gently while laying the branches down.
Huh.
If they don't eat, how will they lay eggs? Won't they starve to death? Sang Feng asked confused. Female beastmen take a long time to give birth.
Sangdai smiled.
After the silkworms turn into moths and mate, they lay eggs quickly. Once the eggs are laid, their lives will end. The life of a silkworm is very short. The 3 snake children looked surprised, as if they had discovered a new world. They had never heard of these things before. Mother is so amazing.
She knows so much.
Don't they raise their own babies? Sang Yu asked softly. Although Mother had been unkind to them before, she still took care of them. Compared to the silkworms, Mother was much better. Sang Yu quietly thought to herself, in the wild, silkworm eggs are also laid on mulberry trees. When the eggs hatch, the silkworms will eat the mulberry leaves on their own, so no need to raise them.
Sangdai explained. Sans Yue nodded tactfully.
The 3 little snakes were very interested in the silkworms spinning silk and making cocoons, staying close by almost all the time. Watching a tiny, almost invisible white or yellow thread being spun, gradually forming a web, as if drawing a small world, they watched happily, not feeling bored at all. When night came and it was time to sleep, the 3 reluctantly returned to their beds at Sangdai's call. It's okay. The silkworm spins silk so slowly. We can go again tomorrow morning. They'll probably take several more days, Sang Feng confidently told his older brother and sister. They thought so too. The next morning, as soon as the 3 woke up, they went to the silkworm's cave. They were stunned. The thin silk from yesterday had already wrapped the silkworms into small oval balls, and the silkworms were gone. Where are the silkworms? Didn't they say they would spin silk for several days? Facing Sang Qing's question, Sang Feng shrank his neck. I don't know how they finished spinning so quickly. Learning that the silkworms had made their cocoons overnight, Sangdai couldn't help but marvel at how strong the ones bought from the market were. Since she wasn't sure how long it would take for the silkworms to emerge from their cocoons, Sangdai immediately took the 3 little snakes and plucked the cocoons from the branches, placing them in a clean box filled with leaves. The leaves were meant for moth eggs, regardless of what kind they were. The silkworm eggs were kept apart, neither too crowded nor too spread out, so that the female moths could find mates and lay eggs on the cocoons properly. When the female moths mate, they secrete a liquid. If the cocoons get dirty, they won't be useful anymore. Although breaking the cocoon would damage it, the silk could still be used, just not as long as complete cocoons. It couldn't be woven into fabric, but could be used as stuffing. Another day passed, and Sangdai shook the cocoon, hearing the faint sound of the silkworm pupae bumping inside. Seeing Sang Feng staring eagerly at the cocoon and swallowing nervously, she decided to take a small piece and let the little ones taste it. She cut open the cocoon, took out the silkworm pupae, skewered them with a small wooden stick, and fried them in hot oil. The oil hissed and boiled, and soon the pupae turned crispy on the outside and tender inside. Each skewer had 5 pupae, and there were 5 skewers in total. The 3 little snakes each took one, and planned to share some with Little White and Ting Song in the afternoon. Since this was a food to promote in the Black Abyss tribe, it was important to first get Ting Song's approval. 3 little snakes gathered nearby, their big round eyes fixed on the fried silkworm pupae. Sandai divided the fried pupae among the 3 little snakes. Try it, be careful it's hot. If you like it, next time when I raise more silkworms, Mother will make more for you. The 3 little snakes treasured the treat, carefully holding the skewers as they ate. With each bite, it was tasty and crispy. Delicious. Mother, this silkworm pupae is so good. Sangfeng was the first to speak, licking the skewer clean after finishing. Unlike meat, the pupae are full of protein, and Sangqing and Sangyue also looked satisfied but eager for more. Seeing that the little snakes liked it, Sandai thought raising silkworms was a good choice. The remaining silkworm cocoons were kept to hatch into moth eggs later. In the afternoon, Sandai took the fried pupae to Tung cave, while passing by to cook for Xiaobai. After lessons learned before, Sandai dared not enter Tung cave casually. She was worried she might see something inappropriate again. Although she had 3 young ones now, her soul was still that of a young girl who hadn't fallen in love. After cooking for Xiaobai, Sandai sent a message through the Tengu beast man, and only after getting permission did she enter Tung cave. Inside, she saw Tung standing in the middle, his tall body blending with the dark surroundings. Maybe Sandai had mentioned it, but this time Tung was wearing a beast-skin skirt, half, with a wet upper body, faint water marks visible. His short black hair was also damp. Sandai suddenly noticed her night vision was unusually sharp. She could clearly see his muscular 8-pack abs. This beast-skin skirt is more tempting than being without one. Sandai muttered softly. Only she could hear, her gaze fixed on his toes. She explained her visit and handed over the fried pupae. Tung was originally bathing in the lake. When he heard Sandai needed to see him, he hurried over. As king, it was normal for the tribe's beast men to wait for him. But he seemed in a hurry, not even bothering to dry his hair or water off his body. So this is the insect you mentioned, silkworm pupae? Tung took a bite, his dark eyes brightening with a hint of surprise. He had also experienced days of hunger in childhood, gnawing on insects, mice, or grass. He disliked the taste of bugs. They were disgusting. But surprisingly, these pupae tasted pretty good, crispy and crunchy, not at all as hard to swallow as he imagined. Yes, I used oil to fry the silkworm pupae. The oil can be extracted from plants or meat, and roasting them over fire is also very tasty. Now the silkworms have become pupae, and in a few days, they will lay eggs to be shared with the tribe's orcs for raising. Sandai nodded and said, Oil? Hearing this unfamiliar word from Sandai, Tung was no longer as surprised. Can't they eat it raw?
Tung asked.
From what the young female said, both methods seem to require fire. If some orcs like the taste of raw food, they can eat it raw, but I prefer cooked. Sandai explained. Thinking of Xiaobai, she added, Xiaobai is much better now and no longer afraid of heat. Even knowing that I cook his food with fire, he is willing to eat, but he still can't see fire. In the future, when producing large-scale silk clothing, we will need to boil the cocoons in hot water over fire to extract the silk. It's necessary to have the tribe's orcs use fire again. Xiaobai can't stay in the cave forever without going out. How long will it take for him to overcome his fear? Hearing Sandai, Tung also began to look forward to it. Sandai's determined gaze said, In a month, after the next cocooning, I will help Xiaobai overcome his fear and accept fire. When I decided to raise silkworms and got Tung's permission, I had already planned this. Now Xiaobai doesn't resist, and I think it would be good to take him out of the cave for a walk, which will be good for his health.
Sandai said,
As long as Xiaobai is willing, you can do as you like. Tung nodded. It seemed casual, but it was actually a sign of trust in Sandai. Sandai showed a happy smile. As long as Tung cooperated, she was almost halfway there. Who would have thought that Tung would be so easy to talk to? She continued, Your Majesty, last time some females saw me raising silkworms, and they also wanted to do it. I think the males in the tribe have to hunt and raise silkworms. Isn't that too tiring? Why not let the females and the non-hunting orcs take care of it? The males can be responsible for gathering mulberry leaves, which won't affect hunting. After all, hunting is the tribe's only food source and the most important task. Tung deep eyes flashed with admiration, and he nodded, saying, "Do as you suggest." This young female is indeed thoughtful and considers the male's hardships. If the females are well off, they probably wouldn't raise silkworms, but for those with harder lives, raising silkworms is another food source. I have to say, this young female is very considerate. If the king has no other matters, I will go back first. Sandai was pleased to have achieved her goal and was ready to leave happily. But before she took a step, she heard Tung speak, "Wait." Tung's gaze fell on Sandai's rosy, happy face. He slowly said, "Tomorrow I will visit your cave to see the silkworms." Although he arranged for Yong to help, the silkworms have always been cared for by Sandai. She works so hard. If he doesn't even look at them, he would feel guilty. Since these are beneficial to the tribe, he should go and get familiar with them and learn more. Sandai's smile stiffened. Visit her cave? That's not necessary. Tung often leaves early and returns late, going out to hunt fierce beasts, so he doesn't have much free time to wander around the tribe. The 3 snake cubs also stay close, so he isn't worried about running into Tung. But if he goes to her cave, he will definitely see her. It was an accident last time when the 3 cubs had mud on their faces. What if it happens again? No way. Sandai refused without hesitation.
Huh?
Tung's eyes darkened, his deep black gaze fixed on Sandai, shining with a hint of danger. Feeling that invisible pressure, Sandai quickly looked away. His gaze seemed as if he could see through her thoughts in an instant. She hurriedly explained, "I mean, Your Majesty, you're so busy every day. You don't need to worry about such small matters. Besides, the silkworms have already spun their cocoons. There's nothing interesting to see." Tung raised his hand and directly decided, "You don't need to worry about these. I have nothing to do tomorrow, so it's settled." He didn't give Sandai a chance to refuse. Sandai. She withdrew her previous praise for Tung. "He's just a reckless villain." "What? Do you have something else to say? Or are you unhappy that I came?" Seeing Sandai cross her arms, Tung asked in a deep voice. Could this little female not like him visiting her cave? Feeling the displeasure in Tung's tone, Sandai quickly shook her head. She dared not.
No.
Your Majesty is busy with state affairs. If you can spare time to visit my cave, I would be very happy. Sandai forced a strained, exaggerated smile to flatter him. A great villain is a great villain. Even if he hasn't turned fully evil, she can't afford to offend him. Hearing this, Tung's cold eyes softened a little. So, the little female was happy. Then it's settled. You can go back now. Sandai took a deep breath, clenched her fists, and turned to leave the cave. When she returned home and saw the 3 lively snake cubs, she immediately regretted it. Sandai, you're so useless. She cursed herself silently. Then she forced a smile, called the 3 cubs over, and said, "Xiao Qing, Xiao Yu, Xiao Feng, there's nothing at home tomorrow, so you don't need to feed the silkworms. You can go out in the morning and play with the tribe's young ones." However, the 3 shook their little heads in unison. "We are not going out to play, Mother. We want to stay at home and watch the silkworm cocoons, waiting for the silkworms to lay eggs," Sang Qing said responsibly. Sang Yu also lifted her small face, obediently agreeing, "I can help Mother with chores at home." Sang Feng scratched his ear. I promised them I would bring them to see the empty cocoons tomorrow. Mother gave them the empty cocoons to play with. But Sang Feng thought the items were too important and was worried about losing them if taken outside, so he planned to bring the young ones back to look at them. Sangdai didn't expect her plan to distract the young ones to fail and fell into worry. What should she do now? If she forced the young ones to go out, Sang Yu, being clever, would surely notice something. The next morning, after waking up, the 3 snake pups stayed by the cave, watching the silkworm pupae inside. Sangdai felt anxious, pacing back and forth at the cave entrance until she saw Tung approaching from afar. "King, why are you here so early?" Sangdai forced a smile and greeted him, feeling almost furious with worry. Tung stopped beside her, his gaze falling on her fair, rosy face. This little female really didn't lie. Her cheeks were so red, she must be happy to see him. Where do you keep your silkworms? Tung asked happily, then looked inside the cave, his tone curious. When he tried to go inside, Sangdai quickly held him back.
Hey.
King, you've come all this way, why not try the food I made? Xiao Bai usually loves to eat it. Sangdai smiled warmly, trying to delay. No, I'm not hungry right now, Tung replied, raising his hand to refuse. Then maybe you can look at the bamboo basket I made. It's light and good for carrying things. The females in the tribe like it a lot. You can take it back for the males. Sangdai picked up the bamboo basket beside her, acting like a salesperson. Tung narrowed his eyes and looked at her. This basket is good, but today I want to see the cocoons you mentioned. After saying that, he stepped toward the cave. Sangdai was anxious. Just then, a group of small young ones arrived outside the cave. Auntie Sangdai, is Sangfeng here? We came to see Sangfeng, asked a young one in a soft voice, running ahead. He's inside. Sangfeng is there. Go in and play with him, Sangdai said happily upon seeing the young ones, letting them in directly. The young ones cheered and ran inside in a rush. Yesterday, Sangfeng promised to show them the cocoons his mother raised, which could be made into light, cool clothes. Tung, standing beside Sangdai, carefully restrained his aura. The young ones, excited, ran past him. Seeing Sangdai so gentle with the young animals in the tribe, Tung eyes softened a bit. Such a female, even if she becomes Xiaobai's mother, will probably treat Xiaobai very well in the future. The two quickly arrived outside the silkworm rearing cave. Before entering, a new group of young animals rushed out. Mother! One small, chubby creature ran towards Sangdai and hugged her leg. Tung was drawn to the scene and turned to look. He saw that the little creature's face was covered with something, hiding the entire face except for the eyes and nose. Nearby, two other young animals of similar height wore the same kind of disguise. Are these your young ones? Tung eyes showed some doubt. He remembered that the last time he saw these three young animals, their faces were covered in mud. Now, looking at the dark, big eyes exposed, he felt they seemed a bit familiar. Sangdai pulled the little creature to her side, subtly blocking Tung view, and smiled as she explained, yes, the young ones are playful and like to carry strange things on themselves. Sorry for the trouble. The three young animals had toy masks from the supermarket. They featured cute animal patterns. Sangdai Qing and Sangdai Feng were little cats, and Sangdai Yu was a small rabbit with long ears. Feng, what's on your face? It looks so nice, can I see? The young animals had already been attracted and kept asking questions excitedly. Tung frowned slightly. The noise inside the cave was especially loud now. In his cave, the beastmen never dared to make a sound, let alone be so noisy near him. Sangdai gently patted the heads of the three young animals. Go play outside. I have some things to do now. Hearing that Sangdai had something to do, the three immediately went out without disturbing her. As they ran away, they responded, no, this is made by my mother. If it gets broken later, just look at it. They remembered the bamboo water bottle knocked over by the snake strong. With experience, they knew what to do. Seeing the young animals leave, Tung didn't react much, and Sangdai breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she had given the masks to the young animals in the morning. Now, with more young animals playing, they wouldn't want to take off the masks. Luckily, Tung didn't suspect anything. As long as he left, everything would be fine. King, shall we go inside to see the silkworm cocoons? Sangdai tentatively asked Tung. Yes, he replied, stepping toward the cave. Inside, the silkworm cocoons were laid out in several wooden boxes. They were smooth, oval-shaped, some white, some yellow, almost the size of eggs. The silkworm eggs bought from the supermarket hatched into cocoons that were much larger than usual. Why does it look different from what I ate yesterday? Tung wondered. The one he ate yesterday was clearly brown and not this big. The outer layer is the cocoon. Inside is the pupa. Should I open one for Wong to see? Sangdai suggested, picking up a cocoon. No need, Tung shook his head. Since it's used for breeding, and from what the little female moth said, one female can lay many eggs. He ate 5 yesterday, which was already a waste. There's no need to look at the eggs just about to hatch and sacrifice them. Seeing that Tung Song said no, Sangdai immediately put the cocoon down again. She was just being polite. This cocoon is quite valuable. Is the outer cocoon the material you said can be made into clothes? Tung Song asked again. Yes, but if you dig out the pupa or let the moth hatch, it can't be used for clothes anymore. It can only be used as stuffing or to make other things. To make clothes, you need long silk threads, which must be taken before the pupa hatches, so the pupa won't hatch, Sangdai explained slowly. Can it be eaten? Yes, cooked pupae are ready to eat. They just can't hatch into moths and lay eggs, Sangdai nodded. Making silk clothes doesn't affect eating the pupae. The cooked and fried pupae taste different, but both are edible. Tung Song nodded in satisfaction. It seemed the silkworms had many uses. He asked several more questions, and Sangdai answered them one by one. How do you think Xiaobai is doing? Tung Song shifted his gaze from the pupa and suddenly changed the subject. Xiaobai? Sangdai thought Tung Song was asking about Xiaobai's recent behavior. She quickly said, Xiaobai is very obedient. Lately, he's been eating well and is very smart. He doesn't cause trouble at all. He's a very sensible little one.
Oh, right.
His face has also gotten a bit rounder, and he seems a little taller, Sangdai boasted about all the good things she could think of. Since arriving at the Black Abyss tribe over a month ago, Xiaobai had been eating well and feeling good, so he naturally grew fatter and taller. Seeing her positive attitude toward Xiaobai, Tung Song's usually stern face softened a little. His deep gaze fell on Sangdai's face. He turned around and asked in a serious tone, if Xiaobai were your cub, would you dislike him? Sangdai immediately understood that Tung Song was talking about Xiaobai's disfigured face. She straightened her back and shook her head seriously. Of course not. Xiaobai is obedient and sensible. He's a very good cub. It's an honor to be his mother. Flattery is endless. She thought that Tang Song's question was probably just to hear others praise Xiaobai. Naturally, she wanted to please her benefactor. A gentle glint appeared in Tang Song's eyes. Do you really think that? If she truly didn't dislike Xiaobai and wanted her to be Xiaobai's mother, that seemed like the best choice. Sandai raised 3 fingers. Absolutely. Seeing Sandai's confident expression, Tang Song's lips moved slightly, and her gaze towards Sandai was filled with warmth and intensity. She asked, would you be willing to? Feeling the seriousness in Tang Song's tone, Sandai looked up and listened carefully. Would you be willing to do?
Sandai.
Come out here now. Before Tang Song could finish speaking, a sharp angry shout came from outside the cave. It was followed by a few fierce beast roars, like wild animals declaring war. Interrupted, Tang Song's eyebrows furrowed, and her expression darkened with displeasure. Sandai glanced toward the outside, then looked back at Tang Song. King, what were you just about to say? Nothing. You go handle your matters first. Tang Song's face turned cold, like a glacier, radiating coldness. Such an important matter shouldn't be spoken of when disturbed. Besides, this kind of thing isn't just about words. Sandai looked confused. This big villain really was unpredictable, with moods changing as often as the weather forecast. All right then, King, wait here for me. Sandai nodded and ran out. She remembered she hadn't provoked anyone recently. Although Luo Yuer was mischievous, she wasn't poisoned and should still be in bed, right? When Sandai reached the cave entrance, she saw a female wrapped in beast hide, with only her eyes visible. Not only her face, but her whole body was tightly covered, which was quite strange in this hot weather. Behind her stood 3 males, probably her mates.
Who are you?
Sandai asked with a puzzled look. Sandai, you wicked girl. You poisoned me and ruined my face. Today, I came to settle the score with you. Seeing Sandai still asking who she was, the snake Xiao Mian was even angrier. Her eyes seemed ready to shoot fire. If it weren't for Sandai, her face wouldn't be like this. Now she had to cover herself with beast hide when going out, just like Xiaobai's ugly thing. Snake Xiao Mian? Hearing the voice, Sandai finally recognized the female in front of her. She looked confused. When did I poison you?
Don't slander me.
How could this female be so quick to throw dirt on others? Xiao Mian loosened a corner of her beast hide, revealing her rotting skin underneath. She intentionally caused a commotion when she arrived. At this moment, many orcs followed behind her. Seeing this scene, everyone took a deep breath. Wow, what happened to Snake Little Mian's face? It's all rotten. What's going on? Sandy is so kind. She wouldn't do something harmful. This must be a misunderstanding. Despite being shocked, many orcs spoke up for Sandy. Although Sandy had only been here for a little over a month, everyone could see the contributions she had made to the tribe. A few days ago, you made your young ones show off with some broken bamboo tubes, deliberately letting my snake Strong see. Then you threw the bamboo outside, making him pick it up. I drank water from that bamboo tube, and my face turned like this. If you didn't intentionally poison me, who else could it be? Snake Little Mian covered her face again and pointed at Sandy's nose angrily. After drinking the poisoned flower pollen water, her whole body rotted. She hid at home for 2 days, too afraid to go out. She was furious. She had become like this, making it hard to find a partner later, let alone become a queen. She lost her chance and wouldn't let Sandy get away with it. Are you saying I poisoned my own young one's water bottles to hurt you? I have no grudge against you, so why would I harm you? Besides, 3 of my young ones drank water outside that day. If you ask them, you'll find out they're fine. How come they're okay? Sandy calmly questioned the false accusation from Snake Little Mian. Sandy is so good to her young ones. How could she possibly poison the water? What if her young ones drank it? Yes, Sandy's male young ones can wear animal skins. She treasures her young ones so much, she wouldn't risk their safety. I heard from my young one that day. It was Snake Strong who knocked over Sandy's water bottle and dropped it in the dung. Sandy didn't pick it up. It wasn't deliberately thrown into the dung. There wasn't much gossip in the tribe. Small incidents spread quickly, and everyone knew about them. Several onlookers, also orcs, spoke up for Sandy. I don't care how she poisoned it. She's the one who harmed me. Snake Little Mian couldn't argue anymore. She stomped in anger and ordered her partner, go catch her. She damaged my face, and I want to skin her alive. Her partner immediately headed towards Sandy. Snake Little Mian's partner was strong and tall. Sandy was no match for him and could only step back defensively. He warned, I am also female. If you insult me, fine. But if you hurt me, the king won't let you go. Snake Little Mian snorted coldly and yelled, the king doesn't care about small matters like this. Who do you think you are? Will the king come to protect you? That's a joke. Wong is so busy that by the time he finds out, Sandai has already become quite ugly. At that point, Wong will surely dislike Sandai. A female who is rejected, Wong wouldn't care about her. Snake Xiaomian feels proud, so what if she gains Wong's favor? Sandai has no male companions around her, but she has several strong partners. It would be easy to torment her. Just as the 3 partners reach the cave entrance to catch Sandai, a sharp, threatening voice comes from inside the cave. Who dares step even half a step into the cave? Hearing this, Snake Xiaomian and her 3 companions turn pale instantly. Tung steps out of the cave and stands beside Sandai, his cold gaze sweeping over the 3. Who allowed you to enter a female's cave and hurt her? His deep voice carries a commanding presence. For a moment, the 3 companions feel unable to lift their heads. King, we were wrong. They all kneel down trembling, crawling on the ground. King, why are you in Sandai's cave? And you, Snake Xiaomian's face shows disbelief. It's impossible. Wong could never truly be interested in Sandai. But Wong has never entered any female's residence before. Snake Xiaomian is furious with jealousy, wishing she could tear Sandai's face off right then. Tung icy gaze turns to her, cold and intimidating. When have I ever needed to report my whereabouts to you? I didn't mean it like that, King. Snake Xiaomian stammers, feeling humiliated. She points at Sandai and cries out, King, she poisoned me. You have to decide for me, King. She refuses to believe that Wong, An outsider female would help her and not Sandai. Surely, she is more trustworthy than Sandai. Sandai, unfairly accused again, looks on with a blank expression. Why is this woman always targeting her? You say you're poisoned. Why don't you go see a healer? Instead, you come to bother me. Aren't you worried about your poison? Sandai calmly steps behind Tung, sticks her head out, and questions loudly. She pauses for a moment, then continues, or do you already know what poison you have? That's why you're not worried at all. If a female is poisoned, going to a healer would quickly spread the news throughout the tribe. But Sandai hasn't heard a single word about it, which means Snake Xiaomian never went to see a healer. Hearing this, Tung's deep eyes darken, and his gaze sharpens as he glances at Snake Xiaomian. He commands the nearby beastmen, "Go, find a healer."